Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 9 of What If I Was Reborn into one piece as Corazon and conquered the world with Doflamingo. Let the tale begin. Chapter 211. Row, row, row your boat gently down the sea. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the sea. If you see a sea king, don't forget to scream. Aff! Dora roared, her voice booming across the waves and scaring the massive sea kings pulling our makeshift raft. The raft, fashioned from a massive fallen tree of knowledge, rocked precariously with her enthusiasm. I couldn't help but slap my forehead, wondering what possessed me to recruit Dora into the family, and even worse, why I had taught her a children's rhyme from my old world, which I had slightly modified. Dora was in her mid-20s, but I had forgotten that for a giant, 20 was akin to a child. She had been singing the song non-stop, her powerful voice echoing across the sea. Doffy was right, I did have a tendency to add more and more kids to the family. But this was honestly better because they would form a stronger attachment to the family. Ross, I am hungry! Dora bellowed, standing up and causing the makeshift raft to rock even more. The sea kings driving the raft were unnerved. Most of our meals included sea king meat, and these sea kings had surrendered. Their fates were questionable if we couldn't find any other sea kings to hunt. Dora, sit down before you send us both into the sea, I said, trying to keep my balance. The ship I had originally intended to travel back to East Blue was tethered to the massive raft, bobbing along behind us. But I'm hungry. Dora pouted, her voice loud enough to send ripples across the water. Her stomach growled, producing a sound that seemed to echo like thunder. The sea kings pulling the raft looked even more nervous, and I couldn't blame them. They had seen their kin end up on our dinner plates. All right, let's see what we have left, I said, rummaging through our supplies. The problem was, feeding a giant was no small task. How about some dried sea king jerky? Dora's eyes lit up, and she plopped back down, causing another wave to splash over the raft. Yes, please, she said eagerly, clapping her hands together. I handed her a large piece of jerky, which looked like a tiny snack in her enormous hands. Here you go, but try not to scare the sea kings too much, okay? They're already doing us a favor by pulling this raft. Dora nodded enthusiastically, munching on the jerky. Okay, Ross. I'll try to be quiet. I sighed, a small smile tugging at my lips. Despite her giant form, there was something endearing about Dora's childlike innocence. Maybe Doffy was right about my tendency to gather kids, but seeing the joy on Dora's face made it all worth it. As we sailed on, I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of our situation. Here we were, on a makeshift raft pulled by terrified sea kings, with a giant singing nursery rhymes at the top of her lungs. Life was indeed a dream, a strange, unpredictable, and utterly beautiful dream. Say, Ross, was what you told me about Mother Carmel really true? Dora asked, her brow furrowing as she recalled the many things I had shared with her during our journey back to East Blue. I could travel carrying her using my lightning powers, but it would be exhaustive, despite it being a quicker way to traverse. Since there was no urgent matter to attend to, this journey provided Dora with a nice sense of adventure. I had also shared tidbits of detail regarding our family, especially the other kids back in Dressrosa. Robin, Lucci, and I couldn't wait to see Dora's reaction upon meeting Leo and Mancheri. Yeah, it's true. She was a child trafficker. She abducted quite a few children and sold them to the world government for various purposes. The reason she helped the remnants of the giant pirates avoid execution was to create a connection with Elbaf. If not for that, Carmel would never have gotten permission to establish her orphanage in Elbaf back then, I explained, watching her reaction carefully. Damn that old hag. Someday, when I get my hands on her, I will squeeze the life out of her, Dora fumed, stuffing her mouth with sea king meat. I'm afraid you might not get that chance, Dora. Big Mom beat you to it. She ate Carmel alive. Carmel didn't go missing, she's simply dead. How do you think Lin Lin ended up with Carmel's devil fruit powers? I asked, making Dora realize the gravity of the events. These incidents had occurred before she was born, around the time her elder brother Loki was born. She had come to know of all these events from the elders of her clan. Ross, how do you know all these things about Elbaf? I'm sure even many giants in Elbaf aren't sure about what exactly happened back then. We were all taught from a young age to hate Lin, who was responsible for a great tragedy. Many still believe Carmel was a saint within Elbaf, she added while munching on her meal. Carmel was someone that Cypher Pole planted in Elbaf to infiltrate your country. Even now, many parties are interested in artificially creating giants. So I suggest you keep your lineage as royalty a secret, understood? I cautioned her. Though Dora was strong, she wasn't at a level where she could roam the seas unchallenged. It was better to maintain secrecy about her lineage. Giants out at sea were already a rarity, and many parties were on the lookout for giants with royal bloodlines. Ross, is that why you recruited me into your family? Do the Donquxote family also want to create giants of their own? She asked innocently, tilting her head. I simply smirked and turned to look around, spotting a small, rocky island nearby. Before Dora could say anything, a massive black lightning spear descended from the skies, obliterating the island from existence. Whoa! She bellowed in surprise. What do you think? Does our family still need giants? I smirked, but Dora's eyes twinkled with excitement. Teach me! Teach me how to sink islands, she asked happily, her enthusiasm contagious. Dora was already proficient in hockey and much stronger than your average giant warrior. Patience, Dora. Power like that isn't something you can just learn overnight. It takes practice, control, and a deep understanding of your abilities, I said, my tone serious but encouraging. But I promise, I'll teach you everything I know. A dozen miles away, a massive marine ship sliced through the waters, heading directly in the direction Ross and Dora were traveling. This formidable vessel belonged to the giant squadron of the Marines. Sir! That's definitely a giant on a raft. A Marine from the Crow's Nest bellowed down to the giant captain lounging on the deck. Vice Admiral John Giant was a towering figure even among his kind, the first giant ever to enlist in the Marines. He was an imposing sight with a rugged, withered face, a thick, grizzled beard, and sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. His broad shoulders and muscular frame were adorned with the distinct Marine uniform, custom-tailored to fit his massive size. A large tricorn hat sat atop his head, adding to his authoritative presence. He had left Elbaf to make a name for himself, his ambition driving him to rise through the Marine ranks. His mission was to keep a lookout for any rogue giants who had left Elbaf, attempting to convince them to join the Marines. The thought of them joining any other faction was a disaster he intended to prevent. Since the day the giant squadron was established, he had successfully enlisted over 40 giants into the Marines. Just 2 days prior, he had received a message from the headquarters about a giant leisurely traveling on a raft pulled by sea kings. John immediately understood that this giant must be quite powerful to subdue the Sea Kings to do their bidding, and he was set to enlist this giant in the Marines. It's been close to 4 years since we managed to add a new brethren to our squadron. Today, I hope we can add another giant to our squad, Vice Admiral John said to Rear Admiral LaCroix, a fellow giant who stood on the deck of the massive ship, smoking a cigar. But what is a giant doing all the way in the West Blue? From the direction they're moving, they must be planning to cross over into one of the other blues. Are they planning to scale the Red Line or something? LaCroix asked, puzzled. The way they were traveling didn't make sense. The direction meant they would end up in the East Blue. Why the hell would any giant travel all the way from the New World to the East Blue, he murmured. Even if the giant's idea was to traverse to the East Blue, I'm sure they can achieve that through the Calm Belt. With Sea Kings pulling the raft, there shouldn't be much difficulty, Lons, who was wearing a medieval helmet, added, worry etched on his face. If the giant's allegiance was not set yet, it would be easy to persuade them to join the Marines. Giants were simple-minded in that respect. A duel and victory in combat would earn their loyalty. I just hope the giant has not already affiliated with some pirate crew, he mused. John was cunning and ambitious, his mind always working several steps ahead. He had left Elbaf close to a century ago. He was one of the first giants that Mother Carmel had convinced to enlist into the Marines. He knew the importance of each giant recruit and the potential they held for the Marine forces. His strategy was straightforward: win their respect through strength, then mold their loyalty to the world government over time. The hostility most giants felt toward the world government could be managed, given enough time and the right persuasion. "Prepare to intercept," Vice Admiral John ordered, his voice booming with authority. "We must ensure this giant joins our ranks. It's not just about adding to our numbers, it's about ensuring they don't fall into the wrong hands." The ship adjusted its course, and the regular Marines, in addition to the other giants on board, prepared themselves for the encounter. John's eyes gleamed with determination. He knew the significance of this moment, not just for the giant squadron but for his personal legacy. On the raft, I was already aware of the rapidly approaching Marine ship. With my proficiency in observation hockey combined with my lightning logia powers, I could detect movements hundreds of miles away and even eavesdrop on conversations aboard the Marine ship. I had always wondered how giants ended up with the Marines. It seemed that the Marines and the world government were constantly on the hunt for giants. Those who showed allegiance would serve them, while the others were likely sliced and diced as experimental subjects. "Dora, it seems we will soon have visitors." I chuckled. Dora immediately started scanning the horizon for any ships, but all she could see was the open sea. I gestured in a specific direction, and squinting her eyes against the bright sunlight, she finally spotted a small speck on the horizon. It was none other than the giant Marine ship, and with each passing second, it grew in size. If we wanted, we could easily outrun the ship. All I had to do was command the Sea Kings. But I was curious to see what these Marines wanted to achieve. A few minutes later, a series of distant cannon shots rang out. Boom, boom. The massive shells landed in the waters near the raft, clearly intended as warning shots rather than direct attacks. I wondered how the giants would react if they knew I was on board as well. "It looks like they mean business," I mused aloud, glancing at Dora, who was watching the approaching ship with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. As the Marine ship drew closer, its sheer size became more imposing. Vice Admiral John Giant stood at the bow, a towering figure among giants, his sharp eyes locked onto us. He was an imposing sight, his rugged, withered face framed by a thick, grizzled beard. His broad shoulders and muscular frame were adorned with the distinct Marine uniform, and a large tricorn hat sat atop his head, adding to his authoritative presence. "Dora, remember to keep your cool. These Marines are likely here to recruit you," I advised, my voice calm and steady. "Let's see what they have to say." The Marine ship finally came to a halt a short distance from our raft. A group of Marines, led by Vice Admiral John Giant, prepared to board. Rear Admiral LaCroix, a sharp-eyed giant with a perpetual scowl, stood by John's side, puffing on a cigar. "Ahoy there!" John called out, his voice booming across the water. "We mean you no harm. We're here to talk." Dora glanced at me, and I gave her a reassuring nod. "Let's hear them out," I said. As the Marines approached, John's eyes fell on Dora, his expression one of hopeful determination. "Greetings, young warrior. I am Vice Admiral John Giant of Marine Headquarters. We've been searching for fellow giants." Before he could continue, Rear Admiral LaCroix, standing beside him, abruptly interrupted. His massive cigar dropped from his mouth as his eyes locked on me. This was not our first encounter. During my time serving under the Marines, I had regularly interacted with a few giants, pestering them for training, and LaCroix was one of them. His reaction was more than just surprise, it was pure shock and terror. The reason? My current identity is that of a pirate, a man with a bounty of over 2.5 billion berries, and the one who killed the last chief warden of Impel Down. "What's gotten into you, LaCroix? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" John asked, still unaware of my presence next to Dora. His focus was entirely on recruiting the young giantess, estimating her as a juvenile who could be easily persuaded to join the Marines. But LaCroix's actions disrupted his flow. "Donquxote," LaCroix whispered, gesturing toward me. John turned to look at me, and I waved casually, as if greeting an old neighbor. The entire marine ship fell silent. The tension was palpable, and every eye was now fixed on me. "Hello, Vice Admiral," I said, my tone light but laced with underlying menace. "I see you're recruiting giants. How commendable." John's face hardened as he realized who I was. "Donquxote Rosinante. What are you doing here?" "I'm just enjoying a leisurely trip," I replied with a smirk. Dora here was curious about the world outside, so I offered to show her around. Dora, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, stood up, her towering presence adding to the tension. "I'm not interested in joining the Marines," she stated firmly. "I'm with the Donquxote family." John's eyes narrowed. "You're making a mistake, young giantess. The Marines offer protection, honor, and a chance to make a difference. The Donquxote are simply pirate scum. They have no honor of warriors. As a giant, how can you side with such filthy beings?" "Or a chance to be used as a pawn," I interjected, my gaze locked on John's. "Tell me, John, how many of your giants are truly free? How many serve willingly, and how many were coerced?" John's jaw clenched. "We do what is necessary for justice. And I can assure you that none of the giants were forced to serve. They do it because they embody justice." I chuckled, the sound echoing over the waves. "Ha ha ha. You sure know how to make a joke. Justice, you say? And what justice do you serve by hunting down giants who refuse to join you? By using them as experiments if they don't comply? Or did you really think that the world doesn't know about all those giants that vanish from around the world, especially the New World?" LaCroix, regaining his composure, stepped forward. How dare you tarnish the Marine prestige? This isn't a debate, Donquxote. You're a wanted man. Hand over the giantess, and we might consider leniency." I stood up slowly, my eyes flashing with a mix of amusement and warning. "Leniency? You should be more concerned with your own safety, Rear Admiral. I have no intention of letting Dora be used by anyone. Did you think that just having a few Gants aboard your ship was enough to confront someone like me? You sure have become dumb, LaCroix." Dora nodded, her anger clearly radiating through her very being. Earlier, she was curious to meet her kin, but now knowing that this bunch caught giants who were not compliant and experimented on them made her furious and sick. "I will not be a pawn. Not for the Marines, not for anyone." The Marines shifted uneasily, unsure of how to proceed. John, however, was not easily deterred. "We can't let you go, Donquxote. You're too dangerous. Walk away from the giant. This matter doesn't involve you." I stepped to the edge of the raft, my eyes locked onto John's. "Then try to stop us, or is what you said earlier about being a warrior all but mere talk?" I challenged. Chapter 212, Sucker Punch. Dora's massive fist, coated with armament hockey, rammed into John Giant's face, sending him flying. As he crashed into the mountain, the entire island rumbled. It was a spectacle to see giants locked in a primal brawl. John Giant, realizing he had few options, had challenged Dora directly with the agreement that the winner could make one request of the loser. As John was set flying, the other giants from the Marine squadron seemed uneasy. The Vice Admiral was the strongest among the giants who had joined the Marines, but Dora was simply toying with the giant, who was more than a century old. They very much wanted to gang up on Dora and beat her into submission, but my presence was enough to deter them from making any stupid moves. The battlefield shook with each clash of the titans. Dora, her fists cloaked in the shimmering black of armament hockey, moved with a ferocity and speed that belied her massive size. John Giant, wielding a saber as large as a ship's mast, picked himself up from the rubble with blood streaming down his face. He launched himself forward again, meeting her with equal determination, his own armament hockey coating his weapon in a dark, steely gleam. "Who are you? You cannot be any regular giant," John roared as his saber followed a deadly trajectory. "I am the one who is going to teach you what being a giant truly means," Dora roared back, venting her anger. I had told her almost all the atrocities that the world government had done to wandering giants, and the fact that even giants had helped them in such endeavors irked her. "I will make sure that you will never lay your hands on another giant henceforth," she vowed, and the island shook under her mad charge. Their exchange was a symphony of destruction. Dora's fist collided with John's giant saber, the impact creating a shockwave that rippled through the island, causing trees to snap like twigs and the ground to crack and heave. Both giants were thrown back, but Dora was quick to recover, her observation haki giving her the edge as she anticipated John's next move. John roared and lunged, bringing his saber down with a force that split the air. Dora sidestepped with surprising agility, her own fist countering in a blur of motion. She drove her punch into John's ribs, the haki-infused blow sending him skidding back, his feet digging deep trenches in the earth. The mountain behind him groaned and crumbled, loose rocks tumbling down in a cascade. Not one to be outdone, John used his momentum to swing his saber in a wide arc, the blade catching the light as it came towards Dora with deadly precision. She blocked with her forearm, the clash sending sparks flying. With a swift twist, she deflected the blade and closed the distance, her fists a whirlwind of devastating punches. Each hit landed with the force of a titan, creating craters in the ground and shattering nearby boulders into dust. "Damn you! I will have your head, you dumb cunt!" John roared. I couldn't help but narrow my eyes. I didn't like when others cursed at my family, but for now, I kept my anger in check as I didn't want to intervene in Dora's fight. "What did you just say?" Dora roared, uprooting a massive tree and slamming it into John's face while infusing it with haki, sending the opponent flying again. "Vice Admiral," the other giants roared, wanting to intervene. But just as they took a step, a massive pressure descended on them, like the sky itself had come down on them, sending them crashing onto their knees. The sheer pressure of my conqueror's haki was not something they could handle. 3 of the giants succumbed to the haki's pressure, foaming at the mouth, while LaCroix was using his arm to push himself up, or at least he tried, but his face was pinned to the ground. The other 2 giants were prostrated on the ground, cracks spreading where they were pinned. I just smirked as I kept my eyes on the fight going on in front of me while the rest of the giants struggled to keep their consciousness. Even the Marines on the ship were all knocked out. The massive Sea Kings, however, couldn't help but sweat. Though the pressure was not targeted at them, they had experienced the terror before, so they couldn't help but shiver as they prowled on the edge of the island. They did not dare to leave without my permission because they knew the fate of anyone who tried to escape, having witnessed the fate of dozens of their kin who had been defiant. "Tui! Do you think you can best me with just this?" John roared as he ripped apart his torn marine cloak and shirt and tossed them aside, exposing his bare upper body. His ripped muscles and countless scars told the story of a lifetime of battles. "Did you think I got nothing in return from the world government for giving them my allegiance?" he bellowed in laughter. "It's time I show you what a giant can truly do when he unlocks his full potential." His entire body suddenly turned warm, and his eyes became bloodshot. His skin started turning crimson. "Behold the power of a true giant, you bitch!" But before he could showboat, Dora's massive fist landed on his face. Unlike earlier, he stood his ground and turned to face Dora. "Is that all you got?" "That gave me quite the itch," he spat. However, Dora didn't let up and rained down a barrage of attacks, her fists coated with haki. I was observing the fight from the sidelines. John's resilience was remarkable, but after whatever he had done, it was skyrocketing. Even with my voice of all things, I could detect that his vitality had just shot up multiple folds from what it was earlier. Despite the punishment, he held his ground due to the power-up, his own observation haki allowing him to narrowly evade Dora's most lethal strikes. He countered with powerful slashes, his saber creating shockwaves that cut through the landscape. One such wave cleaved through a nearby mountain, sending a massive chunk crashing into the sea. The fight escalated, their movements blurring into a frenzied dance of destruction. Dora's fist slammed into John's saber, sending it flying from his grasp. She followed up with a thunderous uppercut that lifted the giant off his feet, his body soaring into the air before crashing back down with earth-shattering force. "Ha ha ha! Is that the best you can do?" John taunted. Dora frowned, not understanding why someone she was beating up one-sidedly had gained a sudden power-up. But I realized that John must have undergone some modifications. He must have allowed the world government to experiment on him in exchange for greater power. The primal brawl continued, each clash leaving the island scarred and broken, a testament to the titanic battle of wills and a giant's power. Pleasure Island, North Blue. Within the depths of a squalid slum, inside a tattered house made of broken metal sheets, a woman lay screaming. She had gone into labor, but there was no one by her side except for a little girl who was only 8 or 9 years old. "Mother, mother, tell me what to do." Little Monet's voice was fraught with worry. Her life had been filled with hardship since birth, and the only light in all that darkness was her mother. Despite her disability, her mother worked as a pleasure worker to make ends meet. Monet's father, however, was a demon in human disguise. He was as abusive as they came, using his own wife's body as a bargaining chip to gamble and drink. It was he who had forced her mother into the sex trade. A meek woman, her mother had endured everything for Monet's sake all these years. Despite his wife's labor, Monet's father was nowhere to be seen. Little Monet was certain he was off drinking and gambling somewhere. In recent months, since her mother was heavily pregnant, he had not been getting enough money and had become more abusive. The countless scars and lash marks on her body were a testament to his cruelty. Monet had come to realize many harsh truths at a young age. She had started working odd jobs since she was 3 because her father snatched away everything her mother earned. The money Monet earned in secret filled their bellies. Despite all the hardship, she had managed to save enough money to get her mother medical help during the pregnancy. But her father found out and took the money. The beating he gave her left her unconscious for 2 days. When she woke up, she heard her mother screaming in pain from labor. Monet was lost, not knowing what to do. Though she pretended to be strong, it was all too much for a little girl to bear. "Monet! Monet!" her mother whimpered in pain, her eyes rolling back. She knew her chances of surviving were minimal, so she called her daughter closer. She saw Monet's legs had bled, understanding that her daughter must have run around the dump of the slum seeking help. But kindness was long forgotten in this place. "Mother, stay with me, please. Please don't leave me," Monet pleaded, kneeling next to her dying mother, tears streaming down her face. "Sugar, her name's Sugar," her mother whispered. Despite the child not yet being born, she knew in her gut it must be a girl. "She will bring you all the happiness and sweetness of life, just like sugar," she muttered. Sugar was a luxury to people struggling to make ends meet, and naming a child Sugar meant that the mother wanted her child to live like a princess. Monet's heart shattered into pieces. Her mother's voice grew weaker with each word. The reality of her mother's impending death crashed over her like a relentless wave. She clutched her mother's hand, feeling the life slip away with every passing second. Her mind raced with memories of her mother's gentle smile, the way she sang lullabies despite her own sorrows, and the warmth of her embrace that shielded Monet from the cruel world outside. Monet's childhood had been stolen from her, replaced by a relentless struggle for survival. She had endured beatings, hunger, and the cold indifference of a society that had forgotten the meaning of compassion. Now, as she sat next to her dying mother, she felt a fierce determination take root in her heart. She would fight for Sugar's future, for a life free from the horrors that had plagued their existence. Bang! Suddenly, the door to their little abode burst open as someone kicked it in. 3 men stepped into the shabby home, which barely fit them. Little Monet instinctively picked up the rusted kitchen knife, standing defensively. Hee. It looks like we have a feisty one here." Good. The man in the lead, with a snake-like grin, had eyes that glinted with malice. His slick back hair and sharp, angular features gave him a predatory look. Dressed in a tattered suit that had seen better days, he seemed cunning and dangerous. The 2 burly men following him, muscle-bound and thuggish, were clearly his enforcers. Get out of our house." Monet's tiny voice trembled as she threatened him, but the man in the lead simply disregarded her, his eyes falling on her mother, who was still barely breathing. It seems like we made it in time. She's still alive. He chuckled darkly. Just as Monet was about to charge, another man stumbled into the home, all drunk and reeking of alcohol. He was disheveled, his beard soaked in what seemed like his own vomit. Calling him an animal would be an insult to animals, but it was his eyes, the eyes that held all the cruelty, that sent shivers down Monet's little body, making her unconsciously drop the knife in her hand. Well, if it isn't my precious little family, the drunk man slurred, leering at Monet and her mother. This was her father, the source of all their suffering. Monet's heart pounded in her chest. She wanted to protect her mother and sister, but fear paralyzed her. The leader of the intruders stepped closer, surveying the scene with a smirk. Your timing is impeccable, old man. We were just about to take care of our business here, the leader said, his voice dripping with condescension. Just get it done, you have already paid for the goods, so it's all yours. Monet's father grunted, staggering to a corner and collapsing in a heap, utterly indifferent to the horror unfolding before him. The leader turned back to Monet, his eyes narrowing. Now, little girl, why don't you be a good child and step aside? We're here for your mother. No! Monet screamed, her voice cracking with desperation. You can't take her. The leader laughed, a cold, heartless sound. Oh, but we can, and we will. She's still breathing, which means she's still useful. And your father here has already sold her to us for a decent price. One of the burly men moved towards Monet, but she stood her ground, her small frame trembling with a mix of fear and determination. She glanced at her mother, who lay weakly on the bed, and at her cruel father, who had gone ahead and sold his own wife. He stirred, rummaging through the pots and pans, wanting to find something to eat. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, not finding anything. Leave us alone! Monet shouted, tears streaming down her face. You can't take them. The leader's expression hardened. Enough of this. Grab the woman and let's go. The second thug advanced, grabbing Monet by the arm and yanking her away from her mother. Monet struggled, kicking and screaming, but she was no match for the brute strength of the man holding her. He threw her to the ground, and she hit the floor with a painful thud. Please, don't take her. Monet sobbed, crawling towards her mother. The leader bent down, his face inches from Monet's. This is the way of the world, little girl. The strong take what they want, and the weak suffer. With that, he stood up and signaled to his men. The two thugs lifted Monet's mother from the bed, her body limp and unresponsive. Monet's cries filled the tiny room as they dragged her mother away. Chapter 213, Mother. No! Monet's voice broke as she watched the men drag her mother away. Left alone, clutching the rusted knife once more, the weight of the world seemed to crash down on her tiny shoulders. The room, already a symbol of their suffering, now felt like a prison of despair. Suddenly, a sharp kick sent Monet flying, crashing against the metal sheets that formed their home's walls. The impact left her gasping for breath, and her body crumpled on the cold floor. The leader and his goons watched in surprise as Monet's father, stumbling and furious, rushed toward the fallen child. His drunken rage knew no bounds. You little bitch, he roared, grabbing Monet by her hair and yanking her up. Where's the food? What have you been doing here all this time? His fists pounded into Monet's small frame, his kicks landing with a brutality that seemed almost inhuman. His drunkenness made him lose all semblance of restraint as he beat the girl mercilessly. Just as the drunken man raised his fist for another punch, a strong arm caught his wrist. He turned, stunned, to find the leader's cruel eyes locking onto him. What the hell are you doing? I have already given you what I had promised. The drunken man's voice was a venomous whisper, and his gaze was cold and unforgiving. The drunken man tried to push the leader away, but the leader's grip was ironclad. Nope, nope. Not so fast, you asshole. The leader's voice was edged with menace. You took 10,000 berries from me, promising a mother and an infant. But it seems like you've given me a faulty product. The leader gestured toward the lifeless body of Monet's mother. "So you better pay me back right now, you bastard." His voice was dangerous, making Monet's father shiver with fear. But I already gave her to you. It's not my fault she's dead." The drunken man stammered, his desperation making him incoherent. His gaze darted to his wife's corpse, then back to the leader. He had already squandered most of the money on gambling and drinking. Wait, he roared in desperation. The kid must still be alive." Stumbling, he grabbed the rusted knife from the floor and, to Monet's horror, began slicing open his dead wife's belly. Blood gushed out, the grotesque scene making even the burly goon sick. But the leader watched with a perverse delight, savoring the unfolding horror. Monet's world shattered. Her mind froze in shock as the blood pooled around her, staining her small face. Her mother's body was desecrated in the most brutal way. The sight was so horrific that it left Monet paralyzed, unable to comprehend the cruelty before her. Then, the loud, piercing wail of the newborn filled the room. The cruel man extracted the baby from the cold, dead body of Monet's mother. With shaking hands, he handed the blood-stained infant over to the leader. Here, the baby is alive." "That should cover the money," he said with madness in his eyes. The leader chuckled darkly, his satisfaction evident. "I have the infant," the leader said, gesturing for one of his goons to take the baby. The goon accepted it reluctantly, but the leader's gaze was not yet satisfied. "But I paid you for both a mother and a child." Panic washed over the drunken man's face. His eyes darted around desperately before landing on Monet, who was huddled on the floor, her body trembling with fear. "The girl," the leader said coldly, "take the little bitch. She'll fetch quite a bit if you sell her. She's untainted. I'm sure you can pay me extra if I sell her to you. I'm sure she'll be worth more than this bitch's mother." He kicked the cold corpse, a cruel smirk on his face. The leader's eyes shifted to Monet with a glint of interest. "How did I miss that?" he thought, observing Monet's fragile form. "Yes, the girl will surely grow into a beauty. She'll fetch a high price at auction." Monet's heart sank as the leader's gaze settled on her. Her entire world had been ripped apart, and now, the prospect of being sold into a future as bleak as her past seemed almost too much to bear. Her mind raced, trying to find some way out, but the oppressive fear and despair made it hard to think. As the leader's goon closed in, Monet clutched the rusted knife once more, not as a weapon but as a small semblance of defiance against the relentless cruelty of her world. The room, once filled with the echoes of her mother's final moments, now became a grim stage for her own uncertain future. The leader's cruel laughter echoed in her ears, a haunting reminder of the darkness she faced. In that moment of horror, Monet felt a cold resolve take root. Though she was a child surrounded by cruelty and despair, she would not let this be the end. She would fight for her survival, for her sister's future, and for a chance at something better, even in the face of unimaginable darkness. Despite her resolve, Monet was powerless against the goons. One of them casually pried the rusted knife from her trembling hand and tossed it aside before lifting her broken form with brutish ease. Monet could do nothing but cry out in muffled sobs, her small body barely registering the pain of being handled like a rag doll. The leader, with a cruel smile, nonchalantly tossed a few crumpled notes and a handful of coins onto the blood-stained floor, where they mingled with the crimson stains of her mother's blood. "That should be more than enough to cover the girl's price," he said, his voice dripping with malice. He chuckled darkly as he watched the drunken man scramble to gather the money. The drunken man, his greed outweighing any concern for Monet's fate, immediately dropped to his knees, eagerly snatching up the scattered money. His hands fumbled with the crumpled bills and coins as he stuffed them into his pockets. Yes, this should be more than enough," he exclaimed, his voice slurred with satisfaction. The leader's laughter was cold and mocking. "It surely was a pleasure doing business with you," he said, his tone laced with cruel amusement. With a final, contemptuous glance at the scene of devastation, he turned on his heel and made his way towards the door. His two goons followed, their footsteps heavy and indifferent as they left the shabby house behind. The leader's laughter echoed in the narrow, grimy streets as he headed towards the largest auction house in the city. It was a place where the most depraved nobles gathered, a haven for those with the darkest desires, ready to spend fortunes on the most unspeakable goods. "You are sure to make me a rich and happy man," the leader cackled as he directed his gaze at Monet, his voice full of twisted delight. The anticipation in his words was palpable as he imagined the profit he would make from the sale of Monet. He reveled in the thought of the high bids and the satisfaction of his buyers, the idea of her suffering turning into his reward. Monet regained consciousness, her senses dragging her painfully back to reality. Her body felt bruised and battered, each movement causing a fresh wave of agony. She opened her eyes to a world that was both unfamiliar and horrifyingly opulent. The room was a stark contrast to the grim surroundings of her past life. The walls were draped in rich, deep crimson velvet that cascaded elegantly from the ceiling. The opulence of the room was illuminated by a grand chandelier, its crystal pendants casting a kaleidoscope of light that danced across the polished mahogany floor. Antique furniture, elaborately carved and gilded, filled the space. Its grandeur was both alluring and oppressive. A massive four-poster bed, draped in silk sheets and adorned with heavy, ornate carvings, loomed in one corner of the room. Nearby, a grand mirror with a gold frame reflected the unsettling scene, its surface revealing the stark contrast between Monet's innocence and the room's decadence. Fear crept into Monet's soul as she absorbed the grandeur of her surroundings. The luxurious decor was a stark reminder of the rumors she had heard, the tales of noblemen buying children for their darkest desires. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She had been sold, her fate sealed by the vile whims of those who wielded power and wealth. The lavish room was a grim testament to the reality of her situation. A sudden creak drew her attention, and she turned to see the door swinging open. A young woman in her mid-20s stepped in, her face etched with worry and dread. She wore a simple but elegant maid's uniform, her posture conveying both urgency and deep-seated sorrow. As she closed the door behind her, the quiet click of the latch was a somber reminder of the isolation Monet felt. The maid hurried to Monet's side, her eyes filled with a deep, compassionate understanding of the grim fate that awaited this little girl. She had seen enough in her time working on this estate to know what was coming. The nobleman who owned this estate, Lord Reginald, was known for his grotesque predilections. Over the past 2 years, the maid has witnessed more than 50 young girls disappear after being subjected to unspeakable horrors. Only a few who managed to meet the man's depraved standards were spared and kept as his so-called prized possessions, while the rest were discarded like broken toys. As she knelt beside Monet, her heart weighed heavy with regret and sorrow. She had heard whispers of the nobleman's latest acquisition, a child bought for an exorbitant price at the auction. The grim knowledge that Monet was now entangled in this cycle of cruelty was almost too much to bear. Tears streamed down Monet's face as she looked up at the maid. "Where am I? Where is my sister?" she whispered, her voice breaking with anguish. The maid's face softened with empathy, though she knew that the truth would offer little comfort. "You're at Lord Reginald's estate," she said, her voice trembling. He bought you from the auction. I'm so sorry." She paused, struggling to find the words to explain the reality that awaited Monet. "Your sister, she's—" Her voice faltered, the words choked by the horror of the situation. The maid's gaze dropped to the floor, unable to face the full impact of her confession. She reached out, placing a comforting hand on Monet's shoulder, her touch gentle but laden with the weight of the grim reality. The maid quickly pulled out a small knife concealed inside her dress and addressed Monet. "Child, I cannot truly help you escape from the monster. This is the only way I can help, to spare you from what's coming. The choice is yours to make." Monet's eyes widened, her heart pounding in her chest. The maid's words sank in, but another thought overpowered her fear. "My sister, what happened to my sister? I cannot leave her behind." Monet's voice trembled, torn between the maid's kindness and her duty to her infant sibling. She understood the mercy the maid was offering, better to end her life than to be ravaged by a monster. But the idea of her little sister suffering alone in this cruel world made her blood run cold. The maid sighed, her own eyes welling with tears. It's always the innocents that suffer, she whispered, a single tear slipping down her cheek. Steeling herself, she knew she couldn't risk her own family to grant this child mercy. If you truly want to save your sister, then you must serve the master well. As long as you can keep him satisfied, he will grant you some of your wishes, she said, her face tear-stained and filled with sorrow. I will leave the knife with you just in case. Hide it under the pillow, she urged, and Monet reluctantly took the knife, concealing it beneath the velvet pillow. Take care, the maid whispered. I must go, no one should be here in your room. I'm sorry this happened to you, little one. Just try to endure. The more you satisfy him, the more fond he will grow of you. If you truly want to walk out of here alive, he is your only option. If not, your only other choice is. She directed her gaze at the velvet pillow, a silent reminder of the knife hidden beneath it. Monet's mind raced, the weight of her decisions pressing heavily on her young shoulders. The lavish room around her felt like a prison, each ornate detail was a cruel mockery of her plight. The chandelier's light seemed dim, unable to chase away the darkness of her new reality. As the maid slipped out of the room, Monet was left alone with her thoughts, her fear, and the cold, hard knife beneath her pillow, a small token of power in a world that had stolen all control from her. She clutched the pillow, feeling the blade's presence, and took a deep breath. Her thoughts turned to Sugar, the little sister she had vowed to protect. The path ahead was fraught with unimaginable horrors, but for her sister's sake, Monet knew she had to endure. The maid's words echoed in her mind, mingling with her own resolve. She would survive this nightmare, not just for herself, but for the sister who depended on her. The maid carefully stepped out of the room, her tear-stained face twisting into a cruel smirk as she made her way toward the master's study. Each step she took was calculated, her heart racing with anticipation of the reward awaiting her. Reaching the door, she knocked lightly. Come in, a gruff voice sounded from inside. The maid entered, closing the door softly behind her. Sitting behind an ornate mahogany desk was Lord Reginald, a plump man whose opulence was evident in his lavish attire. His jowls quivered as he shifted, his beady eyes lighting up with a sick smile as the maid approached. His thinning hair was slicked back, and his fingers, adorned with jeweled rings, drummed impatiently on the desk. Is it done? He asked urgently, his voice a raspy whisper of excitement. He struggled to pick himself up, his massive girth making the movement cumbersome. The maid rushed to support him, her hands sliding under his arm to help him stand. Their closeness was palpable, the way her body pressed against his revealed a relationship far more intimate than that of master and servant. Reginald's plump hands roved over her body, groping and grabbing, eliciting soft moans of pleasure from the maid. Yes, master, she said with a mad glee, her eyes glittering with the same twisted anticipation. The girl is ready, and from the looks of it, she will cooperate willingly. What little Monet didn't know was that the maid was one of Lord Reginald's most loyal servants, sharing in his depraved desires. Her suggestion to manipulate the young girls into offering themselves willingly had been a stroke of malicious genius. The nobleman detested the crying and whining of the little girls he had to force himself upon, and the maid's plan ensured they would come to him with submission rather than resistance. Reginald's chubby fingers traced the maid's cheek as he let out a satisfied chuckle. Excellent. You've done well, my dear. The pleasure of a willing victim is far sweeter than one taken by force. The maid's eyes glowed with perverse pride. Thank you, master. I live to serve you. Her voice dripped with a mixture of devotion and madness, a perfect reflection of the twisted relationship they shared. Reginald's room was a testament to his depravity. The rich velvet drapes, the plush carpets, and the intricately carved furniture all spoke of wealth and power, but there was an underlying darkness. The dim light from the chandelier cast eerie shadows, accentuating the grotesque paintings on the walls depicting scenes of debauchery and excess. As the maid helped Reginald settle back into his chair, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. She knew that tonight, Monet's fate would be sealed, and her master's insatiable appetite would be sated once more. The two of them reveled in their shared sickness, each act of cruelty and manipulation drawing them closer together in their depravity. Reginald's eyes gleamed as he thought of the night ahead. Prepare the room. I want everything to be perfect. Of course, master, the maid replied, her voice a purr of compliance. She exited the study, her mind already racing with the preparations she needed to make. As she walked through the halls, her smirk grew wider. Little Monet had no idea of the horrors that awaited her, nor the depths of depravity shared by the nobleman and his devoted maid. In the grand mansion, hidden behind a facade of aristocratic splendor, the true monsters thrived, feeding off the innocence of those unfortunate enough to cross their path. And tonight, Monet would learn just how cruel and twisted the world could be. Reginald stood in the lavishly decorated bedroom, towering over little Monet, who had been dressed in a beautiful pink frock. The room was opulent, adorned with rich tapestries, intricate woodwork, and a chandelier casting a soft, golden glow. The contrast between the room's luxury and the dark intent of its occupant was stark and unsettling. Reginald placed his plump hands gently on Monet's shoulders, licking his lips as his eyes filled with depravity. His anticipation was evident in his ragged breath. However, Monet stood strong, her little sister's life flashing before her eyes. If what the maid had said was true, she had a chance to save her sister, even at the cost of her own innocence. The nobleman was delighted. His maid had done a tremendous job. Normally, even girls who were convinced would cry, but this girl stood with a smile on her face, which made his dark desires rile up even more. I have a request, Monet gulped, placing her own hand over his plump hands. Her eyes darted to the velvet pillow momentarily, where the small knife was hidden, but then she resolved herself. She knew she had to play this carefully. I will do anything. I just want your help saving my sister. Can you do that? She asked, her voice trembling slightly but still carrying a determined edge. Reginald's eyes gleamed with a mad grin. Anything. Anything for you, my love. As long as you satisfy all my desires, I can grant any of your wishes, he said, his voice dripping with perverse delight. His hands moved with practiced ease, undressing Monet slowly. Each movement was deliberate, savoring the moment. Silent tears fell from Monet's eyes, but she gritted her teeth. She forced herself to endure, to focus on the hope of saving her sister. Reginald's fingers traced around her naked body, exploring with a grotesque fascination. Every touch made her skin crawl, but she remained resolute. The nobleman's breath quickened as he continued, his excitement palpable. You're a brave girl, aren't you? So willing to sacrifice for your sister. I admire that, he whispered, his voice husky with lust. Monet's mind raced, trying to stay strong. She needed to survive this night, to ensure her sister's safety. The maid's words echoed in her mind, satisfy him, and he will grant your wishes. As revolting as it was, she knew this was her only chance. Reginald's grip tightened, and he pulled her closer, his eyes darkening with desire. Monet closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She had to endure this for Sugar. For her sister, she would bear the unbearable. Chapter 214. Just as Reginald was about to claim his ultimate prize, a soft knock echoed through the room, disturbing him. He ignored it, roughly pushing little Monet onto the bed. The knock grew heavier and more insistent, making his anger boil over. You bastards! Don't you know I'm busy? If I come out there, I'll have your heads, he roared. Before he could finish his threat, the ornate door was blasted open, and several figures leisurely walked into the room. Foo. Have our heads? It seems like you're fond of heads. It's a good thing I brought this along then, Doflamingo chuckled, tossing the severed head of the leader who had brought Monet and her sister from their father. Reginald froze in shock, his face paling as he took in the intruders. Bastard! Who the hell are you? He roared, disregarding the rolling head on the floor. Guards! Guards! He bellowed, but no one answered his call. Senor strode into the room, dragging the maid by her hair. She was bleeding, her once pristine face now grotesque and unsightly. One of her arms was severed, blood dripping onto the lavish carpet. Senor Pink tossed her like a rag doll, her body landing with a sickening thud. The opulent bedroom, with its rich tapestries and intricate woodwork, was now a scene of chaos and terror. The chandelier cast a flickering, eerie light on the unfolding nightmare. Doflamingo's men spread out, their presence dominating the room, their expressions cold and menacing. Reginald's eyes darted around frantically, searching for any means of escape. Who are you people?" he stammered, his voice quivering with fear. Monet, lying on the bed, watched in a mix of fear and confusion. She had been ready to sacrifice herself to save her sister, but now, new players had entered the game. She didn't know whether to feel hope or dread. Reginald's bravado crumbled. Please, I can pay you. I have money, connections. Just let me go," he pleaded, his earlier arrogance replaced by desperation. Doflamingo laughed, a sound devoid of any warmth. Foo. Money? Connections? You think we care about such things? He gestured to the head on the floor. Your connections brought you to this moment. Now, you'll face the consequences for messing with what's mine. Senor stepped forward, clutching the maid's head again, his grip on the maid's hair tightening as he spoke. This piece of trash convinced you that little girls could be manipulated and used. Don't worry. She will soon share your fate. Reginald's eyes widened in horror as he realized there was no escape. The realization that his power and wealth meant nothing to these men dawned on him with crushing clarity. Doflamingo turned his attention to Monet, his eyes narrowing as he took in her fragile form. And you, little one, is your name Monet? He asked, his tone softening just a fraction. You've been through hell, haven't you? Monet nodded, tears streaming down her face. She could barely comprehend what was happening, but she sensed a shift in her fate. Foo. I thought I was evil and scum, but you guys sure make me pale in comparison. You even make me feel sick, Doflamingo chuckled, his laughter cold and merciless. He waved a tendril of flame, searing the skin of the maid who writhed on the floor, her screams mingling with the crackling fire. Doflamingo's gaze shifted to Senor, his white suit untouched by the carnage that had unfolded within the estate. Maybe I would have also ended up like these scum if not for my little brother, Doflamingo mused aloud. Tell me, Senor, would you and the rest of the family have followed me if I had become such scum? Senor considered the question thoughtfully before responding. Yes, master. We would have. But I'm not sure we would have the same level of loyalty and respect. At least, that's my opinion. He spoke with brutal honesty, his eyes unwavering. Little Reju, standing behind Doflamingo, tugged at his sleeves. Doflamingo, understanding her intent, gave a nod. Reju stepped past him into the blood-soaked room. The gore in the maid's agonized cries did not faze her. She had seen much worse, and, in her view, the maid deserved every bit of the torment she was enduring. Reginald, trembling with fear, had already soiled himself. Reju, with her face etched with disgust, faced the bulky man. Before he could react, she delivered a bone-crushing kick to his groin. The sickening crunch of his shattered jewels echoed through the room, and Reginald collapsed to the floor, howling in excruciating pain. Despite her young age, Reju's body had been subjected to countless modifications through experiments, giving her a physique that was both formidable and terrifying. She walked over to the bed, pulling back the sheets to help Monet cover herself. Gently, she helped Monet out of bed. Monet's eyes were filled with tears as she clung to Reju. My sister, did you find her? He took her. Monet pointed to the severed head on the floor. Don't worry, kid. Your little sister is safe, Senor assured her, his voice softening with genuine compassion. It's time to leave this hellhole behind. As Senor spoke, he used a string to slice through the pinky of the plump noble, making him squeal in agony. Doflamingo's smile remained, though his eyes were cold and steely. I want to hear them scream, Senor. Don't make it easy for them. Remember how many little girls have suffered at their hands? I want them to experience true hell before they perish. Can you do that, my friend? With pleasure, Master Doffy. Senor responded with a fervor that matched Doflamingo's own. The rest of the men exited the room, leaving behind only Senor and the other two figures. As the door closed, the estate was soon filled with the blood-curdling screams of the condemned. Monet followed the group without question, her heart heavy, but her hope rekindled. If these new figures could be her and her sister's saviors, then she would dedicate her life to them. The cruelty she had witnessed was monstrous, but there was something about the way Reju interacted with Senor and Doflamingo that suggested they were not the same kind of predators as Reginald. Standing before Monet, Doflamingo's expression softened slightly, though his gaze remained sharp and calculating. "I will give you a choice, little one," he said, his tone carrying both promise and weight. Monet's heart raced, her future uncertain but her resolve firm. The promise of salvation and safety for her sister was within reach, and she was prepared to make whatever choice was necessary to secure it. Doflamingo had kept his promise. Little Sugar was safe, tucked away in a cabin room that was a far cry from the horrors Monet had endured. Before they could leave, Monet had demanded one final act of vengeance from her new master, which he had obligingly granted. She wanted to confront her father and deliver justice with her own hands. The sun was setting as Monet approached the shabby house that had been her prison. The air was thick with the stench of decay and neglect, a bitter reminder of the life she had endured. Her heart pounded with a mix of fear and exhilaration. She had witnessed the suffering her father had inflicted on her mother, herself, and even her newborn sister. The rage that simmered within her demanded retribution. The house was silent as she entered, the metal walls stained with the grime of years. Her father's loud, drunken snores echoed from the back room, where he lay sprawled on a tattered mattress. The door creaked open, revealing a sight that twisted Monet's gut, her mother's lifeless body, her belly grotesquely cut open, blood seeping into the filthy sheets. The reality of the cruelty inflicted upon her family crashed down on her, but Monet steeled herself. Despite the chaos raging within her, Monet's breath was steady. Her grip on the knife was firm and resolute. She approached the threshold of the tattered mattress, her gaze fixed on the bloated figure of her father. His state of degradation made her stomach churn, but she forced herself to step inside. The man stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open as he sensed a presence. His gaze, blurry from alcohol and exhaustion, locked onto Monet. His expression twisted into a mix of confusion and fear. "Wah! What are you doing here, little bitch?" he slurred, attempting to push himself upright. His voice was thick with the remnants of his last drunken binge, but the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. Monet said nothing. She stood with a dead stare, her eyes cold and unyielding. She raised the knife high, its blade reflecting the dim light filtering through the grimy window. With a swift, vengeful motion, she brought it down, plunging it into his gut. The blade cut through flesh and fat with a sickening squelch, and the man's cry of pain was abruptly cut off by the shock of the sudden attack. "Aard!" The scream pierced the air, reverberating through the shabby home. In the squalid slum, however, no one would bother to investigate the source of the scream. His body convulsed in agony as Monet twisted the knife, each movement driven by a cold, relentless fury. Her tears mingled with the blood on her face, a testament to the depth of her anger and grief. The knife slid in and out with calculated precision, each stab a declaration of her suffering and a tribute to her mother's memory. She plunged the knife into him again and again, her movements methodical and ruthless. The room became a grisly tableau of blood and anguish. The once innocent child was now a figure of grim justice, reclaiming control over her own narrative through acts of brutal retribution. Each thrust of the knife was accompanied by the silent echoes of her mother's screams and her own cries of despair. The man's attempts to fight back were pitiful. His drunken reflexes were no match for the determined vengeance of his daughter. His body flailed weakly, unable to defend itself from the relentless onslaught. Blood pooled around them, soaking into the worn mattress and staining the floor with a horrific crimson. The once vibrant color of his flesh was now a sickening blend of red and purple, his body barely recognizable beneath the layers of gore. Monet's hands, though trembling from exhaustion, remained steady. The act of vengeance had consumed her entirely, and as she finally stepped back, she surveyed the grim scene before her with a cold sense of finality. Breathless and covered in blood, Monet stood over her father's lifeless form. The rage that had fueled her actions began to subside, replaced by a hollow emptiness. The finality of her act was both a liberation and a burden. She had achieved the retribution she sought, but the cost had been steep. Turning her gaze away from the grotesque tableau, Monet walked out of the house. The night air was cool against her blood-stained skin, a stark contrast to the horror she had just endured. She knew that the path ahead would be uncertain and fraught with challenges, but for now, she had found a measure of closure in the wake of her father's demise. Monet emerged from the decrepit metal house, her small frame nearly obscured by the crimson stains that drenched her from head to toe. The rusty knife she clutched tightly was slick with blood, and each step she took left a trail of red on the ground beneath her. Her breaths came in ragged gasps, and her eyes, though resolute, were filled with the raw pain of what she had just done. The night was shrouded in darkness, with only the faint glimmer of distant streetlights casting eerie shadows across the abandoned alleyways. As she staggered forward, her blood-stained dress clung to her like a macabre shroud, and the sharp, metallic scent of iron mingled with the musty odor of the slums. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, his imposing presence framed by the dim light. Doflamingo's grin was both chilling and unnervingly genuine. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of admiration and cold amusement. "I didn't expect you to follow through with what you promised," he said, his voice smooth yet carrying an edge of sinister amusement. "You are much more like me than you realize, little Monet. When I was your age, I wanted to kill my father for the torment he inflicted on my mother. But my little brother denied me that opportunity. As much as I hate him for it, I am glad I didn't deprive you of your chance. Now, I hope you can let go of the anger that drives you. I don't want vengeful monsters within my family." Doffy's words were laden with a complexity that Monet could barely comprehend. He spoke with an unexpected sincerity, his voice resonating with a depth of feeling she hadn't anticipated. The pain of his own past seemed to echo in his words, a reflection of the twisted path that had led him to this moment. Monet, her body trembling and her eyes brimming with unshed tears, dropped to her knees. The weight of her actions bore heavily upon her, and the sight of the blood staining the ground around her was a stark reminder of the price she had paid. "Master," she choked out, her voice breaking with the strain of her emotions, "will my little sister be treated fairly? As long as she can have a decent life, I am willing to do anything for you." Her eyes, still filled with the determination forged in the crucible of her suffering, locked onto Doffy's. She was prepared to make any bargain, to sacrifice anything if it meant securing a safe and decent life for Sugar. The promise of her sister's well-being was the only light in the darkness that enveloped her. Doffy's gaze softened, and he stepped closer, his demeanor shifting from that of a cold-blooded demon to that of a figure offering solace. "She will live like a princess," he said, his voice imbued with a warmth that contrasted with his usual demeanor. "I promise you that. She will want for nothing and will be protected from the horrors that you've endured. I give you my word." He gently tapped Monet on the head, a gesture that, despite its simplicity, held a strange tenderness. His eyes, normally filled with a calculating glint, now reflected a flicker of something akin to genuine compassion. Monet, overwhelmed by the depth of his promise, could no longer hold back the tears she had been fighting to suppress. They flowed freely now, mingling with the blood on her cheeks. "Thank you, master," she whispered, her voice barely audible through her sobs. The weight of her actions and the gravity of her promise had finally caught up with her, and the tears were a release of the anguish she had bottled up for so long. Doffy watched her with a mixture of satisfaction and melancholy. In the cruel, twisted world they inhabited, her act of vengeance had come at a steep price, but it had also brought her a semblance of closure. As Monet knelt in the blood-soaked ground, she knew that the future held uncertainties, but for now, she had secured a glimmer of hope for her sister. Chapter 215, Aurora. "You are quite the hard woman to find, Nico Olivia," Corazon commented, his voice carrying a casual, almost indifferent tone as he shattered the frozen underworld goon with a single motion. He had been on a relentless hunt for Saul and Nico Olivia for months, and finally, he had cornered the elusive demon of O'Hara. Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed through the dimly lit alleyway as Lily, Olivia's teenage daughter, fired her pistol at Aokiji. The bullets zipped through the air, but as they struck Corazon, the ice that formed his body simply reformed, the holes closing up almost instantly. Lily's hand trembled, and she dropped the pistol to the ground in despair, the metallic clatter echoing her sense of futility. Why? Wasn't it enough to kill the entirety of O'Hara? Now you want to kill us too? Olivia roared, her voice filled with a mix of fury and desperation. Blood trickled down her forehead from a gash, a reminder of the countless battles and close calls she had faced since the massacre of her homeland. She had followed every clue she could find about the Revolutionary Army, hoping to find sanctuary or at least some semblance of hope. But instead, she had been cornered by black market thugs due to her high bounty, and now, Corazon had found her. Corazon's expression remained stoic as he stepped forward, the ice beneath his feet crackling with each step. Orders are orders, Nico Olivia. You should know that by now, and I am simply representing justice, he said, his voice devoid of any personal malice, yet the coldness in his eyes reflected the ruthlessness of his mission. Olivia's mind raced, memories of O'Hara's destruction flashing before her eyes. The flames, the screams, and the overwhelming sense of helplessness as she watched her home and her people being annihilated. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, drawing blood. You callously wiped out a civilization for the fear of knowledge. For books and research that could have bettered the world. And now you want to erase the last remnants of that knowledge by killing me? Are you not yet satisfied with all that innocent blood on your hands? Corazon paused, his gaze meeting hers. For a moment, there was a flicker of something in his eyes, regret, perhaps, or doubt, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. It's not about the knowledge, Olivia-san. It's about the threat that knowledge poses. The government cannot allow O'Hara's will to live on. Your ability to revive the ancient weapons cannot be left unchecked. Olivia knew they were outmatched, but she couldn't let it end like this. Not after everything they had fought for. Summoning every ounce of strength, she lunged at Corazon with a piece of broken metal, hoping to catch him off guard. But he moved with the fluidity of ice, effortlessly dodging her attack and freezing her arm in place. You can't win, Olivia. I promise I will help you get a fair trial, he said quietly, almost regretfully. Tears of frustration and sorrow streamed down Olivia's face as she struggled against the ice encasing her arm. Damn you, Aokiji. Damn the government. We were just trying to learn. To understand. Fair trial, ha ha ha. Her voice cracked, and the weight of her losses broke through her defiance and made her laugh like a madwoman at Corazon's words. Corazon's expression softened for a brief moment. I know, he whispered, so quietly that she barely heard him. But sometimes, knowledge is too dangerous. Sometimes, it must be buried. Lily, despite her fear, stepped between Corazon and Olivia, her small frame trembling but her resolve unshaken. I won't let you take her. We won't let O'Hara die completely. Justice? Was killing all those civilians on the evacuation ships also part of your so-called justice? I can understand when you said that the scholars posed a threat, but what threat did the innocent civilians of O'Hara pose? She shouted, her voice breaking but her spirit unyielding, tears streaming down her young face, in the recent months since they had started running. Lily had finally come to consider Olivia her mother, and she would not let this hypocrite take her away too. Corazon sighed, the mist from his breath mingling with the cold air. He thought the kid was spouting nonsense because he had been chasing Saul and Olivia and was not aware of many things that had happened. You're brave, kid, but bravery won't save you from reality. And I can assure you that none of the innocents within O'Hara have been harmed, as they have been safely relocated. With a smooth motion, he created an ice barrier, effortlessly knocking Lily aside. She hit the ground hard, groaning in pain. Lily's heart pounded in her chest at Corazon's words. Spare the innocents? All 3 ships were sunk by the Marines. At least have the courage to admit what you really did, you bastard. Her thoughts drifted to the pirate, who could have been the salvation of O'Hara but whom they had pushed away. If only she hadn't shown prejudice toward Ross. Maybe, just maybe, O'Hara could have been saved if they had asked for the help of a pirate. Her anger surged. A pirate has more integrity than you so-called Marines. I always believed that pirates were the scum of the seas, but now I doubt that claim. At least those pirates had the guts to own up to their actions. You carry out genocide and act like it never happened, and even worse, you talk about justice, the teenager roared, her voice echoing through the alley, making Corazon pause. He had thought Olivia and the little girl were just rambling about the scholars, but it seemed something significant had happened to the evacuation ships he had defended from Sakazuki. Corazon felt an ominous foreboding. But Sengoku-san had promised him that he would take care of the civilians. What do you mean? Corazon's voice turned cold, sending a shiver down both Olivia and Lily's spines. The entire alleyway was covered with a sheet of ice, the coldness spreading everywhere, reflecting Corazon's growing dread. Lily's eyes blazed with fury as she faced him. You don't even know, do you? You stand here, talking about justice, and you don't even know what your own people have done. All 3 evacuation ships were sunk. Women, children, scholars, everyone. Sakazuki didn't leave a single survivor. He annihilated them all in the name of absolute justice. Her voice broke with the weight of the horror she was recounting. Corazon's expression darkened. That's not possible. Sengoku-san assured me the civilians would be spared. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments of information. He had always had his doubts about the world government's methods, but this was beyond what he had imagined. His fists clenched, and the ice around him cracked ominously. Olivia stepped forward, her face etched with a mixture of pain and anger. The world government lied to you, Akiji. They lied to all of you. O'Hara's destruction wasn't just about silencing scholars, it was about erasing an entire culture, a history they deemed too dangerous to exist. And you helped them do it under the guise of justice. Ancient weapons. O'Hara never studied ancient weapons. The weight of their words pressed heavily on Corazon. He had always believed in the concept of justice, but now he was forced to confront the brutal reality of how that justice was administered. The faces of the innocents he had tried to protect flashed in his mind, and a profound sense of failure washed over him. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Corazon asked, his voice barely a whisper. Would it have made a difference? Olivia replied bitterly. The Marines, the world government, they all have their agenda. We were just pawns in their game. And now, my daughter and I are hunted like animals because we are the last remnants who can uncover the actual truth of the world. Lily's resolve hardened as she looked at Corazon. You can kill us, but the truth will come out. O'Hara's knowledge, its spirit, won't die with us. And one day, people will know what you did, what you allowed to happen. Corazon's heart ached with the weight of his choices. He had joined the Marines to make a difference and to uphold justice. But now, standing before these broken survivors, he realized how deeply flawed that justice was. The coldness in his eyes began to thaw, replaced by a profound sadness. I didn't know, he admitted, his voice thick with regret. I thought I was doing the right thing. Suddenly, Akiji's observation haki flared, and he moved swiftly to stand before Olivia and Lily, shielding them as a cloaked figure descended from the air. Boom! A deafening punch sent Akiji crashing through the buildings in the alleyway, the sheer force of the blast hurling Olivia and Lily hundreds of meters away. The air was thick with dust and debris, and the shockwave reverberated through the narrow streets. Demons of O'Hara. So you are the ones who can truly help me unlock the secrets of the ancient weapons, the cloaked figure mused, stepping forward with an ominous air of confidence. Akiji, buried under tons of debris, pushed the rubble aside and stood up. His chest was dented, and blood stained his mouth. He was confused and alarmed. The cloaked figure was immensely powerful, too strong even for him to handle. He had no idea who this formidable enemy was, but it was clear the figure's target was Olivia and her daughter. Olivia groaned in pain and moved to check on Lily, who was already unconscious from the blast. The urgency of their situation hit her like a tidal wave. Aokiji unleashed his full power. Without turning his head, he shouted, "Run! Run away as far as you can. I will hold him back." "Ice block, pheasant beak," he roared, sending a massive ice bird hurtling towards the cloaked figure. The bird, sharp and deadly, glinted in the dim light, its frosty wings cutting through the air. The cloaked figure stood unfazed. So this is what the current Marine's level is. Pathetic. As the massive ice bird closed in, a sudden burst of armament haki emitted from the figure, shattering the ice attack into insignificant shards. "The Marines sure have fallen low," the figure chuckled, rushing toward Aokiji with terrifying speed. Olivia, sensing the grave danger, picked up Lily and started running toward the pier, her heart pounding with desperation. Aokiji stood his ground, his ice powers radiating from him in a frosty aura. He knew he had to buy them time. "Ice Age!" he bellowed, his voice echoing through the alley. The ground around him froze instantly, a vast expanse of ice spreading outwards, seeking to trap the cloaked figure. But the figure was relentless. With a powerful leap, he broke through the ice, his armament haki shattering the frozen ground beneath him. He landed before Aokiji, his eyes gleaming with malice. Aokiji gritted his teeth and unleashed a barrage of ice attacks, each more powerful than the last. Ice Ball! Partisan! Massive chunks of ice and sharp spears flew towards the figure, but each attack was met with the same impenetrable haki. The cloaked figure laughed, his voice a low, menacing rumble. "Is this all someone who is appointed as an admiral candidate can muster? You're outmatched, Marine." With a swift, almost casual motion, the figure struck Aokiji with a devastating punch, sending him crashing back into the icy ground. Blood splattered from Aokiji's mouth as he struggled to rise, his vision blurred. "Run, Olivia," he gasped, his voice weakening. "Get away!" Olivia ran, her breath ragged, Lily's limp form in her arms. The pier was in sight, but her legs felt like lead. She could hear the sounds of the battle behind her, each crash and shout a reminder of the danger they were in. Aokiji summoned all of his strength. Ice time capsule. He trapped the cloaked figure in a massive block of ice, hoping to delay him even for a moment. The figure sneered, his haki flaring. "You think this can hold me?" Aokiji stood amidst the rubble of the alleyway, ice forming around his feet as he prepared for the onslaught. The cloaked figure, shrouded in an aura of malevolence, stepped forward with deliberate confidence, his eyes glinting with deadly intent. "Ice Ball!" Aokiji shouted, launching a massive sphere of ice at the figure. The attack was swift and powerful, but the cloaked figure effortlessly dodged, moving with a speed that seemed impossible. Before Aokiji could react, the figure closed the distance between them, his fist crashing into Aokiji's stomach with a force that made the Admiral gasp for breath. The impact sent Aokiji skidding backwards, his boots scraping against the icy ground. The cloaked figure chuckled darkly. "Is that all you've got, Aokiji? Aren't you supposed to be the future pillar of the Marines?" His voice was dripping with contempt. Aokiji gritted his teeth, trying to steady himself. "Ice Saber!" he cried, forming a long, jagged blade of ice and slashing it towards the figure. The cloaked man didn't even flinch. With a simple flick of his wrist, he shattered the ice blade, the shards scattering harmlessly around him. With a burst of speed, the figure was upon Aokiji again, delivering a bone-crushing kick to his ribs. Aokiji felt the breath leave his lungs as he was hurled into a nearby wall, the bricks crumbling under the force of his impact. Pain radiated through his body, but he pushed himself to his feet, refusing to give in. "Ice time capsule!" Aokiji yelled, summoning a giant block of ice to encase the figure. For a moment, it seemed to work, the ice trapping him in a frozen prison. But then, with a surge of haki, the figure shattered the ice effortlessly, stepping out completely unharmed. Olivia reached the pier, her heart pounding. She placed Lily in a small boat and pushed it into the water, praying they could escape. As she looked back, she saw the cloaked figure break free from the ice, his gaze fixed on her with a murderous intent. The cloaked figure smirked. Pathetic. Let me show you true power. He lunged at Aokiji, his movements a blur. Aokiji barely had time to raise his arms in defense before the figure's fists pounded into him with relentless fury. Each punch felt like a sledgehammer, breaking through his ice armor and bruising his flesh. Aokiji tried to fight back, summoning ice spikes from the ground, but the figure danced around them, his hockey-infused blows striking with pinpoint accuracy. A punch to the jaw sent Aokiji's head snapping back, and a brutal kick to the chest made him buckle, gasping for air. The cloaked figure grabbed Aokiji by the collar, lifting him off the ground with ease. "Is this the best the Marines have to offer?" he sneered, before hurling Aokiji into the air. As Aokiji fell, the figure leapt up to meet him, delivering a spinning kick that sent Aokiji crashing back to the ground with earth-shattering force. The impact created a crater, and Aokiji lay at the bottom, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Desperation fueled Aokiji's next move. "Ice Age!" he roared, releasing a wave of freezing energy that turned the ground around him into a vast expanse of ice. The cloaked figure paused, momentarily slowed by the sudden cold. But it wasn't enough. With a roar of his own, the figure's haki flared, melting the ice around him and allowing him to charge forward once more. Aokiji barely managed to create an ice shield before the figure's fist shattered it, sending ice shards flying in every direction. Aokiji's vision blurred as the figure continued his relentless assault, each blow driving him deeper into the ground. His body screamed in pain, and he could feel his strength waning. But he couldn't give up. Not yet. Summoning all of his power, Aokiji formed an enormous ice dragon, its maw opening wide to engulf the cloaked figure. But with a dismissive wave of his hand, the figure obliterated the dragon, the icy fragments raining down like snow. The cloaked figure stood over Aokiji's battered form, his expression one of cold disdain. "Are you out of tricks, little marine? If this is all you've got, then I'm afraid I'll have to bury you here today." Aokiji's mind raced, desperation mingling with a surge of anger. He had always considered himself among the strongest, a powerhouse in the ranks of the Marines. But now, facing this cloaked man who toyed with him like a mere plaything, he realized the vast chasm between their strengths. With renewed determination, Aokiji's anger fueled his powers. The temperature around them plummeted, and the ice rapidly spread, engulfing the entire island in a frigid grip. The ground beneath them crackled and froze, the very air shimmering with cold. The cloaked figure watched with mild amusement. "This is going to be interesting," he mused, his voice carrying a chilling indifference. Chapter 216, Marine HQ, Marineford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had a throbbing headache as the most recent news from the New World shook him to his very core. Admiral candidate Aokiji was found close to death after a titanic clash with an unknown assailant. The entire island had been razed, leaving Kazan unconscious and the assailant's identity shrouded in mystery. To incapacitate Aokiji, who had been personally trained by Garp, so easily and leave him on the brink of death within hours indicated that the attacker was an absolute powerhouse. Sengoku doubted whether he could best the current Aokiji in such a short duration. Among the three future pillars, Aokiji is currently the strongest, even Sakazuki pales in comparison. Who could be this monstrous figure that targeted Aokiji, and why? Until Aokiji regained consciousness, these questions would remain unanswered. All Sengoku knew was that a new, formidable player had emerged on the seas, with power capable of shifting the balance. How? How did it come to this? Who could have done this to Kazan? Sengoku couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with frustration and concern. Only the two admirals and the chief of staff were present, as the matter was too sensitive to be disclosed to the rest of the Marines. Even the Marines, who had found Aokiji close to death, had been given a gag order not to spread the message. Could it be Whitebeard? Admiral Hazard questioned, doubt in his voice. Only Whitebeard currently has such overwhelming power. I doubt Charlotte Linlin could overpower Kazan so easily. Even if Kazan wanted to escape, there's nothing she could do to stop him. Shiki might not have much trouble keeping Akiji from retreating, but... He shook his head. No, it can't be Shiki, nor can it be Lin Lin. We already have intel that the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates have crossed into South Blue territory. Shiki surely wouldn't miss the upcoming World Nobles hunt. Sengoku rubbed his temples, trying to make sense of the chaos. Tsuru, have you any idea who it was that took down Akiji and why? He questioned, looking toward the chief of staff. Tsuru shook her head, her expression mirroring his concern. No, Sengoku. We have no solid leads on the identity of the assailant. Whoever it was, they are exceptionally dangerous. Inwardly, Tsuru was deeply troubled. To do this to Akiji meant the opponent was indeed formidable. She suspected the attack might be related to the demons of O'Hara. The only logical reason for such aggression could be the pursuit of ancient weapons. She had already relayed this theory to the elders, but without concrete evidence, it remained speculation. Sengoku let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The implications are serious. We must be prepared for the worst. I doubt whoever the assailant was, their target might have been Nico Olivia and her daughter, the only two remnants of O'Hara who can revive the ancient weapons. If someone with such power is after the ancient weapons, the balance of the world is at risk. Tsuru nodded in agreement. We need to find out more about this assailant. We must gather information from every possible source. Until then, all we can do is strengthen our defenses and be vigilant. Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. Easier said than done, Tsuru. Most of our elites have been dispatched to serve the World Nobles event in South Blue. Even myself and Admiral Hazard will have to depart soon under Fleet Admiral's orders. He added in a sour tone, still feeling resentment for Sengoku blackmailing him into overseeing this so-called hunting event. Maybe if Garp-san was here, we could have handled this situation better, Admiral Hazard voiced out, showing admiration for the marine hero because of the overwhelming power the man wielded. Garp! That bastard, Sengoku growled, his frustration evident. Speaking of Garp, I just received intel from the giant squadron that Garp's protege has recruited a new giant to their cause and also stole the giant marine ship of Vice Admiral John Giant, Tsuru added, her tone calm but her words impactful. Zephyr couldn't help but smirk as he saw the news bring Sengoku more headaches. He was still feeling resentment for being blackmailed by Sengoku using Virgo's deployment, and he was one of the very few who were opposed to the idea of ambushing Ross back then. They should have handled the matter much more delicately. Sengoku's headache only worsened. Ross. That kid has grown too powerful too quickly. If only we hadn't let him go. Now, he's causing chaos that we can't control. Ross's actions are troubling. But right now, our immediate priority is not identifying and neutralizing the threat that took down Akiji or the Donquxote brothers, it's the Sorbet Kingdom and the native hunting competition, Tsuru stated, bringing the focus back to the immediate crisis. Sengoku nodded, his expression grim. You're right. We'll deal with Ross in due time. For now, we need to gather all possible intelligence on this new threat. He paused, his gaze shifting to the newspaper he slammed onto the table. But first, tell me, is there any substance to the rumors that have been spreading? Have we been able to identify who's behind this surge in information? Practically the entire world knows about the native hunting competition, and it's causing an uproar. He pointed to the latest edition of the World Times, the paper's headline glaring up at them. The elders were furious, demanding that Sengoku handle the situation swiftly. But with Garp absent due to their recent clash, the task had fallen squarely on Sengoku's shoulders. The reactions from the affiliated kingdoms are severe. The prestige of the Marines is being dragged through the mud. Despite our efforts to declare the entire country as now owned by revolutionaries, not everyone is buying the story. Worse, the other newspapers we control are losing traction as more and more people read this new one. If this continues, we could have a major upheaval on our hands. Sengoku's hand crumpled the World Economic Times newspaper in frustration. It had always been a tool for managing the narrative and keeping unsavory information in check. But now, even that control was slipping away. Admiral Hazard couldn't resist a wry smile. As if that wasn't bad enough, there are rumors about the prizes for the competition spreading like wildfire. Some are so exaggerated that even I'm tempted to snatch the prize myself, he joked, but Sengoku's scowl quickly silenced him. The gravity of the situation was no laughing matter. With a light cough, Hazard returned to his serious demeanor. The folder in his hands felt heavier as the mood in the room remained tense. Zephyr, Sengoku continued, turning to the most veteran admiral, I'm trusting you on this one. It's all but confirmed that Whitebeard and Big Mom have crossed the calm belt into the South Blue. I have no idea what's driving them to traverse such a distance, but I do not want a repeat of God Valley. The ominous tone in Sengoku's voice hung in the air like a storm cloud. Zephyr's frustration was palpable as he responded, if you were so worried, you should have convinced the elders of their folly. What madness is even driving them to conduct the event now? Almost the entirety of Rock's remnants are gathering. Hazard raised his eyebrows, intrigued. He wasn't fully aware of the events that transpired at God Valley, but as someone who had operated during Rock's era, he knew it was significant enough to warrant such a strong reaction from Sengoku. Like it or not, Sengoku, Tsuru interjected, her voice calm but firm, I feel like our current forces are not enough. We don't know how much support the world government will actually deploy, and if they make a mistake, the blame will fall entirely on us. We really need Garp. Her words carried weight, and everyone in the room felt it. Sengoku sighed deeply. The Marine hero was their best hope, yet he was conspicuously absent during one of the most critical times. Sengoku, what Tsuru said makes sense, Zephyr added, his tone measured but resolute. We might be able to handle Big Mom, we might even be able to handle Shiki, but tell me, if it truly came to a fight, can anyone here stop Whitebeard? You, more than anyone, should know the answer to that. Zephyr's words struck a chord. Having chased Whitebeard for more than a decade during his time as an admiral, no one in the Marines knew the true terror of the world's strongest man better than Sengoku. We'd be hard-pressed just to keep Lin and Shiki in check, Zephyr continued. And we can be sure that quite a few pirates will want to dip their fingers into these troubled waters. If Whitebeard joins the fray on top of that, unless we get substantial support from the world government, I'm afraid the worst might happen. Maybe this is what the world government truly wants, maybe they want the Marines to fail. Hazard murmured, more to himself than to anyone in particular, but it would only put the celestial dragons in danger, so why? Tsuru's eyes narrowed at Hazard's words. The man was sharp, and though he had posed it as a possibility, he had hit dangerously close to the truth. The Elder's goal was indeed to use a borrowed knife, to let the Marines take the fall while teaching the celestial dragons, who had stepped out of line, a lesson once and for all. Zephyr, sensing the gravity of the situation, clenched his fists. We're being set up to fail, but we can't let that happen. We need to figure out who's pulling the strings and why. We also need to uncover what exactly the Elders are planning so that we can minimize the backlash. Tsuru, her voice steady but urgent, added, Sengoku, set aside your ego for now and give Garp what he wants. He doesn't need to get directly involved with the event in the Sorbet Kingdom, but if he intercepts Whitebeard before he reaches there, our remaining forces should be able to manage the situation. Whitebeard must be contained, and Garp is the only one in the Marines who can accomplish that. Sengoku sighed deeply, the weight of the decision pressing on him. That stubborn idiot Garp. I don't think I can convince him with mere words. He'll try to blackmail me and push the agenda he's been advocating for since I took office. Reluctantly, Sengoku pulled out a folder he had kept hidden, a proposal he had outright rejected when it first crossed his desk. He hadn't shown it to anyone, knowing how controversial it would be. Tsuru's curiosity was piqued. Even she wasn't aware of what Garp had proposed. As the chief of staff, she was responsible for keeping an eye on all high-ranking officers, including Garp. She took the folder from Sengoku and began to flip through its contents, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise as she read. Garp wants to establish a separate unit within the Marines called Sword, Tsuru began, her voice tinged with disbelief. A secret special forces unit under his direct command. He's asking for complete autonomy, this sword unit would answer only to him. Neither the fleet admiral, the world government, nor even the elders would have any authority over it. The room fell into a stunned silence as Suru's words sank in. Zephyr and Admiral Hazard exchanged uneasy glances, each understanding the magnitude of what Garp was proposing. If Garp were granted such authority, it would be like unleashing a force no one could control. The idea of a marine unit completely outside the purview of the fleet admiral and the world government was almost unthinkable. Yet, Garp's audacity knew no bounds. Suru frowned deeply as she continued, her mind racing. If this were allowed, it would be like giving Garp a free pass to act however he pleases. No one would know what he might end up doing. There's no way the elders would sign off on this. But, the situation is dire. It seems Garp has grown shrewder in recent years. After the incident at Marineford, he's been leveraging his position as the marine hero, acting more independently than ever before. She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Garp had always been a ferocious predator in the open, a force the world government could at least predict. But now, he was lurking in the shadows, using his clout in ways that unsettled even Suru. Without Garp's support, the balance of power in the world could crumble, especially with Whitebeard's presence. Suru hadn't expected him to play such a bold card. No wonder Sengoku had said it would be nearly impossible to convince Garp to move without giving in to his demands. But she had to try. Maybe, just maybe, if they could make a few concessions, they might be able to appease both Garp and the elders. Sengoku, Tsuru said thoughtfully, perhaps I should bring this matter to the elders. They may have forgotten just how crucial Garp is to the Marines. This idea, it might be feasible. If we position it correctly, we could even allow some of the Marines who struggle with authority to follow Garp. Having a unit out of the elders' direct control might actually be beneficial to us in the long run, don't you think? Her words were carefully measured, but her true intentions remained veiled. The creation of Sword could serve multiple purposes, some of which aligned with her own strategic vision for the Marines. Admiral Hazard, always quick to adapt to the winds of change, nodded in agreement. The Chief of Staff is right. Sometimes we need a team that can handle delicate matters without the restrictions we face. A unit like Sword could operate where we cannot, dealing with the kinds of threats and situations that are beyond our official reach. Hazard leaned back, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Maybe if Sword is formed, I should ask Garp-san if he'd allow me to join this special unit. It sounds like the kind of challenge I've been looking for. Sengoku looked around the room, weighing his options. The situation was spiraling out of control faster than he had anticipated. Tsuru's plan might be the best chance they had to turn the tide. With a heavy heart, he nodded. Very well. Tsuru, you'll take this to the elders. But make no mistake, this is a gamble. If it backfires, it could shatter the very foundation of the Marines. Chapter 217, The Holy Land was alive with feverish activity as the world nobles prepared for the upcoming native hunting competition. After years of hiatus, the event had returned, stirring excitement among nearly all of the 19 celestial dragon families. For many of these twisted elites, the competition was an eagerly anticipated occasion, a chance to indulge in their most sadistic desires. Yet, a small number of nobles who had been present at God Valley felt a growing unease, a sense of foreboding that something terrible might occur during the event. Despite their caution, the majority of the world nobles were consumed by their preparations, their arrogance blinding them to any potential danger. With special permissions granted by the highest authorities, a host of black market traders, those with direct connections to the world nobles, had been allowed entry to Mary Geos. Their purpose was to supply the nobles with whatever they desired, powerful slaves, devil fruits, advanced weaponry, and more. The initial intelligence indicated that the island would host not only civilians as prey but also revolutionaries and various dangerous criminals and pirates from across the globe. This added a new layer of thrill to the hunt, as the nobles could now hunt not just rabbits but formidable foes as well. I can't wait. I've always wanted to be the champion, but the event was stopped before I got the chance. Now, finally, it's my turn, exclaimed a young celestial dragon from the Jupiter family. His eyes gleamed with twisted excitement as he watched a powerful slave being auctioned. The thought of using such a slave as a hunting hound to chase down and tear apart the bunnies on the island filled him with glee. Unlike previous events, which were limited to tens of thousands of prey on small, unaffiliated islands, this hunt in the Sorbet Kingdom promised millions of targets. It was the largest and most grandiose hunt since the competition's inception. 60 million. Going thrice, sold, declared a broker, concluding the auction for a giant of a man who stood over 8 meters tall. The slave, a monstrous figure with a reputation as a bloodthirsty killer, was just one of the many hounds the nobles would unleash. To ensure the slaves remained compliant, explosive collars and other harsh measures were employed, for the nobles cared only about their entertainment, not the risks involved. In a different part of the same plaza, away from the auction of the hunting hounds, another platform had been set up. This one drew even more attention, as it showcased the latest in advanced weaponry. Though all world nobles had privileges, only a select few truly cultivated personal strength. The rest relied on weapons, and this plaza was hosting the largest weapons showcase the world had ever seen. This, my lords, is the latest dedicated marksman rifle, a slick underworld representative announced, holding up a gleaming weapon. It's perfect for both indoor and outdoor use, with a maximum effective kill range of nearly a mile. Your targets won't even know what hit them. A young celestial dragon from the Donquxote family stepped forward, his interest piqued. He lifted the rifle from its display, admiring its craftsmanship. A mile, you say? His voice was thick with smug anticipation as he examined the weapon. He had many toys, pistols, rifles, all manner of deadly devices, but nothing quite like this. The rifle wasn't just functional, it was a work of art, with precious metals and jewels encrusted into its design. Doflamingo, ever the opportunist, had instructed that a special batch of these exquisite-looking weapons be sent to the showcase. They were identical in performance to the standard models but adorned to appeal to the noble's vanity. What would normally sell for hundreds of thousands was now priced in the millions. Oh, this is lovely. Perhaps I'll take it. Do you have anything with a longer range? The young Donquxote celestial dragon's voice was casual, as though he were discussing the purchase of a mere trinket. Yes, my lord. We have the latest sniper rifles, capable of taking down targets from 5 miles away. The weapon is designed to have minimal recoil, making it perfect for precision shots. This is one of the most recent offerings from the Donquxote family, and nearly all the advanced weapons here today are their creations, the representative continued, unaware of the young noble's reaction to the mention of the Donquxote name. The Donquxote celestial dragon's expression darkened. Donquxote family, heh, he muttered, his voice dripping with venom. Turning to his guards, he barked, I'd like to test this weapon. Prepare me a target. The guards, understanding their master's intent, moved swiftly. 2 of them seized the underworld worker who had been demonstrating the weapon, dragging him toward a nearby pole. The worker's protests were ignored as he was bound tightly, an apple placed on his head. The sniper rifle was meticulously set up on the back of a slave, who had been forced to act as a makeshift stand. The slave, trembling but silent, bore the weight of the weapon as the young celestial dragon took his time adjusting the scope. Almost all the world nobles present watched the scene with amusement. Some mused that they should have thought of such an entertaining way to test the weapons themselves. The idea of using the underworld workers as target practice appealed to their twisted sense of humor, and they mentally noted to take their turns next. Please, no, the man tied to the pole whimpered, still unable to comprehend what he had done wrong. But he had failed to consider the deep-seated grudge within the Donquxote family, a name that was taboo among the celestial dragons, especially within their own ranks. Oblivious to the man's pleas, the young Donquxote noble was more engrossed in the explanation of how to operate the jewel-encrusted sniper rifle. Oh, so this is what you call a precision scope, he remarked, peering through the lens like a child with a new toy. Yes, my lord, the underworld executive nervously explained, and to fire, you simply squeeze the trigger. Bang! The rifle boomed, the sound reverberating across the plaza. The slave, who had acted as the stand, winced in pain as the recoil tore through his back, ripping his flesh. But his suffering meant nothing to the noble, whose eyes were fixed on the pole. The head of the man tied to the pole exploded, along with the top of his body, splattering blood and gore across the ground. The world nobles watching widened their eyes in surprise and delight. They began to murmur among themselves, eager to get their hands on a sniper rifle of their own. The idea of a weapon with such devastating power appealed to their twisted sense of superiority. TCH. He said the recoil would be minimal. I should have him whipped, the young Donquxote celestial dragon chuckled, his anger simmering down as he fell in love with the weapon. The underworld executive, sensing an opportunity, quickly approached. Pack this for me, the noble ordered, puffing out his chest with pride as he glanced around at the other world nobles, many of whom were now moving forward, their interest piqued. It will be 80 million, Tenryubito-sama, the underworld agent added carefully, his voice trembling slightly. The world noble merely waved his hand, and a servant stepped forward to settle the bill. Just then, another voice rang out. I'll give you 100 million. I want that weapon, declared another young celestial dragon, this one from the Workuri family. He stepped up, challenging the purchase with a defiant smirk. The executive froze, caught between two powerful and ruthless customers, knowing that anything he said could cost him his life. Sensing the danger, the supervisor, who had been watching the scene unfold, quickly intervened. Tenryubito-sama, he addressed the Workuri noble with a placating smile, we have many models similar to this one, each with different encrusted precious stones to suit your taste. I can assure you the performance will not vary, and you can choose something that better suits your aesthetics. The young Donquxote celestial dragon, seemingly mollified by the suggestion, turned back to the rifle. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'd like a different color. This one looks too dull, he remarked with a dismissive wave. The underworld executive wasted no time in introducing the other designs, each one more ostentatious than the last. Damn you, Doflamingo! How the hell did you know these world nobles would spend so much just because you plastered a few stones on a standard model? The underworld broker fumed internally, his frustration bubbling beneath a mask of polite servitude. He stood at the edge of the chaotic plaza, watching as the celestial dragons eagerly shelled out millions for weapons that, despite their gaudy embellishments, were no different from the ordinary models. If I'd known they'd fall for this trick, I'd have bought them myself and resold them here for a fortune. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his bitterness. His mind raced with what-ifs and missed opportunities. But reality hit him like a cold wave, he was only getting a commission from the sales. A measly cut, compared to the fortune he could have made if he had been the one to sell these weapons directly. The thought gnawed at him, but he dared not express his frustration openly. The broker cast a wary glance around the plaza, noting the other underworld agents scattered among the crowd. Some were seasoned professionals, while others were new faces, strangers whose loyalty and motives he couldn't easily gauge. He had no way of knowing how many of them might be informants for the heavenly demon himself. The Donquxote family patriarch was infamous for his ruthlessness and uncanny ability to sniff out treachery. Even the slightest attempt to falsify prices or skim profits would not go unnoticed. If he dared to embezzle a single berry, Doflamingo would know, and the consequences would be anything but pleasant. A shiver ran down the broker's spine as he imagined what Doflamingo might do to him if he ever got caught. The man was a sadistic monster who took pleasure in making examples out of those who crossed him. No, the broker had no choice but to play by the rules. He sighed deeply, resigning himself to his fate. Still, he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip through his fingers completely. If he couldn't manipulate the prices outright, he could at least hike them as much as possible. After all, the nobles were in a frenzy, eager to outshine one another. They barely blinked at the exorbitant costs as long as the weapons in question glittered with enough gold and jewels. We've got hundreds of these units prepared, he thought, his eyes flickering with greed. Different designs, all equally extravagant. They'll sell like hotcakes, and every time I push the price higher, that's more money in my pocket. He moved among the world nobles with renewed vigor, adopting a fawning demeanor as he showcased the weapons. Each time a noble showed interest, he subtly suggested that an even more exquisite model was available, just waiting for the right owner. He played on their vanity, their desire to own something unique, something that would make them the envy of their peers. Tenryubito-sama, he would say, his voice dripping with sycophantic charm, this rifle is indeed magnificent, but might I interest you in another model? This one, adorned with sapphires and gold filigree, is even more befitting of someone of your stature. And for a noble as distinguished as yourself, the price is a mere trifle, only 100 million berries. The nobles, intoxicated by their own sense of superiority and the thrill of the upcoming hunt, eagerly agreed, not realizing, or perhaps not caring, that they were being played. For them, the cost was irrelevant, it was all about possessing the finest, the most luxurious weapons. The broker, meanwhile, felt a surge of satisfaction each time a transaction was completed. He could almost see his commission growing with every sale, envisioning the wealth that would soon line his pockets. Soon enough, the scene repeated itself as more and more world nobles began testing their weapons on slaves or other unfortunate souls who had displeased them. The plaza was quickly transformed into a grotesque shooting range, where human beings were slaughtered like animals, and their deaths were met with laughter and applause. Each world noble took turns showcasing their weapons to their competitors, flaunting their newfound toys in a sick display of power and cruelty. The depravity of the world nobles knew no bounds. Their hearts were as cold and twisted as the gems that adorned their weapons, their amusement derived from the suffering of those they considered beneath them. The Holy Land, for all its grandeur, was nothing more than a den of monsters, where the powerful preyed upon the weak with impunity. The upcoming hunt promised to be a bloodbath, a celebration of their unchallenged dominion over the world. Meanwhile, unlike the flourish and excitement that was happening outside in the main plaza of the Holy Land, the atmosphere within the Room of Authority was grim. The air was thick with tension as a rare and imposing guest had come to visit the five elders. This was no ordinary visitor. Sitting with an air of absolute confidence on a specially arranged couch, which matched the grandiosity of the seats occupied by the elders, was none other than Figurland Garling, the supreme commander of the God's Knights. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. They had a vague idea why the cunning and ambitious head of the Figurland family had graced them with his presence, but they hoped against hope that it wasn't the matter they dreaded. Figurland Garling was not someone who came to merely exchange pleasantries. His visits always bore weight, and more often than not, they left ripples across the power structure of the world itself. Elder Workury, attempting to steer the conversation away from the potential minefield, tried to engage the commander in a different matter. "Tell me, Saint Figurland," Workury began, his tone laced with feigned curiosity, "have you any idea about what happened to Admiral Candidate Akiji? It seems like a new party has joined the race for the world's authority." Figurland Garling's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and disdain. "Elder Workury, if you're suggesting that the God's Knights or anyone under my command were involved in that incident, you can rest assured, we had nothing to do with it," he replied, his voice dripping with confidence. He knew full well about the incident, a mysterious attack that had nearly claimed the life of Admiral Candidate Akiji, apparently orchestrated by an unknown assailant targeting the last survivors of O'Hara. But he also knew that his denial, whether believed or not, would be accepted. His authority, bolstered by his favor with Imusama, was beyond reproach. "But," he continued, his gaze locking onto the elders with an intensity that made even them shift uncomfortably, "that is not the matter we are here to discuss today, is it?" There was a dangerous glint in his eyes, a sign that Figurland Garling was not here to be trifled with. Unlike others, he did not fear the elders. His position and his favor with Imusama placed him on equal footing with them, a fact he never hesitated to make clear. Elder Jupiter, his patience already wearing thin, leaned forward with a sneer. "So, why are you here then? If it's regarding the upcoming native hunting competition, we've already shared the list of world nobles who will be taken care of during the event. If you had something to convey about that, sending one of your God's Knights would have sufficed. Or is this regarding a personal request?" The elder's tone dripped with condescension, but there was an underlying wariness. Jupiter knew that Figurland Garling was not to be underestimated. The man was a serpent, always lurking in the shadows, moving pieces in a game only he seemed to understand. Even within the rarefied air of the world nobles, where ambition and treachery were common currency, Garling was a force to be reckoned with. He had risen through the ranks of authority with unsettling speed, gaining power and influence that rivaled even the elders themselves. Figureland Garling's smirk widened at Jupiter's words, but his eyes remained cold, calculating. "Are you sure, Garling? Or perhaps this is about one of your progeny?" Elder Nustero interjected, trying to probe into Garling's personal affairs. "I've heard rumors that you've been having problems with one of your children." Chapter 218, Nustero's words hung in the air like a challenge, but they were abruptly cut off as Figureland Garling's gaze sharpened, cutting through the elder's challenge like a knife. "That is none of your concern, Elder Nustero," Garling said, his voice low and dangerous. The room seemed to darken as he spoke, the weight of his authority pressing down on everyone present. "I don't appreciate others meddling in my household affairs. Or have you forgotten that we are all celestial dragons, serving the one true ruler of this world?" His words were a direct challenge, a reminder that his loyalty was to Imu-sama and Imu-sama alone, not to the whims of the elders. Nustero's frown deepened, and his attempt to rattle Garling clearly backfired. Whatever they may think about Figureland, his dedication to Imu-sama was unquestionable. The tension in the room thickened as the other elders watched the exchange in silence, their expressions carefully neutral. They knew better than to underestimate Figureland Garling. The man had shown time and again that he was not afraid to push boundaries and challenge authority, even theirs. "Speak, then," Elder Jupiter finally said, his voice tinged with reluctance. "What is it that you've come here to discuss, Saint Figureland?" Garling leaned back on the couch, his posture relaxed but his eyes still burning with intensity. "Let's not waste time with petty distractions," he said, his tone dismissive. "I'm here for a reason, and it's not to discuss trivialities. Though the native hunting competition is a matter of interest, it is not something I am currently bothered with, as I am sure the elders are capable of dealing with the matter. I am here for something that was promised to me years ago." The elders exchanged wary glances as they understood that Figureland was here for something they had feared that he wouldn't come to know about. They could feel the power shift in the room, the delicate balance of authority teetering as Figureland Garling asserted his dominance. He was a man who moved in the shadows, but when he stepped into the light, he commanded it, bending it to his will. And now, it seemed, he had come to exert that will once again, whether the elders liked it or not. Elder Mars's frown deepened, the lines of his face hardening as he tried to maintain an air of control. "I'm not sure we understand you, Saint Figureland. Enough with the suspense, state your business plainly." "Unlike you, we have important matters to attend to," he said, his voice carrying a hint of irritation. The elders knew very well what Figureland Garling was alluding to, but they feigned ignorance, hoping to deflect his demand. Granting him what he was promised could disrupt the delicate balance of power they had painstakingly maintained. Garling's smirk widened, transforming into something far more predatory. "Ah, now we're getting to the heart of the matter," he said, his tone smooth yet laced with a dangerous edge. "Fine. If you want to play ignorant, so be it. Allow me to refresh your memories." He leaned forward, his gaze cold and devoid of any warmth, a stark contrast to the casual demeanor he had maintained earlier. "Years ago, I found the mythical dragon fruit. It was rightfully mine by discovery, but you used your authority to take it from me. You dangled it as bait to lure Zebek, all to uncover his true intentions," Garling began, his voice steady but seething with controlled anger. "I played along with your game, even participating in that farce of a hunting competition, where I clashed with Whitebeard under the promise that the victor would claim the fruit. But then you let it slip through your fingers, allowing a filthy pirate to consume what was mine." Yes, we all know the story, Saint Figureland." "Get to the point, we don't have all day," Elder Mars snapped, his impatience evident. But behind his frustration, the elders exchanged uneasy glances. They had hoped Garling was still in the dark about recent developments, but it was clear now that he was fully aware, and that knowledge made them nervous. Garling's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he continued, ignoring Mars's interruption. You promised me, in exchange for the lost mythical dragon fruit and in recognition of my accumulated merits, that when we found the user of the awakened Op no Mi, I would be next in line to receive the eternal youth surgery. That promise was made in front of Imusama, and yet now I hear whispers that the good doctor has been found. And you kept this matter hidden from me. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The room grew tense, and the air was thick with unspoken threats. Were you planning to deny me what is rightfully mine once again, elders? Garling's voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it carried a deadly undertone. I wonder how Imusama would react if they were to learn that you attempted to withhold from me what was agreed upon under their very gaze. The elders shifted uncomfortably in their seats, the gravity of the situation pressing down on them. They had indeed intended to keep the discovery of the Op no Mi user from Garling, hoping to find a way to leverage the power of the fruit without granting it to someone as ambitious and dangerous as him. But now, their hand was forced. Elder Jupiter spoke up, his voice measured but betraying a hint of unease. Saint Figureland, you must understand that we had to ensure the security of the Op no Mi user before making any decisions. The doctor is not yet fully under our control, and we couldn't risk bringing this information to light prematurely. Spare me the excuses, Garling cut in, his tone sharp. The fact remains that you withheld this from me, breaking the very promise you made. I'm not here to negotiate, elders. I'm here to claim what is mine, and if you think you can keep it from me, you're gravely mistaken. The room fell silent, the elders weighing their options. They had always known that Figureland Garling was a force to be reckoned with, but now, faced with his open challenge, they realized just how precarious their position was. The balance of power they had maintained for so long was teetering on the edge, and one wrong move could send everything crashing down. Elder Nustero finally spoke, his voice calm but with an underlying tension. We have no intention of breaking our promise, Saint Figureland. The Op no Mi user is indeed under our custody, but the situation is delicate. We must ensure that everything is in place before proceeding with the eternal youth surgery. This is not just about power, but about stability, for all of us. And you must know very well that the user has to willingly sacrifice their life in order for the technique to be a success. Figureland Garling's face twisted into a cruel snarl, his predatory grin now replaced by a look of pure malevolence. This was exactly why he had come here, to leverage his advantage. Now that you've deceived me once again, he said, his voice laced with venom, don't you think I deserve more than just the doctor? I want compensation in addition to transferring him under my custody. Elder Saturn finally broke his silence, his voice gruff and laden with the weight of the situation. What do you mean by compensation? He had known from the moment they decided to conceal the truth from Figureland that this day would come. They had hoped to keep the matter hidden long enough to maneuver around this snake, to control him, but their plan had backfired spectacularly. If this were to reach Imusama, the consequences would be catastrophic. Garling's expression softened into something resembling false modesty, though his eyes betrayed the ambition burning within him. Ah, nothing much, Elder Saturn, he replied, his tone deceptively casual. I want the Washu no Mi's ultimate technique to be used on my behalf. Brainwash the good doctor to perform the Op no Mi's eternal youth surgery. You denied me eternal life once, I won't let a second chance slip away. The room fell into stunned silence as Garling's ambition was laid bare. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. They had underestimated him once, years ago, when they denied him the mythical dragon fruit in a bid to humble him. They had believed that taking away such power would make him bend to their will. But instead, the incident had only fueled his ambitions, making him more cunning and dangerous than ever. You! Impossible! Elder Mars and the others, save for Saturn and Nustero, shot up from their seats, their voices rising in unison. The sheer audacity of Garling's request stunned them. How had he even learned about Tsuru's true allegiance and her ultimate technique? It didn't matter now. If Tsuru were to brainwash the doctor into performing the surgery, Figureland's victory would be assured. And that was something they couldn't allow, not if they wanted to prevent a new figure from emerging with authority that might eclipse their own. Figureland, you must understand the gravity of what you're asking, Elder Nestero said, his voice tinged with agitation. Suru's ultimate technique is one of our trump cards, a crucial tool in dealing with that cursed devil fruit. If someone were to truly awaken Sun God Nika's fruit, Suru's fruit is one of our only safeguards to bring such a person under control. And even if not for that, the technique is too valuable to be used for your personal gain. It's meant for matters of the utmost importance. Garling's gaze hardened, the dangerous glint in his eyes growing sharper. Do I look like I care, elders? He hissed, leaning forward with a predatory intensity that made even the seasoned council members uneasy. If you refuse my request, I'll have no choice but to take this matter directly to Imu-sama. You know as well as I do what Imu-sama thinks of those who break promises, especially one made with Imu-sama as a witness. The threat hung heavy in the air, chilling the room. The elders knew that Garling had them cornered. Imu-sama might remain aloof from the world's affairs, but there were certain transgressions that even the highest authorities dared not commit. Breaking a promise made in Imu-sama's presence was a direct path to ruin, even for an elder. They were trapped, forced into a position where they had to choose between two equally dangerous outcomes. Elder Saturn, who had remained silent until now, spoke once more, his voice weighed down by the gravity of the situation. You know what you're asking could destabilize everything we've built, he said, though his tone lacked the conviction it once held. Even he realized they were out of options. Stability? Garling mocked, his lip curling in disdain. You speak to me of stability when you're the ones who have repeatedly undermined me, tried to control me? No, this isn't about stability. This is about what is owed to me. You may think you can keep me in check, but let me make this clear, I will have what is mine, and you will not stand in my way. The elders were left with no choice but to concede. Garling had played his hand perfectly, and now they had to pay the price for underestimating him. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with unspoken tension, the balance of power shifting precariously towards Garling. For now, he had won, but everyone in that room knew that this was only the beginning of a far more dangerous game. Foo. You've got some nerve, little brother, a marine giant ship, really? Do you even have enough hands to man that thing? Doffy's jovial voice crackled through the transponder snail, his amusement evident. I couldn't help but smirk as I glanced toward the massive deck where Dora was standing, effortlessly directing the Sea Kings to speed up. The sight was almost comical, just the two of us handling such a massive ship like it was child's play. Dora had seized the ship on a whim after nearly beating John Giant to death. I'd offered to take his head, along with the other giants, as trophies, but Dora had refused. Despite their betrayal, she still considered them kin. So, we spared them but took the ship as a spoil of war. Dora had grown tired of traveling on a raft. That's what the Sea Kings are for, I replied with a chuckle, knowing full well how absurd our situation was. Doffy's laughter echoed again through the transponder snail. So, tell me, how's your little protege doing? I asked, shifting the conversation to the disciple he'd taken under his wing, Reiju, the princess of the Germa kingdom and Sanji's elder sister. In the original canon, she would have been a part of the Germa 66 main force, becoming Judge's lackey. Fate, it seems, has a twisted sense of humor. Even I was surprised when Doffy told me that Reiju had joined our family, and he had plans to nurture her as his protege. Doffy's tone softened slightly. She's coming along nicely, little brother. Reiju is proving to be a quick learner and has a knack for our line of work. She's got potential, more than I initially thought. And the other kids? How are they doing? How's Monet holding up? I couldn't help but ask. I knew what Monet had done, and I was certain Doffy had a hand in it, pushing her to kill her own father in cold blood. But I didn't hold it against him. A man like Monet's father didn't deserve mercy, even in my books. Still, I sighed at the memory. If there was one thing Doffy resented me for, it was denying him the chance to kill Homing. He still held that grudge. Monet is strong and fiercely loyal, Doffy said, a hint of pride in his voice. I can see it in her eyes. You've got a talent for finding such trustworthy allies in this treacherous world, little brother. He chuckled, but then his tone grew more serious. So, tell me, why did you ask me to return to the New World in such a hurry? I was just enjoying my hunt in North Blue. Though it's mostly under our control now, there are still a few stragglers left. Arg! Before I could respond, a piercing scream tore through the transponder snail, making me wince. I wondered who Doffy was toying with this time. On his ship, a man clad in a tattered suit was tied upside down to the main mast, his body marred with countless burn wounds. The man's screams were bone-chilling, but none of the crew seemed bothered. They went about their work as their captain played with his prey. Doffy! Have you forgotten? We still need to pay them back for that attempt on your life in North Blue. The opportune time is upon us. We'll strike when the Marines and the world government have their attention fixed on South Blue. Foo. Oh, little brother, you sure know how to brighten my day. Doffy's laughter was almost gleeful. I was itching to get back at those bastards. Now I understand why you explicitly asked our affiliated groups to steer clear of the upcoming native hunting tournament. I wish I could have participated myself. Perhaps I could have hunted the celestial dragons. His chuckle was dark, matching the twisted smile on my face. Best to stay clear of that mess. We do not want our heads in that meat grinder. I replied, my voice laced with caution. This event is anything but simple. With the fuse I've lit, Whitebeard, Lin, Shiki, everyone is on the move. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Even without us, I'm sure quite a few celestial dragons will fall, especially with the rumors I've spread about the prizes. Let them tear each other apart, ha ha ha. My laughter echoed across the deck, sending a chill down Dora's spine. She glanced over, her instincts kicking in at the sound of my evil laughter. Doffy's enthusiasm was palpable. So, what's our target this time? Last time at Impel Down, we didn't have enough time to pull off something grand. This time, I want to make a statement. So, tell me, little brother, what's our next target? I let the suspense build for a moment, savoring the anticipation, before answering. Punk Hazard. The name hung in the air, heavy with the promise of chaos and destruction. Doffy's eyes lit up with a dangerous excitement, and I could almost hear his wicked grin through the transponder snail. Punk Hazard, huh? Foo. This is going to be fun, little brother. I can't wait to see what kind of madness we'll unleash this time. With that, our twisted plan was set in motion, and the bond between brothers was strengthened by our shared thirst for chaos and ambition. The world would soon tremble under the weight of our actions, and nothing would stand in our way. Chapter 219, Sorbet Kingdom, South Blue. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed across the shore of the Sorbet Kingdom, where the lifeless bodies of its defenders littered the ground. The remaining forces, few and desperate, hurled themselves at the wall of Marines that had formed a blockade, sealing off the island entirely. In a horrifying display of power, the world government forces, in tandem with the Marines, corralled the kingdom's civilians like cattle, herding them into massive cages. Any sign of resistance was ruthlessly crushed. You bastards! Aren't you Marines supposed to personify justice? Is this your justice? This is genocide. You'll all rot in hell for this, a man bellowed, his voice thick with grief and fury as he watched his wife and children being dragged into one of the cages. Desperation fueled his futile attempts to fight back. Sure gone. The cold, efficient voice of a CP agent cut through the chaos as his finger, hardened like iron, pierced the man's throat with deadly precision. The man's breath caught in his throat, blood spilling from his mouth as he choked on his own life. His young daughter screamed in horror and broke free, running towards her father. "Father," she cried, her voice a mix of terror and heartbreak. Her mother, driven mad by grief, shoved past the Marines, launching herself at the agent who had just murdered her husband. Bang! The crack of a gunshot rang out, and the mother fell lifeless to the ground, her body collapsing in a heap beside her husband. The Marine who had fired the shot, a rear admiral with a cold, unyielding gaze, sneered at the scene before him. "You rebel bastards! Do you still have the guts to speak of justice after aiding terrorists? He bellowed, his voice filled with self-righteous fury. The Rear Admiral's orders were clear. There would be no mercy, no room for doubt. Sengoku had made it explicit. The Marines must not allow these civilians to gain any moral high ground. To maintain the facade of justice, to keep the world's faith in the Marines, they needed to justify this massacre. The world government might not care about the Marines' reputation, but Sengoku knew the truth. Without their credibility, the Marine structure would crumble. Their entire system was built on one word: justice. And if the people began to question that justice, the foundation of the Marines would collapse. The spawn of a rebel will end up a rebel, the Rear Admiral muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible as he raised his pistol once more. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the little girl's cries were silenced forever. The sight of the child's lifeless body sent a shiver down the spines of even the most hardened Marines. A heavy silence fell over the scene as the reality of what they had just witnessed settled in. Some Marines averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight of what they had become complicit in. Their inner turmoil was etched into their faces, eyes that once held pride in their work now clouded with doubt and guilt. They had been taught to believe in justice, to believe that they were the righteous protectors of the world. But here, on the shores of the Sorbet Kingdom, they found themselves questioning everything. Was this truly justice? Was this what they had sworn to uphold? Yet, for many, the only way to cope with the horror was to embrace the lies they had been fed. They told themselves that the entire Sorbet Kingdom was corrupt, that these people, these men, women, and children, were all rebels who would grow up to threaten the peace of the world. They clung to that belief because the alternative was too horrifying to accept, that they were not heroes, but monsters. Still, others could not shake the feeling of unease, the gnawing doubt that crept into their minds. They had seen the fear in the eyes of the civilians, the helplessness in their screams. They had heard the cries of children and felt the weight of their own actions pressing down on them like a suffocating fog. The Rear Admiral, however, showed no such conflict. His bloodshot eyes scanned the crowd of frightened civilians, who, realizing the futility of resistance, resigned themselves to their fate and stepped into the cages. The Rear Admiral's heart had long since hardened to the suffering around him. To him, this was necessary, an unpleasant but essential part of maintaining order in a chaotic world. But as the last of the civilians were locked away, the doubts among the ranks of the Marines lingered, festering like a wound that refused to heal. Each Marine carried that doubt with them, a silent question burning in their minds: was this truly the justice they had signed up to protect? And if not, what did that make them? Under the shroud of night, a small group of Marines moved quickly and silently through the darkened streets of the Sorbet Kingdom. The sounds of gunfire and screams from the massacres on the shore still echoed in their ears, but they forced themselves to focus. This was their last chance to save whoever they could. Quickly! We don't have much time, whispered Captain Hiroshi, a young Marine with sharp features and a heart weighed down by guilt. His hands trembled as he guided a group of terrified civilians through the alleyways towards the hidden dock, where they had managed to secure a small Marine ship. Please, stay quiet, he urged the group, glancing back at the wide-eyed children clinging to their mother's skirts. We're almost there. Why are you helping us? One of the civilians, a frail old man, asked, his voice barely a whisper. Hiroshi hesitated. Because this isn't what the Marines are supposed to do, he finally replied, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. This isn't justice. As they reached the hidden dock, the sight of the ship brought a wave of relief to the group. A few other Marines, who had also grown sickened by the slaughter, were already on board, preparing to cast off. Get on, quickly, Hiroshi urged, helping the civilians onto the ship. We'll take you somewhere safe, away from this madness. The civilians, filled with hope, scrambled aboard, whispering hurried thanks to the Marines. Hiroshi took one last look at the darkened kingdom behind him and felt a pang of sorrow for those he couldn't save. But there was no time to dwell on that now. He had to get these people to safety. Captain, we're ready to go, one of the Marines said, giving him a nod. Hiroshi returned the nod, relief washing over him. Good, Let's die, Funka. A chilling voice cut through the night, freezing Hiroshi in his tracks. The air suddenly grew hot, and the sea around them began to bubble and steam. Hiroshi's eyes widened in horror as he turned to see a towering figure standing on the dock, his fist engulfed in molten lava. It was Vice Admiral Akainu. Vice Admiral Akainu! Hiroshi gasped, his blood running cold. You traitorous scum! Akainu's voice was cold, filled with disgust. You dare defy the Marines' orders? You dare defy justice? Vice Admiral, please! Hiroshi pleaded, stepping forward, his hands raised in desperation. These people are innocent. They have nothing to do with the rebels. This slaughter is wrong. Innocent? Akainu's lips curled into a sneer. There are no innocents here. Every one of them is guilty by association, tainted by the filth of rebellion. And you have betrayed the very core of justice. Akainu raised his fist high, the lava swirling and bubbling ominously. The civilians on the ship screamed, clinging to each other in terror. Vice Admiral, no! Hiroshi shouted, throwing himself in front of the ship, his arms spread wide. These people are not criminals. We're supposed to protect them, not murder them. Akainu's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with disdain. Justice cannot tolerate the weak-hearted. You have chosen your side, Captain Hiroshi. And now, you will die with the criminals you sought to protect. Ryusei Kazan. Akainu's fist came crashing down, and a barrage of molten fists erupted from the sky, slamming into the ship. The wood splintered and cracked, the metal groaned under the heat, and in an instant, the ship was engulfed in flames. "No!" Hiroshi screamed as the ship began to sink, the terrified cries of the civilians and his fellow Marines filling the air. He tried to rush to the ship, to save anyone he could, but Akainu's hand caught him by the collar and threw him back to the ground. You chose this, Hiroshi, Akainu said coldly, watching with unblinking eyes as the ship sank into the boiling sea, the last of the screams fading into silence. Weakness has no place in the Marines. You betrayed justice, and now, you will pay the price. Hiroshi struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with tears and fury. You monster! How can you call this justice? Akainu stepped forward, his massive form towering over Hiroshi. This is absolute justice, the only kind that can cleanse this world of filth like you. His voice was unwavering, devoid of any remorse. With a swift motion, Akainu's molten fist shot forward, piercing through Hiroshi's chest. The captain's eyes widened in shock, blood spilling from his lips as he crumpled to the ground. Justice must be absolute, Akainu muttered, watching Hiroshi's body fall lifeless to the ground. He turned his back on the burning wreckage, the cries of the dead already fading from his mind. To Akainu, there was no room for weakness, no room for doubt. Those who opposed justice, those who defied the Marines, were enemies of the world, and they all deserved the same fate. As the last remnants of the ship disappeared beneath the waves, Akainu walked away, leaving behind nothing but destruction and the chilling reminder that in his eyes, there was no mercy, only absolute justice. Inside a dilapidated barn at the edge of the Sorbet Kingdom, the air was thick with despair. The small structure, once filled with the sounds of farm animals and the laughter of children, now housed a family hiding from the horror that had engulfed their homeland. They had managed to evade the Marines and the world government forces that were ruthlessly hunting down every last soul in the kingdom, but deep down, they knew their time was running out. A man, not yet old but worn by the weight of the world, knelt on the cold, dirt floor, his hands trembling as he clutched a rusted knife. His name was Ruji, and he was a simple farmer, never meant for violence or bloodshed. But here he was, faced with an unimaginable task. His heart pounded in his chest, and his breaths came in ragged gasps as he looked at his family, his elderly parents, his beloved wife, and his 3 precious children. The barn was dimly lit by the moonlight filtering through the cracks in the wooden walls. His children, 2 boys and a little girl, huddled close to their mother, their faces pale with fear but also with a strange acceptance. The eldest, Kazuo, only 12, tried to put on a brave face for his younger siblings, but his trembling hands betrayed him. The little girl, Hannah, barely 6, clung to her mother's arm, her innocent eyes wide with confusion. She was too young to fully grasp what was happening, but she knew enough to be terrified. The middle child, Daisuke, 10 years old, stared at the ground, his fists clenched in a futile attempt to suppress his tears. Ryuji's wife, Aiko, knelt beside him, her eyes wet with tears but her voice steady. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, trying to ease the burden that weighed him down. "Ryuji, love, it's the only way. We can't let them take us. We can't let them take the children," she whispered, her voice cracking. Ryuji squeezed his eyes shut, tears spilling down his cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Aiko. I should have protected you all. I should have found a way out," he choked, his voice thick with grief and self-loathing. Aiko cupped his face with both hands, forcing him to look at her. "You've done everything you could. This isn't your fault, Ryuji. The world is cruel. We were caught in the crossfire of powers beyond our control. But we can still choose how this ends." Kazuo stepped forward, his small frame shaking. "Father, please, do it. I don't want them to hurt us. I don't want to see them hurt Mother or Hannah." His voice was thin, barely a whisper, but the determination in his eyes was that of someone far older. Ryuji's heart shattered at his son's words. "Kazuo, my brave boy." Hannah tugged at Aiko's sleeve, her innocent voice cutting through the silence. "Mama, where are we going? Why is Papa crying?" Aiko swallowed the lump in her throat, her heart breaking at the sight of her little girl's confusion. "We're going to a better place, Hannah. A place where we can be safe together, forever." Hannah blinked, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Will it hurt, Mama? I'm scared." Aiko pulled her daughter close, hugging her tightly. "No, my love, it won't hurt. You'll just close your eyes, and when you wake up, we'll all be together again. I promise." Ryuji's mother, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Her voice was frail, but there was a calm acceptance in her tone. "Ryuji, my dear son, you must do this. We cannot let them take us. It's better this way. I have lived my life. I have no regrets. But the children, they should not suffer at the hands of those monsters." His father, a stoic man who had always been a pillar of strength, nodded in agreement. "End it, Ryuji. For them. For us all." Ryuji's hand tightened around the knife, his knuckles turning white. His whole body trembled as he fought against the overwhelming despair that threatened to paralyze him. I can't do this," he whispered, his voice breaking. "You can, Ryuji," Aiko said softly, her eyes filled with an unbearable sadness. "You're the strongest man I know. I love you, and I'm proud of you. Please, do it, for our children." Ryuji's vision blurred with tears as he nodded, his heart breaking with every beat. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his shaking hands. "I'm so sorry," he whispered again, more to himself than to anyone else. He moved toward his parents first. His mother gave him a small, reassuring smile, despite the tears streaming down her face. "It's all right, my son. We will be at peace." Ryuji knelt beside her and gently cupped her face, his hands trembling. With one swift motion, he slid the knife across her throat. Blood poured from the wound, and his mother gasped, her eyes widening before they slowly closed. She slumped to the ground, her life slipping away. His father watched, his eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and pride. "Go quickly, Ryuji. Don't let us suffer." Ryuji's hands shook even more violently as he repeated the act, his soul tearing apart with every movement. His father's body crumpled beside his mother's, the life leaving his eyes as he whispered, "Thank you, my son." Aiko pulled the children close, kissing each of them on the forehead, whispering words of comfort and love. "Be brave, my darlings. We'll be together again soon." Kazuo stood tall, biting his lip to keep from crying out as he stepped forward. "Do it, father, please." Ryuji could barely see through the tears that streamed down his face. His heart felt like it was being ripped from his chest as he approached his eldest son. He knelt in front of Kazuo, his hands shaking so violently he could barely hold the knife. "I'm sorry, Kazuo. I'm so sorry," Ryuji sobbed as he gently placed a hand on his son's cheek. Kazuo, with a courage that belied his age, nodded. "I know, father. I love you." With a trembling hand, Ryuji brought the knife to his son's throat, and with a sob of utter despair, he drew the blade across. Kazuo's body fell into his arms, the boy's life snuffed out in an instant. Daisuke stepped forward next, his small frame shaking with fear, but he too found the strength to face his father. "Father, don't cry. It's better this way, better than being their toy." Ryuji's sobs grew louder as he held his son close, unable to believe what he was doing. He wanted to scream, to curse the world that had brought him to this moment. But there was no other choice. "I love you, Daisuke," he whispered, his voice choked with tears. "I love you too, father," Daisuke replied, closing his eyes and waiting for the end. Ryuji's heart shattered completely as he drew the blade across his son's throat, the boy's body going limp in his arms. He laid Daisuke down beside Kazuo, his vision blurred with tears. Aiko held Hana close, her hands trembling as she kissed her daughter's forehead. "It's time, Hana. Be brave for Mama, okay?" Hana looked up at her mother with wide, innocent eyes. "Okay, Mama. I'm scared, but I'll be brave." Aiko's voice broke as she nodded to Ryuji, who was on his knees, broken and weeping. "Ryuji, it's time." He looked at his wife and daughter, his vision clouded by tears. He couldn't move, paralyzed by the horror of what he was about to do. But Aiko reached out, taking his hand in hers, steadying him. "Do it, Ryuji," she whispered, her voice filled with sorrow and love. "Please." With a final, heart-wrenching sob, Ryuji raised the knife one last time. He moved forward, kissing Hana's forehead as he gently drew the blade across her throat. The little girl's body fell into her mother's arms, lifeless and still. Aiko held Hana close, her own tears falling freely. "Thank you, Ryuji. Thank you for sparing her from this world." Ryuji, now a broken man, could barely hold the knife as he approached his wife. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with nothing but love. "I'll see you on the other side, my love," she whispered, closing her eyes and waiting for the end. Ryuji's hands shook uncontrollably as he drew the blade across her throat. Aiko's body slumped against the barn wall, her life slipping away in silence. He collapsed to the ground, the knife falling from his hands, his body racked with sobs. Ryuji, overcome with despair, reached for the rusted knife, desperate to end his own life before he could be taken. His hands trembled violently as he brought the blade to his own throat, his vision a blur of tears and anguish. He had nothing left, no reason to continue in a world that had ripped everything from him. As he steeled himself to make the final cut, a heavy boot came down on his wrist, crushing his hand against the dirt floor. The knife clattered to the ground, just inches from his reach. Ryuji looked up, his tear-filled eyes widening in terror as the CP agent loomed over him, his expression devoid of any emotion. "No!" Ryuji screamed, his voice raw with desperation. He thrashed against the agent's grip, trying to free his hand, to grab the knife, and finish what he had started. "Let me die! Please, let me die!" The CP agent remained silent, his face a mask of indifference. With a swift, brutal motion, he twisted Ryuji's arm behind his back, forcing the man to the ground. Ryuji cried out in pain, his struggles growing weaker as the weight of his despair bore down on him. "Please," Ryuji sobbed, his voice breaking as he pleaded with the agent. "They're all gone, there's nothing left for me, just let me end it." But the CP agent didn't respond. His orders were clear, everyone needed to be captured as targets for the upcoming hunt. Everyone had to be brought to the capital, where they would be confined to special cages. With ruthless efficiency, the agent delivered a sharp blow to the back of Ryuji's head. The world spun around him, and a dull, throbbing pain filled his skull. His vision darkened, and the last thing he saw before losing consciousness was the lifeless bodies of his family, crumpled on the cold ground. Chapter 220, Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. A massive marine ship lay anchored near the shores, casting a long shadow over the island. The villagers, along with the usually elusive mountain bandits, had gathered in droves to witness the colossal sight. The sheer size of the ship was enough to draw attention, but it wasn't the ship alone that had captured the curiosity of the island's inhabitants. It was the presence of Dora, a giant from Elbaf, standing tall and imposing on the island. For many of the villagers, it was their first time seeing a giant. At first, they couldn't believe their eyes, unsure if what they were witnessing was real or some trick of the mind. Children clung to their parents' legs, eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe, while the older villagers whispered amongst themselves, exchanging tales they'd heard of giants from distant lands. Even the mountain bandits, usually hardened and unshakable, found themselves gawking at the sight before them. I, however, was enjoying every moment of it. The looks of sheer disbelief on the faces of Dora, Mancherry, and Leo were priceless. The disparity in size between Dora and the two smaller members of our crew was almost comical. Leo, no bigger than a toddler's toy compared to Dora, stood with his mouth agape, while Mancherry jumped around Dora's head like a tiny, curious bird. "Ross! Is Dora really going to be part of our crew?" Robin stepped up curiously, her eyes shining with a mixture of hope and nostalgia. She was instinctively drawn toward Dora, as memories of O'Hara and her bond with Saul, the giant who had risked his life to protect her, resurfaced. "Yes, Robin," I replied with a reassuring smile. "Dora is now a part of our family." Robin's face lit up at the confirmation. Without hesitation, she let out a soft, warm laugh, imitating Saul's distinctive chuckle, "Dureshishishi." Dora's eyes widened in recognition of the sound. The deep, booming laughter echoed memories long buried, and in that instant, she realized Robin must have known Saul well. It was as if a bridge had been built between them, one made of shared histories and unspoken understanding. As the two began to bond, their conversation turned into a quiet exchange of stories, both filled with laughter and bittersweet recollections. The connection between Robin and Dora became evident to everyone around, deepening with each passing moment. It was clear that Robin had found in Dora a reminder of the kindness she had once known, and Dora, in turn, found solace in Robin's presence. Meanwhile, standing by the side with his arms crossed and a snow-white pigeon perched on his shoulder, Lucci observed the scene with a mix of curiosity and something else, an eagerness. "Master," he spoke up, his voice tinged with the excitement of a new challenge. "Do you think I can beat a giant?" I couldn't help but recall how he had come to acquire the bird. It all began when my hawk brought back a rare bird of prey's nest during one of his training sessions. Robin, Mancherry, and Lucci had each taken a hatchling to raise. As fate would have it, while Robin's and Mancherry's hatchlings turned out to be formidable raptors, Lucci's bird ended up being a snow-white pigeon. I smiled at Lucci's question, knowing the fire that burned within him. "Why don't you give it a try, Lucci? I'm sure you'll have your answer after you trade blows with Dora. Just make sure to have your bout away from the island. We don't want to accidentally level the place. And remember, Dora may look innocent, but she's much stronger than the average giant. She's proficient in hockey, so she'll be a good sparring partner for you." Lucci's eyes gleamed with anticipation at the prospect. He had always been a fierce fighter, and the chance to test his skills against someone of Dora's caliber was an opportunity he relished. "Oh, and Lucci," I added, my tone shifting slightly, "remember, we're heading back to the New World soon." Lucci, who had been lost in thoughts of his upcoming fight, turned his attention back to me. "Are we leaving East Blue, Master?" "Not exactly," I said, with a hint of mystery in my voice. "It's just going to be you and me this time. Now that you're proficient in hockey, it's time we find you a devil fruit, don't you think?" "Devil fruit. Devil fruit." The pigeon on Lucci's shoulder echoed, mimicking the words in a surprisingly clear voice. Lucci's stoic demeanor cracked for a moment, revealing a glimmer of excitement. His progress in hockey had been steady, but he'd felt his growth slowing recently. The idea of gaining a devil fruit something that could elevate his abilities to the next level, had been on his mind for a while. Although the Donquxote family had access to a decent collection of devil fruits, I had always been cautious, forbidding him from consuming one until he was truly ready, and I had a specific devil fruit for Lucci in mind. Anything less would be wasting his talent. Because even among the family, if there was anyone who could truly catch up to me in the future, it was Lucci. Now, hearing that his time had come, Lucci couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. His thoughts raced, pondering what kind of devil fruit he might receive. Gladius had the crystal logia, and Smoker possessed the smoke logia, both formidable powers. But Lucci craved something more, something that could make him stand out even among his powerful peers. He recalled the times I had mentioned that mythical zoans were the rarest and most powerful of the devil fruits, granting their users abilities far beyond the norm. The idea of possessing such a fruit intrigued him deeply, but he knew how rare they were. The family had yet to acquire a mythical zoan user, and even within the vast seas, they were spoken of more in legend than in reality. Still, as Lucci mulled over the possibilities, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. Whatever devil fruit he ended up with, he was resolved to master it completely, just as he had done with hockey. The thought of the power that awaited him, combined with the thrill of the unknown, set his heart racing. "Whatever fruit I get, Master," Lucci finally spoke, his voice firm with resolve, "I will make sure to become even stronger. I won't let you down." I nodded, pleased with his determination. "So, you're heading back to the New World, are you?" Mihawk, standing beside me with his usual calm demeanor, broke the silence. His keen eyes were fixed on the distant horizon, but I could sense the underlying curiosity in his voice. He had chosen to ignore the summons of the world government for the native hunting competition, opting instead to remain in East Blue at my request. "Yes, just a short trip," I replied, my gaze drifting toward Dora, who was playing with the other kids on the shore. The ground trembled slightly as she ran around, her massive form causing ripples of excitement among the children. "In the meantime, I'll have to trouble you to look after the little ones." Mihawk's lips curled into a faint, amused smile. "Little ones," he mused, his gaze now following mine. The contrast between Dora and the other children was almost comical, yet endearing in a way. Despite her size and strength, Dora's innocence shone through, making her a natural guardian and playmate for the others. But Mihawk's mind was elsewhere. Though he had made significant progress during his time in Shimotsuki Village, he had not yet achieved his ultimate goal, transforming Yoru into a black blade. My teachings on Conqueror's Haki infusion had only added fuel to his fire, driving him to push his limits even further. "Well then," he began, his voice taking on a casual tone that belied the intensity behind it. "Why don't we have a spar? I believe I'm close to achieving Conqueror's Haki infusion." I couldn't help but give him a dumbfounded look, since I had told him about the Conqueror Haki infusion only recently, and he was saying that he was already close to achieving it. That aside, I had barely returned, and already he was itching for a fight. But Mihawk's idea of a spar was far from a simple exchange of blows. Our last few encounters had stretched on for hours, sometimes even more than a day. They were grueling tests of endurance and skill, pushing both of us to the brink. Yet, I had promised him. After he had lent his support to Doffy in North Blue, I owed him this. I sighed, resigning myself to the inevitable. Sigh. Fine, fine. Let's just get it over with. I hope you're ready for a good beating, I added with a chuckle, though the light heartedness in my voice was laced with a competitive edge. "Say, Mihawk, which island would you like to sink today?" I asked, while stretching my observation haki to find a suitable island nearby. Mihawk flinched ever so slightly, the briefest flicker of apprehension crossing his usually stoic face. But it was gone in an instant, replaced by the same calm resolve that had made him the world's greatest swordsman. He nodded, the challenge accepted without a word, as we both knew what was coming, a clash of wills and power that would echo through the island. Soon we found ourselves on a rocky, lush green island a few dozen miles away from Shimotsuki Village. "Are you ready?" Mihawk asked, his voice low but firm, as we finally took our stances. His gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment, the world around us seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of us and the silent promise of a battle that would push us both to our limits. "Always," I replied, a smirk tugging at the corners of my mouth. My hawk unsheathed Yoru, the supreme grade blade gleaming menacingly under the midday sun. Its semi-dark surface seemed to drink in the light, exuding a quiet but overwhelming power. In response, I drew Shusui, its legendary black steel shimmering with an ancient aura. My hawk's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his usually stoic face. "Just Shusui?" he asked, his voice laced with challenge, as if daring me to take this duel more seriously. I couldn't help but smirk at his words. "You're still too weak for her," I replied, my hand lightly brushing against the second blade strapped to my side. "Akatsuki. When you can truly reach the level of an emperor, I'll show you Akatsuki's might." My tone was teasing, but there was a firm undertone of truth that my hawk couldn't ignore. He frowned harder, his pride clearly stung, but he didn't argue. Deep down, my hawk knew that the current him wasn't ready to face Akatsuki, a blade that seemed to have a life of its own. Out of curiosity, the last time he tried to handle the blade, it felt as if the blade wanted to devour his soul. Ross wasn't joking when he said that the blade would devour anyone other than himself that tried to handle it. Knowing that his friend was trying to help him work harder, he took the jab in stride, focusing instead on the task at hand. After all, he had his own ambitions, and he was determined to catch up sooner or later. Unbeknownst to me, my hawk had been harboring a secret, a hidden power that he had only recently begun to understand. It wasn't just hockey, at least, not in the way he had always known it. This mysterious force had stirred within him during his most intense battles, and he believed it to be something different, something that could change the course of his destiny. My hawk had decided to keep this hidden power to himself until he could fully grasp it and understand it, intending to reveal it only when the time was right, perhaps even to me, his own blood brother. For now, however, he set aside those distracting thoughts. His focus sharpened as he let his conqueror's haki burst forth, the sheer force of his willpower rolling out like a tidal wave. The air around us thickened, the ground beneath our feet trembled heavily under the weight of our clashing spirits. "It is Shura!" my hawk intoned, his voice low and deadly, signaling the beginning of our duel. And with that, the world erupted into motion. Our blades met with a deafening clash, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The force of our strikes cracked the earth beneath us and sent gusts of wind tearing through the surrounding trees. Every swing of Yoru was precise and deadly, a testament to my hawk's unparalleled skill as the world's greatest swordsman. But Shusui was no ordinary blade, and in my hands, it became a force of nature, responding to each of my hawk's strikes with equal ferocity. Our movements blurred as we pushed each other to the limit, neither of us holding back. My hawk's conqueror's haki infused his blade, creating a vortex of power with each strike. But I matched him blow for blow, my own haki wrapping around Shusui like a shroud of darkness, amplifying its destructive potential. "Not bad, my hawk," I called out over the roar of our battle, genuinely impressed by his progress. "You've come a long way." I had to admit that, when it came to pure swordsmanship, my hawk could give me a run for my money. My hawk's eyes burned with determination. "I'm far from done, Ross," he retorted, his voice carrying the weight of his resolve. With a fierce swing, he unleashed a powerful slash, the air around Yoru humming with energy as the blade cut through the space between us. I parried the attack with a deft movement of Shusui, the impact sending a shockwave that tore through the ground, leaving a deep gash in its wake. The sheer force of our clash sent nearby boulders stumbling back. Nature itself seemed in awe and fear as they witnessed the destructive power of our duel. Despite the intensity of our battle, there was a mutual respect that lingered in the air between us. My hawk was relentless, pushing forward with everything he had, but I could sense that he was holding something back, a reserve of strength that he hadn't yet tapped into. "Is this all you've got?" I taunted, pushing him to reveal his full potential. "If you want to ever truly take the title of the world's greatest swordsman, you'll have to do better than that." My hawk gritted his teeth, his frustration evident. "I'm just getting started," he shouted, channeling even more of his haki into Yoru. The blade glowed with a fierce intensity as his will pushed it towards complete blackening, and for a moment, it seemed as though the very air around us was about to ignite from the sheer power of his will. Our duel raged on, the sound of clashing steel echoing across the island. The ground beneath us was torn asunder, trees were uprooted, and the very air seemed to tremble with the force of our battle. Each strike, each parry, each movement was a testament to our skill and strength, a dance of death that neither of us intended to lose. But even as we clashed, there was something in Mihawk's eyes that caught my attention, a spark of something more, something that went beyond the mere desire to win. It wasn't just ambition or the hunger for power, it was a deeper, almost primal energy, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. As our battle raged, that mysterious force within Mihawk seemed to grow stronger, more pronounced. Whatever this power was, it was unlike anything I had ever encountered, a power that was fundamentally different from anything I had ever known. I could sense Mihawk was aware of this new power, too. He hadn't fully grasped it yet, which is why he kept it hidden, even from me. He was waiting, biding his time, determined to understand it completely before revealing it. But I could see it in his eyes, in the way he fought. Mihawk was on the cusp of something extraordinary. My curiosity was piqued. In my previous life, I had scoured every inch of the One Piece canon, and yet I had never come across anything like this. It made me wonder if this was something that had simply been overlooked, something hidden within the story that I never got the chance to uncover before my untimely death, or if it was something entirely new, unique to this real world I now inhabit. Either way, I knew one thing for certain: whatever this power was, it was growing within Mihawk, and it wouldn't be long before he unleashed it in full. And when that day came, I would be ready. Whether as a rival, a mentor, or a brother, I would stand by his side. Chapter 221, Hakenosu Island, New World. Hakenosu Island, once an iconic stronghold and symbol of terror in the New World, had fallen into disgrace. It was a place steeped in dark history, once the seat of the infamous Rocks pirates, a crew that had nearly toppled the world government itself. But those days of infamy were long gone, as currently the pirate island is governed by Ochaku, one of the Shichibukai. The island had since devolved into a gathering place for riffraff, hundreds of pirate crews, miscreants, and outcasts who sought refuge in its shadowy corners. It was a lawless den of over 100,000 pirates, a chaotic hive where survival meant being the nastiest of the lot. Yet today, the entire island trembled as a new era of terror dawned upon it. The Azure Dragon had arrived. Kaido, the Governor-General of the Beast Pirates, had set his sights on Hakenosu. His decision to claim it as his new base shook the very core of the island. The atmosphere was thick with fear and panic as Kaido tore through the pirate ranks like a force of nature, leaving nothing but carnage in his wake. Pirates who had once lorded over their fellow scum found themselves reduced to quivering wrecks as Kaido's massive dragon form descended upon the island. His scales gleamed in the dim light, a monstrous embodiment of destruction. His roar echoed through the skies, a sound so powerful that it made the blood of even the bravest pirates run cold. "Run! It's Kaido! The damn beast is here!" A pirate screamed, his voice cracking as he desperately tried to flee. His comrades, once boastful and full of bravado, were now scrambling over each other in a blind panic, trying to escape the inevitable doom that had befallen them. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" another pirate yelled, shoving someone aside in his own frantic attempt to get away. "We're all dead. We're all fucking dead." The ground beneath them shook violently as Kaido, in his majestic dragon form, landed, the sheer weight of his form cracking the earth. Buildings crumbled like sandcastles, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and blood. Kaido's eyes, glowing with a malevolent light, scanned the terrified masses below him. There was no mercy in his gaze, only a burning, all-consuming wrath. "Burrow breath!" Kaido's deep, guttural voice bellowed from the skies above. With a terrifying intensity, he unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, a beam of concentrated destruction that tore through the island like a knife through flesh. The beam carved a path of devastation, obliterating everything in its wake. Pirates screamed in terror as they were incinerated where they stood, their bodies reduced to ash in an instant. "Please, no! And oh, oh, oh!" A pirate, tears streaming down his face, fell to his knees, begging for his life even as the inferno engulfed him. His cries were cut short by the scorching heat that consumed him, leaving nothing behind but charred remains. Why? Why is this happening? Another pirate, clutching a crude weapon that now seemed pitiful in his trembling hands, cursed his fate as he tried to stand against the onslaught. But his defiance was short-lived as Kaido's massive tail swept through the area, sending men and debris flying like leaves in a storm. Monsters. We're nothing but ants to them. A grizzled pirate, who had once boasted of his countless victories, now lay on the ground, clutching a severed limb. Blood pooled around him as he gazed up at Kaido's towering form, despair etched into his face. His last breath escaped him in a choked sob as the light faded from his eyes. Kaido continued his rampage, undeterred by the slaughter he had wrought. The island's once lively atmosphere had been replaced by the overwhelming scent of death and the screams of the dying. Pirates tried to escape by sea, but Kaido's aerial form circled the island like a predator stalking its prey. With a casual flick of his tail, he smashed entire ships to splinters, sending their crews to the depths of the sea. Worororo! This is what happens when you dare to claim what's mine. Kaido roared, his voice carrying across the island. This is my domain now. All who oppose me will die. The surviving pirates, those lucky enough to have avoided the immediate wrath of Kaido's attack, were left in shock. They cowered in the ruins of what had once been their refuge, too terrified to move, let alone fight back. They knew they stood no chance against the beast that had descended upon them. As Kaido roared once more, the sound reverberating through the very bones of the island, it became clear to all that Hakanosu was no longer just a pirate den, it was now the domain of the Azure Dragon, 100 Beasts Kaido. Kaido's presence was a storm unto itself, the very skies seeming to echo his fury as thunder rumbled and lightning crackled across the heavens. The downpour that followed was torrential, drenching the blood-soaked island of Hakanosu and stirring the sea into a frenzy. The once great stronghold of terror had been reduced to a mere playground for the Azure Dragon, who now circled the skies like a vengeful god, his massive form blotting out the sky. As he descended, his enormous form shifted back into his human-beast hybrid state, the ground trembling beneath his feet as he landed atop the skull-shaped fortress that loomed over the island. From this vantage point, he could survey the entirety of Hakanosu, now stained crimson with the blood of those who dared to defy him. Roar! Kaido's bellowing roar reverberated across the island, shaking the very foundations of the fortress. The roar was not just a display of power, it was a declaration, a warning to the world that Kaido, the king of beasts, was here to reclaim what was rightfully his. His mind, however, was not solely focused on the conquest at hand. The wounds of past defeats still festered within him, both physically and emotionally. His loss to Odin had been a bitter pill to swallow, but the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of the Donquxote brat, Rosinante, cut even deeper. Since that fateful battle, Kaido has sworn off drinking, instead immersing himself fully in training his haki and working tirelessly to awaken his devil fruit to its full potential. Yet, the scar left by Rosinante's lightning attack still burned, a constant reminder of the one man who had dared to wound him in such a way. As Kaido traced his massive hand across his chest, his fingers brushing the circular scar that stood out among the many that marred his body, his hatred for the young Don Quixote welled up inside him like a dark tide. He had promised himself that he would hunt down Rosinante, that he would tear him apart, and that he would present his head as a trophy to Yamato, his rebellious daughter, and to the world. Just then, King approached, having reverted to his human form, his wings folding neatly behind him as he bowed before Kaido. Kaido-sama, Hakanosu is entirely under our control. I've ordered the remaining pirates to either surrender or be executed. Our forces, led by Queen, are currently mopping up the last pockets of resistance. King's voice was calm, and his demeanor was as composed as ever, despite the carnage that surrounded them. Kaido grunted in response, his eyes still fixed on the horizon. The storm overhead mirrored the tempest in his soul. Good. Once the island is secure, have Yamato transferred here. Confine her to her quarters, make sure she's locked down tight. I don't want that brat running off again. His voice was laced with a bitterness that cut through the air like a blade. King hesitated for a moment, his usually impassive face showing a flicker of concern. Kaido-sama, Yamato-sama is already being transferred as we speak. But, is it truly necessary to treat her so harshly? She's still just a child, and I'm sure she didn't deliberately eat that devil fruit. King's tone was careful, respectful, yet there was an undercurrent of unease as he spoke. Kaido's gaze snapped to King, his eyes blazing with anger. You think I care about that, King? That brat is no ordinary child. Do you know what her goal is? She wants to take me down, not to best me in combat, but to kill me. My own blood, my own daughter, wants me dead. His voice rose in fury, each word dripping with venom. If she wasn't my blood, I would have torn her apart and fed her to the Sea Kings myself. King, though he rarely showed emotion, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Yamato. He had seen the way she looked at Kaido, the hatred burning in her eyes. It wasn't just rebellion, it was something deeper, more personal. Kaido-sama, I understand your anger, but Yamato-sama is still young. She doesn't fully comprehend the weight of her actions. She's just confused. Confused? Kaido spat, his hand curling into a fist as he fought to keep his temper in check. She's a fool, that's what she is. Do you know who she worships? That lightning bastard, Rosinante. She idolizes him, the one who dared to scar me with a sneak attack during my fight with Odin. That brat has the audacity to say she wants to find him, to fight alongside him. His voice dropped to a menacing growl, and his anger barely contained. Until the day I present his head to her on a platter, Yamato will remain a prisoner. She'll learn to hate him as much as I do. Kaido's hand absently traced the scar on his chest again, the one left by Rosinante's lightning attack. The memory of that moment was seared into his mind, a humiliation that still gnawed at him. That brat took something from me, King, and I will make him pay. I will crush him, just like I will crush anyone who stands in my way. King bowed his head, understanding that there was no reasoning with Kaido when it came to Yamato or Rosinante. The relationship between father and daughter was fractured beyond repair, a bond twisted by hatred and misunderstanding. Yamato, who had learned of her mother's tragic fate, had directed all her anger and sorrow at the one responsible, Kaido. And Kaido, in turn, saw only betrayal in his daughter's eyes, a reflection of the very hatred that consumed him. Kaido's eyes narrowed as he turned to King, the gleam of ambition burning behind his gaze. His fury, though still palpable, was now tempered by a calculated cunning that had begun to define the new phase of his reign. He was no longer just the rampaging beast that the world feared, he had become something more dangerous, a monster with a mind sharpened by the lessons of past defeats. Forget about the brat, Kaido growled, waiting off any further mention of Yamato. His tone shifted, taking on a more focused edge as he fixed King with a piercing stare. Have you got the information I asked for? Have you found a way to make those artificial devil fruits that Queen mentioned? King, who had expected his master's question, nodded. Yes, Kaido-sama. We've finally pinpointed the location of the science division responsible for the research. It's located on an island called Punk Hazard, near the Donquxote territory. The island is heavily guarded, but with the native hunting competition drawing away most of the marine powerhouses to South Blue, this is the perfect time to strike. Kaido's lips curled into a menacing grin, his sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light. Punk Hazard, close to Donquxote territory, eh? He chuckled darkly, a low rumble that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Maybe I should pay them a visit as well, bring their heads back as trophies. The Donquxote brat has been a thorn in my side long enough. In the past, Kaido might have rushed headlong into an event such as the native hunting, driven by his thirst for battle and the thrill of conquest. But the Kaido who now stood atop the skull-shaped fortress was different. His defeats had forced him to evolve. He had reined in his impulsiveness, focusing instead on honing his own power and building a stable yet powerful crew. He did not want the repeat of what happened back in Wano. He was still a beast, but now he was a beast with a brain, more dangerous than ever before. King, noticing the shift in Kaido's demeanor, pressed on. If we move swiftly, we can catch them off guard. Queen's knowledge from his time with MADS gives us an edge about what we must look for. We know what Vegapunk and the others were working on, and now we can take that knowledge for ourselves. Kaido's grin widened, his mind was already racing with possibilities. The artificial devil fruits were just the beginning. If he could harness that power, he could build an army like no other, making the beast pirates truly unstoppable. The thought of it sent a thrill through him, a taste of the future he was carving out, one where he stood unchallenged as the mightiest in the world. Fine! Kaido barked, his decision made. Once you clear things up here, have Queen take care of Hakunosu. Then we'll head to Punk Hazard and pay that bastard Vegapunk a visit. We've both got debts to settle with him. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent. He thinks he can use us for his experiments and get away with it? This time, we'll be the ones doing the experimenting. King bowed deeply, understanding the gravity of the task ahead. As you wish, Kaido-sama. We'll make sure everything is in place. This time, we'll take what's ours. Kaido watched King retreat to oversee the final stages of the conquest of Hakunosu, his mind already racing ahead to the next phase of his plan. The native hunting competition, once something that would have enticed him to participate, now seemed trivial compared to the prize that awaited him. He could already picture it, the scientists of Punk Hazard kneeling before him, forced to bend their genius to his will, crafting the ultimate weapons that would secure his dominance. Just you wait, Kaido muttered to himself, his voice a low growl. I'll take everything back, and more. The whole world will tremble before me. Meanwhile, a few miles away from the island, the fleet of beast pirates, though reduced and battered, cut an imposing figure as it sailed toward Hakunosu. The flagship, a massive vessel brimming with a brutal history, stood at the center of the formation, its black sails billowing in the stormy winds that whipped across the sea. Deep within the belly of the ship, in a dank and darkened brig, a small figure sat huddled in chains. Yamato, barely 6 years old, was a pitiful sight, yet even in her tattered state, there was something fierce about her. Her silver-white hair, usually wild and untamed, now clung to her face, matted with sweat and blood. Her eyes, a piercing azure like her father's, stared out from under heavy lashes, eyes that had seen more than any child should. Her small frame was bound by sea-stone shackles that clasped both her wrists and ankles, the cruel restraints digging into her skin, leaving angry red marks that matched the countless lacerations crisscrossing her body. The wounds, still fresh and bleeding, were slow to heal, the sea-stone sapping her strength and countering the powers of the mythical Zoan fruit she had unwittingly consumed. Oi! Be careful! She's Kaido-sama's child, one of the pirates warned, his voice laced with fear as he hesitated near the entrance to the brig. His eyes darted nervously to the other pirate, who was holding a barbed whip with a sadistic grin. The whip's spikes were already stained with dried blood, a testament to its frequent use. Ha ha ha, you moron! Who do you think ordered me to punish the girl until she learns her place? The cruel pirate retorted, his laughter twisted and dark. He took a step toward the cell where Yamato was confined, the anticipation of inflicting pain gleaming in his eyes. The second pirate swallowed hard, his throat dry. He couldn't believe it, Kaido had ordered this? The very idea of harming the child of the mighty dragon of the sea was enough to make his blood run cold. But as he watched his colleague, whip in hand, approach the cell with such gleeful malice, he began to believe it. Still, a part of him feared that his colleague's cruelty might go too far, that the child might not survive. He rushed into the cell just as the first lash cracked through the air, the spikes biting into Yamato's flesh with a sickening sound. Despite the brutality of the assault, Yamato did not cry out. She didn't even flinch. She sat there, unmoving, her small hands clenched into fists as the whip tore into her flesh again and again. Blood dripped from fresh wounds, adding to the stains already marring the wooden floor. The cruel pirate was panting heavily, swinging the whip with all his might, but the satisfaction he sought eluded him. Yamato's silence was defiant, her resolve unbroken. Damn you, you monster! Why don't you scream? The pirate bellowed, his voice cracking with frustration. He lashed out again, this time across her face, the barbs tearing away a chunk of flesh and skin. Yamato's head snapped to the side, blood trickling down her cheek, but still, she made no sound. Her eyes, cold and lifeless, met his with a gaze that sent a shiver down his spine. That's enough," the second pirate stammered, his voice trembling. He grabbed his colleague's arm, pulling him away from the child, who had refused to break. "Let's go. I don't think we should involve ourselves in this matter anymore." The cruel pirate, now drenched in sweat and shaking from exhaustion, allowed himself to be led away. The door to the brig clanged shut behind them, the sound echoing in the cold, damp silence. As soon as the pirates left, Yamato slowly moved to a corner of the cell, where a faint beam of light filtered through a small tear in the ship's wooden boards. She reached beneath a loose floorboard, retrieving a carefully concealed bounty poster. Her hand shook as she pulled it out, not from fear or pain, but from the sheer effort of keeping the poster in pristine condition despite her wounds. Her leafless eyes brimmed with color. The poster was of Donquxote Rosinante, the man she idolized, the one she called her spiritual mentor. Heaven's Equal, it read under his name, a title that resonated deeply within her. Despite her young age, Yamato understood the significance of what she had seen that fateful night, the night when Rosinante had brought her father, the seemingly invincible Kaido, to his knees with a single, devastating attack. It had been a moment of revelation for Yamato, a moment when she realized that even the strongest could fall. "I will find you, master. Soon I will get out of this hellhole, and I will come find you," Yamato whispered, her voice hoarse yet filled with an unwavering determination. The pain coursing through her body was intense, but it was nothing compared to the fire that burned within her soul. She carefully smoothed the bounty poster, her small fingers tracing the lines of Rosinante's face as if drawing strength from the image. Her resolve, forged in the crucible of her suffering, was unbreakable. Yamato knew she had a long way to go, but she would endure, she would survive, and she would escape. One day, she would stand before Rosinante not as a child, but as a warrior worthy of his guidance. Until that day came, Yamato would endure whatever trials awaited her, no matter how brutal. Her father's cruelty, the shackles of sea stone, the endless beatings, they were all just obstacles on her path to freedom. And no matter how many scars she bore, she would carry them with pride, as symbols of her resolve. As the ship sailed closer to Hakanosu, the storm outside intensified, but within that small, dark cell, a different kind of storm was brewing, a storm of defiance and unyielding will, one that even the mighty 100 Beasts Kaido could not extinguish. Chapter 222, Dressrosa, New World. Iceberg stood on the dock, his arms crossed over his chest as he glared at the massive galleon before him. The ship, christened Anne's Mercy, was a marvel of craftsmanship, a towering testament to Iceberg's skill and passion. But as he stared at the vessel, a mixture of pride and frustration crossed his face. Take it, I don't care anymore," Iceberg grumbled, waving a hand dismissively. "I put so much time and effort into building this beauty for Ross, but now that he's got a giant among his crew, this ship will be nowhere near enough. I'll have to start working on a new one. It seems like this ship had your name written all over it, anyway." Doflamingo, standing beside him, couldn't help but smirk as he admired the ship. The massive, three-masted war galleon was unlike anything he ever seen. It was a behemoth of the seas, crafted from the treasured wood of the atom tree, and outfitted with the latest in weapon technology. The sleek hull gleamed in the sunlight, and the black sails, adorned with the Jolly Roger of the Donquxote pirates, fluttered menacingly in the wind. The ship was a masterpiece, sporting two powerful railguns on the fore and aft, capable of unleashing devastation upon anyone foolish enough to cross its path. In addition, it was armed with 48 advanced cannons, each more deadly than the last. The decks were reinforced with steel, and the interior boasted the finest accommodations any pirate could ask for. Foo. Iceberg, you sure are being partial, aren't you? Look at my ship, and then look at this beauty, Doflamingo chuckled, casting a glance back at his current flagship, which now seemed pitiful in comparison. His ship, though formidable, was a third of Anne's Mercy's size, and even he couldn't deny the pang of jealousy that stirred within him. Iceberg grumbled under his breath, clearly annoyed. I'm giving this ship to you because Ross might not need it anymore because of the giant. But don't think for a second that I'm happy about it. You don't even appreciate ships the way he does. Ross told me the legend of the Cloboterman wasn't just folklore, so I poured my heart and soul into this ship. I knew Ross would nurture it like a living being, but now it's yours. Just don't wreck it in a week. Doflamingo waved a dismissive hand. Fine, fine, don't grumble. I'll take good care of her, you can rest assured, he teased, though there was a note of sincerity in his voice. As Doflamingo boarded the ship, he saw his crew working diligently to prepare for the maiden voyage. Wolf, the Donquxote family's weapons specialist, was busy overseeing the final adjustments of the railguns and cannons. Even the cannons, he noted, were unlike anything seen in the pirate world, cutting-edge technology that could turn the tide of battle in an instant. Ah, Doffy! Just the man I wanted to see, Wolf called out, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I made some modifications. In cases of emergencies, you can use your flame powers to give the ship a powerful boost. The range on the railguns is limited without a proper guidance system, but I've installed tracking and targeting systems that should work, albeit subpar. You'll still be able to strike targets dozens of miles away with accuracy. Doflamingo nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your work, Wolf, he said, his voice carrying a rare tone of gratitude. But before he could say more, Wolf had already moved on, muttering to himself as he continued his inspections. Just as things were settling down for departure, a group of younger crew members, Smoker, Gladius, Reju, and Monet, clambered aboard, each carrying heavy backpacks. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, his signature grin spreading across his face as he watched them. Where do you kids think you're going? And what's with all the baggage? He asked with a chuckle, clearly amused by their sudden appearance. Smoker being the nonchalant rebel, he tossed his bag onto the deck and sprawled next to the mainmast unceremoniously. We're going on an adventure like Lucci. You haven't taken us out even once, he declared, his voice a mix of defiance and excitement. Doflamingo's frown deepened at the sight, and Gladius, sensing his displeasure, quickly dragged Smoker by the collar toward the cabin. Smoker, you idiot, show some respect. This isn't a playground. Gladius hissed, but Smoker only smirked. Oh, come on, Gladius. You're just jealous you didn't think of it first, Smoker retorted, shrugging off Gladius's grip as they disappeared into the cabin, their bickering voices fading away. Doflamingo then turned his attention to Monet, who had quietly stood to the side. Monet, you can stay back in Dressrosa and be with your sister. Scarlet will find it difficult to run things alone. Monet didn't protest, her face a mask of calm obedience as she nodded and stepped off the ship. Despite her desire to join the adventure, her loyalty to her family came first. Meanwhile, Reju had already wandered off, likely in search of a cabin to claim as her own. As Doflamingo watched them, he couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. His crew was a collection of misfits, each with their own quirks and ambitions, yet they somehow managed to function as a unit. He shook his head, still smiling, as he turned to face the horizon. The day was young, and the seas were calling. It is better for the children to learn about the cruelty of this world sooner or later. Sorbet Kingdom, South Blue. The Sorbet Kingdom, once a place of peace and quiet prosperity, had been transformed into a nightmarish tableau of human suffering. The capital city, once bustling with life, is now a desolate arena of fear and despair. The streets were lined with lage cages, crude and hastily constructed, yet sturdy enough to contain the thousands upon thousands of captives. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, blood, and the overwhelming stench of terror. The world government agents and soldiers from the Marine Force patrolled the area, their faces twisted with either indifference or sadistic glee, while the people of Sorbet Kingdom huddled in their prisons, their eyes wide with hopelessness. Within one such cage, a young mother clutched her infant child to her chest, her trembling hands caressing the baby's soft head. The child, no more than a few months old, whimpered weakly, too exhausted to cry out loud anymore. The mother, her face streaked with dirt and tears, rocked her baby back and forth, her mind racing with fear and desperation. "Please, please, someone help us," she whispered, her voice hoarse from days of crying out, her throat raw and parched. Her eyes darted around the cage, looking for anyone who might take pity on her. The cage was cramped, filled with others who were just as terrified and just as hopeless, their faces hollowed by hunger and fear. Suddenly, the door to the cage creaked open, and 2 soldiers stepped inside. The mother's heart leaped in her chest. She struggled to her feet, still holding her child close, her eyes wide with a glimmer of hope. "Please," she cried out, staggering toward them, her voice rising in desperation. "Please, take my baby. Take her to safety, I beg you." She held out the child, her hands shaking violently. "She's innocent. She hasn't done anything. Please, just take me and let her live." One of the soldiers, a man with a scarred face, looked down at the baby, then at the mother. His expression was unreadable, cold, and distant. He made no move to take the child from her arms. The other soldier, younger and with a cruel smirk on his lips, chuckled darkly. "What makes you think we do that?" the younger soldier sneered, taking a step forward and shoving the mother back with the butt of his rifle. She stumbled and fell to the ground, her baby still clutched protectively to her chest. "Please, I'll do anything," the mother sobbed, crawling back toward them, her voice breaking. "You can take me instead. Do whatever you want with me, but please, just let my baby live. She doesn't deserve this." The scarred soldier's gaze lingered on the baby for a moment longer, something almost like pity flickering in his eyes. But then he turned away, his face hardening into an expression of disdain. "Get back in the cage," he ordered, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "There's no saving anyone here. Mark the infant, she will be one of the super rares." The other soldier, his face twisted into a cruel smirk, ignored the desperate pleas of the mother. Despite her protests, her screams, and the frantic way she clutched her baby, he roughly wrenched the infant from her arms. The mother's cries grew more frantic, her voice breaking as she begged for mercy. "Please! No! She's just a baby. Please, don't do this!" she screamed, her hands reaching out in vain as the soldier held the tiny child aloft. The soldier's chuckle was dark and callous, a sound devoid of any humanity. "Shut it, woman," he sneered, his eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure. "It's not like she'll remember any of this. And besides, orders are orders." In his other hand, he held a branding iron, its tip glowing red-hot from the fire. The soldier had been tasked with marking people randomly, branding them with different symbols that classified them as special targets for the upcoming hunt. The more marks, the higher the value of the target. And the child he held now, this helpless, innocent infant, was to be marked as a super rare target, the second highest classification possible. The mother's heart nearly stopped when she saw the branding iron. Her body shook with terror, and she tried to throw herself at the soldier, but the bars of the cage held her back. "No! No, please! Don't do this to her. She's done nothing wrong. Please, I beg you, brand me instead. I'll take her place, just don't hurt her." The soldier ignored her pleas. With a sick grin, he pressed the searing hot iron against the baby's soft skin. The child let out a blood-curdling scream, her tiny body convulsing in pain as the iron burned a grotesque mark into her back. The scent of scorched flesh filled the air, mingling with the baby's anguished cries and the mother's heart-wrenching sobs. The mother's knees buckled beneath her as she watched in horror, her hands clawing at the ground, at the bars, at anything that could bring her closer to her child. "No! No! No!" she wailed, her voice raw with despair. Tears streamed down her face as she watched the soldier carelessly toss her branded baby back into her arms. The infant's cries were weak now, her energy spent from the agony she had just endured. The mother cradled her, her body trembling as she gently rocked her child, trying to soothe her, though she knew it was futile. The brand on the baby's back was red and angry, a cruel reminder of the horrors they were enduring. The mother could only press her lips to her baby's head, whispering broken apologies through her tears. The soldier watched her for a moment, a twisted sense of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "There," he said, his voice dripping with mockery. "Now she's got a mark that'll make her worth something in the hunt. Maybe they'll let you watch when it's her turn." With a final sneer, the soldier turned and walked away, leaving the mother alone in her grief. The other captives in the cage watched in stunned silence, their own fear and sorrow reflected in their eyes. None of them could find the words to comfort her, and so they said nothing, only stared as the mother rocked her baby, whispering soft, meaningless words in a desperate attempt to ease the child's pain. The mother's world had shrunk to that single moment, to the tiny, trembling form in her arms. The future no longer existed, the past was a distant memory. All that mattered was the present, the overwhelming need to comfort her child, to somehow make things right. But she knew, deep down, that nothing would ever be right again. The brand on her baby's back was more than just a mark, it was a death sentence, a cruel promise of the horrors yet to come. The mother closed her eyes, her body racked with silent sobs. All she could do now was hold her child close and pray for a mercy that she knew would never come. In another cage, not far from where the mother pleaded for her baby's life, an elderly man sat slumped against the bars, his body frail and his breathing labored. He had lived through wars, famines, and hardships that would have broken a lesser man. But this was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. The horror of seeing his beloved kingdom reduced to this state, his people caged like animals, was more than he could bear. Beside him, his granddaughter, a girl of about 8 years, sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her face buried in her hands as she wept quietly. She had been a lively, cheerful child once, always running through the fields and playing with the other children. But now, her spirit was crushed, her joy extinguished by the horrors she had seen. The old man reached out a trembling hand and gently placed it on her shoulder. "Hush, my dear, don't cry," he whispered, his voice quivering with age and emotion. "We'll get through this, somehow." The girl looked up at him, her eyes red and swollen. "Grandfather, I'm scared. What's going to happen to us?" The old man didn't have the heart to tell her the truth, that there was little hope left for them. Instead, he forced a weak smile and brushed a tear from her cheek. "Everything will be okay, my dear. Everything will be okay." But the girl wasn't so easily comforted. She looked around at the other prisoners, at the soldiers who walked by without a care for their suffering, and her fear deepened. "Grandfather, will they kill us?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The old man's heart ached at her words. He pulled her into his arms, holding her close as if he could shield her from the harsh reality they faced. "No. No, they won't. They can't." But the lie tasted bitter on his tongue, and he knew it was only a matter of time before the soldiers came for them. He had seen the cruelty in their eyes, the way they took pleasure in tormenting the prisoners. There was no mercy to be found here. As if on cue, a group of soldiers approached the cage. The old man's grip on his granddaughter tightened, his body tensing as they drew near. One of the government agents, a burly man with a cruel smile, pointed at the girl. "That one," he said, his voice thick with malice. "She'll do nicely for the hunt." The old man's blood ran cold. "No, please, not her," he pleaded, his voice shaking with desperation. "She's just a child. She hasn't done anything." The soldier sneered. "None of you have, old man. But that doesn't change a thing." The girl clung to her grandfather, her eyes wide with terror. "Grandfather, don't let them take me. Please!" The old man's heart broke as he held her tighter, his mind racing for a way to protect her. But what could he do? He was old, frail, powerless against these men. All he could do was beg. "Please, take me instead," he offered, his voice cracking. "I'm old. I've lived my life. Let her go, and take me." The soldiers laughed, a cold, heartless sound that sent shivers down the old man's spine. "You? We don't need old bones like yours," the burly soldier mocked. The hunt is for sport, and we need fresh meat who can make the hunt thrilling. He reached into the cage and grabbed the girl by the arm, yanking her away from her grandfather's grasp. She screamed, kicking and struggling, but the soldier's grip was iron. "Let her go! Please, I beg you," the old man cried, his voice a desperate wail as he reached out for her. "She's all I have left, please." But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The soldier dragged the girl out of the cage, her screams echoing in the old man's ears like a knife through his heart. He collapsed to his knees, his frail body shaking with sobs as he watched her being taken away, his vision blurred with tears. "No! No! No!" he whispered, over and over, his voice breaking as he rocked back and forth, clutching his chest as if trying to hold onto the last pieces of his shattered heart. The other captives in the cage watched in silent horror, their own despair reflected in their eyes. There was no comfort to be found, no words that could ease the old man's pain. He had lost everything, and now, he was truly alone. As the girl's screams echoed as she was branded, the old man curled up on the cold, hard ground, his body racked with grief. The world around him blurred into a haze of sorrow and loss, and all he could do was pray that, somehow, his granddaughter would escape the horrors that awaited her. But deep down, he knew that was a futile hope. Chapter 223, in the Grand Central Plaza of Sorbet Kingdom's capital city, in stark contrast to the surrounding gloom that blanketed the rest of the nation, a vibrant and grotesque jubilation filled the air. The massive plaza, framed by towering statues and opulent buildings, buzzed with the excitement of a gathering unlike any the kingdom had seen in years. The celebration here was a mockery of the suffering elsewhere, a perverse display of power and privilege. Over 400 celestial dragons had descended upon the capital for this grand event. Each one was accompanied by an entourage of soldiers, slaves, and a menagerie of exotic beasts known as hunting hounds, specially bred and trained for this very occasion. These beasts, with their bloodthirsty eyes and razor-sharp teeth, strained against their chains, eager to be unleashed. The celestial dragons themselves, usually draped in flamboyant robes and ornate masks, had today donned more practical attire. Thick leather armor and protective garments reinforced with the finest materials adorned their bodies, offering both protection and a sinister aesthetic. Their masks, however, remained, hiding their faces but doing nothing to conceal the cruelty in their eyes. Surrounding each of them were dozens of world government agents, their faces impassive, ready to leap into action at the slightest hint of danger. Lavish carriages, gilded and grand, were stationed nearby, each carrying provisions, luxuries, and a mobile resting place for the dragons, who would spend days, possibly weeks, indulging in their twisted sport. At the center of the plaza, towering above the gathered nobles, stood the host of the event, a monstrous figure over 4 meters tall. His presence was commanding, a shadow that loomed over the festivities. He was no ordinary celestial dragon. His sharp features and chiseled build hinted at a life of discipline, one that set him apart from the other pampered aristocrats. He wore not the garish clothes of his peers but a practical, battle-ready outfit that clung to his muscular frame, emphasizing his physical prowess. This man was a member of the God's Knights, the secret enforcers of the celestial dragon's will, sent to ensure that this hunt would be more than just a game. He stepped onto a raised platform, his voice booming across the plaza as he addressed the crowd. "My dear brethren," he began, his tone dripping with a mixture of arrogance and excitement. "I am exceptionally delighted to welcome one and all to this grand hunting event." The plaza erupted in cheers, the celestial dragons eager to begin the festivities. The man on the platform, with his piercing gaze, scanned the crowd before continuing, "For more than a decade, we have been denied our birthright. No more! No more shall we be deprived of our privileges. We are the descendants of gods, the rulers of this world. The entire world must serve at our pleasure, and if hunting them down gives us entertainment, then they must feel blessed to be chosen by us as prey. This is their salvation." His voice echoed across the plaza, and many of the celestial dragons nodded in agreement, their eyes alight with a shared sense of superiority. They were dragons among worms, and this hunt was their divine right. Without further delay, the host continued, his tone growing more intense, let us delve into the rules of this competition and the ways in which this event is special, different from the previous triennial hunting competitions we have participated in. He paused, allowing the anticipation to build. The celestial dragons leaned forward, eager to hear what was in store for them. This time, as a tribute to having missed many years of our beloved hunt, we have made this event grander than ever before, with more than 10 million rabbits to hunt. The cheers that followed were deafening. The plaza vibrated with the sheer excitement of the gathered nobles, their enthusiasm only heightened by the presence of Marines and world government agents who had secured the area. The celestial dragons, normally cautious in the face of potential danger, had forgotten their fears in the thrill of the hunt. Even the looming threat of powerful pirates like Big Mom, Shiki, and Whitebeard couldn't dampen their spirits today. Like before, the host continued, his voice carrying above the noise, at the end of the hunt, whoever collects the most points will be crowned champion. The hunt will continue until the last rabbit is dead. Another cheer went up, but the host wasn't finished. To make the hunt more thrilling, this time, in addition to the original residents of the island, we have also procured dangerous criminals, pirates, and beasts from various parts of the world to add to the entertainment. For those who are here without proper preparation, venture into the hunt with caution, accidents always tend to happen. A dark chuckle followed his words, a hint of hidden meaning that caused a few celestial dragons to exchange uneasy glances. But they quickly dismissed their fears. With the forces they had brought along, their safety was guaranteed, or so they believed. The host's smile widened as he moved on to the next announcement. This time, in addition to the rare and super rare rabbits, we have also added a third category of special targets known as ultra-rare rabbits. Each of these special rabbits will bear a unique mark corresponding to their rarity. The crowd buzzed with excitement at this revelation. Among the total targets, there are 18 ultra-rare rabbits, each worth 10,000 points. There are 800 super-rare rabbits, each worth 1,000 points, and 20,000 rare rabbits, each worth 100 points. Every other rabbit will be worth a single point. The anticipation in the crowd was palpable. The point system was the key to their competition, and the introduction of the ultra-rare rabbits had added a new layer of excitement. The host wasn't done yet. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial tone, drawing the attention of every celestial dragon in the plaza. To add more spice to the game, there will be something called a unique rabbit, which will be introduced when half of the rabbits have been hunted. The identity of this rabbit will only be disclosed then. A murmur of intrigue rippled through the crowd. The suspense was intoxicating, and the celestial dragons could hardly wait to see what this unique rabbit would be. The host stepped back, his part in the proceedings complete. The celestial dragons erupted into excited chatter, their minds racing with thoughts of the hunt ahead. The plaza, now a seething mass of eager participants, buzzed with anticipation. This was no ordinary hunt, it was a spectacle of cruelty and privilege, a perverse celebration of power and dominance that would echo through the annals of history. Admiral Hazard stood rigidly on the deck of the observation area that was specially built, his eyes fixed on the massive digital display counting down the minutes to the start of the hunt. The atmosphere around him buzzed with anticipation, a grotesque excitement that permeated the air as the celestial dragons eagerly awaited the commencement of their cruel sport. The display towered over the plaza, its red digits ticking down with a steady, ominous rhythm. Cages all around the island were being unlocked, their doors slowly creaking open to give the terrified rabbits a brief head start before the hunt began. Seated nearby, Admiral Aganya reclined comfortably in a lavishly decorated viewing area, her presence a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere around her. Her chair, cushioned with the finest silk and adorned with golden trimmings, was positioned perfectly to provide her with a panoramic view of the proceedings. Despite the ostentatious surroundings, Aganya herself seemed almost bored, twirling a delicate parasol absent-mindedly as she observed the preparations. Aganya was a unique figure among the celestial dragons. Unlike most of her peers, she held a degree of respect for strength and competence, qualities she had rarely found in her aristocratic brethren. She was a celestial dragon by birth, but her attitude was more complex, driven by her own code of conduct and an understanding of the delicate balance of power in the world. Her dark, calculating eyes studied Admiral Hazard, searching for any sign of discomfort or discontent. His stoic demeanor was difficult to read, but she had a keen sense for detecting the subtle nuances in people's behavior. "Admiral Hazard," Aganya began, her voice smooth yet probing, "does this unnerve you?" Hazard didn't turn to face her. His broad shoulders were squared, his hands clasped behind his back in a posture that exuded discipline and control. He was a man of few words, known for his calm under pressure and unwavering focus. His tall, imposing figure was a stark contrast to the frivolity around him. His spectacled gaze remained locked on the display, but there was no mistaking the tension in his jaw, a small but telling sign of his unease. "Does my opinion change anything?" he replied evenly, his voice carrying a deep, gravelly tone that matched his calm appearance. He knew better than to show overt displeasure in such company, but neither would he pretend to condone what was about to happen. Aganya's lips curled into a small, amused smile. "Not really," she admitted with a light chuckle. "But knowing where you stand would make it easier for me to decide how to treat you." The response was as calculated as it was revealing. Aganya wasn't here for the hunt itself, though her presence made it seem so. She had a deeper agenda, one that involved the complex and dangerous game of power within the world government and the celestial dragons. Her father, a powerful figure even among the highest echelon of celestial dragons, had sent her here with specific orders to ensure that certain members of their elite class would not leave the island alive. It was an internal purge disguised as a hunting event, a way to eliminate troublesome elements within their ranks without raising suspicion. Hazard's eyes narrowed slightly, catching the underlying meaning in her words. He was no fool. He knew that the hunt served more purposes than just the sadistic pleasure of the celestial dragons. It was a display of power, a message to the world, and in some cases, a method of silencing dissent among their own ranks. As a Marine admiral, Hazard was sworn to uphold justice. But the reality of his position was far more complex. The Marines served the world government, and by extension, the celestial dragons. Yet, Hazard had always walked a fine line, balancing his duty with his own sense of right and wrong. He finally turned his head slightly, just enough to catch Aganya's gaze. "Justice," he said, his voice measured, "is not so simple. My role is to maintain order, to protect those who are deemed innocent by the government. But here, on this island, the lines blur. The law does not always align with justice." Aganya's smile deepened, a hint of mischief gleaming in her eyes. "Indeed, Admiral. It's why I find you so fascinating. You're a man of principle in a world where principles can be a liability. Tell me, do you believe what's about to happen here falls under the mantle of justice?" Hazard didn't answer immediately. He was a man who chose his words carefully, understanding the weight they carried. Finally, he spoke, his tone even but firm. "What happens here today is far from justice. It's a spectacle, a display of power. My presence here is to ensure that things don't spiral out of control, to prevent unnecessary loss of life." "Unnecessary?" Aganya echoed, her voice carrying a slight edge of irony. "And who decides what's necessary, Admiral? Is it you? Or the world government? Or perhaps, the celestial dragons themselves?" Hazard met her gaze, his eyes steely. "I decide what I can, within the limits of my authority. But even an admiral's power has its boundaries." Aganya nodded thoughtfully, appreciating his candor. She leaned back, twirling the parasol once more, her demeanor returning to one of detached amusement. "You're right, of course. We all have our roles to play in this grand theater. Yours is to uphold the law, even when the law is written by those who revel in the suffering of others." Hazard remained silent, his attention returning to the countdown, now at mere seconds. The reality of his situation weighed heavily on him. He was a man of action, of discipline, and yet here he was, a silent observer to an atrocity disguised as a game. The countdown hit 0, and a loud horn blared across the island, signaling the start of the hunt. The celestial dragons cheered, their grotesque masks unable to hide their glee as they prepared to unleash their hounds and begin their bloody sport. Aganya watched him closely, noting the subtle tightening of his fists, the barely perceptible furrow in his brow. "Don't worry, Admiral. Your hands will remain clean today. Just do what you're here to do, maintain order, ensure the hunt proceeds as planned. After all, you're not here to question the gods, are you?" Hazard's jaw clenched, but he gave no other sign of his inner turmoil. "No," he said quietly, almost to himself. "I'm not here to question the gods. I'm here to do my duty." As the massive iron gates of the cages groaned open, the air filled with a cacophony of raw, primal fear. The once contained masses, huddled together in dread, now surged forward in a frantic rush, the overwhelming instinct to flee overpowering any rational thought. Each person became a singular force of desperation, pushing, shoving, and scrambling to escape the horrific fate that awaited them. Mothers clutched their children to their chests, their eyes wide with terror, as they sprinted toward the dense forests that fringed the Sorbet Kingdom. A young mother, her face pale and streaked with tears, held her infant close, the child's wails piercing the air. She stumbled, nearly falling, but the thought of her child being caught propelled her forward, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She glanced back once, only to see the cruel grins of the celestial dragon soldiers as they watched the spectacle unfold, their hands resting casually on the weapons that would soon be unleashed. A group of elderly men and women, their frail bodies already weak from days of confinement, struggled to keep pace with the panicked crowd. One old man, his legs shaking with the effort, reached out to a younger, stronger man running beside him. "Please," he rasped, "help me. I can't." But the younger man, his face contorted with fear, shook him off and sped away, the survival instinct obliterating any sense of compassion. Children, separated from their parents in the chaos, darted in every direction, their small figures easily lost in the throng. A boy of about 7, his clothes torn and dirty, tripped and fell hard onto the ground. He cried out in pain, clutching his scraped knees, but was quickly trampled by the panicked crowd. He struggled to his feet, tears streaming down his face as he looked around, desperately calling for his mother. But his voice was swallowed by the overwhelming noise, and he was forced to keep running, driven by the fear of the unseen hunters who would soon be upon them. Near the edge of the cage, a group of young men and women tried to form a chain, linking arms to move together toward the shelter of the forest. Their eyes were wide, their breaths coming in short, panicked bursts as they tried to maintain some semblance of order amid the chaos. But their efforts were in vain, the sheer mass of people crashing toward the exit broke their chain, and they were swept apart, each one lost to the tide of humanity. A man, his face smeared with dirt and sweat, ran with a limp, his leg injured from the brutal treatment he'd endured in the cage. His eyes darted around, wild with fear, as he realized he wouldn't be able to keep up with the others. He spotted a group of people ahead, seemingly slowing down to help someone who had fallen. With a desperate burst of energy, he pushed himself toward them, hoping for aid. But as he reached them, he saw the group scatter, leaving behind a woman lying on the ground, her face twisted in agony as she clutched her ankle. The man hesitated, torn between helping her and saving himself. A moment later, he made his decision, turning and fleeing without looking back, guilt gnawing at him even as he ran. In another part of the mass exodus, a father tried to shield his teenage daughter from the jostling crowd. She clung to his arm, her face pale and stricken. "Stay close," he urged, his voice barely audible above the din. "We'll make it, we just have to keep moving." But even as he spoke, he knew the odds were against them. The sheer number of people, combined with the limited space and the impending danger, made it almost impossible to keep track of each other. Suddenly, the crowd surged, and he felt his daughter's grip slip from his arm. He turned in panic, frantically searching for her in the throng, but she was gone, lost in the sea of bodies. The sound of the horn, signaling the start of the hunt, cut through the chaos, sending a fresh wave of terror through the fleeing masses. Those who had dared to hope for some semblance of mercy now realized the true horror of their situation. They were not being freed, they were being released only to be hunted down like animals. Screams echoed through the dense foliage as the first of the hunters began their pursuit, the celestial dragon's hounds leading the charge. The air, once filled with the sounds of panic and fear, now reverberated with the guttural growls of the beasts and the sharp cracks of rifles. The hunt had begun, and for the millions of rabbits scattered across the island, the nightmare was only just starting. Chapter 224, He. Run, run along now, I will show you mercy. I will spare you, the celestial dragon sneered from atop his towering slave mount, a grotesque creature burdened with a collar and chains. His voice oozed with a sickening delight as he gazed down at the old man sitting slumped within the cage. The old man, frail and weary, had long given up hope. His once strong body was now a shadow of its former self, and the spark of life in his eyes had dimmed to a dull, resigned acceptance. The celestial dragon's grin widened as he anticipated the thrill of the hunt, the terror of his prey fleeing for their lives. But as the seconds ticked by, his amusement began to sour. The old man didn't move. He didn't even flinch. He simply sat there, staring up at the sky with a vacant expression, as if the world around him had ceased to matter. "You filthy worm! Did you not hear me?" The celestial dragon spat, his face contorting with rage. He tightened his grip on the ornate reins of his slave mount, pulling harshly, causing the creature to whimper in pain. "I said run." But the old man remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the heavens above, where the sky stretched out endlessly, indifferent to the horrors below. His silence, his lack of fear or reaction, infuriated the celestial dragon. This was not how it was supposed to go. The prey was meant to beg, to plead, to scramble in terror. That was the entertainment, the twisted joy he sought. The celestial dragon's eyes narrowed, his twisted mind struggling to comprehend how this frail, insignificant worm could dare to defy him, to rob him of his pleasure. He leaned forward in his saddle, his voice dripping with malice. "You think you're better than these worms, old man? You think you can ignore me? I'll make you run. I'll make you crawl if I have to." But the old man merely closed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips as if finding solace in a memory far removed from the present nightmare. The celestial dragon's face twisted into a mask of fury. How dare this vermin defy him, a god among men? He reached for the ornate pistol holstered at his side, his fingers itching to pull the trigger, to wipe the insolent look off the old man's face. But before he could act, a series of deafening gunshots rang out across the forest. Bang! 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 The sharp cracks echoed off the marble walls of the palace, slicing through the air. The celestial dragon recoiled, his scowl deepening as he whipped his head around to see the source of the noise. His grip on the reins tightened in anger. To his utter disgust, another celestial dragon, dressed in an even more garish outfit, was already laughing heartily atop his own mount, a fresh trail of smoke rising from the barrel of his gun. The prey the old man hadn't run to become, 3 younger men, lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies twisted in unnatural angles. "Ah! You're too soft, brother!" The newcomer roared, his voice thick with mocking glee. "Playing with the prey is a waste of time. It's their suffering that's the real pleasure, not their pathetic attempts at escape." He nudged his mount closer, kicking aside one of the bodies with a casual disregard. "Look at them, squirming, groveling for mercy that will never come. That's the joy of the hunt." The first celestial dragon's scowl deepened as he stared at the other, his fury bubbling just beneath the surface. His moment of sick enjoyment had been stolen from him, robbed by a fellow god. The old man, meanwhile, remained utterly indifferent to the chaos around him, his mind far away from the horrors of the present. The celestial dragon felt a bitter taste in his mouth. His brother had ruined his fun, and the lifeless bodies at his feet were no longer of interest to him. There was no pleasure in shooting an unresponsive old man, no thrill in the hunt when the prey had already accepted their fate. With a final, spiteful glance at the old man, the celestial dragon jerked the reins of his slave mount, turning away in search of a more lively game. As he rode off, his thoughts were consumed with the desire for blood, for the screams and pleas of those who still had hope. He needed to find a target that would give him the satisfaction he craved. Behind him, the laughter of the other celestial dragon echoed through the forest with a mix of gunshots, a grotesque symphony to the twisted minds of those who called themselves gods. The old man, now alone amidst the carnage, opened his eyes and sighed, his gaze once more returning to the sky, where it remained, detached from the horrors of the world below. For the celestial dragons, the hunt had only just begun. For the old man, however, it was already over. Huff! Huff! I cannot run any more, the woman gasped, her legs giving way as she crashed to the ground, utterly spent. Her chest heaved with exhaustion, each breath a struggle as she clung to the last remnants of her strength. They had been running for what felt like an eternity, desperate to escape the horrors that hunted them. Just a bit more and we'll be at the shores, her husband urged, his voice trembling with a mix of hope and despair. He cradled their 2 small children in his arms, their tiny faces streaked with tears and dirt. The little ones whimpered softly, their cries stifled by the fear that gripped them all, but the man tried to hush them, his heart pounding with the dread that any sound might give them away, might draw those monsters to them. He knelt beside his wife, shaking her gently. "Come on, we're almost there," he whispered, his voice breaking. "We can make it, we just need to." But she didn't move. Her body lay still, her eyes half open, staring vacantly at the sky. The man's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned on him, his blood turning to ice. "No, no, no, no," he whispered frantically, shaking her more vigorously now. "Wake up! Please, wake up!" But her last words had already been spoken. Her heart, broken by the terror and exhaustion, had finally given out. The woman who had been his strength, his partner, the mother of his children, was gone. The man's breath caught in his throat, a wave of grief and disbelief crashing over him. "No, this can't be happening." His voice was barely audible, a choked whisper as he cradled her lifeless body. Tears welled up in his eyes, but before they could fall, a rustling sound nearby made him freeze. His heart leaped in his chest as he heard the ominous noise, the rustling of leaves and the crunch of footsteps approaching. Panic surged through him, every instinct screaming at him to run, but his legs felt like lead. He slowly turned his head, dread filling every fiber of his being. Emerging from the shadows, a group of heavily armed men in gleaming armor stepped into view, their faces concealed behind emotionless masks. They were the retinue of a celestial dragon, their master following close behind in a gilded palanquin carried by more slaves. The dragon was dressed in luxurious hunting attire, a wide, twisted grin visible beneath the glass of his mask as he spotted his quarry. Well, what have we here?" the celestial dragon mused, his voice dripping with malicious delight. He dismounted from his palanquin with exaggerated grace, his cold, calculating eyes scanning the small family before him. His gaze lingered on the children, and his smile widened. A rare rabbit, and a little family too, what a delightful find. The man's heart sank as he realized the true horror of their situation. His wife was gone, and now he was powerless to protect his children from the monsters that had finally caught up to them. Desperation overtook him as he fell to his knees, clutching his children tightly to his chest. "Please, please, spare them," he begged, his voice cracking with anguish. "They're just children, innocent children. Take me instead, but please, let them go." The celestial dragon tilted his head, his smile never faltering. "Spare them," he echoed, as if the very idea was foreign to him. He chuckled softly, a sound devoid of any warmth. "You misunderstand, worm. Their innocence is precisely what makes this so entertaining." He gave a slight nod to his retinue, and the soldiers moved forward with practiced efficiency. The man tried to shield his children, but the soldiers were swift and merciless. One of them grabbed the man by the hair, yanking him away from his children and throwing him to the ground. The other soldiers surrounded the children, their cold eyes gleaming behind their masks as they prepared to carry out their orders. "No! No, please," the man screamed, struggling against the grip that held him. "I'll do anything. Just don't hurt them." His pleas fell on deaf ears. The celestial dragon watched with detached amusement as his soldiers set to work. One of them drew a cruel, serrated blade from his belt, while another brandished a branding iron, its tip glowing red-hot. The man's heart broke as he saw his children's terrified faces, their innocent eyes wide with fear. But the celestial dragon only laughed, a high-pitched, maniacal sound that echoed through the forest. "Oh, how delightful! The sound of despair, the sight of tears, this is what I live for." The soldier holding the man forced him to watch as another soldier turned his attention to the younger child, a little girl barely old enough to understand what was happening. She whimpered softly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to her brother, who was still sobbing from the pain of his branding. The man struggled with all his might, but he was powerless to stop them. He could only watch in horror as the soldier with the blade raised it high, the metal glinting in the dim light. "No, please, no," the man screamed, his voice breaking with despair. The celestial dragon's eyes gleamed with sadistic pleasure as he gave a small nod. The soldier grinned beneath his mask, and with a single, swift motion, he brought the blade down. The man's scream was drowned out by the sound of his children's cries, their small bodies trembling with fear and pain. The soldier's blade struck again and again, each time accompanied by the celestial dragon's cruel laughter. The man's heart shattered into a million pieces as he was forced to watch the unimaginable horror unfold before him, powerless to save the only things in the world that mattered to him. Finally, when the soldier had finished his gruesome work, the celestial dragon stepped forward, his smile wide and triumphant. He looked down at the man, who was now a broken shell of a person, his spirit crushed beyond repair. "There, wasn't that fun?" the celestial dragon said, his voice laced with mockery. "I hope you enjoyed the show, worm." The man could no longer respond. He lay on the ground, his body trembling with sobs, his eyes vacant and hollow. His children were gone, his wife was gone, and his soul had been ripped apart by the cruelty of the world. With a final, mocking laugh, the celestial dragon turned away, signaling for his retinue to finish off the man and follow. The soldiers left the man bleeding in the dirt, stabbing him a dozen times, alone with his grief and the shattered remains of his family. As the celestial dragon and his entourage disappeared into the distance, the man let out a choked, final sob. The world around him blurred as death embraced him, a nightmare from which he would never awaken. The sky above, once so bright with hope, was now dark and cold, as if it too had turned its back on him. "We need to fight back. Let's show those bastards who we really are," a pirate roared, his voice filled with desperation and defiance as he rallied a group of a dozen strong men around him. These were men who had once sailed the seas with pride and power, but now they huddled together like cornered animals, trying to muster the courage to survive the hell they had been thrown into. Their eyes burned with the last flickers of hope, and their hands trembled, not just with fear, but with the raw, untamed urge to strike back at their oppressors. "TCH," a man sitting in the shadowy corner of the clearing chuckled, the sound cold and cynical. The group turned toward him, their fleeting hopes momentarily redirected to this figure who seemed to have resigned himself to the grim reality. He leaned back against a withering cornstalk, a bitter smirk playing on his lips as he spoke. "Are you even aware of what's around your neck?" The men glanced at each other, confusion mingling with the remnants of their anger. The speaker pointed to his own neck, where a thick, metal collar glinted ominously in the dim light that filtered through the cornfield. The realization hit them like a punch to the gut. "That thing on your neck will explode the moment you try something against the celestial dragons," the man continued, his voice steady, laced with dark humor. "Do you think they wouldn't have thought of something like this? Those sick bastards planned this whole thing out, from start to finish. The so-called rabbits, us, with even a hint of strength, were all fitted with these collars. They knew some of us would want to fight back, and they made sure we can't." A heavy silence settled over the group as his words sank in. The fire in their eyes dimmed, replaced by the cold, hard truth of their situation. They weren't just being hunted, they were being toyed with, their every move anticipated and countered. The realization drained the fight out of most of them, leaving only a hollow sense of dread. "So, what now?" one of the younger men asked, his voice trembling. "We just sit here and wait to die?" The man in the corner shrugged. "We think of a way to escape this island without getting caught. It's our only chance, slim as it is. Running headfirst into a fight we can't win will just get us all killed faster. Before anyone could respond, a high-pitched, maniacal laugh echoed through the clearing. The sound was jarring, like nails on a chalkboard, and it came from a figure sitting on the edge of the group, his eyes wild and unfocused. He was a wiry man with a twisted grin, his teeth bared in a smile that was more unsettling than any scowl. Without getting caught, the man repeated, his voice dripping with insanity. "Are you sure about that? Sooner or later, they're going to find us. No matter how clever you think you are, they'll track us down, drag us out, and make sport of us." He paused, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "So, I say we enjoy the time we have left. Let ourselves loose. If we're going to die, let's go out with a bang." The others stared at him, some in horror, others in grim agreement. The tension in the air was palpable, a cocktail of fear, anger, and despair, mixed with the madness of a man who had already accepted his fate. He stood up, his movements erratic, almost twitchy, as he began to pace back and forth, his mind clearly racing with dark thoughts. "Think about it," he urged, his voice rising with excitement. "We're dead either way. But we can make them pay for what they've done to us. We can take as many of those bastards down with us as we can. Let's show them that even their rabbits can bite back." His words ignited a spark in some of the men, their fists clenching as they imagined the chaos they could cause, the revenge they could take. But for others, it was a chilling reminder of just how hopeless their situation really was. They were trapped, caged by both the collars around their necks and the merciless fate that awaited them. The man in the corner sighed, shaking his head as he watched the group teeter on the edge of madness. "If you want to throw your life away for a moment of satisfaction, be my guest," he muttered, his voice tinged with a weary sadness. "But don't drag the rest of us down with you. There might still be a way out of this, and I'd rather take my chances with that than with some suicidal last stand." The group fell silent again, torn between the desperate urge to fight back and the cold logic of their dire circumstances. The wind rustled through the cornfield, carrying with it the distant sounds of gunfire and screams, a grim reminder of the hunt that was already in full swing. In the end, each man had to decide for himself, to fight and die in a blaze of fury, or to cling to the slim hope of escape, however fleeting it might be. Chapter 225, What the hell is that bastard thinking? Zephyr roared in frustration, his eyes locked on the distant speck in the sky. His instincts were sharp, and he knew exactly what, or rather who, that speck was. It was the flying fortress of Shiki the Golden Lion, the last thing he wanted to see in the vicinity of the Sorbet Kingdom. Zephyr, responsible for the security of the native hunting competition, had strategically kept his distance from the island, leaving Admiral Hazard and Admiral Aganya to oversee the situation on the ground. Meanwhile, he patrolled the nearby seas, trying to remain vigilant while keeping his focus on the hunt's progress. It was the third day of the competition, and even from his vantage point miles away, he could hear the distant wails and screams of the hunted. Shiki's presence only added to his concerns. The man was a wild card, and his inaction only heightened Zephyr's apprehension. "Alert all the ships out on patrol," Zephyr commanded with a steely edge to his voice, addressing his rear admiral. "If Shiki is here, then Big Mom and Whitebeard are not far behind. We need to be prepared for a full-scale confrontation." The rear admiral's face paled. He gulped audibly, clearly intimidated by the thought of facing not one, but all three of these formidable adversaries. "Admiral Zephyr, are we really going to face all three monsters at once?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly as he sought some semblance of reassurance. Zephyr's expression hardened. His confidence in confronting Big Mom and Shiki was unwavering, but Whitebeard was a different story altogether. The sheer scale of his power and influence was daunting. Zephyr remained silent, choosing not to elaborate on the complexities of the situation. His thoughts, however, were a whirlwind of concern. "I just hope Sengoku managed to convince Garp to intervene," Zephyr muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of worry. He had yet to receive a concrete response from Sengoku regarding Garp's involvement. The thought of facing these three titans without the intervention of Garp filled him with dread. Meanwhile, a dozen miles above the Sorbet Kingdom, Shiki the Golden Lion and his imposing first mate, Jack, surveyed the island below. The flying fortress, with its grandiose design and massive size, hovered high in the sky, casting an ominous shadow over the land. Jack, towering and formidable, stood beside Shiki, his presence only slightly dimmed by the sheer aura of his captain. "What are we waiting for, Captain? Should we commence the attack?" Jack's voice was thick with impatience. His massive frame seemed almost eager for action, contrasting with the calm demeanor of Shiki. Shiki let out a hearty laugh, his voice echoing with dark amusement. "Shahaha. You seem more eager to hunt than even me." "Not yet, Jack, not yet. We still have a few players who need to make it to the venue. Once everyone is here, we'll start in earnest." Jack's eyes narrowed as he understood his captain's strategy. Shiki was waiting for the right moment, for the arrival of all the key players in their grand plan. The delay was deliberate, a part of Shiki's larger scheme. Despite the time spent waiting, Shiki's enthusiasm was palpable, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. The fortress floated above the Sorbet Kingdom, an imposing monument to Shiki's power and ambition. Its massive engines hummed softly, a reminder of the destructive potential it harbored. Shiki and Jack watched from their vantage point, their patience unwavering as they prepared for the chaos that was to come. Back on the ground, Zephyr's mind raced with strategic calculations, trying to anticipate the movements of the powerful adversaries converging on the Sorbet Kingdom. The situation was volatile, and the balance of power was precariously tipping towards a cataclysmic confrontation. With Shiki's fortress hovering like a dark cloud over the kingdom, the impending clash promised to be one of epic proportions. On the vast expanse of the South Blue Seas, a massive pirate ship sailed with an air of authority, its Jolly Roger proudly displaying the mark of the Whitebeard pirates. The ship, with its immense size and imposing figurehead, cut through the waters with a purpose, followed closely by 3 other vessels flying the same flag. They were headed straight for the Sorbet Kingdom, each crew member aware that they were on a collision course with destiny. "Marines! Straight ahead!" The lookout in the crow's nest bellowed, his voice cutting through the salty air as he spotted a colossal marine battleship approaching on an intercept course. The ship bore a distinctive dog figurehead, signaling its identity to those who knew to fear it. The Whitebeard pirates quickly mobilized, their seasoned crew moving with the precision of a well-oiled machine, preparing for battle. Amid the commotion, Whitebeard, the towering giant of a man who ruled these seas, sat on his massive throne at the center of the deck. His eyes, sharp and calculating, were fixed not on the approaching marine ship but on a distant island that had captured his attention. As the marine vessel drew nearer, cutting through the waves with the confidence of its legendary commander, Whitebeard remained unperturbed. "Let's sink those bastards," one of the newer recruits, still brimming with the naive bravado of inexperience, shouted as he prepared for a fight. However, before he could say another word, a metal hook slammed into the back of his head with a resounding thud, knocking him unconscious. The sudden attack left many of the younger crew members in stunned silence, their eyes widening as they realized it was Crocodile who had delivered the blow. "You morons!" Crocodile snarled, his voice dripping with disdain. "Open your eyes and register that ship into your very skulls. That's the vessel of Vice Admiral Garp, the marine hero." Marco, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, his gaze stern as he addressed the assembled crew. "Crocodile's right. That ship belongs to Garp the Fist, and if you don't know who that is, then you've got a lot to learn. Disrespecting a man like Garp is a death wish." Marco's tone was educational yet firm, ensuring that every pirate on deck understood the gravity of the situation. The commanders of Whitebeard's various divisions exchanged glances, each aware that Garp was a man only their pops could match. Even Whitebeard himself would never allow anyone in his crew to show disrespect towards someone of Garp's caliber. Garp's reputation was legendary, and not just among the Marines. He was a man who had faced down the strongest of pirates, and lived to tell the tale. As the marine ship drew closer, now within visual range, the crew could clearly see a lone man standing atop the dog-shaped figurehead. His stance was casual, yet there was an undeniable aura of power that radiated from him, commanding respect from all who gazed upon him. Hushed whispers spread among the unexperienced crew as they started debating if the man on top of the figurehead was Garp himself, and if so, why did their pops leave in another direction? If it had been any other marine ship, they wouldn't have hesitated to attack, but Garp was different. He was the stuff of nightmares for pirates across the Grand Line and beyond. Whitebeard, however, seemed uninterested in the approaching vessel. He picked up a massive vat of wine, emptied its contents in a single, powerful gulp, and tossed it aside. Then, with a mighty pull, he drew his naginata, the legendary weapon Murakumajiri, one of the supreme-grade weapons, and rose to his full, imposing height. The very air seemed to tremble with his presence, causing everyone aboard the Moby Dick to flinch. "Marco! Handle things here. I'm going to greet an old friend," Whitebeard ordered, his voice booming with authority. "Do not engage unless provoked. None of you are a match for that man." With those words, Whitebeard leapt from the ship's deck into the open sea. But instead of plunging into the waters below, the air beneath his feet cracked like shattered glass, rippling outward with a force that defied nature itself. Using his tremor powers, Whitebeard propelled himself through the sky, each leap covering a mile of distance as he made his way toward the distant island. Marco barely had time to process what was happening before Whitebeard had already vanished into the horizon. "Damn you, Pops!" Marco cursed under his breath. Determined not to let his captain face whatever awaited alone, Marco transformed into his phoenix form, his wings igniting with blue flames as he took to the sky in pursuit. But just as Marco flew a few meters away from the Moby Dick, a massive flying slash tore through the sea, creating a deep ravine that stretched for over a mile. The force of the attack was so immense that the displaced water formed a towering wall, slamming into Marco and pushing him back towards the ship. The sheer power of the attack was enough to make even the most seasoned veterans on board unsheath their weapons, readying themselves for battle. Standing atop the dog-shaped figurehead, Bogard, Garp's right-hand man, casually sheathed his blade. His stance was relaxed, but his presence was anything but. There was a dangerous calm in his demeanor, a quiet confidence that spoke volumes about his skill. "I'm sure Whitebeard told you not to interfere," Bogard said, his voice steady and unyielding, leaving no room for argument. Bogard stood at the bow of the marine battleship, his eyes scanning the vast expanse of the ocean, his expression as calm and steady as ever. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow over the water, making it seem like any other peaceful day at sea. But beneath the surface of that calm exterior, tension simmered, the kind that only seasoned warriors could sense. "It's a lovely day," Bogard remarked, his tone almost too casual for the gravity of the situation. His voice carried a calm confidence, betraying none of the underlying complexities of the moment. "Let's anchor our ships here. I'm sure it's going to take them quite a few days to catch up with each other." The comment seemed offhand, but there was a weight to it, a recognition of the intense battle that was sure to come. Bogard knew that the clash between Garp and Whitebeard would be nothing short of legendary, a confrontation that could easily stretch for days, if not longer. The surrounding seas around South Blue would tremble under the force of their collision. But he also knew that Garp had no intention of setting foot on that cursed island. They had deliberately intercepted Whitebeard here, far away from Sorbet Kingdom, to keep the two titans engaged and to prevent Whitebeard from interfering with the horrors unfolding on the island. Yet, even with this strategic maneuver, the gnawing sense of guilt was hard to ignore. The decision to keep Whitebeard occupied, far from the atrocities being committed by the celestial dragons, wasn't an easy one. It was a necessary evil, as the fleet admiral called it, a bitter pill that neither Bogard nor Garp wanted to swallow, but duty left them little choice. The safety of the celestial dragons, as twisted as it seemed, had been deemed paramount by those at the top. Bogard's thoughts drifted to Sengoku, the man who had orchestrated this delicate operation. Sengoku, with his sharp mind and unyielding sense of duty, knew exactly how to maneuver people, how to push the right buttons to achieve the desired outcome. It was Sengoku who had managed to gain approval for the Sword Initiative, a secretive and controversial marine unit designed to handle situations where conventional means fell short. The initiative had undergone several modifications to get the necessary backing, but its core purpose remained unchanged. It was a tool for the most difficult of tasks, and Sengoku had wielded it masterfully. And the final authority for the sword lay with Garp as initially intended, so Garp had to move because Sengoku had kept his word. Garp had reluctantly agreed to the plan, understanding the necessity even as it went against his personal code of honor. Holding back Whitebeard from intervening in Sorbet Kingdom's affairs was a task only someone of Garp's caliber could manage, and Sengoku had known that. But the moral cost of that decision weighed heavily on them both. As the marine battleships dropped anchor, the Marines moved with the efficiency and precision that came from years of disciplined training. Orders were given, ropes were secured, and the ships settled into their positions. The men on board knew they were here to support Garp and to ensure that Whitebeard's attention remained firmly on them. In response, Marco also understood that until their pops returned, there wasn't much they could do about the situation. Anchor the ships, send the signal to the rest. Keep vigilant. The Whitebeard pirates moved in unison, and soon the 4 ships from the fleet were tethered to the seabed, opposing the 3 marine ships. Bogart's gaze shifted back to the distant island, barely a speck on the horizon. He couldn't help but think forward to the clash that was undoubtedly going to take place there soon enough. Garp's orders and his duty were clear. He was here to ensure that Whitebeard remained focused on them, far away from the Sorbet Kingdom. The moral implications of that duty were something he would have to reconcile with later. At least we're keeping Whitebeard away from it all, Bogart muttered to himself, though the words did little to ease the turmoil within him. He knew that Garp shared similar feelings, despite the legendary Marine's outward composure. This mission wasn't one that either of them relished, but it was necessary. They were soldiers, bound by their oaths and by the responsibilities that came with them. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates were still stunned by the ease with which Bogart had repelled Marco, but the message was clear. This man, who had served under Garp for years, was not to be trifled with. He was a living legend in his own right, known throughout the New World as a master swordsman whose speed and precision were unparalleled. The mere mention of Bogart's name was enough to strike fear into the hearts of pirates and Marines alike. His reputation was built on countless battles, where he had single-handedly turned the tide, cutting through enemies with ruthless efficiency. Marco, returning to the ship after relaying the orders to the other ships, locked eyes with Bogart. The memory of Whitebeard's warning echoed in his mind. It wasn't Garp they had been warned about, it was this man. Marco knew better than to underestimate Bogart, whose unassuming appearance belied the deadly skill that lay beneath. The tension in the air was palpable, as both sides recognized the delicate balance of power at play. Bogart's calm gaze swept over the Whitebeard pirates, his eyes sharp and observant. He didn't need to say more, his actions had spoken for him. With Whitebeard gone, the crew knew they had to tread carefully. This wasn't just a test of strength, but a test of their resolve, their ability to follow orders, and their respect for the unspoken rules of the seas. Chapter 226. Garp sat comfortably on a wooden chair by the shore, the salty breeze ruffling his marine coat as he munched on rice crackers. The serene scene was deceptive, belying the tension that crackled in the air. Garp had chosen this island with care. Its vast, sturdy landscape would be more than enough to handle the titanic clash that was about to take place. His observation hockey had already sensed the familiar, overwhelming presence drawing closer, and a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, a tiny speck appeared on the horizon, rapidly growing larger. It was Edward Newgate, Whitebeard himself, traversing the sky in his own unique way. Unlike the Marines who relied on the Jeppo technique to move through the air, Whitebeard was using his tremor powers, each launch sending shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. The ground trembled slightly with each distant impact as he closed the distance. Boom! The earth shook as Whitebeard landed with a thundering crash just a few meters from where Garp sat, a giant of a man standing tall amidst the dust and debris that his arrival had stirred up. Despite the chaos, Garp didn't flinch. He casually popped another rice cracker into his mouth, the sound of his munching cutting through the silence that had settled between the two legendary figures. Garp! Whitebeard's deep, booming voice reverberated through the air, filled with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Long time, no see. How have you been? His tone was casual, but there was an underlying tension, a recognition of the gravity of their encounter. Garp finally stood, brushing off the dust that had settled on his marine coat. He cracked a grin, his typical carefree attitude on full display. "Newgate, you really are a miser, aren't you? You come all this way to visit an old friend, and yet you come empty-handed?" Garp's teasing tone contrasted sharply with the serious undertone of the moment, a habit of his that could disarm even the most tense situations. Whitebeard snorted, his deep laugh rumbling like distant thunder. "You're still the same, Garp. Always looking for a free meal." But beneath the banter, Whitebeard's sharp eyes missed nothing. He knew why Garp was here, and the realization brought a flicker of something dark and unreadable across his face. "After what happened at God Valley, yours is the last marine face I expected to see here in the South Blue," Whitebeard said, his voice lowering as he planted his naginata into the ground with a resounding thud. The blade cut deep into the rocky surface, standing like a monument to the power he wielded. Garp's expression shifted subtly, his goofy demeanor giving way to a more serious, almost somber tone. The easy smile faded, replaced by the hardened resolve of a man who had seen too much. "Tell me, Whitebeard, why are you here?" Garp's voice was steady, but there was a hint of accusation in his words. "I believed your Whitebeard pirates weren't interested in the allure of fame, power, or status. Was I wrong? Were your words about not needing anything simply fake?" As he spoke, Garp slipped the half-empty packet of rice crackers inside his shirt, as if the mundane act could somehow diffuse the tension. But there was no denying the weight of his question. It hung in the air between them, heavy and unyielding. Whitebeard met Garp's gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I was not aware I needed to inform anyone of my movements across these wide seas," Whitebeard replied, his voice low and steady, carrying the weight of his authority. "I am Whitebeard. I roam the seas at my whim, free as the wind." For a moment, the two legends stood in silence, the tension between them palpable. It was a reunion, yes, but it was also a confrontation, a clash of ideologies, of paths that had diverged long ago yet remained intertwined by the currents of fate. Garp chuckled, though it lacked his usual warmth. "Free as the wind, huh? But even the wind has its limits, Newgate. Even the wind can be caught in a storm." Whitebeard's lips curled into a slight smile, but there was no humor in it. "Is that what you're here for, Garp? To be the storm that tries to catch me?" Garp didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a step closer, his gaze unwavering. "I'm here to make sure the storm doesn't destroy everything in its path. I'm here to keep you from doing something you'll regret." "Garp! Do you really think you can stop me?" Whitebeard's voice boomed like thunder as his hockey surged, crashing against the waves with a force that sent them recoiling. The sea itself seemed to bow before the immense power he wielded. Yet, Garp remained unflinching, the intensity of Whitebeard's conqueror's hockey nothing more than a gust of wind against his own indomitable spirit. Garp's hockey rose in response, equally majestic and unyielding, meeting Whitebeard's force head-on. "Bah! Newgate, I don't just think, I know!" Garp bellowed, his laughter echoing through the air as the atmosphere around them shifted. The time for pleasantries between old comrades had ended. Now, it was a marine against a pirate, a battle between titans who had shaped the world with their very wills. Their conquerors' hockey clashed violently, the tangible energy crackling like bolts of lightning as it surged between them. The island beneath their feet groaned under the pressure, tilting as if the very earth was struggling to withstand their combined might. The sea churned dangerously, waves rising and crashing in chaotic fury, mirroring the tumultuous energy in the air. Even miles away, where the marine and Whitebeard pirate ships lay anchored, the sheer force of their hockey could be felt. Those whose wills were not strong enough crumbled under the pressure, collapsing where they stood. The ships themselves groaned and creaked, visible cracks spreading across their hulls as if they, too, were struggling to endure the immense power. Gulp! Look! Look at the sky! Monsters! They must be monsters! A young marine stammered, clinging desperately to the last shreds of his consciousness. His wide eyes reflected the sight above, where the sky seemed to split apart, the heavens themselves colliding under the might of two titanic forces. The midday sun had vanished, swallowed by the brewing storm that blotted out the sky, casting the sea into a shadowy, foreboding darkness. No, they're not monsters. They're beyond that. They're gods, true gods, whispered a pirate, his trembling hand clutching a pendant as he sought courage in the face of the awe-inspiring scene before him. Both marine and pirate alike looked on with growing dread, their hearts pounding with the realization that they were mere mortals, spectators to a clash of deities. None dared interfere, they knew they would be nothing more than cannon fodder in such a battle. As if summoned by the sheer magnitude of their power, a storm brewed on the horizon. Lightning streaked across the darkened sky, illuminating the turmoil below. Bogard, however, remained calm, sitting casually on the dog-shaped figurehead of the marine ship, his gaze fixed in the direction of the island. He alone seemed unfazed by the cataclysmic battle unfolding nearby. On the island, the heavens opened up in a torrential downpour, as though the very world wept in anticipation of the coming destruction. Whitebeard moved first, his massive halberd coated in hockey as he swung it in a devastating downward slash. The air screamed in protest as the weapon cleaved through it, the force of the attack splitting the earth beneath it. Boom! The sound was deafening, a thunderous roar that echoed across the island. But Garp, in a display of sheer power, caught the halberd with his left arm, his own hockey flaring as he absorbed the impact. The ground beneath him cracked, but Garp remained unmoved, his eyes locked onto Whitebeard's. Without hesitation, Garp launched a punch with his right hand, his fist glowing with the blackened sheen of hockey. Whitebeard responded in kind, his own fist infused with the power of the tremor fruit, causing the very space around it to crack and crumble. The collision was inevitable. Newgate! Garp roared, his voice filled with the determination of a man who had fought countless battles, each one a testament to his strength. Garp! Whitebeard bellowed in return, the name of his old rival and friend carrying the weight of decades of history. Their fists collided with a force that defied comprehension. The impact created a massive depression, with the ground buckling and shattering under the sheer pressure. A crater hundreds of meters wide formed at the epicenter of their clash, the earth itself giving way to their power. The aftershock rippled outward, tearing through everything in its path, rocks, trees, boulders, all disintegrating into nothingness as if they had never existed. The sea roared in response, waves rising like mountains before crashing down with apocalyptic force. The sky above crackled with lightning, the storm intensifying as the battle raged on. It was as if the very world was being torn apart by their struggle, a testament to the unparalleled power these two legends wielded. Garp and Whitebeard, two legends whose names alone could inspire fear or hope, stood facing each other on the rugged, rain-soaked terrain of the isolated island after the initial clash. Around them, the world seemed to hold its breath, as if the very fabric of reality was aware of the titanic clash about to unfold. Without warning, Whitebeard launched himself forward, his massive halberd swinging in a deadly arc. The weapon, infused with the power of his tremor fruit, tore through the air, distorting space as it approached Garp. The force behind the swing was enough to cleave an island in two, but Garp was no ordinary opponent. Instead of evading the blade, he countered with a punch aimed at Whitebeard's weapon. The two attacks clashed, tearing the island apart. Garp's fist, coated in an impenetrable layer of hockey, immediately switched gears and rained down hundreds of hockey-infused punches, each attack powerful enough to punch through an island. Whitebeard roared, coating his weapon with a white halo in addition to the hockey and swinging it, countering each punch with equal ferocity. Garp, however, seemed relentless, and one of the punches managed to slip past the tremor barrier and collide with Whitebeard's side. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, creating fissures that spread outward like spiderwebs. The island quaked under the force of the blow, but Whitebeard barely flinched. His ironclad muscles absorbed the brunt of the attack, and he retaliated with a swift knee to Garp's midsection. The knee struck with the force of a cannonball, and Garp was momentarily lifted off his feet, the ground beneath him exploding into shards of rock and earth. But even as he was propelled backwards, Garp twisted in midair, using the momentum infused his body with hockey to deliver a spinning kick to Whitebeard's temple. Boom! The kick connected with a resounding crack, sending out a shockwave that resounded for miles, and Whitebeard staggered, blood spraying from a gash that opened on his forehead. But Whitebeard was a man who had fought countless battles, stood against the mightiest of foes, and emerged victorious. He couldn't help but chuckle and wipe the blood from his brow, a savage grin spreading across his face. "You haven't lost your touch, Garp," he roared, swinging his halberd in a wide arc that sent a shockwave tearing through the air. If not for the two parties countering each other's attacks, the island would have been in shambles already. This was no longer simply an exchange, it seemed like a primal brawl, two apex beings fighting for dominance over the seas. The shockwave obliterated everything in its path, trees were uprooted and flung aside like twigs, boulders shattered into dust, and the very ground split open, forming deep ravines that crisscrossed the island. Garp, sensing the incoming attack, leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the devastating attack. As he soared above the battlefield, he balled his fists, hockey crackling around them like black lightning. "Meteor fist!" Garp bellowed as he descended with the force of a meteor. His punch collided with the ground where Whitebeard had been standing just a second earlier, creating an explosion of earth and stone that sent debris flying in all directions. The impact was so powerful that it caused the surrounding cliffs to crumble, their massive slabs of rock crashing into the sea below. But Whitebeard had moved with blinding speed, avoiding the full brunt of the attack. He reappeared behind Garp, his halberd glowing with the ominous light of the tremor fruit. With a grunt of effort, he swung the weapon downward, aiming to split Garp in two. Garp turned just in time, crossing his arms to block the strike. The force of the halberd meeting Garp's hockey-coated forearms sent a shockwave outward, flattening everything within a mile's radius. The ground beneath Garp's feet gave way, and he was driven into the earth, creating a crater that rapidly filled with water from the surrounding sea. For a moment, it seemed as if Whitebeard had gained the upper hand, but then the ground erupted as Garp launched himself upward, his fists ablur as he unleashed a barrage of punches on Whitebeard. Each punch was a force of nature, each one capable of shattering steel and bone. But Whitebeard met them all head-on, his own fists moving with a speed and precision that belied his massive frame. Their blows collided in midair, creating shockwaves that rippled outwards, tearing through the landscape and sending plumes of dust and debris skyward. The island itself began to suffer under the relentless onslaught. Massive chunks of land were torn from the ground, thrown into the air by the force of their clash. The seas surrounding the island boiled and churned, whipped into a frenzy by the aftershocks of their battle. Ships that had been anchored miles away were rocked by waves that seemed to come from nowhere, their crews struggling to keep them afloat. Garp and Whitebeard were moving faster than the eye could follow, their forms blurring as they exchanged blows with a ferocity that defied comprehension. They fought not just with strength, but with a skill honed over decades of battle. Every movement was calculated, every strike designed to find an opening in the other's defense. Whitebeard, sensing an opportunity, feinted with his halberd, drawing Garp's attention before following up with a massive right hook. The punch connected squarely with Garp's jaw, sending him flying across the battlefield. Garp crashed into a cliffside with enough force to shatter it, the entire structure collapsing in on itself. But before the dust could even settle, Garp exploded out of the rubble, his expression fierce, his eyes blazing with determination. "You'll have to do better than that, Newgate," Garp taunted as he closed the distance between them in an instant. He delivered a bone-crushing punch to Whitebeard's sternum, the impact of which reverberated through the island. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling outwards, creating a pressure wave that flattened everything in its path. Whitebeard staggered, but he remained on his feet. He retaliated with a devastating uppercut, his fist imbued with the power of the tremor fruit. The punch connected with Garp's chin, sending him skyward. As Garp ascended, Whitebeard followed, using his tremor powers to launch himself after his opponent. High above the battlefield, the two titans clashed once more, their fists meeting in a cataclysmic collision that sent shockwaves rippling through the clouds. The sky above them cracked and shattered like glass, the force of their hockey tearing it asunder. Lightning flashed, illuminating the darkened heavens as the storm intensified. From their vantage point on the ships, both Marines and pirates watched in awe and terror as the two legends battled above the sea. The sheer scale of the fight was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Every clash of their fists sent ripples through the atmosphere, every impact a reminder of the power these two men wielded. As they fought, Garp and Whitebeard seemed evenly matched, their blows landing with equal force, neither giving an inch. They were warriors at the peak of their strength, and the island trembled under the weight of their conflict. With a roar, Whitebeard unleashed a massive quake punch, the air distorting around his fist as he brought it down towards Garp. The force of the attack was enough to tear the very fabric of reality, and the shockwave that followed was cataclysmic. The ocean below parted as if cleaved by a giant blade, revealing the seafloor as water was pushed aside by the sheer force of the attack. Blue hole! But Garp countered with a punch of his own, his fist glowing with the black energy of hockey. The two punches met in the air, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. The world held its breath as the two titanic forces collided, creating an explosion of energy that sent shockwaves radiating outwards in every direction. The island was split apart by the force of their clash, with massive sections of land breaking off and sinking into the sea. The sky above them split open, creating a chasm of darkness that threatened to swallow everything. The seas roared in response, waves towering as high as mountains crashing down with the force of an apocalypse. But even amidst the chaos, Garp and Whitebeard stood firm, their gazes locked in an unspoken challenge. Neither was willing to back down, neither willing to yield. This was a battle of wills as much as it was a battle of strength, a test to see who would break first. Chapter 227, Lucci, are you ready? I asked, my gaze fixed on the massive island looming before us. Punk Hazard was a fortress, heavily cordoned off by Marines and world government forces. Though Vegapunk had already relocated to his new abode in the New World, the security around this island remained ironclad. We were waiting for Doffy to arrive so we could begin our assault, but there was an undercurrent of tension that was hard to ignore. Yes, Master Ross. I will make sure to complete the task you've entrusted to me, Lucci replied, his voice steady and filled with resolve. This isn't just a task, Lucci, it's a test, I said, my tone more serious than before. The devil fruit you're about to acquire, it might not have been meant for you. Even I can't fully gauge the power of the replica Vegapunk created. There's a chance it could be defective. Are you absolutely certain about this? I had my reservations. The fruit we were after was a gamble, a creation of Vegapunk's genius, yet also a product of his unpredictable experimentation. I couldn't shake the memory of Momonosuke's defective fruit from the canon. The thought of Lucci, with all his talent and potential, being burdened with something equally flawed gnawed at me. Lucci was an asset too valuable to risk on a faulty experiment. But Lucci was unwavering. I am sure, Master Ross. I can feel it, this fruit, it calls to me. Maybe it is the one that's destined for me, he said, his voice filled with an unshakable conviction. I studied him for a moment, weighing his words. Lucci had always been a man of few words but immense determination. His belief in destiny wasn't something he spoke of lightly. If he truly felt this fruit was meant for him, who was I to question his instincts? Yet, the risks were real. The last thing I wanted was for Lucci's potential to be stunted by a defective devil fruit. His skill, his raw power, it was something to be nurtured, not hindered. Seeing the certainty in Lucci's eyes, I couldn't help but ponder the mysterious nature of devil fruits, especially the Zoan types. There was a belief that Zoan fruits had a will of their own, a mind that could resonate with their chosen user. Perhaps Lucci had already felt a connection with this fruit, something beyond my understanding. This connection might be guiding him toward a destiny intertwined with the power he was about to claim. For now, we waited patiently on a small, rocky outcrop in the sea, a few miles away from Punk Hazard. The cold, salty air whipped around us, but our focus was unwavering. My observation hockey had already scanned the entirety of Punk Hazard, giving me a clear picture of what we were up against. The security, while formidable, was not insurmountable. We had faced worse odds before, and I had no doubt we could handle whatever the world government had stationed there. This assault on Punk Hazard was more than just a mission, it was our retaliation against the world government for their attempt on my brother's life back in the North Blue. They had made their move, and now it was time for us to strike back, to show them that we were not to be trifled with. Destroying Punk Hazard would be a significant blow to their operations, a loss that would resonate through the highest echelons of power. In the canon, Punk Hazard might have seemed like an insignificant place, a mere stepping stone in the grander schemes of the world. But here and now, it was a treasure trove of secrets, a stronghold of knowledge that the world government was desperate to protect. Secrets that, if exposed, could shake the foundations of their control. Within the confines of a spacious office in Punk Hazard, Borsellino, Admiral Candidate Kizaru, paced restlessly, his usual laid-back demeanor noticeably absent. Something had been gnawing at him since morning, a feeling he couldn't quite shake. Despite his reputation for being indifferent and almost bored with most situations, today was different. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something was off, and it was putting him on edge. Originally, Borsellino was supposed to be in the South Blue, assisting with a native hunting operation, but with Admiral Aganya personally making her presence in the Sorbet Kingdom, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had reassigned him to Punk Hazard. The island was one of the world government's most important assets, a place brimming with secrets and experimental research crucial to their global control. The reassignment had been abrupt, and while Borsellino had initially taken it in stride, the unease that had settled in his gut was becoming impossible to ignore. It wasn't like him to be paranoid, but the feeling was strong enough to make him reconsider his usual nonchalance. Finally, after strolling around the room like a nervous cat, he decided to trust his instincts. Borsellino reached for the transponder snail on his desk. The small creature stirred as he lifted the receiver, and after a few seconds of silence, a familiar voice crackled through the line. "Borsellino, is something the matter?" Sengoku's calm and authoritative voice echoed from the other end, a stark contrast to the unease that Borsellino felt. "Fleet Admiral," Borsellino began, his voice uncharacteristically serious. He started explaining things in detail. "I can't shake this feeling. Something's not right. It's just a gut instinct, but I think we might be in for some trouble here at Punk Hazard." There was a brief pause on the other end before Sengoku responded. "Gut instinct, you say?" "Borsellino, you know we're spread thin right now. Most of our forces are tied up with the South Blue operation, and we don't have the luxury of extra reinforcements at the moment. Perhaps you're just on edge because of everything that's been happening lately." Borsellino frowned, knowing Sengoku's logic was sound, but this wasn't a feeling he could ignore. "Fleet Admiral, I understand the situation, but this isn't just nerves. I've been doing this long enough to trust my instincts, and they're telling me something big is coming. I'm asking for additional forces, just in case." Sengoku sighed heavily, his tone shifting from one of dismissal to contemplation. He knew Borsellino well. Despite the Vice Admiral's reputation for laziness and aloofness, his intuition was nothing to take lightly. Borsellino wasn't the type to voice concerns unless he was truly worried, and if there was one thing Sengoku had learned, it was that Kizaru's instincts were often disturbingly accurate. "You're serious about this, aren't you?" Sengoku finally said, the weight of Borsellino's request sinking in. "I am, Sengoku-san," Borsellino replied, his voice carrying an edge of urgency that was rarely heard from him. "Something doesn't feel right. If we're caught off guard here, it could be disastrous. I wouldn't be asking if I didn't think it was necessary." Sengoku was silent for a moment, considering the situation. He had a deep respect for Borsellino's abilities, and if the Admiral was this insistent, it was worth taking seriously. Punk Hazard was too important to risk, and if Borsellino's instincts were correct, the consequences of not acting could be dire. "All right," Sengoku finally agreed, his tone resolute. "I'll see what I can do. We don't have much to spare, but I'll reach out to the nearest bases and see if we can divert some forces to Punk Hazard, at least until the main fleet returns from South Blue. In the meantime, stay vigilant. If your instincts are right, we can't afford to be caught off guard." Borsellino felt a small measure of relief at Sengoku's response. "Thank you, Fleet Admiral. I'll keep a close eye on things here." "Be careful, Borsellino," Sengoku warned. "If something does happen, we'll need you at your best. I'll get back to you as soon as I have something." The line went dead, leaving Borsellino alone with his thoughts. He set the transponder snail down and took a deep breath, his unease still lingering but tempered by the knowledge that Sengoku was taking his concerns seriously. Reinforcements might be on their way, but until then, he would have to rely on his own strength and that of the forces already stationed on the island. Punk Hazard was a fortress of secrets, a place where the world government conducted its most clandestine experiments. If anyone was bold enough to attack it, they would be met with overwhelming force. But Borsellino couldn't shake the feeling that this time, things might be different. As he resumed his pacing, his mind raced with possibilities. Who would dare to strike at the heart of the world government's scientific operations? Pirates? Revolutionaries? Or perhaps a rogue element within their own ranks? The possibilities were endless, but one thing was certain: whatever was coming, Borsellino would be ready. "What the hell is that?" a pirate from Whitebeard's crew screamed, his voice cracking with a mix of fear and awe. The battle between Garp and Whitebeard had been raging for hours, and only those with will strong enough could even bear witness to the titanic clash. Even though the fight was taking place dozens of miles away, the shockwaves were felt all the way back at their ships. The ground trembled, the air itself seemed to crackle with power, and the seas had become a chaotic maelstrom of danger. With the pirate's outburst, those who were still conscious turned their eyes to where he was pointing. What they saw made their hearts drop: a massive tsunami, hundreds of meters high, surging toward them with terrifying speed. The sea had been wild and dangerous, but nothing like this. Now, it seemed the battle had reached a new, more intense level, and nature itself was responding in kind. In a shadowed corner of the deck, Teach, who had been feigning difficulty keeping himself upright, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he stared at the approaching wave. How strong is Whitebeard? He thought, a mix of admiration and fear gripping him. Whitebeard's power was beyond anything he had ever imagined, and witnessing it firsthand only fueled his greed, his obsession with obtaining the Yami Yami no Mi. The thought of wielding that power, of having the strength to stand as an equal, or better, a superior, made his blood boil with anticipation. But as much as he yearned for that power, the presence of Garp threw a wrench into his plans. Damned Garp! Teach cursed internally, his teeth grinding in frustration. The marine hero had intercepted them, preventing Whitebeard from reaching the Sorbet Kingdom. If only Garp hadn't shown up, Whitebeard would have been focused on their mission, and Teach might have had the chance to make his move. But now, all that has been thrown into chaos. Teach's eyes darted toward the marine ship, his mind racing. He desperately wanted to try and incite the Whitebeard pirates to attack Garp's ship, to eliminate the threat and seize the opportunity to advance his own goals. But his gaze lingered on the figure sitting calmly atop the dog-shaped figurehead of the marine vessel. That man. Teach thought, a shiver of doubt creeping into his mind. Bogard, Garp's right-hand man, was no ordinary opponent. He radiated a silent, deadly confidence that made Teach hesitate. Normally, Teach would be the first to sow discord and push others into reckless action while keeping a low profile himself, but this time was different. Bogard's presence was a deterrent, a reminder that not every battle could be won with the power of Whitebeard alone. His frustration grew as he considered the stakes. The dark Logia fruit, the Yami Yami no Mi, was within reach. He couldn't let it slip through his fingers, couldn't let someone else claim it and wield the power he so desperately craved. But what could he do? Even with his growing ambitions, he wasn't ready to confront the likes of Whitebeard and Garp head-on. Not yet. Teach clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he wrestled with his desperation and ambition. Every second that passed felt like a missed opportunity, a chance slipping away. The tsunami loomed closer, and the thought of losing his chance at the Yami Yami no Mi gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. But as much as he hated it, he knew that this wasn't the time to act recklessly. He needed to bide his time, to wait for the right moment when the odds were in his favor. The deck trembled as the massive wave bore down on them, and Teach's mind churned with schemes and plots. He would get that fruit, no matter what it took. But for now, he would have to endure, to watch, and to wait for the perfect moment to strike. And when that moment came, not even the likes of Whitebeard or Garp would stand in his way. Stand back, everyone! Jozu! Vista, with me! Marco's voice rang out with authority, his eyes locked on the monstrous tsunami that threatened to swallow their entire fleet. Without hesitation, he transformed into his majestic phoenix form, his blue flames burning brightly as he prepared to intercept the massive wall of water. If left unchecked, the wave would consume them all, turning the sea into their grave. Jozu, with his body shimmering in diamond form, and Vista, the master swordsman, stood ready at Marco's side. The crew held their breath, knowing the power their commanders wielded. They were prepared to give everything to stop this calamity. But just as Marco tensed, ready to launch himself forward, a blur of motion caught his eye. A figure shot into the air with blinding speed, heading directly for the oncoming tsunami. It was Bogard, his blade gleaming as it caught the light. The sight was almost surreal, a lone swordsman, seemingly insignificant against the backdrop of nature's fury, daring to face a force that could level islands. The sheer audacity of it made the crew pause in disbelief. Bogard moved with an elegance that belied the immense power he wielded. As he ascended, he drew his blade, and the atmosphere around him seemed to change. The very air crackled with energy, and for a brief moment, time itself seemed to slow down. Every eye was locked on Bogard, the weight of his presence pressing down on all who witnessed it. Then, in a moment of absolute stillness, Bogard swung his sword. It was as if the world itself held its breath. The blade cut through the air with a sound that seemed to resonate with the essence of the universe. In the next instant, the impossible happened. The colossal tsunami, a force of nature that should have been unstoppable, parted like a curtain being drawn. The water split cleanly in two, the cut stretching for miles in either direction, as if the sea itself had bowed to the might of Bogard's slash. The sheer power and precision of the attack left everyone stunned. Even Marco, who had faced countless foes and survived battles that would have killed lesser men, found himself unconsciously stepping back. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the sight before him. The wave, which had moments ago seemed an unstoppable force of destruction, was now divided, harmlessly passing on either side of their ships. Jozu's diamond form glittered in the sunlight, but even his unbreakable resolve wavered at the sight of Bogard's power. Vista, being a swordsman himself, could only stare, his grip tightening on his swords. The sheer magnitude of what they had just witnessed was almost beyond comprehension. The silence that followed was deafening. The Whitebeard pirates, veterans, and rookies alike, were all struck speechless. In that moment, they understood the true difference between them and legends like Bogard. It wasn't just strength, it was mastery, the kind that could shape the very world around them. Marco, regaining his composure, transformed back into his human form, landing softly on the deck. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. Who is this man? Why is someone like him not holding a higher position within the Marines? He thought, the realization sinking in that they had severely underestimated Garp's right-hand man. Teach, hiding in the shadows, felt his heart pound in his chest. His earlier confidence was now laced with dread. I knew he was strong, but this is something else. The hunger for the Yami Yami no Mi burned even brighter within him, but so did his caution. This wasn't just any fight, this was a battle where even the smallest misstep could lead to annihilation. His eyes darted to Bogard again. The swordsman stood still on the figurehead, his blade now sheathed, as if what he had just done was nothing more than a casual gesture. How can someone be this powerful? Teach's thoughts were frantic. He couldn't afford to wait any longer, yet he knew he couldn't act recklessly either. The parted seas slowly began to return to their natural state, but the impression left by Bogard's strike would not be forgotten. The world now knew that there were forces at play that could challenge even the might of Whitebeard himself. Bogard turned, his gaze briefly meeting Marco's. There was no arrogance in his expression, only calm confidence, as if to say, this is the level you must reach. Marco felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time in a long while, he questioned whether they could themselves be Whitebeard pirates and if they were truly worthy to protect their crew against such overwhelming power in the absence of Pops. For the first time in his life, Marco seriously considered what their crew would amount to if Whitebeard were absent. Chapter 228. Whitebeard's voice echoed like a thunderclap across the shattered landscape, his bellowing roar reverberating through the heavens as he unleashed his full power. World quake! His forehead, smeared with blood from countless blows, was a testament to the intensity of the battle. But that did nothing to diminish the fury in his eyes or the strength in his arms. With a mighty heave, Whitebeard grasped the very fabric of space itself, pulling down with a force that defied comprehension. The air seemed to scream in agony as the shockwave expanded, a tremor so powerful that it rippled through the earth, reaching deep into the seabed thousands of meters below. The ocean, in all its vastness, could not withstand the might of this one attack. For miles in every direction, the sea was torn asunder, the water plunging into a colossal depression. The sea itself seemed to bow before the overwhelming might of Whitebeard, creating an area where the ocean had sunk dozens of meters, as if the world itself was being pulled apart. The once mighty island that had served as the battlefield was no longer a single, cohesive landmass. Whitebeard's assault had shattered it into thousands of fragments, transforming it into a sprawling archipelago of jagged rocks and splintered earth. The tremor extended far beyond the battlefield, reaching islands hundreds of miles away. Entire communities felt the ground shake beneath their feet, sending waves of panic through the population. Many feared that their islands were sinking, as the shockwaves from Whitebeard's attack seemed to herald the end of the world itself. But Garp was not to be outdone. With a snarl that matched the ferocity of his opponent, he smashed through the warped space created by Whitebeard's tremor, his fists glowing with an intense, molten heat. Galaxy impact. The air around Garp crackled with energy as he poured his will into his attack. His conqueror's haki, a force so immense it could shatter the spirits of lesser men, clashed violently with Whitebeard's. The haki of both men expanded outward, forming a domain that stretched for miles, like two stars on a collision course, their energies intertwining in a cosmic dance of destruction. The impact was cataclysmic. The very skies above seemed to split apart as their haki collided, creating a spectacle that could be seen from hundreds of miles away. The sea churned violently, waves towering as high as mountains before crashing back down into the abyss left by Whitebeard's earlier attack. The air itself seemed to warp and twist under the pressure, as if reality was struggling to contain the sheer power being unleashed by these two titans. Both men were battered and bruised, their bodies covered in wounds that would have felled any other warrior. Blood trickled down Whitebeard's face, his iconic mustache stained red, while Garp's marine coat was torn and scorched, the white fabric marred with blood and dirt. Yet, despite the damage they had sustained, neither showed any signs of slowing down. If anything, the ferocity of the battle only seemed to intensify with each passing second. Whitebeard's eyes blazed with determination as he infused his tremor fruit powers into his massive halberd, Mirakumajiri. The weapon, a supreme-grade blade that had been nurtured by Whitebeard's haki throughout his lifetime, groaned under the immense pressure. The tremor power intertwined with his haki, creating a weapon of unparalleled destruction. With a mighty swing, he brought it down in a devastating arc. World Cleaver. Garp met the attack head-on, his fists glowing like molten metal as he poured every ounce of his strength into them. World Annihilation. His fists clashed with the blade, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The sheer force of their collision caused the ground beneath them to shatter even further, the very earth crumbling away under the weight of their power. The supreme-grade blade, Mirakumajiri, seemed to scream in protest as it was caught between two opposing forces of nature. The weapon, infused with Whitebeard's haki, held firm, but even it seemed to strain under the assault of Garp's monstrous strength. The two warriors were locked in a primal brawl, neither giving an inch as they fought with everything they had. The ground beneath them gave way, collapsing into the sea as their battle raged on. Garp, his muscles straining with the effort, pushed back against Whitebeard's assault, his fists glowing even brighter. The impact of their blows sent shockwaves through the air, forming visible cracks in the space around them as their haki clashed. The force of their strikes was so immense that it seemed as though the very fabric of reality was being torn apart by their battle. Whitebeard, despite the blood streaming down his face and the fatigue weighing on his body, gritted his teeth and pushed forward. His halberd blazed with power as he swung again and again, each strike more ferocious than the last. The ground beneath his feet shattered with every step, the island splintering further under the sheer might of his attacks. Garp responded with equal ferocity, his fists moving faster than the eye could follow. Each punch was like a meteor crashing to earth. The sheer force of his blows caused the air to ignite with the friction. The island, already reduced to a crumbling archipelago, was now little more than a battlefield of destruction. The once lush landscape turned into a wasteland by the titanic clash of these two legends. The battle was a test of their resolve as much as their strength, with each man pushing the other to their absolute limits. The heavens above seemed to darken, the clouds swirling in response to the immense energy being unleashed below. Lightning crackled in the sky, drawn to the epicenter of their clash, and the sea around them boiled and churned, caught in the wake of their fury. Despite the devastating wounds they had inflicted upon each other, neither Garp nor Whitebeard showed any sign of backing down. The pain and exhaustion were nothing more than distant memories to them, their focus solely on the battle at hand. Every punch, every swing, was delivered with the full weight of their experience and power, each attack designed to destroy the other completely. The Sorbet Kingdom, South Blue. The deck of the Marine Patrol ship was eerily quiet, the usual camaraderie and banter between the sailors replaced by a thick, oppressive tension that hung in the air like a storm cloud. The ship had been scouring the waters just a few miles off the coast, ensuring that none of the residents of Sorbet Kingdom attempted to escape the massacre taking place on the island. The sea breeze that once brought a sense of freedom now carried the stench of blood and death from the island, a constant reminder of the horrors unfolding just beyond the horizon. Many of the Marines on board were seasoned veterans, men and women who had seen their fair share of battles and bloodshed. But this was different. This was not a war against pirates or criminals, this was something far darker. They were here, acting as glorified guards, ensuring that no one escaped the slaughter. The realization that they were complicit in the massacre weighed heavily on their hearts, and the once unified crew found itself divided, the moral implications of their orders sowing seeds of conflict among them. Ensign Davis, a young Marine with barely a year of service under his belt, stood at the ship's railing, staring out at the island with a hollow expression. The screams and wails from the island had been relentless for the past 3 days, and the scent of blood seemed to permeate everything, even the air they breathed. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as he struggled to suppress the guilt and anger boiling within him. "This isn't what I signed up for," Davis muttered under his breath, his voice trembling with emotion. "We're supposed to protect people, not stand by while they're slaughtered like animals." Nearby, Lieutenant Cole, a hardened Marine with a face that looked like it had been carved from stone, overheard Davis's words. He had seen the young ensign's unease growing over the past few days, and he knew that Davis wasn't alone in his feelings. Many of the younger Marines had begun to question their orders, their conscience warring with their sense of duty. "Ensign," Cole called out, his voice stern but not unkind. "A word." Davis turned to face his superior, his eyes dark with frustration and despair. "Sir, how can we just stand here and do nothing? How can we let this happen?" Cole sighed, his expression softening slightly. "We have our orders, Davis. This operation comes from the highest ranks. We don't have the luxury of questioning them." "But sir," Davis pressed, his voice rising with a mix of desperation and defiance, "this isn't right. We're Marines, for God's sake. We're supposed to stand up for justice, not—" "Watch your tone, Ensign," Cole snapped, cutting him off. His voice was sharper now, a note of warning clear in his tone. "You think I don't know what's happening out there? You think I don't feel the same as you do? But we're soldiers. Our duty is to follow orders, not to question them." Before Davis could respond, another Marine, Sergeant Vance, stepped forward, his face twisted with anger. Vance was one of the more seasoned members of the crew, and he had been visibly struggling with the situation since the operation began. But unlike Davis, who was conflicted, Vance's emotions had boiled over into barely restrained rage. "Follow orders?" Vance spat, his voice dripping with contempt. "These orders are nothing but murder. We're not soldiers right now, we're butchers. And for what? So some twisted game can go on without a hitch?" Cole's eyes narrowed, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword. "Careful, Vance. You're walking a dangerous line." Vance stepped closer, his fists clenched, and his knuckles cracked under the pressure. You can't tell me you don't feel it, Cole. We're killing innocents here. And for what? For the glory of the Marines? To uphold some sick sense of duty? Where's the justice in that? A tense silence fell over the deck as other Marines turned to watch the confrontation unfold. The air crackled with tension. The unspoken conflict that had been brewing among the crew was now coming to a head. Enough! Davis shouted, stepping between the two men, his own fear and anger giving him a burst of courage. We're all feeling this. We all know what's happening out there is wrong. But fighting among ourselves won't solve anything. Cole's grip on his sword tightened, his jaw clenched in frustration. You think I don't know that, Ensign? But what do you suggest we do? Disobey orders? Desert? That's treason, Davis. And treason means death. Vance sneered, his anger not yet abated. Maybe death would be better than living with this on our consciences. At least then we'd die with some honor. Before the situation could escalate further, a commanding voice cut through the tension like a blade. That's enough, all of you. Rear Admiral Jonas, a tall, imposing figure with a face etched with lines of experience, strode across the deck, his presence demanding attention. His sharp and piercing eyes scanned the gathered Marines, noting the anger and guilt etched on their faces. He had been aware of the growing unrest among the crew, and he knew it was only a matter of time before things came to a head. Lieutenant Cole, Sergeant Vance, Ensign Davis, Jonas began, his tone calm but firm. I understand the turmoil you're feeling. Believe me, I do. But now is not the time to let our emotions dictate our actions. Davis stepped forward, his voice still quivering with emotion. Sir, how can we just stand by and let this happen? We're supposed to be protectors, not executioners. Jonas nodded, his expression softening slightly. I know, Davis. What's happening on that island, it's hard to stomach. But we are soldiers of the world government, and we have our orders. Orders that we must follow, no matter how difficult they may be. But sir, Vance interjected, his voice thick with frustration, those orders are wrong. You can't deny that. We're killing innocent people out there. Jonas sighed, his gaze shifting to the horizon, where the island of Sorbet Kingdom lay in the distance, shrouded in the mist of blood and despair. Vance, do you think I don't know that? Do you think I don't feel the weight of this operation just as heavily as you do? I've been a Marine for decades, and I've seen more bloodshed than I care to remember. But we cannot allow ourselves to fall apart. We cannot let the weight of our conscience drive us to mutiny. The silence that followed was heavy, the crew hanging on the rear admiral's every word. Jonas was a respected leader, a man known for his integrity and strength. If anyone could guide them through this moral quagmire, it was him. What we're doing here, Jonas continued, his voice steady, is part of a larger picture. A picture that we may not fully understand. The world government has deemed this operation necessary, and it is our duty to see it through. Necessary for what, sir? Davis asked, his voice barely above a whisper. For the sake of some twisted competition? For sport? Jonas closed his eyes for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. When he spoke again, his voice was filled with a quiet resolve. I can't pretend to know the full reasoning behind this operation, but I can tell you this, our role here, as horrific as it may seem, is part of maintaining the balance of power. The world we live in is not black and white, and sometimes, we are called to do things that weigh heavily on our souls. Cole, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, his voice carrying a note of grudging acceptance. Sir, with all due respect, we're not just questioning our orders, we're questioning what kind of Marines we want to be. Jonas looked at him, his expression unreadable. I understand that, Cole. But I also know that questioning orders in the heat of the moment can lead to disaster. If we start fighting among ourselves, if we let our emotions take control, then we are lost. And the consequences of that will be far worse than anything happening on that island. Vance shook his head, his anger still simmering beneath the surface. So, what then? We just swallow our guilt and pretend this isn't happening? Jonas met his gaze, his voice hardening. No, Vance. We carry that guilt with us. We remember it, and we use it to fuel our resolve. To be better Marines, better people, in the future. But right now, we do our duty. We follow our orders, and we protect each other. That is the only way we survive this. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of the decision that lay before them. The crew looked to their rear admiral, searching for guidance, for some sense of direction in the moral fog they found themselves in. Finally, Davis spoke, his voice tinged with resignation. And what if we can't, sir? What if we can't just follow orders? Jonas placed a hand on the young ensign's shoulder, his expression somber. Then you have to make a choice, Davis. But know this, whatever choice you make, it will stay with you for the rest of your life. There is no easy path here, no simple answers. We all have to find our own way through this darkness. The deck was silent once more as the Marines grappled with the reality of their situation. The conflict that had simmered beneath the surface had not been resolved, but it had been brought into the light, and each man and woman aboard the ship now faced a choice. To follow orders, to obey the chain of command, or to stand up against the tide and risk everything for what they believed was right. The ship was quiet, a somber mood hanging over the crew like a shroud. The Marines aboard had been grappling with their conflicting emotions, the weight of their orders pressing down on them as they carried out their grim duties. The stench of blood and the echoes of distant screams from Sorbet Kingdom had cast a pall over their spirits, and not even the lapping of the waves against the hull could break the heavy silence that had settled over the vessel. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shattering the stillness like a gunshot. Rear! Rear Admiral! The Marine stationed on the bow shouted, his voice laced with terror. The Rear Admiral, already on edge from the oppressive atmosphere, snapped at the outburst. What now? He barked, his frustration boiling over. His mood had been darkened by the events of the past few days, and the frantic shout from his subordinate only served to irritate him further. But before he could say more, the Marine on the bow, his eyes wide with fear, bellowed again, his voice almost cracking with panic. Look! Look up there! The Rear Admiral's irritation turned to confusion as he followed the Marine's trembling finger, pointing upward. The crew, sensing something was wrong, turned their gazes skyward as well. What they saw made their blood run cold. High above them, descending rapidly from the heavens, was a massive ship. No, it was more than just a ship. It was colossal, so enormous that it seemed more like a floating island than a vessel. The sheer size of it dwarfed their own ship, casting a dark shadow over the deck as it plummeted from the sky with terrifying speed. The Rear Admiral's mouth went dry, and his heart pounded in his chest. Oh, fuck, he muttered, the words slipping out before he could stop them. It was an instinctual response to the sheer scale of the disaster unfolding before his eyes. There was no time to react, no time to think. The ship above was descending directly toward them, its massive bulk hurtling down with the unstoppable force of a falling mountain. The Marines on deck were frozen in place, their faces pale as the reality of their situation sank in. There was no escape, no way to avoid the impending collision. The ship above was so vast, so immense, that it blotted out the sky, leaving nothing but a wall of descending doom. The Rear Admiral's mind raced, but there was no strategy, no command that could save them from the inevitable. The ship was coming down right on top of them, and there was nothing they could do. The air was filled with the sound of the wind howling around the descending behemoth, and the ocean itself seemed to tremble at the approaching impact. For a brief moment, time seemed to slow, the impending disaster casting everything else into sharp relief. The Rear Admiral looked around at his men, seeing the fear etched on their faces, the desperation in their eyes. These were his men, his responsibility, and he had no way to save them. But then, as the massive ship hurtled ever closer, a strange calm settled over him. It was as if he had accepted the futility of the situation, knowing there was no escape from the fate that awaited them. His last thought was a silent curse at the heavens, at the unfairness of it all, before the world erupted in chaos. The ship slammed into the sea with a thunderous roar, the impact so powerful that it sent a massive shockwave rippling out in all directions. The water exploded upward in a geyser of foam and spray, and the marine vessel, caught directly beneath the falling colossus, was obliterated in an instant. Wood splintered, metal twisted, and the entire ship was crushed beneath the weight of the falling behemoth. High up in the sky, Shiki finally stirred. "Jack! Prepare our men, it's time!" Shiki bellowed, his voice carrying the weight of authority as it echoed across the deck of his floating island. The air around him seemed to crackle with tension as he honed in on a new presence within his observation hockey's range. This was no ordinary presence, it was massive, powerful, and had appeared within his domain out of nowhere. Shiki's golden mane of hair fluttered in the breeze, his sharp eyes narrowing as he scanned the sea below. He had spent decades honing his instincts, and there was no way he would mistake who the newcomer was, as he had spent quite a few years alongside this old crewmate. "How the hell did you manage to slip past the Marines' patrols?" he muttered to himself, a mix of mischief and intrigue flashing in his eyes. Down below, on the sea's surface, Admiral Zephyr stood on the deck of his ship, his gaze locked onto the floating island above. He, too, had sensed the sudden appearance of the powerful presence, and his brow furrowed in thought. "Impossible," he mused quietly, clenching his fists. "How did they manage to evade our entire blockade?" Zephyr's crew exchanged uneasy glances, sensing their commander's agitation. They had been on high alert, aware that the situation surrounding the island was volatile, but this was something entirely unexpected. The Marines were confident in their blockade, an impenetrable wall of naval might, or so they believed. And yet, someone had slipped through. Shiki, meanwhile, wasted no time. His island was a fortress, and his men were battle-hardened, but he knew better than to underestimate the world government. There was a reason why he waited patiently. His sharp, piercing eyes turned toward Jack, who stood nearby, ever ready for orders. "Jack! Get our men ready for battle. I want them on high alert. Whoever just entered our airspace isn't here for tea and biscuits." Jack, a towering figure with a stoic demeanor, nodded sharply. He had been by Shiki's side for years and knew better than to question the Golden Lion's commands. "Understood, Captain," he rumbled, his deep voice carrying the same gravitas as Shiki's. Without wasting a moment, he began barking orders to the crew, his booming voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Back on the Marine ship, Zephyr's frown deepened. The presence he felt wasn't just powerful, it was familiar. A memory from years past, of battles fought against titans of the sea, surfaced in his mind. Could it be, he whispered, but the thought was too absurd to entertain. The timing, the location, it didn't add up. Still, Zephyr was a man who trusted his instincts. He barked an order to his crew, his voice snapping them out of their anxious murmurs. "All hands, prepare for engagement. Increase our patrol radius, and keep a sharp eye on the island. Relay word to Admiral Hazard, tell them Charlotte Linlin is here." Chapter 229, Punk Hazard, New World. "Man, as if we weren't already bored enough? Why the hell did Vice Admiral Kizaru order us to double the patrols?" grumbled a Marine captain, barely stifling a yawn. He had just finished his shift but found himself back on duty, his eyes heavy with fatigue. The increased alert had mobilized all available forces within Punk Hazard, transforming the once mundane assignment into a nerve-wracking vigilance. A sudden, jarring sound pierced the air, the unmistakable, discordant ring of a transponder snail in the communication room. The captain, begrudgingly, picked up the receiver, his irritation barely concealed. "This is," he started, but his words were cut off by a deafening blast from the other end. "We are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack." The transmission was abruptly severed, leaving only static crackling through the receiver. The urgency in the voice was unmistakable, but the message was cut short, leaving the captain and the other Marines in a state of confusion. Almost immediately, the communication room was flooded with the shrill rings of multiple transponder snails, each one echoing the same frantic message. "What's going on?" one of the Marines in the room asked, his face pale as he fumbled with the controls. "BZZT. BZZZT." The static on the lines intensified, with the calls disconnecting as quickly as they had come, leaving the communication room in chaos. The captain's eyes widened as the gravity of the situation began to sink in. He gripped the edge of the desk to steady himself. "We need to inform Vice Admiral Kizaru now," he barked, his voice cutting through the din and shaking the other Marines into action. He swiftly relayed a series of urgent commands to his subordinates before racing out of the communication room, his mind racing as he made his way to find Kizaru. As he emerged from the room, he was met with a sight that froze him in place. There, standing atop the highest vantage point of Punk Hazard, was Vice Admiral Kizaru, his typically indifferent demeanor replaced with a sharp focus. But what truly caught the captain's attention was the massive, ominous figure that obscured the sky. A dragon, its scales glinting menacingly in the waning light, cast a massive shadow over the island. The mere presence of this beast was enough to send shivers down the spine of any seasoned Marine. "100 beasts, Kaido," the captain's voice was a strained whisper, his mind racing as he realized the gravity of the situation. "No! I need to notify HQ immediately that Kaido is here to lay siege to Punk Hazard." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and sprinted back towards the communication room. His heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline surging through his veins. Kizaru was already aware of the threat, but the captain knew that what was coming was far more complex than a simple dragon attack. As he rushed through the corridors, he could hear the chaos unfolding around him. The Marines were scrambling, their usual order replaced by frantic, disorganized movements. The air was thick with tension, the once routine operation now a high-stakes battle for survival. The captain burst into the communication room, where the situation had only grown more dire. The snails continued to squawk in alarm, their operators frantically trying to re-establish contact. He threw himself into his chair and quickly relayed the alarming news to the higher-ups. "Vice Admiral Kizaru is already on the scene, but the real threat may not be Kaido alone," he said urgently, his voice barely concealing the panic. "There's another party moving towards Punk Hazard, and we need to be ready for whatever comes next." The Marine communication staff worked feverishly, their faces a mix of determination and fear as they transmitted the captain's message. Outside, the massive shadow of Kaido's dragon loomed, its dark presence a stark reminder of the peril that had descended upon them. As the captain's message reached the higher echelons of Marine HQ, the reality of the situation began to unfold. The combination of Kaido's unexpected arrival and the unknown second threat created a volatile mix that would test the limits of their preparation and resolve. "Kaido, do you have a death wish? What are you doing on a government-controlled island?" Vice Admiral Kizaru's voice cut through the tense atmosphere, his eyes narrowed with a steely resolve. He knew that any sign of weakness in front of Kaido would spell his doom. Although he was acutely aware of his current limitations compared to the monstrous beast, Kizaru was not without options. His light-based powers offered him unmatched speed, a potential escape route if things went south. However, with Punk Hazard behind him, a base critical for its research and the remaining work of Vegapunk, retreat was not an option. "A mere Vice Admiral dares to block my path?" Kaido's voice rumbled like an impending storm, his massive frame casting a formidable shadow over the island. His eyes burned with unrelenting fury as he looked down at Kizaru. "Maybe you Marines have forgotten what you did to me, but I haven't. Every day, this cursed island remains is an insult to my name. I will raze it to the ground today." Kaido's roar shook the very heavens, a primal display of anger and power. He wanted everyone to believe his assault was motivated by revenge for the torturous experiments he endured years ago. Yet beneath that veneer of vengeance lay a more strategic aim. He was here to seize the vital research hidden within Punk Hazard and capture Caesar Clone. "Step aside if you don't want to die, you Marine bastard," Kaido bellowed, his enormous maw opening wide as he prepared to unleash a devastating attack. His body crackled with energy, the very air vibrating with his immense power. In response, Kizaru's eyes flashed with determination. He knew he had to act swiftly. Channeling his light-based abilities, he gathered energy for a counterattack. A blindingly bright beam erupted from his outstretched hand, meeting Kaido's attack head-on. Burrow breath. Kaido's attack roared to life, a torrent of destructive energy cascading through the sky. The massive beam surged forward, intent on obliterating everything in its path. Simultaneously, Kizaru's laser beam shot out with incredible speed, streaking toward the incoming onslaught. The two beams collided midair with a thunderous explosion. The sheer force of the impact sent a shockwave rippling across Punk Hazard, the very ground trembling beneath their feet. The sky illuminated with a blinding flash, the blast resonating with a roar that felt like the island itself was being torn asunder. The explosion's shockwave propelled Kizaru backward, his body thrown several dozen meters before he managed to steady himself. Dust and debris exploded outward, creating a cloud of destruction that obscured the battlefield. The force was so overwhelming that even the sturdy structures of Punk Hazard quaked under the pressure. Kizaru, having regained his footing, quickly assessed the situation. Without missing a beat, he launched into his next move. "Yasakani no Magatama," he shouted, unleashing a barrage of light beams. The beams erupted from his body, covering the entire sky where Kaido hovered. The onslaught was a dazzling display of light, each beam a streak of pure energy aimed with precision at the towering Yonko. The light beams filled the air with a radiant intensity, their speed and power creating a mesmerizing, almost hypnotic effect. Kaido roared in defiance, his dragon form twisting and turning to evade the relentless assault. The beams cut through the sky like searing blades, each impact sending shockwaves through the air. Despite the barrage, Kaido remained a formidable opponent. He unleashed his own countermeasures, his body glowing with a menacing aura as he deflected the beams with his own energy. Just as the two titans, Kaido and Kizaru, were poised for another explosive clash, a series of catastrophic explosions erupted along the shoreline of Punk Hazard's main port. The ground quaked violently, and the air was filled with the deafening roar of destruction. Kaido and Kizaru instinctively turned their heads, their observation haki detecting the approach of new and formidable presences. Four marine battleships that had been anchored near the island were obliterated in a single, devastating volley. The powerful railgun mounted on Doffy's new ship, Anne's Mercy, had unleashed its fury. The once mighty vessels were blasted to smithereens, their remains scattered across the sea like fragments of a shattered dream. Before I could even utter a word of caution, Doffy's eyes, now glowing a menacing crimson, were locked onto Kaido. With a fierce determination, he propelled himself forward, his body cutting through the air as he headed straight for the towering Yonko hovering above Punk Hazard. "Isho-san, keep an eye on my brother," I commanded, my voice laced with urgency. "We have more company incoming. Whoever they are, they're formidable." As I spoke, my haki detected several other powerful presences approaching Punk Hazard from different directions. Among them was one life sign I recognized immediately, bringing a smile to my face despite the chaos. It had been years since we had last crossed paths. He must have grown into a formidable young man by now. "Understood, Ross-kun, just be careful out there, and are you sure about sending little Lucci alone?" He was already aware of the mission that I had set for Lucci, and I just gave the man a nod assuring that everything was all right. Isho nodded in response, his gravity powers activating as he manipulated the ship's trajectory, guiding us swiftly towards the shore. The railguns on Doffy's vessel continued their relentless assault, ripping through the marine defenses and creating a widening path of destruction. I turned my attention back to Lucci. "Go, Lucci. Find the fruit. I hope it truly is destined for you," I instructed, my voice firm with conviction. Lucci nodded resolutely, his body lifting off the deck as he used Jeppo to launch himself towards the island, moving with the precision and agility of a deadly predator. As Doffy charged towards Kaido, I observed him with a mixture of pride and concern. Despite the vast gap in their power, I understood his rage and his drive. Kaido's betrayal had fractured our family, and the scars ran deep. Doffy's anger was palpable, and though he was not yet strong enough to take down Kaido on his own, he was determined to confront the beast that had torn their world apart. I dissolved into lightning, the crackling energy enveloping me as I prepared to join the fray. The crackling arcs of electricity illuminated the darkened sky, reflecting the tumultuous storm of conflict that raged around us. The sky above Punk Hazard was a roiling tempest, with dark clouds churning and swirling as my lightning powers reshaped the very weather around us. The once clear horizon was now cloaked in a maelstrom of shadows, punctuated by brilliant arcs of electric energy. The arrival of new forces had thrown both Kaido and Kizaru off balance, their frowns deepening as they assessed the worsening situation. "Kaido! You damn bastard!" Doffy's roar cut through the chaos, his voice resonating with raw fury. His entire body erupted into a conflagration of bluish flames, transforming him into a massive, serpentine dragon of fire. The blazing form shot towards Kaido with a ferocious speed, a living embodiment of rage and power. The inferno roared and crackled as it carved a path through the darkened sky. The red lightning that accompanied Doffy's transformation struck out violently, cascading across the battlefield and scattering any Marines who had braved the storm in preparation for the impending clash. The sheer force of the lightning left a swath of unconscious bodies in its wake, the ground littered with those unfortunate enough to be caught in the storm's fury. Doffy's conqueror's haki erupted with an intensity that seemed to warp the very air around him. The overwhelming pressure rolled out in a tangible wave, causing nearby Marine forces to stagger and falter. Kaido, sensing the monumental force approaching, immediately responded by unleashing his own conqueror's haki. The clash of these two titanic wills was like a cosmic collision, an invisible storm that shook the island and sent ripples of fear through the hearts of those within range. Kizaru watched with a detached curiosity, content to let the two formidable adversaries duke it out. For him, the ongoing battle between Kaido and Doffy was an opportunity to maintain his strategic advantage, leaving him free to focus on other threats or perhaps even withdraw if necessary. The tension between the two was a spectacle that suited his dispassionate demeanor. However, the situation grew increasingly complicated. Doffy wasn't alone in his assault. Emerging from the chaos were several other formidable figures, each of them wielding their own brand of power. The new arrivals, who had been moving stealthily in the shadows, were now stepping into the fray with their own distinct and threatening abilities. Their presence only added to the growing maelstrom of conflict that surrounded Punk Hazard. As Kaido prepared to confront the oncoming dragon of flames, his massive form braced against the gale of Doffy's fury. His own conqueror's haki flared to meet the challenge, creating an immense pressure that clashed with Doffy's fiery onslaught. The sky seemed to crack open with the sheer magnitude of their wills colliding, a spectacle of divine wrath and mortal defiance. The chaotic scene was a testament to the scale of the conflict that had unfolded. The island itself shook with each blast, every clash of haki and elemental power. The Marine forces, who had initially been caught off guard by the sudden and overwhelming assault, scrambled to regroup and mount a defense, though their efforts were increasingly rendered futile in the face of such overwhelming forces. Anne's Grace maneuvered gracefully into port under the precise guidance of Isho. The ship, with its sleek lines and imposing presence, cut through the turbulent waters with ease, coming to a careful stop at the dock. The atmosphere was a mix of anticipation and tension as the crew prepared for the next phase of their mission. Isho, the revered mentor of the Donquxote family, stood at the ship's helm, his presence commanding respect. He turned to address the three young figures standing by his side, their eyes wide with both excitement and apprehension. "Go on, what are you kids waiting for? Just remember to be careful and don't shed too much blood," he advised, his voice carrying the weight of both authority and concern. Turning his attention to the eldest among them, Smoker, Isho's tone was firm yet supportive. "Smoker, you're the eldest here, so take care of the others. If you guys feel overwhelmed, just retreat. This isn't a place to risk your lives, it's an opportunity to hone your skills. Is that understood?" For the children who had joined the Donquxote family, Isho was a figure of great significance. Though not one of the original members, his wisdom and experience had earned him a position of near equal standing with Ross and Doflamingo. His guidance was invaluable, and his words carried profound weight. "Understood, Master Isho," Smoker replied, his voice steady with resolve. He reached out and ruffled the head of Reiju, who pouted slightly but nodded in agreement. Her gaze remained fixed on the island ahead, her excitement palpable. Galdius, standing slightly apart, couldn't help but let out a snort. "It would be great if he didn't end up getting us into any trouble, this blockhead," he muttered under his breath. Isho, overhearing the comment, simply smiled, his amusement evident. "What did you say, you bastard. Smoker snapped, turning to confront Galdius. You think you can do better? Before the confrontation could escalate, little Reiju stepped in. With a determined look on her face, she grabbed both Smoker and Galdius by the collars and tossed them off the ship with a practiced flick. She then turned to Isho, her eyes filled with determination. I will keep an eye on them, Isho-sensei. With that, Reiju grabbed her weapons and leapt onto the shore, her agile form cutting through the air with precision. Her physique and the presence of 2 Logia users by her side provided an added layer of security. Though the island ahead was fraught with danger, Isho was confident in their abilities. Furthermore, with Senor and Diamante remaining on the ship, ready to intervene if necessary, the young warriors had a safety net should things go awry. Chapter 230, Donquxote. Kaido's voice thundered through the skies, his fury erupting the moment he recognized the newcomers. The sting of his hatred toward the Marines was nothing compared to the seething rage he harbored towards the Donquxote after his defeat and humiliation in Wano. However, that anger now found a new target as he turned his full attention toward the incoming blue, fiery dragon. The clash between Kaido and Doffy was immediate and explosive. The air itself seemed to tremble as their conquerors' haki collided, sending shockwaves rippling across the island. The sheer force of their wills clashing was palpable, a cataclysmic blast echoed throughout Punk Hazard as the 2 dragons collided. The impact sent debris flying, the ground beneath them cracking and splintering from the force. Despite the vast difference in their power levels, Doffy was relentless. He attacked with the ferocity of a man possessed, his blue flames swirling around him like a living force of nature. Yet, despite his best efforts, the damage he dealt was minimal. Doffy had yet to master the infusion of Conqueror's haki into his attacks, a crucial technique that Kaido had already mastered. As a result, Kaido, who had already reached the threshold of Emperor-level strength, barely flinched under Doffy's assault. I watched the battle unfold with a mixture of concern and calculation. The last time Kaido and I crossed paths in Wano, he was still no match for Odin. But now, he had grown stronger, much stronger. I couldn't help but wonder if, with his current strength, Kaido could have taken down Odin at his peak. Battles at this level were unpredictable, a single move could change the entire outcome. For now, Kaido was at a low-tier Emperor level, a far cry from the level he had reached in the original timeline. Perhaps my intervention in Wano had shattered his illusion of invincibility, pushing him to truly awaken his innate potential. This development made my brother's goal of taking Kaido's head that much harder to achieve. As for Doffy, he was strong, undeniably so, but he was still far from matching Kaido. At his current level, Doffy could be considered mid-tier admiral level, a significant achievement, but nowhere near enough to stand toe-to-toe with Kaido, especially considering Kaido's mythical Zoan powers. Despite this, I wanted my brother to experience this fight. It was only through clashing with someone of Kaido's caliber that Doffy could truly hone his haki, particularly his armament and conqueror's haki. Though Doffy trained relentlessly with Isho, there was no substitute for the lessons learned in battle, especially against an Emperor-tier opponent. And with me overseeing their fight, I could ensure my brother's safety, stepping in if things went too far. But I knew that, like me, Doffy needed this harsh wake-up call. I had received mine at the hands of Garp, and it had made me stronger, more determined. Doffy, on the other hand, had been slacking since our victory over Marcus, growing complacent. I couldn't allow that. Doffy's ambitions and the challenges we faced required strength far beyond what he currently possessed. Unlike me, Doffy had reached his 20s. His growth would soon begin to slow, and the window of opportunity to capitalize on his potential was shrinking. He needed to push himself, to test his limits, and this fight with Kaido was the perfect crucible. The road ahead was fraught with dangers far greater than Kaido, and I needed Doffy to be ready. Not just strong, but powerful enough to face whatever came our way. As I watched Doffy struggle against Kaido, I knew that this fight would be a turning point for him, a moment that would either break him or forge him into the warrior he needed to become. Worororo. Doflamingo, you little bastard, I should have killed you the last time instead of handing you over to those government dogs. It would have spared me so much trouble and humiliation, Kaido roared, his voice reverberating through the skies like thunder. His eyes narrowed, the fury in them blazing as he fixed his gaze on Doffy. Your brother, where is he hiding? Without waiting for an answer, Kaido unleashed a devastating attack. Burrow breath, he bellowed, firing a colossal beam of destructive energy straight at Doffy. In response, Doffy smirked, unfazed by the incoming attack. Diankai, he shouted, conjuring a blue miniature sun in his hand. The blazing orb crackled with intense heat as he hurled it towards the oncoming beam. The two attacks collided in the sky, and the resulting explosion was blinding. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, shattering nearby rocks and uprooting trees on the island below. The sea itself recoiled, waves surging outward as the battlefield quaked under the immense pressure of their clashing powers. Doffy's mastery over the Maramara no Mi was nothing short of extraordinary. What was once considered a substandard devil fruit by many in my past life had been honed to near perfection in his hands. His flames were more than just fire, they were a manifestation of his will, burning with an intensity few could match. His ability to manipulate and weaponize his flames placed his Logia fruit at the very apex, a force to be reckoned with in the world of pirates. As the smoke cleared, Doffy laughed, his voice dripping with mockery. Foo. Tell me, Kaido, is it true that you ran away from my little brother with your tail between your legs back in Wano? I see that it wasn't just a mere rumor from the scars I can see on you. Doffy's taunt was followed by a swift maneuver as he dodged Kaido's massive maw, which snapped at the fiery dragon Doffy had created. Though his flame dragon had been majestic, it stood no chance against Kaido's relentless assault, crumbling under the might of the Emperor's attack. Kaido's expression darkened, his anger simmering just below the surface. But despite his growing rage, he didn't lose his composure. The skies above continued to rumble ominously, a reminder of the power Rosinante wielded. Kaido knew better than to underestimate the younger Donquxote. The last encounter in Wano had taught him that much. Even as he focused on Doffy, his senses were on high alert, wary of a potential attack from the second Donquxote. Doffy's grin widened, but beneath that twisted smile, there was a seething, barely contained rage. His eyes, once filled with a sinister glee, now burned with an intense fury as he glared at Kaido, the monster who had torn his family apart. Foo. Kaido, you think you understand despair? You think you know what it means to make someone suffer? I'll show you what true despair is. His voice, usually dripping with mockery, was now laced with venom, each word a dagger aimed at Kaido's heart. The day you spared my life, you signed your own death warrant. I swear on my name as a Donquxote, and on the names of Pika, Treble, and every single member of my family who fell because of your treachery. I will take your head. Doffy's voice rose to a furious roar, his hatred and pain bleeding into every syllable. I'll present it as a requiem for their souls, a final tribute to the ones you took from me. His anger fueled his power as he summoned a massive pillar of flame, the heat of his rage manifesting into a roaring inferno. This was not just a battle, it was an oath, a vow born from the deepest recesses of his soul. The flames that erupted from him weren't merely a display of power, they were the embodiment of his resolve, his promise that Kaido would pay for every drop of blood spilled, every tear shed, every life lost. His pain and rage surged through him like a tidal wave, unstoppable and all-consuming, driving him forward with a singular purpose, to kill Kaido with his own hands, no matter the cost. The pillar of flame he unleashed was the manifestation of that vow, a searing testament to his unbreakable resolve. The fiery column surged upward, crashing into Kaido's dragon form with a thunderous impact. The force of the flames pushed the massive dragon back, scorching scales and singeing flesh. The surrounding environment bore the brunt of their clash. The intense heat from Doffy's flames ignited the very air, causing the atmosphere to shimmer with waves of distortion. The ground beneath their feet cracked and split, fissures snaking outward from the epicenter of their battle. Trees burst into flames, their trunks snapping under the pressure of the shockwaves. The sea boiled and frothed, massive waves rising and falling as if the ocean itself was trying to escape the devastation. The sky, once clear, was now a swirling mass of dark clouds and crackling lightning, as if nature itself was responding to the fury of their fight. Kaido snarled, his massive form recoiling from the fiery onslaught, but his resolve remained unshaken. "You've got a lot of nerve, Don Quixote," he roared back, his voice filled with unbridled fury. With a mighty swing of his tail, Kaido surged forward again, his dragon form twisting through the air with a speed that belied his size. He closed the distance between them in an instant, his claws swiping through the air with enough force to shatter mountains. Doffy barely managed to dodge the attack, the sheer force of Kaido's swipe sending a shockwave that ripped through the landscape. The ground directly beneath him, where he had stood moments before, was reduced to rubble, a massive crater left in its wake. Despite the danger, Doffy's eyes glinted with excitement. This was the kind of battle he lived for, where the stakes were as high as the sky and every moment was a dance on the edge of death. Kaido, undeterred, continued his relentless assault. He unleashed another barrage of attacks, his massive claws and tail smashing through the air with devastating power. Each strike was a force of nature, capable of leveling entire islands. But Doffy met him blow for blow, his flames roaring to life as he countered each attack with precision and ferocity. Their conquerors hockey clashed continuously, the sheer force of their wills tearing apart the skies above them. Everywhere they went, the island quaked and trembled. Massive chunks of earth were torn from the ground and sent flying through the air. The very atmosphere seemed to vibrate with the intensity of their battle, the pressure so overwhelming that any weaker beings would have been crushed under its weight. Down below, Kizaru couldn't suppress the shiver that ran down his spine at Doflamingo's words. The raw force of the conqueror's hockey blast even managed to unsettle him, drawing a weary smile to his lips. Pirates sure have become terrifying these days. Maybe I should have followed Vegapunk when he left for his new base. This incident is going to leave quite the stain on my record, he murmured to himself, his usually laid-back demeanor slipping as he surveyed the battlefield below. Chaos reigned on the island. The Marines were being torn apart, and to Kizaru's dismay, it was by mere children. One in particular, the youngest among them, moved like a shadow, swift, precise, and deadly. He cut down Marines with a panther-like grace, his movements almost too fast to track. Kizaru sighed, his eyes narrowing. That kid. He'll become a real headache if left alone. Maybe I should eliminate him while I have the chance, he muttered, a smirk playing on his lips. But there was a reason Kizaru hadn't acted yet. He knew that young Rosinante was somewhere in the sky, hidden among the thunderclouds. The kid was a force to be reckoned with, and Kizaru had no desire to provoke him unnecessarily, not with reinforcements on the way. But as his observation hockey detected the incoming backup, a decision crystallized in his mind. Now was the time to strike. "Ama no Iwado," Kizaru whispered, launching a deadly kick in Lucci's direction. A massive beam of light tore through the battlefield, aimed squarely at the young warrior who was cutting down Marines with ruthless efficiency. But just as the light beam was about to obliterate its target, it distorted, bending under a massive pressure that seemed to warp reality itself. The attack stalled in midair as if frozen by an unseen force. Jigaku Tabi, Isho intoned, intercepting the attack with a tangible pulse of gravity, forcing the light to crash into the ground, where it exploded with tremendous force, creating a massive crater. Kizaru's attention snapped to the blind swordsman who had deflected his attack. He wasn't surprised by the man's identity. This was Fujitora Isho, one of the core cadres of the Donquxote family. Kizaru's frown deepened. He had hoped to take down the promising young Lucci, but as long as Isho was around, that was impossible. "Ama no Murakumo," Kizaru declared, materializing a blade of light. He knew that against Isho's gravity-based powers, most of his long-range attacks would be rendered ineffective. The only way to fight this opponent was up close, where his speed could give him an edge. Without hesitation, Kizaru launched himself at Isho, but the blind swordsman was ready. Isho brought his shikamazu up to meet the blade of light, and their weapons clashed with a force that shook the ground beneath them. The impact created a crater that spread for hundreds of meters, a testament to the sheer power of their confrontation. As Isho and Kizaru engaged in their deadly dance, Lucci, Smoker, and Gladius unleashed themselves upon the remaining Marines, while Reiju provided cover fire with pinpoint precision. The battlefield became a blur of motion, the two titanic figures above moving at blinding speeds, their blows landing with earth-shattering force. For anyone below the level of an admiral, the fight was impossible to follow, a storm of light and gravity that threatened to tear the island apart. To Kizaru's surprise, Isho was not only holding his own but gaining the upper hand. The blind swordsman was relentless, each strike infused with a crushing force that pushed Kizaru back, inch by inch. The admiral's eyes widened as he recognized the sword Isho wielded. There was no mistaking it. This was a supreme-grade blade, one of the rarest and most powerful swords in existence. Since when did supreme-grade blades become such an easy commodity? Kizaru quipped, his voice tinged with a mix of amusement and irritation. The last time they clashed in Dressrosa, he had suspected, but now he was certain. Isho allowed himself a small, grim smile. Just a blind man's luck, he replied, before unleashing a sudden gravity well that pulled Kizaru off balance. With a fluid motion, Isho sheathed his blade, the act alone sending out a shockwave of gravity that distorted the very air around them. Kizaru barely managed to avoid being crushed, his light-based abilities allowing him to slip out of the gravity well's grasp. But the effort left him momentarily vulnerable, and Isho pressed the advantage, launching a series of powerful strikes that kept Kizaru on the defensive. The battlefield trembled under the might of their clash, each impact sending shockwaves that tore through the landscape. Below, the young Donquxote family members fought with a ferocity that mirrored their elders, their battles echoing the titanic struggle above. The very air seemed to crackle with energy as the forces of gravity and light clashed in a display of power that would be remembered for ages. Kizaru, for the first time in a long while, found himself being pushed to his limits. The casual smirk that usually adorned his face was gone, replaced by a look of grim determination. He was up against a foe who not only matched him but might actually surpass him in sheer power. The realization sent a thrill through him, a mix of fear and exhilaration. This was a battle that would not be decided easily, and the stakes had never been higher. Chapter 231, Ikaku's Sovereignty. Lin roared, her voice carrying the weight of her fury as she unleashed a colossal slash towards the ship that dared to obstruct her path. Her eyes blazed with an infernal rage, the red glow reflecting the vengeance that consumed her. Golden Lion Shiki was wreaking havoc on the island, and despite the chaos, a man who seemed to be from the world government was managing to contain Shiki's rampage. Lin had no recollection of such a man, and the events on Fishman Island that Katakuri had once shared illuminated the hidden machinations of the world government. She now understood that there were secrets they had carefully guarded, secrets that fueled her resolve to seize control of the world. But for now, her focus was on getting onto the island where Shiki was and reclaiming her territory from the yellow cat who dared to barge into her territory while she was away. Yet, Admiral Zephyr stood as an immovable barrier in her path. His presence alone was a testament to his formidable power. Black Pulsar, Zephyr declared, his voice resonating with unwavering determination. He didn't flinch as Lin's massive, island-swallowing beam of sword energy hurtled towards him. With a powerful thrust, Zephyr propelled himself forward. His fists radiated an ominous, dark glow, akin to black diamonds, and the surrounding space seemed to absorb all light, the darkness deepening as his haki exuded a suffocating pressure. Boom! The clash of their attacks was cataclysmic. The deafening explosion echoed across the seas, sending a shockwave so powerful that it sent ripples through the surrounding waters. Even Big Mom's massive, island-like ship was shoved backward by the sheer force of their confrontation. The pressure from the collision pushed Zephyr back to the island shore, the recoil a testament to the monumental scale of their battle. Mama! Lin's laughter cut through the tumult, brimming with scorn and mockery. Zephyr, you miserable wretch, do you wish to die so badly? Why are you here? Oh yes, I forgot, you're a marine dog. Did you not once prattle on about being a righteous marine? Look at you now, reduced to a glorified guard dog in a slaughterhouse. Her voice was laced with venomous amusement, each word designed to undermine Zephyr's composure. Despite Lin's taunts, Zephyr remained stoic. Known as the Black Fist, his reputation for power and resilience was well earned. His ability to match the legendary Garp in terms of raw strength was no idle claim. Though perhaps not on par with Garp, his might was not to be underestimated. As the forces of their clash reverberated across the battlefield, the very ground trembled, and the air was charged with the intensity of their struggle. The battlefield roared with the fury of a tempest as Lin and Zephyr clashed with titanic force. The sky above Sorbet Kingdom darkened, and a storm of elemental fury ensued, reflecting the ferocity of their battle. Lin's eyes gleamed with a predatory light as she summoned her strength. "Mama Raid," she bellowed, her voice a thunderclap that split the heavens. A massive, crescent-shaped slash of energy erupted from her sword, its sheer size and destructive power turning the air into a storm of cutting wind and fiery shards. The blade's edge shimmered with an intense, golden light, slicing through the very fabric of space as it barreled toward Zephyr. Zephyr, unfazed by the approaching onslaught, narrowed his eyes. With a grunt, he focused his haki into his arms, the dark aura around him coalescing into a dense, protective shield. "Dark Horizon," he roared in return, his fists glowing with a menacing, metal-like sheen. He swung his fists forward, unleashing a powerful wave of dark energy that collided with Lin's attack. The explosion was apocalyptic. The force of their clash created a shockwave that rippled across the island, throwing debris and wreckage into the air. The sea surged violently, crashing against the shore in a frenzy as if trying to escape the devastation. The island itself quaked, its ground splitting and trembling under the immense pressure of their confrontation. Lin's eyes flared with unrestrained fury as she roared, her homies Zeus and Prometheus igniting with a fierce intensity. "Tartarus Wrath," she cried, summoning a blazing torrent of energy that spiraled around her like a fiery maelstrom. The lightning inferno shot towards Zephyr, engulfing everything in its path. Lin's flame attack was a swirling vortex of destructive fire and lightning, a blazing inferno designed to incinerate everything it touched. Zephyr responded with equal ferocity, his aura darkening as he prepared to counter. He drew upon his haki-based abilities, his body radiating an intense force. "Bulk Mamba," he shouted, his voice echoing with the weight of his power. A palpable wave of energy emanated from him, distorting the very fabric of space around him. The energy he created morphed into a massive black serpent and lunged forward. The energy vacuum it created bent the trajectory of Lin's firestorm, pulling the searing flames away from him and redirecting them into the sky. With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, Zephyr closed the distance between them. His fists, now enveloped in a dark aura, lashed out with pinpoint precision. "Dark Sphere," he shouted, sending a barrage of black energy spheres created by his rapid barrage of punches toward Lin. Each sphere exploded on impact, creating blinding bursts of light and darkness that crackled with devastating force. Lin dodged and countered with incredible agility. She twirled her sword in a complex pattern, summoning waves of golden energy that cut through the air like a serrated storm. "Heavenly Thunder Flames," she roared, calling forth a massive golden scimitar formed from her flames and lightning. The colossal weapon swung down upon Zephyr with the weight of a mountain, aiming to crush him under its sheer force. Zephyr gritted his teeth, his haki flaring up in a protective aura. He raised his arms, channeling his Armament haki to reinforce his defense. As the attack descended, he used his haki to create a counterforce, meeting Lin's attack head-on. The ground beneath them shattered into fragments, and the shockwave from their clash sent tremors through the island, causing the very earth to crack and split. The two combatants remained locked in their fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. Lin's sword glowed with an intense, searing light, and Zephyr's dark aura pulsed with a menacing gravity field. Each attack they launched was met with a counter, each blow absorbed by a defense, and the battle continued in an unyielding display of raw power and skill. Above them, the sky was a roiling tempest of storm clouds and lightning, and the weather itself seemed to react to their battle. The air crackled with the energy of their attacks, and the island's landscape was scarred by the ferocity of their fight. In the midst of the chaos, Lin's eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. "You think you can stop me, Zephyr? I'll burn this island to the ground if I must, along with all those golden bastards you are so keen to protect," she roared, her voice filled with unwavering resolve. Zephyr's response was equally fierce. I won't let you desecrate this place any further, Lin Lin. I'll stop you, no matter what it takes, he declared, his voice a resolute challenge. Back on the island, the reactions of the celestial dragons were mixed. The majority had retreated toward the capital, where their safety would be assured. Despite the pirates' failure to breach the island's defenses, a lingering unease pervaded the air. The more cautious celestial dragons couldn't shake the feeling that this might turn into another God Valley incident. They didn't want to risk a hunt amidst such dangers, so they chose caution over recklessness. However, not all celestial dragons shared this sentiment. Many bold and reckless ones believed that the pirates would soon be chased away and slaughtered. Their confidence bordered on arrogance, and they continued their mad hunt. Even after 5 days of relentless slaughter, their bloodlust remained unsated. The more they killed, the more depraved they became, and the ever-changing scoreboard only fueled their frenzy. Each one sought to prove their superiority over their fellow dragons. Ah! Those fools! It's good that most have retreated, more rabbits for me to hunt, bellowed a young scion of the Jupiter family, his voice tinged with madness. He beheaded a half-naked woman he had just ravaged, his once pristine celestial dragon attire now stained with blood. The scion no longer cared about maintaining the immaculate image that the celestial dragons were known for. He wanted to cherish this feeling, this primal surge of power. At first, most of the killings were carried out by his subordinates, then he switched to firearms, and later to melee weapons. As time passed, he began inventing increasingly perverted ways to kill his targets. His mind was consumed with a singular obsession to rise on the leaderboard. He was 13th, but not for long. Ding! The device on his wrist beeped, drawing his attention. His eyes widened in delight as he saw that his position had just shot up to 9th place. His points had soared by 10,000 in an instant. Giddy with excitement, he rushed back to the headless corpse, tearing away the remaining clothes in a frenzied search for the reason behind his sudden rise. And then he saw it, the mark of an ultra-rare rabbit. Each of these kills granted him a staggering 10,000 points. Ha 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 ha! He bellowed in mad laughter, his joy uncontained. But as his laughter echoed across the blood-soaked ground, a massive change occurred in the central plaza of Sorbet Kingdom's capital. On the enormous billboard that had been counting the number of surviving rabbits, the counter hit a grim milestone. After 5 days of relentless carnage, half of the rabbits had been killed. True to their word, the event organizers were now ready to declare the unique rabbit. The massive signboard flickered, and a new portrait was displayed. Simultaneously, notifications were sent to the wrist devices of all participants. The announcement was met with stunned silence, the 100,000 points for hunting the unique rabbit flashing in bold, ominous letters. But it wasn't the points that shocked the onlookers, it was the portrait. The image sent a wave of disbelief through the gathered celestial dragons. Only a select few, including Aganya, the god's knight, and a handful of others who were privy to the target's identity, remained composed. The unique rabbit was none other than one of their own, a fellow celestial dragon, Donquxote Harling. Father! Don Quixote Josgard whispered, his voice trembling as he stared at the billboard in the central plaza. His mind reeled, unable to comprehend what was happening. This had to be a mistake. At first, Josgard had taken part in the hunt, reveling in the killing. But after the first few murders, the thrill had turned to horror. Unable to stomach the slaughter any longer, he had quietly withdrawn to the central plaza, seeking refuge from the madness. No, no, this must be a mistake. Josgard's denial gave way to panic. He rushed toward the event organizers, desperate for answers. But before he could reach them, a group of Cypher Pole agents blocked his path. Move, you bastards! I'll have your heads if you stop me. Josgard threatened, his voice filled with a mix of fury and desperation. Yet, despite his threats, the Cypher Pole agents remained steadfast, their expressions cold and unyielding. As Josgard's own men prepared to intervene, a chilling voice froze them in their tracks. It was the current head of the Donquxote family, an imposing figure whose authority was unquestionable. It's an order from the elders, the old man intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. "Harling has tarnished his noble lineage by colluding with outsiders to bring harm to the celestial dragons. He is no longer part of the Donquxote family, and all his privileges as a celestial dragon have been stripped. Josgard, if you value your position, I suggest you keep your mouth shut." Why, what has my father done to deserve such a fate?" Josgard roared, still unable to reconcile with the reality before him. The thought that his father, once a revered celestial dragon, was now to be hunted like common prey was unbearable. The patriarch's gaze hardened as he delivered the damning truth. "You can thank those pirate scum who have become a thorn in our family's side. It seems your father was colluding with Doflamingo, leaking information from within the Holy Land." No, that's bullshit." Josgard's voice cracked with the weight of his denial. "We both know that's a lie. Yes, my father worried about my cousins, but he would never do something that would harm my position. He's too much of a coward for that." The patriarch leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper only Josgard could hear. "Of course, we know your father had no hand in such treachery. Like you said, he never had the guts for it. But the elders demanded a scapegoat, and who better to blame than your father? Listen well, Josgard, I could have added your name to the list, but I chose to spare you. So, I suggest you understand your position and play your part." With that, the patriarch walked away, leaving Josgard to grapple with the horrifying reality. Around the plaza, other celestial dragons began to murmur among themselves, the name Harling already tainted by the patriarch's admission. In their eyes, he was a traitor, no longer one of them. But deep in Josgard's heart, a rage unlike any he had ever known began to fester. He knew the truth, his father was innocent. It was Josgard himself who had been the mole, the one secretly aiding Doflamingo and his brother. The bond they shared was one forged in childhood, an unbreakable connection that even the Holy Land couldn't sever. They had been inseparable, spending their days together, often bossing around Rosinante, who followed them like a loyal duckling. But now, his father was paying the price for his actions. Josgard's fury simmered beneath the surface, a hidden fire that threatened to consume him. He wanted to scream, to confess that it was him, not his father, who deserved to be hunted. But he knew better. His time for vengeance would come, but for now, he had to find a way to save his father. Yet as he looked at the faces around him, at the cold indifference of the celestial dragons, he knew the chances were bleak. And so, Josgard's rage remained hidden, a dark secret that would one day burst forth in flames of retribution. The island's atmosphere had been tense for days, thick with the stench of death and the echoes of distant screams. The celestial dragons who remained on the island continued their hunt with a mixture of frenzied excitement and cold detachment. But now, as the announcement of the unique rabbit spread, their reactions varied, each one a reflection of the cruel reality that defined the celestial dragons. One celestial dragon, a woman of aristocratic bearing with a permanent sneer etched on her face, stared at the portrait of Donquxote Harling displayed on her wrist device. Her hands trembled, not out of fear, but disbelief. This can't be right," she muttered to herself, her voice shaking. "A celestial dragon, one of our own? How could he be the target?" She stood there, frozen, her mind grappling with the impossibility of the situation. The very idea that a fellow noble, someone who had shared their divine bloodline, could be reduced to mere prey was an affront to everything she believed in. Her hunting party noticed her hesitation, and for the first time in days, she felt a pang of something unfamiliar, doubt. The pride and superiority she had always held as a celestial dragon seemed to crack, ever so slightly, under the weight of this revelation. But her disbelief was met with the cold reality that in their world, nothing was sacred, not even their own. Not far from her, another celestial dragon reacted quite differently. This one, a rotund man with a face twisted by years of sadistic pleasure, let out a shrill, gleeful laugh. His eyes sparkled with a manic light as he realized what this meant. "Oh, this is splendid!" A fellow celestial dragon, hunted like the rest of those worthless vermin, he cackled, his laughter echoing through the blood-soaked trees. The thrill of hunting one of his own sent shivers down his spine, a sensation so perverse and exhilarating that it surpassed any pleasure he had derived from the slaughter so far. Imagine the prestige, the glory, the honor of being the one to claim Harling's head. 100,000 points, and the chance to assert my dominance over all the others. His thoughts raced as he imagined the looks of envy and fear on the faces of his peers. To him, the hunt had just reached its pinnacle, a perverted game where the ultimate prize was the death of someone who, until now, had been untouchable. Meanwhile, another celestial dragon stood apart from the others, his gaze cold and calculating. He didn't care about the identity of the unique rabbit. To him, Harling was nothing more than a means to an end, a stepping stone toward victory in this grotesque competition. He glanced at the 100,000 points flashing on his device, the sheer magnitude of the number igniting a cold fire of ambition within him. Harling or not, it makes no difference, he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. All that matters is the points. With those points, I can secure my place at the top, above all the others. His voice was devoid of any emotion, no thrill, no disbelief, just a simple, ruthless desire to win. In his eyes, Harling was already dead, his life nothing more than a currency to be exchanged for status and power. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his mind already plotting the most efficient route to track down his target. To him, this was not a hunt, it was a transaction. As the island continued to echo with the sounds of the hunt, the reactions of the celestial dragons painted a disturbing picture of their world. Disbelief, thrill, and cold indifference all mingled, revealing the twisted nature of their existence. To them, the hunt was not just a game, it was a reflection of their innate cruelty, their belief that they stood above all others, even their own. In the end, Harling's life was worth no more than the points it could bring, a grim testament to the hollow, merciless reality of the celestial dragons. Chapter 232, Shiki's laughter echoed across the island, a manic grin plastered on his face as he observed the display board with the celestial dragon's portrait. Shihaha. So, you guys have started hunting your own? Now this is getting interesting. His eyes glinted with amusement, though his grip on his twin swords tightened. The man he was fighting, a formidable opponent, was clearly skilled, perhaps only slightly weaker than Shiki himself. Swinging his blade, Shiki taunted, "So, what are you supposed to be exactly? Those bastards in the Holy Land sure know how to keep secrets." With a fierce roar, he unleashed a massive flying cross-slash, the air around it crackling with power. Lion's Claw! The man opposite him, clad in the distinct attire of a Cypher Pole Aegis unit, remained unfazed. With a swift somersault, he retaliated, sending a powerful, hockey-infused Rankyaku slicing through the air to meet Shiki's attack head-on. Sky Slicer! The two attacks collided midair, the force of their clash sending shockwaves rippling through the skies. Shiki's attack began to overpower the knight's, the sheer intensity of it forcing the knight to unleash a barrage of additional flying slashes in a desperate attempt to hold back the pirate's might. Lion's Majesty! Shiki bellowed, launching himself into a fearsome free fall. A massive ethereal lion materialized behind him, its roar shaking the very heavens. The lion, a manifestation of Shiki's conqueror's haki, was wreathed in crackling yellow lightning, which formed an intangible armor around its spectral form. Shiki's twin blades, now glowing with a brilliant haki-infused light, cut through the air with lethal precision as he aimed to strike down his opponent with a single, overwhelming attack. The lion, infused with Shiki's indomitable will, charged downward with ferocity, its mighty claws poised to tear through anything in its path. The skies seemed to tremble, the sheer force of Shiki's descent causing the very clouds to part. The battlefield was bathed in an ominous glow as Shiki's majestic onslaught drew nearer to his opponent, the sheer power of his attack threatening to obliterate everything in its wake. The god's knight narrowed his eyes, bracing himself against the force of Shiki's devastating attack. Despite his best efforts, the sheer power of Shiki's lion's majesty sent him hurtling toward the ground, where he crashed with a thunderous impact. The earth trembled as a massive crater, spanning hundreds of meters, formed beneath him. Shiki, hovering high above, erupted in laughter, unable to contain the thrill coursing through him. It had been years since he'd experienced such a heart-pounding battle. The god's knight slowly rose from the debris, brushing dust off his armor as if the colossal strike was merely an inconvenience. His expression hardened, but a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Shiki, you bastard. Don't get too complacent. You're not the only one with a special devil fruit," he sneered, his voice carrying an undercurrent of menace. Shiki, still floating above, watched with keen interest, knowing full well that his formidable opponent wouldn't be defeated so easily. The god's knight scanned the battlefield, his sharp gaze taking in the chaos around him. In every direction, except for where Zephyr clashed with Big Mom and a distant stalemate, the Marines and world government agents were steadily overpowering the pirates. His focus shifted momentarily to a specific location where he had sensed Aganya's presence earlier. "Aganya," he called out, his voice firm and commanding. "Take care of the mission assigned to you by the elders. I'll handle this so-called Golden Lion and see if he truly deserves to be called the Overlord of the Seas." Under Shiki's watchful eyes, the god's knight began to morph, his body shifting and expanding as he transformed into a massive beast. Shiki's confident grin faltered slightly as he observed the transformation, sensing the escalating threat. The battlefield grew tense as the monstrous form of the god's knight loomed, his power now magnified to terrifying levels. Meanwhile, Aganya, who had been leisurely cutting down pirates with ruthless efficiency, heard the god's knight's orders. She paused, her blade dripping with the blood of her latest victim, a cruel smirk spreading across her face. With Shiki occupied by the god's knight and his strongest cadre, Jack, pinned down by Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Aganya was free to carry out her true mission, eliminating the celestial dragons on her list with cold precision. With the island already overflowing with blood, Aganya felt right at home in the carnage. This was her haven, a place where she could indulge in her deadly talents without restraint. Without a word, she vanished from sight, her mission clear. The scent of death clung to the air as she moved with lethal intent, her presence a shadow in the chaos, poised to strike down her targets with merciless efficiency. "Punk hazard, new world." "Shit! Is that what I think it is?" Smoker's voice trembled with a mix of shock and disgust as his gaze locked onto the massive corpse sprawled across the dissecting table. The sight of the giant's lifeless, mutilated body was grotesque, and the harsh lighting cast eerie shadows across the room, making the scene all the more horrifying. He wasn't alone in his unease. Lucci, with his usual cold demeanor, narrowed his eyes, while Gladius and Reiju stood silent, their expressions darkening as they took in the gruesome display. They had broken into the facility with the intention of gathering information about the experiments and helping Lucci find the prized devil fruit, but none of them had expected to stumble upon something so monstrous. The island they were on was deceptively serene on the surface, covered in lush green forests that stretched as far as the eye could see. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves forming a dense canopy that allowed only slivers of sunlight to filter through, casting the ground below in dappled shadows. But beneath this tranquil facade, the island harbored secrets, dark, twisted experiments carried out by the world government. Scattered throughout the forest were various research stations, each constructed at a distance from the others to carry out different experiments in isolation. These stations were like scars on the otherwise pristine landscape, cold metal structures that seemed out of place amidst the natural beauty. The stations were heavily fortified, designed to protect the secrets within from prying eyes, but today, most of the island's defenses had been drawn away. A fierce battle raged elsewhere on the island as the combined forces of the Donquxote family and the beast pirates clashed with the Marines and world government agents. This distraction had given the four young warriors, Lucci, Smoker, Gladius, and Reiju, a rare opportunity to infiltrate the research stations with relative ease. Reiju, despite being the youngest, had suggested they clear out the smaller stations first before advancing to the main base at the island's core, a towering structure that loomed over the rest of the island like a dark sentinel. It was a sound plan. By disabling the outer stations, they could cripple the island's operations and gather valuable intelligence before facing whatever horrors awaited them in the heart of the facility. The first two stations had been relatively easy to clear out, their defenses weakened by the absence of the island's main force. But as they entered the third station, the atmosphere grew heavier. The air inside was thick with the stench of chemicals and something far more sinister, death. The walls were lined with containment units, some empty, others holding specimens in various stages of dissection and decay. But it was the sight of the giant's corpse that truly shook them. The body was enormous, nearly filling the room. Its flesh had been cut open, its organs exposed, and its limbs severed with brutal precision. Tubes and wires were connected to the body, leading to strange machines that hummed quietly, recording data on the giant's physiology. The entire scene was a testament to the cruelty and inhumanity of the experiments being conducted here. "This is sick," Gladius muttered, his usual bravado giving way to revulsion. Reiju's expression was unreadable as she stepped forward, her eyes scanning the equipment. "They're experimenting on giants," she said, her voice steady despite the horror before them. "This must be part of the world government's efforts to replicate or control their power." Lucci, after the initial pause, was already searching the room for anything of value. "We need to gather what we can and destroy the rest, leave nothing behind for the others. If this is what they're doing here, imagine what's in the main base." Smoker, still staring at the giant's corpse, clenched his fists. "Let's make sure they don't get the chance to continue." As the four kids rummaged through the facility, a cold, shrill laughter echoed throughout the chamber, freezing them in their tracks. "Shirororo. I thought it was the intruders, but it seems like a bunch of children have escaped their confinement," the voice mused, dripping with condescension. From the metal ramp above, Caesar Clown, the notorious scientist, looked down on them, a smug grin plastered across his face. His sharp eyes gleamed with malice as he observed the four young intruders who immediately went on guard, readying themselves for whatever trickery he might unleash. Caesar had hidden himself away the moment he realized the island was under siege. A coward at heart, he had no desire to get caught in the crossfire. His plan was simple: surrender to whoever emerged victorious. He didn't care who he worked for as long as he could continue his experiments. His one true goal was to surpass Vegapunk and be recognized as the greatest mind in the world. For that, he would sell his services to the highest bidder, be it the world government or the most ruthless pirate. "Tui! It's just one of them," Smoker spat, his tone filled with disdain. "Maybe we should teach him a lesson." Unlike Lucci and Gladius, Smoker's character was being molded in the direction of Isho, the blind swordsman who valued justice above all. Though he recognized himself as a pirate, Smoker didn't revel in needless cruelty. He loved the thrill of adventure and the power of freedom, but he had a moral code. The Donquxote family, to him, was more than just a group of pirates, it was the family he had never had, a place where he belonged. He didn't care how others viewed them as monsters because, to him, they were the only people who ever cared about him. It was contradictory, but he learned to live with it. Lucci, on the other hand, had a different agenda. He gave Caesar only a superficial glance, his mind already working on what he needed. All this time, he had been searching for the artificial devil fruit facility, but even the low-level guards had no clue where it was hidden. However, Master Rosinante had mentioned Caesar Clown. This man, with his rank and knowledge, would surely know where the facility was located. "Shirororo. A bunch of brats think they can," Caesar began, but before he could finish his taunt, gunshots echoed through the chamber. Bang, bang, bang. Reiju had pulled the trigger without hesitation. Caesar couldn't help but laugh at the child's naivety. A Logia-type devil fruit user, he was invulnerable to physical attacks, ordinary bullets were useless against him. But his laughter died abruptly as searing pain tore through his chest. He looked down, bewildered, to see blood dripping from two gaping wounds. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. "Kairosaki!" he screamed in agony, his voice filled with disbelief and panic. The little girl had loaded her gun with sea-stone bullets, the one thing that could bypass his intangibility. Raw fury contorted Caesar's face. He manipulated his gas powers, instantly depriving the air around Reiju, causing her to choke and gasp for breath. The young girl's vision blurred as the oxygen was sucked out of her body, but she gritted her teeth, refusing to succumb to the pain. "Shirororo, die, you little brat!" Caesar sneered, relishing the sight of Reju's suffering. But before he could savor his victory, a sea stone staff slammed into his face with brutal force. The impact was devastating, infused with hockey, and it shattered Caesar's jaw, sending teeth flying as he crashed into the wall behind him. The wall cracked under the force, and Caesar slumped to the ground, his head spinning. Smoker stood over him, sea stone staff in hand, his face a mask of cold fury. Reju gasped for air as she was released from Caesar's grip, her breaths coming in ragged gulps. She quickly composed herself, her eyes blazing with determination despite the close call. Gladius turned to Lucci, his grin wicked. "Search the facility. We're more than enough to take care of this clown," he shouted, launching himself forward using Jeppo, his feet seeming to kick off the air itself as he closed in on Caesar. He wasn't about to let Smoker have all the fun beating the living daylights out of the scientist. Unfortunately for Caesar, killing him wasn't an option. They needed him alive, because he was one of the targets for capture. "You really made our job easy, Caesar. Now we don't have to waste time looking for you," Gladius sneered, his eyes gleaming with a sadistic edge. He raised his hand, forming a massive crystal spear, the tip crackling with armament hockey. With a swift motion, he hurled it toward Caesar, who had just managed to groggily pull himself to his feet. Caesar's heart nearly stopped as he realized what was happening. These were barely teenagers, yet they were using hockey with such skill that it sent chills down his spine. He dodged the spear at the last possible moment, the crystal tearing through the wall behind him, leaving a gaping hole. As he staggered backward, his mind raced, trying to place the young faces in front of him. Then it hit him, these weren't children from the facility. He'd seen these faces on bounty posters. These kids were part of the infamous Donquxote family. Wait. We can talk this out, right? It was just a misunderstanding." Caesar's voice was frantic as he tried to reason with them, hoping to catch them off guard. But he knew he was in deep trouble. Both teens were Logia users like himself, and to make matters worse, one of them seemed to control smoke, which negated most of his lethal techniques. Every time he tried to spread his poison gas, the smoke would neutralize it effortlessly. Smoker chuckled, his expression a mix of amusement and menace. "It's too late for that, you clown. Now that you've attacked Lady Reju, you're in for one hell of a punishment," he teased, tossing the sea stone weapon to Reju, who caught it deftly, though she huffed in annoyance at Smoker's playful use of lady. "Yeah, we need to beat you to a pulp," Gladius added with a wicked grin. "But maybe we can compromise on how much of a beating you'll take if you're willing to share some information." Before Caesar could even consider agreeing, Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke and launched himself at Caesar. The scientist barely had time to react before Smoker's smoky tendrils wrapped around him, squeezing tightly. Wait, please!" Caesar wheezed, his voice choked as Smoker tightened his grip. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, just let me go." "Too late for that, Caesar." Reju snapped, swinging the sea stone staff with all her might. It connected with Caesar's midsection, sending a shockwave of pain through his body. He howled in agony, his gas form flickering as the sea stone disrupted his powers. Gladius joined in, forming crystal spikes that jabbed into Caesar's sides, each one infused with hockey to bypass his defenses. Caesar screamed, flailing desperately, but the teens were relentless. They hit him from all sides, a barrage of punches, kicks, and sea stone-infused strikes that left him battered and bruised. "Please, I'm begging you," Caesar wailed, trying to shield himself with his arms, but it was useless. Smoker's smoky fists pounded into him, each hit landing with the force of a cannonball. Reju followed up with sharp, precise strikes, aiming for his weak points, while Gladius kept him pinned with his crystalline spikes. Caesar's mind was a whirl of pain and terror. How had it come to this? He had always seen himself as untouchable, a genius above the petty squabbles of the world. But now, here he was, being pummeled by a group of kids who barely looked old enough to be out of school. "Not so tough now, are you?" Smoker taunted, landing a particularly hard punch to Caesar's jaw, sending him reeling. "Shirororo, Please. I'll do anything, just stop. Caesar begged, tears streaming down his face as he curled into a ball, trying to make himself as small as possible. Rager rolled her eyes at his pathetic display. Honestly, this is just sad, she muttered, though there was a hint of pity in her voice. Should we let him off easy? Gladius asked, his tone mockingly contemplative. Nah, Smoker replied with a grin. Not until he spills everything he knows. Caesar didn't need to be told twice. All right. I'll tell you everything. The research, the experiments, the hidden labs, just please, stop hitting me. The three kids exchanged glances, and then, almost as if by an unspoken agreement, they stepped back, giving Caesar a moment to catch his breath. He looked up at them with a mix of fear and gratitude, his body trembling from the beating he had just endured. You'd better start talking, Caesar, Smoker said, his voice dangerously calm. Because if you don't, we can go back to where we left off. And with that, Caesar Clown, the once proud scientist, began to spill every secret he knew, the pain still fresh in his mind as a reminder of what would happen if he tried to deceive them again. Chapter 233, Newgate. It seems like the tremor fruit has already started to take its toll on your body. Would you like my help in healing those internal injuries? I don't think even Saints Island would have a solution for such a problem. I don't want you to lose your edge like Roger did. That bastard didn't even tell me he was dying from an ailment. Garp roared, his voice echoing through the battlefield. Blood flowed freely from his wounds, streaming down his bare, muscled chest. His upper body was a canvas of brutal slashes, deep cuts that wept crimson, and dents in his flesh where Whitebeard's attacks had landed. Despite the sheer brutality of his injuries, the light in Garp's eyes was brighter than ever, burning with the fire of an indomitable will. For 5 days, Garp and Whitebeard had been locked in a relentless battle, their clashes shaking the very foundations of the earth. If not for the careful selection of this remote island, far from civilization, countless lives would have been lost to the tsunamis that Whitebeard's tremors had unleashed. The island itself was a shattered remnant of its former self, with most of it now lying beneath the sea, claimed by the relentless fury of their battle. Whitebeard, too, bore the scars of their epic confrontation. His breathing was labored, each breath a rasping testament to the toll his own powers had taken on his body. His once pristine, white mustache was stained with blood, and his body was marred with deep gashes and bruises. A swollen eye nearly sealed shut, and dents in his torso from Garp's devastating punches, made the mighty pirate look like a war-weary titan. Yet, even in his battered state, the aura of power around him remained undiminished. You bastard, Garp! Whitebeard's voice boomed like thunder, a sound as powerful as the tremors he wielded. Speak for yourself. You look much worse than I do. And you underestimate me, Garp. I can still fight for weeks with the same intensity. But tell me, Garp, are you dead set on stopping me here? Why? You know better than anyone what's going on in the Sorbet Kingdom, so why do you still stand in my way? With a mighty swing, Whitebeard slammed his bicento into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that tore through the battlefield, sending debris flying in every direction. Garp's expression darkened, his voice grave and filled with an intensity that matched the tremors around them. Because you may not be able to handle the consequences of your actions, Whitebeard. The world may call you the strongest, but do you truly believe that? I'm sure Roger must have shared some things with you, things only he knew about this world. Gururara. Then you should have never joined the Marines, Garp. Whitebeard's laughter rumbled like an earthquake, filled with both mirth and an undercurrent of regret. You should have fought for what your name, D, truly stands for. And who knows? Unless one crosses blades, we can't say who is truly the strongest. Aren't you also hiding your strength from the world government? I just wonder sometimes how the seas would have been if you had become a pirate. Garp stood tall, his breath heavy but unwavering. I've chosen my path, Newgate, he declared, the weight of his words hanging in the air. His voice was tinged with a sadness that came from years of battles fought, not just with enemies, but with his own convictions. Regretting it now won't change anything. I still believe that someday, the Marines will become what they were always meant to be. A true force for justice. And this world will witness the Marines as I've always envisioned them, a symbol of hope, not fear. As he spoke, his fists clenched, radiating the aura of a man who had seen too much, but still held onto a flicker of belief. It was that belief, as fragile as it sometimes seemed, that had driven him all these years. It was the flame that refused to die, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. Whitebeard, battered and bruised, stared at his old rival with a mix of frustration and deep, abiding respect. The ground beneath them trembled as if responding to the intensity of their clash, the sky above darkening with the weight of their wills. "Garp, I've met stubborn men in my life, and I've met foolish ones," Whitebeard growled, his voice like rolling thunder. "But never have I come across a stubborn fool like you." He paused, his eyes narrowing, the concern in his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Keep this up, and sooner or later, you'll have the blood of your own family on your hands. The day you realize that, it'll be too late for regret." The island quaked under the weight of Whitebeard's words, each syllable carrying the force of a tremor. Garp's expression tightened, his heart pounding in his chest. Despite the battle raging around them, despite the titanic forces they commanded, there was a deeper conflict at play, a clash of ideologies as much as it was of fists and weapons. Garp met Whitebeard's gaze, the air between them crackling with the unspoken tension of decades. The shockwaves from their battle collided with each other, splitting the earth, sending boulders flying and the sea roaring in fury. Yet, amidst the chaos, their voices cut through, a testament to the bond they shared, warriors who understood each other like no one else could. "You're right, Newgate. I'm a stubborn fool," Garp admitted, his voice softening for just a moment. "But I'd rather be a fool who believes in something, even if it costs me everything. Gururara. And that's why you'll always be Roger's equal, and my greatest rival, Garp," Whitebeard replied, a rare smile breaking through his battered face. "But don't say I didn't warn you. The world we've shaped, it's not one for dreams." Their words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their shared history. But even as they spoke, their wills clashed with the force of 1,000 storms. The ground beneath them split and crumbled, the ocean surging as if to consume the land. But neither man would back down, for they were more than just warriors, they were legends, each with a vision for the world they sought to protect, even if it meant destroying each other in the process. Whitebeard's resolve hardened as he weighed the situation. Realizing that a direct confrontation with Garp could be disastrous, he decided to seek a compromise. The looming threat of being encircled by the Marines was a serious concern. If they closed in on his crew, they would be at a severe disadvantage. While he had faith that Garp wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics, understanding that even now, Bogart aboard Garp's ship had the power to overwhelm his own division commanders, Whitebeard also knew that Marco and the other commanders were still far from reaching their full potential. Despite their mutual respect, Whitebeard was acutely aware of the broader implications. The situation was more precarious than it appeared. Garp's presence alone was enough to keep his crew from acting rashly, but he couldn't extend the same courtesy to the rest of the Marines. Sengoku, in particular, was a formidable threat. If Sengoku had a chance to strike, he wouldn't hesitate to encircle Whitebeard and his forces. Whitebeard's massive frame loomed over the desolate battlefield, his grip tightening around his naginata as he finally broke the tense silence between them. "So tell me true, Garp. Are the rumors about the Opognomi true?" His voice was a low rumble, laced with both curiosity and suspicion. The stakes of this confrontation were too high, and despite his respect for Garp, he couldn't afford to gamble with the lives of his crew. If there was even a sliver of truth to the rumors, he needed to know. Garp's expression hardened as he met Whitebeard's gaze, the weight of the question pressing down on him. He knew the implications of such a question, and what it meant for the world if Whitebeard was on a desperate hunt for the ultimate devil fruit. "You're really putting your faith in rumors, huh, Newgate?" Garp sighed heavily, his voice carrying the weariness of a man who had seen too much. "I'm not sure who spread those lies, but I can tell you this much. You've made the trip from the New World for nothing. Do you really think the world government would put a fruit like that, the so-called ultimate devil fruit, up as a prize?" Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Garp's words. He could sense no deceit, yet something still felt off. "You may be right, old friend," Whitebeard admitted, though his tone was laced with caution. "But the world nobles have done crazier things before. After all, they handed over a mythical Zoan to Kaido without batting an eye. If they could do that, who's to say they wouldn't offer up the Oppo Gnomi to lure in the strongest of us?" Garp's jaw clenched at the mention of Kaido. The parallels weren't lost on him, but the situation with Kaido was different, an anomaly, not the norm. He needed to dissuade Whitebeard before the entire world spiraled out of control, chasing after a mere rumor. "You're right, Kaido's fruit was special, but it's not in the same league as the Oppo Gnomi. The only reason you and others believe it's up for grabs is because the world government wants you to. They're playing a dangerous game, Newgate, one where they control the narrative to keep the real motive hidden." Whitebeard's frown deepened. He had spent years navigating the treacherous waters of the New World, and he wasn't easily fooled. "So you're telling me that the 3 devil fruits being the prize of this hunt were just bait? A way to draw us all in like moths to a flame? What are they planning, Garp?" His voice was edged with frustration, the weight of his responsibility to his crew pressing down on him. Garp hesitated, his loyalty to the Marines warring with the respect he held for Whitebeard. "The world government isn't about to let anyone, not even you, get their hands on that fruit. They've let the rumors spread, fan the flames even, because it serves their purpose. The more chaos they can stir up, the better. While every pirate worth their salt is chasing shadows, they're focusing on something much bigger, something none of us can fully grasp yet." Whitebeard's mind raced. The world government's machinations were always complex, but this felt different, more sinister. "You're saying they're using us, all of us, as pawns in a game we don't even know we're playing?" Garp's silence was telling. He had already said too much, but he knew Whitebeard wasn't the type to back down without understanding the full picture. "You've always been a perceptive man, Newgate. Just remember, some games aren't worth playing. And this one, it could cost more than just your crew." The two legends stood in the ruins of their battlefield, their wills clashing with a force that threatened to tear the world apart. But beneath the physical conflict, there was a deeper struggle, a battle of ideologies, of understanding the true nature of power and the hidden strings that controlled their fates. Whitebeard's voice softened, though the tension remained. "Garp, I'm not just doing this for myself. My crew, my sons, they deserve a future where they're not constantly hunted, and I know what awaits my sons if I am no longer there. If there's even a chance that fruit could save them from such a fate, I have to take it." Garp nodded slowly, the weight of his own choices pressing down on him. "I understand, Newgate. But just know, the path you're on, it's one fraught with shadows and lies. Be careful you don't lose yourself in the chase." Room of Authority, Mary Geos. "How are things progressing on the island?" Elder Saturn inquired, his voice carrying a note of anticipation. All 5 elders had gathered, stepping away from their usual responsibilities to focus on the unfolding events in the Sorbet Kingdom. Unbeknownst to the wider world, they were poised to execute a masterful gambit, a move so bold that even the other elders couldn't help but admire Elder Saturn's audacity. He had secured the consent of Imusama to implement this maneuver, aiming to recalibrate the balance of power across the seas with a single, decisive action. "Everything is proceeding according to our plan," Elder Nusturo reported, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. "The celestial dragons are being evacuated discreetly, and Aganya should have neutralized the most troublesome individuals. The others will remain behind on the island when the ancient weapon reveals its might once more. We're on track for a flawless execution." The entire operation had been meticulously orchestrated. The CP agent wielding the Wapu Wapu no Mi was already in place to evacuate the ones that needed to be saved. This elaborate scheme was designed as a trap, not merely to eliminate traitors within their ranks but to reassert dominance over the seas with unprecedented force. "If we could have lured Whitebeard into this," Elder Jew Peter lamented, frustration tinging his voice, "it would have been perfect. Perhaps agreeing to Sengoku's request was a mistake. Whitebeard, alongside Lin Lin and Shiki, would have been buried in the same stroke, along with the countless pirates currently besieging Sorbet Kingdom." Careful, Elder Saturn interjected, his eyes sharp and calculating. It would have been too obvious a trap, and leaving Whitebeard unchecked could have created an anomaly. Unlike Shiki and Linlin, Whitebeard lacks ambition. As long as we don't provoke him, he will remain a passive threat. There was also a reason behind my agreement to Sengoku's request, Saturn continued, his gaze steady. The immense losses he will incur will significantly weaken the Marines, curbing their power that has been bolstered during the World Draft. Elder Mars, ever cautious, raised a concern. This will undoubtedly provoke a backlash. Do we even know how many Marines will perish when we unleash the ancient weapon? This could create a massive rift with the Marines. It's a risk we're willing to take, Saturn replied with a calculated calm. Our primary goal is to ensure Zephyr's downfall. Hazard and Sakazuki, however, are valuable assets. They can be molded to our will and will be spared. The formation of Sword will serve as a buffer. Those dissatisfied with our actions will likely gravitate towards this new group. Tsuru's granddaughter will be strategically placed within Sword to identify any potential dissenters. Elder Workuri, visibly troubled, voiced his concern. This is indeed a dangerous gamble. How did you even persuade Imusama to deploy the ancient weapon, especially considering our dwindling power source? And what if the world discovers that we possess one of these ancient weapons? This is Imusama's direct order, Saturn explained, his voice carrying a note of grim satisfaction. Imusama believes the world needs a stark reminder of why we rule and the consequences of defying our authority. The recent global unrest seems to have stirred Imusama's wrath, and now, the world is about to face a demonstration of that power. Saturn's eyes glinted with a cruel determination. Even he had been taken aback when Imusama had summoned him abruptly, as the enigmatic figure rarely involved themselves with such operational details. But the state of the world had evidently incited Imusama's fury, and now the full might of the ancient weapon would be unleashed to reassert their dominance and remind the world of the cost of challenging their rule. Chapter 234, Punk Hazard, New World. The once lush green island was now a smoldering wasteland, engulfed in flames and cinders. The combined forces of the Donquxote family and the beast pirates had proven too formidable for the Marines and the world government, despite their best efforts to hold the line. The air was thick with smoke, the scent of charred earth and burning vegetation filling the lungs of those still standing. "Kill them! Kill them all," a beast pirate bellowed, his voice hoarse from the battle, trying to rally his comrades. But instead of charging forward, the others hesitated, their eyes wide with terror. A low, menacing growl echoed behind the man, and before he could turn around, a massive shadow loomed over him. A large, fur-covered paw clamped down on his head, crushing it with ease. Blood splattered across the ground as Admiral Raylene, in her hybrid form, emerged from the shadows. Her feline features were contorted into a predatory snarl, her eyes glowing with a cold, savage light. Raylene had sensed the presence of powerful adversaries on Punk Hazard and rushed to the island, her bestial instincts sharpening her focus. As she gazed up at the sky, her eyes narrowed on the two figures battling amidst the storm clouds. One was her primary target, the mighty dragon, Kaido, whose very existence posed a threat she was charged to monitor and, if necessary, contain. The other was the eldest of the Donquxote brothers, the infamous heavenly demon, Doflamingo. But what truly unsettled Raylene wasn't the dragon or the devilish purple-blue flames Doflamingo wielded, it was the ominous sky above them, where thunder and lightning roared like a primordial entity, waiting to unleash its wrath. King, the beast pirate's right-hand man, noticed the admiral's descent and immediately switched targets. He spread his wings, preparing to intercept her, but his keen observation haki alerted him to an incoming threat. Cladding himself in haki, he barely had time to react as a powerful punch collided with him, sending him hurtling toward the ground like a meteor. The impact shook the entire island, creating a massive crater where King landed. Blood stained his face as he struggled to his feet, reverting to his regular form. Standing at the edge of the crater, his uniform pristine despite the chaos around him, was a young man with a calm yet deadly presence. The golden bars of a rear admiral gleamed on his shoulders. Virgo had arrived. Virgo's entry was nothing short of spectacular. He had been deep undercover for years, limiting communication with his family and staying in the shadows, all to maintain his cover within the Marines. But when he learned that Punk Hazard was under siege by the Donquxote and Beast pirates, he didn't hesitate. He rushed to the island, officially to provide support, but secretly, he yearned to reunite with his family and take part in the battle. King recognized him instantly. As the one who managed the Beast pirates' intelligence, he knew the significance of the man standing before him. "Demon Fist Virgo," King whispered, his voice tinged with both recognition and respect. This was the youngest rear admiral in Marine history, a man whose reputation for ruthless efficiency was well earned. It was rumored that Virgo was on the fast track to becoming a vice admiral, or even an admiral candidate, and his presence here could turn the tide of battle. Virgo merely smirked at King's words, his expression unreadable. "Rear Admiral Virgo," Admiral Raylene's voice cut through the tension as she glanced at the young man. "Settle things here. I'm going ahead. I have a dragon to catch." Her feline eyes gleamed with determination as she used Jeppo to launch herself into the air, heading straight toward the epicenter of the storm where Kaido and Doflamingo clashed. King's instinct was to intercept Raylene, but Virgo was already upon him. With a speed that defied logic, Virgo appeared above him, his arm encased in a dense layer of haki. The pressure was immense, a force so overwhelming that it made the air around them tremble. Virgo's fist descended with the power to crush mountains, and King barely had time to brace himself. Boom! The impact was cataclysmic, sending shockwaves rippling through the island. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered, and King was driven deeper into the crater, blood spurting from his wounds. Despite the intense pain, King pushed himself back up, his wings spreading wide as he snarled at the Marine before him. But Virgo was relentless. He leaped back, his eyes cold and calculating, before launching another devastating attack. This time, his entire body was coated in haki, transforming him into a living weapon. Each blow he delivered was precise, designed to cripple and overpower his opponent. King fought back with everything he had, his haki-clad fists meeting Virgo's in a flurry of blows that sent sparks flying through the air. The battle was ferocious, with each clash of their haki sending ripples of power across the battlefield. But it was clear who held the upper hand. Virgo's brutal efficiency was unmatched, and his every move was calculated to exploit King's weaknesses. And as the fight intensified, King found himself increasingly on the defensive, struggling to keep up with Virgo's relentless assault. "You've made a grave mistake coming here, you pirate scum," Virgo said, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. "Today, I'll show you what it means to face the true might of the Marines." The air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and burning debris, and the ground trembled with the aftershocks of the fierce battle still raging above. Kaido sensed something amiss. His gaze snapped to where King was engaged, only to find his right-hand man being mercilessly besieged by a Marine, none other than the infamous Demon Fist Virgo. His attention shifted to Queen, who was also struggling, held back by two of Doflamingo's subordinates. One was a Logia user, and the other wielded strings with deadly precision, keeping Queen's hands full. Kaido's eyes narrowed in anger. His subordinates were faltering, and yet, before him, stood a single man who dared defy him with relentless tenacity, Doflamingo. Though battered and bruised, Doflamingo fought on with every ounce of his strength, refusing to yield. The heavenly demon wasn't just fighting to survive, he was pushing himself beyond his limits, honing his haki against the strongest creature in the world. "Tatsumaki Keifu!" Kaido roared, unleashing a barrage of deadly twister blades. The air itself seemed to scream as the razor-sharp wind tore through it, hurtling toward Doflamingo with devastating force. But Doflamingo was not done yet. "Hypernova," he roared in return, summoning a massive explosion of compressed flames to counter. The sky lit up with a brilliant blaze as the two attacks collided, shaking the heavens. Doflamingo poured every ounce of his strength into the attack, determined to hold his ground. Just then, his observation haki detected a new presence, a lethal one, closing in on him from the flank. He was fully invested in countering Kaido's attack, leaving him vulnerable. Out of nowhere, an Odachi was poised to strike his heart. Admiral Raylene, in her hybrid form, had chosen the perfect moment to strike, her feline instincts guiding her to the kill. For Raylene, pirates were the enemy, and it didn't matter who they were, her duty was to eliminate them. She knew Doflamingo was a dangerous threat, one that needed to be nipped in the bud before it grew into something uncontrollable. Clang! The deafening clash echoed across the battlefield as a gleaming black blade intercepted Raylene's strike. Her eyes widened in shock. Despite her overwhelming strength, the attack had been effortlessly blocked. She glanced at the wielder of the blade, her predatory instincts screaming a warning. "Doffy, get back to the island. We have quite a few treasures to dig up," the young teen said calmly, his gaze never leaving Admiral Raylene. It was the younger of the two Donquxote brothers, Rosinante, the heaven's equal, standing between Doflamingo and the Admiral. My tone was firm, yet there was a hint of concern as I assessed Doffy's condition. He was holding his own, but I could sense the broken ribs, the fractures, and the dwindling reserves of hockey. Doffy was reluctant, but a stern look from me made him chuckle, and he began to retreat toward the main facility of Punk Hazard. Kaido's fury erupted as he was completely disregarded, his massive frame trembling with rage. "You little bastards. Do you think I'm some kind of whetstone for you to train with and just leave? Doflamingo, I will have your head today." Kaido bellowed, his voice shaking the heavens, as he prepared to pursue Doflamingo. Keeping Raylene's blade locked with Shusui, I reached for my second sword. The moment Akatsuki, the legendary crimson-black blade, was unsheathed, Raylene's instinct screamed at her to retreat. She leaped back over 100 meters, her breath hitching as I swung Akatsuki toward Kaido. Kaido, intent on chasing Doflamingo, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. An ominous threat, unlike anything he had ever experienced, washed over him. Even in Wano, where he ruled as an unchallenged force of nature, Kaido had never felt such primal fear. Even against someone like Odin, he did not feel such a threat. For the first time in a long while, Kaido felt his heart race, not with excitement but with genuine terror. Without a second thought, he reverted back from his massive dragon form. His reverted form barely managed to dodge the invisible sword attack that was meant for his neck. The entire battlefield froze as the blade tore through the skies, silent yet filled with an oppressive aura. The air itself seemed to hold its breath as Akatsuki moved, a pulse of energy radiating from its edge. The ominous pressure spread across the island, sending chills down the spines of everyone present, pirates, marines, even the mightiest among them. It was a cut that transcended mere physicality, it was a cut that divided reality itself. Doflamingo, retreating toward the facility, felt cold sweat trickle down his spine despite the distance. Though the attack wasn't directed at him, the sheer magnitude of its power left him shaken. Everyone on the island felt it, an unstoppable force, a creeping dread that clung to their very souls. Many simply collapsed under the weight of the pressure, their minds unable to comprehend the magnitude of the power they had just witnessed. Then, as if reshaped by the hands of a god, a neat, serene slash appeared across the entire breadth of the island, splitting it in two. There was no grand display of power, no deafening explosion, just a cold, serene cut that parted the land and sea alike, stretching for miles in each direction. "Kaido!" I called out, my voice carrying across the battlefield with unyielding authority. "I will be your opponent from now on." Then, turning my gaze to Raylene, I added, "You dared to sneak attack my brother, did you? Let's see what the wielder of the mythical white tiger fruit can do. Come at me, both of you." My conqueror's haki erupted, tearing through the island's core, sending shockwaves that even Kaido's monstrous haki faltered against. Kaido, the unshakable beast, couldn't deny the cold chill that gripped his heart. For the first time, he felt it, fear, the fear of death. Raylene, too, realized the gravity of the situation. She had just provoked a beast that was far more dangerous than she could have imagined. The stories she had heard, even the warnings from the legendary Garp, paled in comparison to the reality before her. This was no ordinary pirate, this was a monster who wielded a blade that whispered of death, a blade that seemed to live and breathe, craving blood. Raylene steeled herself, her battle instincts flaring to life as she prepared to face this new adversary. Even Kaido, the man poised to become the mighty emperor of the sea, was wary of the blade in my hand. He could feel it, the life within it, a living, breathing entity that howled for blood and whispered of destruction. Akatsuki wasn't just a sword, it was a force of nature, a legendary blade that surpassed even the supreme-grade swords, a weapon that could rewrite the course of history with a single stroke. On the island below, Virgo's eyes widened in a mix of surprise and exhilaration. The sheer force of his young master's power resonated through every fiber of his being, a stark reminder of the vast difference between them. Virgo, already a powerhouse at the level of an admiral, couldn't help but feel a thrilling sense of awe. Despite his own formidable strength, he instinctively knew that he stood no chance against the young master, Rosinante. The realization sent a surge of adrenaline through him, and he channeled all of these overwhelming feelings into his attack, pummeling King with renewed vigor. In another part of the island, Borsellino, who was locked in deadly combat with the blind swordsman, pushed back against Fujitora's relentless assault, creating some distance between them. As he caught his breath, his gaze drifted upward toward the sky, where the young Donquxote stood, wielding his fearsome blade. A rare chill ran down Kizaru's spine, and cold sweat beaded on his brow. His usual nonchalant demeanor was shaken, if only for a moment. Oi, oi. What kind of monster did Garp-san create? Kizaru muttered to himself, his voice betraying a hint of unease. He isn't even in his 20s. What in the world is he going to become in the future? The thought unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Kizaru's mind raced as he tried to process what he was witnessing. He had seen countless powerful individuals throughout his career, but this was something else entirely. The blade that Ross wielded wasn't just a weapon, it was a force of nature, an entity that seemed to exude a will of its own. Even from such a distance, Kizaru could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the sword, as if a colossal reaper loomed over the entire island, its cold, merciless scythe ready to reap the lives of everyone below. The more Kizaru observed, the more he realized that the only thing keeping that terrifying blade in check was Ross's own will. The young man's mastery over such a weapon at his age was nothing short of extraordinary. But there was something darker, more foreboding, lurking beneath the surface. Kizaru couldn't shake the feeling that if Ross ever lost control, if his will faltered for even a moment, that blade would devour them all, friend and foe alike. Isho, standing across from Kizaru, could sense it too. His observation haki was honed to perfection, and it allowed him to perceive the true terror of the situation. He could feel the weight of Ross's presence, the sheer magnitude of his power. It was as if the island itself was holding its breath, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The blade wasn't just a tool of destruction, it was a harbinger of death, and only Ross's iron will keep the inevitable at bay. Kizaru's usual carefree attitude faltered as he grappled with the implications. What kind of future is waiting for us with someone like him around? He mused silently, the unease gnawing at him. For the first time in a long while, Kizaru found himself truly uncertain about what lay ahead. Chapter 235. I stood with my sword poised, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. Surrounding me were two mythical beasts straight from ancient lore. To my right, Kaido's enormous azure dragon form coiled in the sky, exuding a malevolent aura that seemed to darken the very heavens. To my left, Admiral Raylene, in her fearsome white tiger form, floated effortlessly on the clouds she conjured, her presence no less imposing than Kaido's. It was a tense, three-way standoff. I had challenged them both, daring them to come at me together, but the very nature of their pride and power ensured that they would never ally. Bolo breath. Kaido was the first to shatter the stalemate. He unleashed a devastating blast of energy aimed directly at Raylene's massive white tiger form. But Raylene was ready. White fan cannon. In a flash, a beam of equal intensity shot from the tiger's maw, colliding with Kaido's attack. The two forces met in a violent explosion, the shockwave rippling through the seas with a force that could be felt for miles. Kaido's frustration was palpable. His arrogance had been his shield for years, a self-declared overlord of the seas, unchallenged only because the truly strong had no reason to target him. Though he boasted of his invincibility, I knew the truth, there were a select few in this world who could bring him down, even with his formidable dragon form. "You Marine," stay out of this." Kaido roared, his massive body coiling, muscles tensing for a strike. "He is my prey. I don't like it when someone comes between me and my prey." Raylene, however, showed no fear. She understood Kaido's strength, knew that his mythical fruit might give him a slight edge in brute force, but she also knew that her own mythical Zoan was not to be underestimated. The earlier clash had revealed something crucial: she held an advantage in Haki. In a true battle to the death, the outcome was far from certain. But it wasn't Kaido who gave her pause, it was the young man standing between them, his weapon drawn, the aura around him causing her feline instincts to tingle with unease. "TCH, if you're dead set on facing me, I don't mind burying you alongside this little brat too." Before Kaido could finish his taunt, I had already moved. With a burst of speed, I closed the distance and delivered a powerful, Haki-infused kick to his massive jaw, sending him reeling. I'd had enough of Kaido's arrogance, and the beating he'd given Doflamingo earlier still burned in my mind. This was the perfect opportunity to test my skills, to see just how far I'd come since acquiring Akatsuki. "Little bastard!" Kaido roared, rage fueling his massive form as he righted himself, but I was already upon him, launching my next attack. "Twin dragons!" I called out, and the sky answered. Lightning cracked as the heavens tore apart. Two colossal dragons, one crimson, the other pitch black, manifested from the arc of my blade, roaring as they surged toward Kaido. But my instincts, sharpened by countless battles and honed by future sight, warned me of Raylene's movement. She was fast, and she intended to catch me off guard by attacking from my flank. Without hesitation, I redirected Shusui to intercept her while continuing my original strike with Akatsuki toward Kaido. Shusui gleamed with a black aura as I swung it toward Raylene's exposed flank. But just as my blade was about to connect, Raylene's head whipped around with terrifying speed, her jaws snapping shut around Shusui. The impact was like striking solid steel, her teeth clamped down on the blade, preventing it from biting into her exposed flank. Kaido growled and met my sword strike with his massive horns, a deep, rumbling clash that sent vibrations through my sword and up my arm. But I was not deterred. With a swift motion, I twisted Akatsuki in the opposite direction and drove it toward his eye. Kaido reared back in shock as his observation Haki was nowhere near fast enough to trace the trajectory of my lightning-infused slash. Realizing the danger out of instinct, he retreated just in time to avoid the strike from Akatsuki, but the tip of my blade still grazed his brow, drawing a thin line of blood. The sight of it sent a thrill through me. Kaido could be hurt. Howling Tiger. Raylene, however, was ready. With a snarl, she opened the maw of her tiger form, and a beam of massive energy erupted from within her, aiming for me this time around. I simply chuckled and sent my own attack while infusing Haki into Shusui. Death Sonata. A massive flying scythe formed as it launched towards the incoming attack. The attacks clashed midair, sending shockwaves across the battlefield that rippled through the seas below. The scythe ripped through the white tiger's attack before dissipating. Kaido's eyes narrowed as he studied the blade in Ross's hand, a growing unease gnawing at the back of his mind. He had initially dismissed the ominous feeling as nothing more than the presence of a powerful weapon, likely a supreme-grade blade, but nothing he hadn't faced before. After all, his dragon scales had withstood countless attacks from the mightiest swords in the world. Yet, what had just transpired was beyond his comprehension. The blade had sliced through his defense with an ease that sent a shiver down his spine, a sensation he hadn't felt in decades. He was certain Ross hadn't infused the blade with Conqueror's Haki. Kaido had enough experience to sense that. Yet, the cut had been deeper, sharper, more devastating than anything he had encountered before. "What kind of blade is that?" Kaido's voice, though outwardly composed, carried an edge of disbelief that he couldn't completely mask. The words were more for himself than anyone else, an attempt to rationalize the irrational. His usually unwavering confidence faltered for a few seconds as he replayed the moment in his mind. The blade hadn't just cut, it had torn through his legendary scales as though they were mere paper. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was no ordinary sword, not even among the fabled supreme-grade blades. It was something else, something far more dangerous, and it exuded an aura that defied explanation. Kaido's heart, as hardened as it was, beat a fraction faster. He had faced countless enemies and survived countless battles, but never had he felt this level of unease from a single weapon. His eyes remained fixed on the blade, his usual bravado replaced by a wary caution. He wouldn't underestimate it again, nor the one who wielded it. I didn't hesitate. Using the chaos to my advantage, I dashed forward, closing the distance between myself and Kaido with a burst of speed. My blade, Akatsuki, glowed with a menacing crimson light as I swung it with all my might, aiming for Kaido's thick, scaled neck. Kaido's eyes widened slightly as he shifted his massive form just in time to avoid a direct hit. But I was faster than he anticipated. Shusui followed immediately after, infused with Conqueror's Haki, aiming for his exposed flank. The blade connected, tearing through scales and drawing first blood. Kaido roared in pain and fury, his massive tail whipping around to strike me, but I leapt back, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. "You little bastard. You can infuse Conqueror's Haki into your attacks?" Kaido roared, his voice echoing with both fury and disbelief as the pain coursed through his massive body. The attack had been shallow, but it was enough to confirm what he had dreaded: I could genuinely harm him. I smirked, my grip tightening on my blade as I prepared for the next exchange. "Of course, Kaido. What did you think? That I would just swing my sword mindlessly against your near-indestructible scales until I wore myself out? No, I'm not that foolish. But don't worry, I'm not the one who'll be taking your life today. Doffy has given you his word on that." As I spoke, I could see the anger flaring in Kaido's eyes, a fire kindling behind his draconic pupils. But before he could react, I raised my sword to the heavens. In an instant, a massive pillar of black lightning descended from the stormy skies, crashing directly onto Kaido's dragon form. The bolt struck with a deafening crack, the force of it sending shockwaves through the air. Kaido's massive body convulsed as the electric surge coursed through him, roaring in pain as the raw energy of the lightning assaulted his nerves and muscles. The ground beneath us trembled as Kaido struggled against the attack, his scales crackling with residual electricity. The storm above seemed to respond to the clash of wills below, the clouds swirling with ominous intent as if nature itself recognized the intensity of the battle. Despite the agony etched on his face, Kaido's defiance was unwavering, his eyes blazing with a mix of rage and newfound caution. I could see it now, the doubt creeping into his mind. For the first time in years, Kaido was faced with an opponent who could genuinely challenge him, who could bypass his nearly invincible defenses. He wasn't invulnerable anymore, and that realization was a bitter pill for him to swallow. But I wasn't done. As Kaido reeled from the lightning strike, I positioned myself, ready to press the advantage. "You're in for a world of pain, Kaido. This isn't a fight you can simply brute force your way through. I'll make sure of that." Kaido snarled, the sound resonating deep within his chest. He wasn't just angry now, he was wary, and that wariness was what gave me the edge. The battle had only just begun, and I was determined to see it through to the end. Raylene took advantage of Kaido's distraction, her tiger form bounding forward with lightning speed. Her claws, glinting with haki, slashed at Kaido's side, rending his scales with a force that made even the mighty dragon stagger. She didn't stop there, her body twisted as she brought her other set of claws down, aiming to tear through his thick dragon scales. But Kaido was far from defenseless. With a feral snarl, he lashed out, his massive jaw snapping shut around Raylene's shoulder, sinking his teeth deep into her flesh. Raylene roared in pain, but instead of retreating, she used the momentum to bring her full weight down on Kaido, forcing him to release his grip. She followed up with a powerful swipe, her claws carving deep gouges into his snout. Seeing an opening, I darted forward, my blades ablur as I launched a flurry of strikes at Kaido. Each swing was infused with haki, and each strike aimed to bypass Kaido's formidable defenses. I struck again and again, relentlessly, as Kaido struggled to fend off attacks from both sides. Kaido's eyes burned with fury. He knew he couldn't afford to let this continue. With a mighty roar, he released a shockwave of Conqueror's haki, the force of it rippling outwards, pushing me and Raylene back. The sheer pressure was enough to crack the ground beneath us, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze as Kaido's haki dominated the battlefield. "You think you can overwhelm me?" Kaido growled, his voice reverberating through the air. "I am the king of beasts. No one can stand against me." But to his surprise, Raylene was undeterred. With a roar that shook the very heavens, she released her own conqueror's haki, the force of it clashing with Kaido's in a brutal battle of wills. The air crackled with power as their haki clashed, neither willing to back down. The sheer force of their combined haki caused the sky to darken, the clouds swirling ominously above as the very atmosphere seemed to bend under the pressure. Kaido's eyes flickered with surprise as he felt Raylene's haki pushing back against his own. You have Conqueror's haki?" He snarled, his voice laced with disbelief. "Why would someone like you join the Marines? Why would you waste your potential hunting down pirates?" Raylene's eyes narrowed as she met Kaido's gaze. "Why?" "To hunt down scum like you," she spat, her voice dripping with venom. "The world doesn't need more tyrants. It needs people who can stand against them." Kaido's fury only intensified. "You think you can stop me? You think you can stand against the strongest in the world? I'll crush you both." As Kaido and Raylene prepared to clash, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The two of them were strong, incredibly so, but they had yet to face the full extent of my power. With a smirk, I released my own Conqueror's haki, the force of it slamming into both Kaido and Raylene with the weight of a tidal wave. The very seabed beneath us cracked and shattered as my haki surged, the sheer intensity of it overwhelming the battlefield. Kaido's eyes widened in shock as he felt my haki crushing down on his own, the pressure enough to make even him falter. Raylene, too, felt the weight of my haki pressing down on her, her feline eyes narrowing as she realized just how outmatched they were. "Kid, you're more dangerous than I thought," Raylene retorted as she was forced back by the overwhelming force of my Conqueror's haki. "Now I understand why Vice Admiral Garp warned me to be cautious of you. Maybe I should stop hunting this mindless brute and focus on you instead." Despite the intensity of my haki overpowering both her own and Kaido's combined wills, Raylene hesitated for a moment, considering her next move. However, after a brief pause, she turned her attention back to Kaido, deciding he remained the primary target. "Kaido," Raylene taunted, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "Why didn't you join the hunting competition? Were you too scared of getting beaten by Linlin and Shiki?" Kaido snarled in response, but before he could answer, I was already upon him. With a burst of speed, I closed the distance, my blades cutting through the air with deadly precision. Kaido barely had time to react as I brought Akatsuki down in a sweeping arc, the blade slicing through his scales and drawing a deep wound across his chest. Raylene took advantage of Kaido's momentary distraction, her white tiger form pouncing forward with a roar. Her claws, glinting with haki, tore through Kaido's side, the force of the attack sending the dragon staggering back. But Kaido was not one to be easily bested. With a bellow of rage, he unleashed another torrent of Bolo breath, the fiery energy scorching the earth as it tore towards Raylene. Raylene nimbly dodged to the side, but Kaido was already moving, his massive tail sweeping through the air in a brutal arc. The tail struck Raylene with the force of a battering ram, sending her crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The ground cracked and shattered beneath her, but she quickly recovered, pushing herself back to her feet with a snarl. Kaido didn't give her a chance to recover. He was already upon her, his massive claws slashing down with the intent to rend her apart. Raylene dodged the first strike, her form blurring as she moved with lightning speed. But Kaido was relentless, each strike coming faster and more powerful than the last. It was all Raylene could do to keep up, her white tiger form barely managing to avoid Kaido's deadly attacks. But I wasn't about to let Kaido have all the fun. With a burst of speed, I closed the distance between us, my blades cutting through the air as I launched a series of powerful strikes at Kaido's exposed side. Dark Descent! My blades connected, each strike sending a shockwave through the air as they tore through Kaido's scales. Kaido roared in fury, his massive form twisting as he turned to face me. But I was already moving, my blades a blur as I danced around him, each strike precise and deadly. Kaido struggled to keep up, his massive form was too slow to match my speed. I could see the frustration in his eyes, the realization that he was outmatched. Raylene launched herself at Kaido once more. Her white tiger form moved with the speed and grace of a predator, her claws flashing as she tore into Kaido's side. Kaido roared in pain, his massive tail lashing out in an attempt to knock her away, but Raylene was too quick. She darted to the side, avoiding the tail and launching herself at Kaido's throat. But Kaido was far from finished. With a bellow of rage, he unleashed another wave of Conqueror's haki, the force of it rippling outwards and knocking Raylene back. The sheer power of his haki was enough to crack the island beneath him, the air itself seeming to tremble under the weight of it. But I was ready. I met Kaido's haki with my own, and lightning clashed as the two forces clashed in a brutal battle of wills. The air crackled with energy as our haki clashed, the sheer force of it causing the very seas to boil. Tatsumaki. Kaido's eyes narrowed as he felt my haki pushing back against his own. He knew he couldn't afford to let this continue. With a roar, he lunged at me, his massive claws slashing through the air with the intent to tear me apart. But I was faster. I dodged to the side, my blades flashing as I struck at Kaido's exposed side. The force of the strike was enough to send Kaido staggering back, but he quickly recovered, his massive tail sweeping through the air in an attempt to knock me out of the air. Chapter 236, Sorbet Kingdom, South Blue. Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. Shiki roared as he swung his dual blades, Odo and Kagurashi, both infused with haki. The slash ripped through the island, a force of nature made manifest, cutting through the air with such intensity that the very atmosphere seemed to scream in protest. The attack collided with a massive claw attack from the monstrous beast that the god's knight had transformed into. The impact of the clash sent shockwaves across the sea, causing tsunamis to rise in the distance and splitting the island's surface in a jagged line that stretched for miles. The force of Shiki's attack was undeniable, it sent his opponent crashing into the ground below, creating a massive crater that splintered the earth and caused parts of the island to crumble into the ocean. Debris and dust filled the air as the island shuddered under the sheer power of the collision. Ha ha ha. Not bad, Golden Lion Shiki. The god's knight, reverting to his hybrid form, stood up amidst the rubble, his voice booming with twisted amusement. His form, a terrifying blend of man and beast, was battered and bruised, but his spirit remained unbroken. It was surely not an exaggeration when they said you could fight on equal terms with the likes of Roger, he taunted, wiping blood from his lips. Despite the god's knight's bravado, it was clear who had the upper hand. Shiki's overwhelming strength and experience were gradually tipping the scales in his favor. The god's knight, despite the advantage of his mythical Zoan fruit, was faltering under the relentless assault. But Shiki did not respond to the taunt. His sharp eyes scanned his opponent, calculating, cold. Without a word, he launched another devastating barrage of attacks. The air around him shimmered with power as he used his Fuwa no Mi to levitate a massive chunk of the island below. Lion's Threat. With a mighty roar, Shiki hurled the colossal landmass at the god's knight, the intention clear, to bury his opponent alive under the weight of the island itself. The massive chunks of rock and earth flew through the air with terrifying speed, blotting out the sun as they descended upon the battlefield. The god's knight, seeing the incoming devastation, braced himself, but Shiki's power was relentless, the force of the attack shaking the very core of the island. Yet, despite the overwhelming advantage, Shiki's mind was not entirely focused on the battle before him. His instincts, honed from decades on the seas, were screaming at him, a gnawing sense of dread that he couldn't shake. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Shiki's eyes narrowed as he used his observation haki to scan the island again, reaching out with his senses to understand the source of his unease. He felt Jack, still locked in fierce combat with the lava-wielding marine on one of the shores. The heat from their battle could be felt even from where he stood. On the opposite shore, he sensed Charlotte Linlin engaged in a brutal struggle with Zephyr. The clash of titans reverberated across the island, but something else caught his attention. More and more presences, pirates, bounty hunters, and many more ambitious men and women were converging on Sorbet Kingdom, breaking through the blockade with alarming ease. Shiki's unease deepened. This wasn't just about the Op no Mi or the other devil fruits, something bigger was at play. He could feel it in his bones. The subtle, almost imperceptible vanishing of the celestial dragons from the island sent another wave of suspicion through him. Where were they going? Why were they disappearing? And why was the blockade so easily breached? It was as if the entire situation had been orchestrated to draw in as many powerful forces as possible into one place. But for what purpose? Shiki's thoughts were interrupted as the god's knight, refusing to be buried, emerged from the wreckage, bloodied but still fighting. His eyes glowed with a savage light, and he charged at Shiki with renewed fury. But Shiki, still distracted by his growing suspicions, met the attack with a brutal counter, their weapons clashing with earth-shattering force. "Damn it," Shiki muttered under his breath, his gaze flicking around the battlefield. The god's knight was relentless, forcing Shiki to stay focused on the fight at hand, but he couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. The world government was planning something catastrophic, and he needed to figure out what it was before it was too late. The island continued to tremble under the weight of their battle, but in the back of Shiki's mind, the unease grew, a dark cloud overshadowing his every thought. His instincts screamed at him to retreat, to abandon this fight, and to uncover the true nature of the threat looming over the Sorbet kingdom. But his pride, his drive to stand above all others, kept him rooted in the fight. Lion's roar! As Shiki launched another devastating attack, his mind raced. What was the world government hiding? Why had so many pirates been drawn here? And what was the ominous feeling that made even the legendary Golden Lion consider fleeing? The answers eluded him, but one thing was clear: whatever was coming, it was going to be far worse than the battle he was currently fighting. And if he didn't figure it out soon, not even his legendary power might be enough to save him from what was to come. Donquxote Doflamingo had never felt the weight of sorrow. Kneeling on the cold, blood-soaked ground, his trembling hands reached out, hovering just above the remnants of what was once his father. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, mingling with the salt of his tears that flowed unchecked down his face. The world around him blurred as his vision became clouded by the sheer grief that tore through his chest. He had always been taught that tears were beneath someone of his status. Celestial dragons did not cry, did not feel the petty emotions of the lesser beings they ruled over. Yet here he was, a celestial dragon, reduced to nothing more than a broken, weeping child, kneeling before a puddle of flesh and blood that had once been his father. His mind struggled to comprehend what lay before him. Chunks of meat, torn apart by savage beasts, blood splattered across the ground like the remnants of a grotesque feast. The sight was horrific, and yet Doflamingo could not tear his eyes away. It was as if his body refused to let him look away from the consequences of a life he had never truly understood until now. His father, Donquxote Harling, had never been a man of great cruelty. In a world where their kind were known for their callousness, Harling had been different. He had been a kind father, a gentleman, even if he was complicit in the horrors their family name was synonymous with. To Doflamingo, Harling had been a beacon of warmth in the cold, oppressive world of the celestial dragons. But now, that beacon was snuffed out, reduced to nothing more than lifeless flesh. The pain was unbearable, a raw, searing agony that Doflamingo had never imagined possible. In the past, he had watched with cold detachment as others were tortured, their screams nothing more than background noise in his luxurious life. He had believed it was his birthright to inflict suffering, to play with lives as if they were mere toys for his amusement. The suffering of others had been a distant, abstract concept, something that happened to them, not to him, never to him. But now, with the blood of his father staining his hands, the reality of it all came crashing down upon him. This was pain. This was loss. And it was nothing like he had imagined. It was suffocating, consuming, a darkness that wrapped around his heart and squeezed until he could barely breathe. Doflamingo's tears fell into the blood, mixing with it, becoming one with the horror that lay before him. He wiped his tears away with a shaky hand, only to find them replaced by more, endless and uncontrollable. He felt sick to his core, repulsed by the very sight of himself reflected in the crimson puddle. For the first time in his life, he saw the truth. The mask of superiority that he had worn all his life crumbled away, revealing the ugliness beneath. He was not a god, not a being above others, he was just a man, as vulnerable and fragile as anyone else. The title of Celestial Dragon meant nothing in the face of death, nothing in the face of the pain that now tore through his heart. His thoughts turned dark, spiraling into an abyss of self-loathing and rage. How had he lived like this for so long? How had he never questioned the cruelty, the barbarity of their existence? The very idea that he had once believed himself above others now filled him with disgust. He hated it, hated what he was, what he had become. The anger within him grew, burning away the grief for a moment as it took hold. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms as he thought of those responsible. The points table had made it clear who had done this, someone from the Saturn family. But what did that matter now? What difference did it make who had killed his father? In this world, where power was everything, where bloodlines determined your worth, he was nothing more than a pawn in a game far larger than himself. And yet, the rage persisted. It demanded a target, demanded someone to blame, someone to lash out at. The Saturn family, those arrogant, bloodthirsty monsters who had killed his father for sport. The Marines, who served these monsters without question, enforcing their will on the world. The very system that had created this nightmare, that had allowed men like him to believe they were untouchable, until they weren't. But most of all, he hated himself. He hated the boy who had laughed as others suffered, the boy who had taken pleasure in the pain of those he saw as beneath him. He hated the man who had turned a blind eye to the horrors his family perpetuated, who had believed that his father's kindness absolved them of their sins. Josgard's heart ached with the weight of his realization. He was just as guilty as any of them. His father had been a good man, but that goodness had been tainted by the blood of innocence, by the system they upheld. A system that had now turned on them, devouring them with the same mercilessness they had shown to others. The tears continued to flow, but now they were tears of fury, of shame. He had been a fool, a blind, selfish fool. And now, with his father gone, there was no one left to guide him, no one left to show him the way. He was lost, adrift in a sea of pain and regret, with no idea how to make it stop. The thought of revenge flickered through his mind, a dark, seductive whisper that promised to ease his pain. But what could he do? He was not strong, not like the man who had killed his father. He was nothing, a weak, pampered fool who had never known true hardship until now. And yet, the desire for vengeance persisted, gnawing at him, refusing to be silenced. He wanted to make them pay, all of them. The Saturn family, the world government, the entire rotten system that had led to this moment. But how? How could he, a celestial dragon, strike back against the very world that had created him? He didn't know. All he knew was that he could not continue as he had before. The world he had known was gone, shattered along with his father's body. In its place was a void, a gaping emptiness that he didn't know how to fill. Josgard slowly tried to rise to his feet, his legs trembling beneath him. He looked down at the remains of his father, his vision blurred by tears. There was nothing left to say, nothing left to feel but the cold, hard truth that now stared him in the face. He was a celestial dragon, a title that once made him proud, now felt like a curse. It was a title that had cost him his father, that had cost him his humanity. And he hated it. He hated everything it stood for, everything it had made him. The rage inside him simmered, quiet but not forgotten. It would be his fuel, his guide as he stepped into the unknown. He didn't know what the future held, but he knew one thing: he would never again be the man he was before. The boy who had once believed himself a god was dead, just like his father. In his place stood a man who had seen the truth, who had felt the pain of loss and the sting of regret. And that man would do whatever it took to make sure that the monsters who had taken his father from him paid for what they had done. Even if it meant destroying the very world he had once believed himself to rule. The air was thick with tension as Donquxote Josgard remained on his knees, his eyes fixed on the remains of his father. The grotesque sight before him was enough to send chills down the spines of even the most hardened warriors, and yet, no one dared to approach. His security detail and servants stood at a distance, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. The violent death of a former celestial dragon had shaken them to their core. If a world noble could be subjected to such a fate, what hope did they have if they crossed the powers that be? In the midst of this uneasy silence, Josgard's voice, raw and trembling, broke through. "Have you come to finish me off too?" The question hung in the air, confusing those around him. To them, it sounded like the grief-stricken ramblings of a man who had just lost everything. None of them realized that Josgard's senses had sharpened in the wake of his father's death. Unbeknownst to them, Josgard had unlocked the ability to sense the presence of others, a rudimentary form of observation hockey. And he was certain there was someone hidden nearby, watching. The CP0 agent hidden in the shadows tensed. He hadn't expected Josgard to detect him. This particular celestial dragon was thought to be weak, a man who had lost the favor of the world government and his own family due to his father's actions. The agent had been sent on a delicate mission, to offer Josgard a chance to redeem himself, a chance put forth by the highest echelons of power. But if Josgard proved to be a liability, he had orders to eliminate him. The agent stepped out of the shadows, his movements smooth and deliberate. He was dressed in the standard white robes and mask of CP0, the world government's most elite and secretive organization. The expression behind the mask was unreadable, but his eyes were cold, calculating. "Josgard-sama," the agent began, his voice flat and emotionless, "I did not expect you to be able to sense my presence. It seems the events of today have unlocked a new potential within you." Josgard slowly rose to his feet, his expression carefully controlled. The tears had stopped, replaced by a mask of cold indifference. He knew he was being watched, evaluated, and the stakes were life and death. He had to play this perfectly. "What do you want?" Josgard asked, his voice devoid of the grief that had consumed him moments before. "If you're here to finish what those bastards started, then get on with it. I have no time for games." The agent's eyes narrowed behind his mask, trying to gauge Josgard's true emotions. Was this defiance? Resignation? Or something else entirely? He had been briefed on Josgard's recent fall from grace, how his father's actions had placed him in a precarious position within the world government. But now, faced with the man himself, the agent was uncertain. "You misunderstand me, Josgard-sama," the agent said, his tone measured. "I am not here to harm you. Quite the opposite, in fact. I've come to offer you an opportunity, a chance to regain the favor of the world government. The elders have not forgotten about you." Josgard scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. "Regain their favor? After what they did to my father? Why should I care about what those decrepit old men think?" The agent watched him carefully, searching for any sign of insubordination or genuine resentment. His orders were clear: if Josgard harbored any thoughts of revenge, any lingering loyalty to his disgraced father, he was to be dealt with immediately. The world government could not afford to let a loose end like Josgard become a problem. "You must understand," the agent continued, choosing his words carefully, "your father's fate was unfortunate, but necessary. He acted against the interests of the world government, and such actions cannot go unpunished. However, you are not your father. You still have a place within the world noble ranks, should you choose to accept it." Josgard's eyes flickered with something. Was it anger? Pain? The agent couldn't be sure. But when Josgard spoke, his voice was calm, almost dismissive. "My father was a fool," Josgard said, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "He allowed his emotions to cloud his judgment, and he paid the price. I won't make the same mistake. I know what's expected of me as a celestial dragon. If the world government wants to make use of me, then so be it." The agent's suspicion deepened. The words were right, but something about the way Josgard said them didn't sit well with him. It was too clean, too rehearsed. Still, there was no outright defiance, no signs of rebellion. But he needed to be sure. "You speak wisely, Josgard-sama," the agent said slowly, "but understand this: the world government does not tolerate disloyalty. If there is even a hint that you might follow in your father's footsteps, the consequences will be severe. Josgard gave the agent a cold, appraising look. Is that a threat? Do you think I'm so dumb that I would challenge the authority of the world government? My father was foolish enough to believe he could change things and collude with traitorous scum, but I know better. I've seen what happens to those who defy the elders, and I have no intention of ending up like him. The agent fell silent for a moment, weighing Josgard's words. The man before him appeared to be every bit the vain, selfish celestial dragon he had always been, unconcerned with anything beyond his own survival and comfort. But the agent's instincts told him there was something more beneath the surface, something dangerous. You understand your place, then, the agent said finally, his voice firm. As long as you remain loyal, you will be protected. The world government will continue to ensure your status and privileges. But stray from the path, and you will be dealt with accordingly. Josgard inclined his head slightly, a gesture that could have been mistaken for agreement. I have no intention of becoming a martyr, if that's what you're worried about. My father may have lost sight of what it means to be a celestial dragon, but I haven't. I'm not interested in playing the hero. I'll do what's necessary to survive. The agent relaxed slightly, though he remained vigilant. Josgard's words had the ring of truth, but the agent was trained to be cautious, to trust his instincts above all else. And something about this whole situation still didn't feel right. But there was no evidence, no clear sign of betrayal. For now, it seemed Josgard was still the same vain, self-serving noble he had always been. And it was not truly his place to judge Josgard, and he would relay to the elders to let them make the decision. Very well, Josgard-sama, the agent said, inclining his head slightly, a gesture meant to convey both respect and superiority. His tone was smooth, almost too smooth, like oil on water. In that case, I suggest it's time to leave. You wouldn't want to be buried here along with the rest of these scum, now would you? His words dripped with disdain, and a smirk curled beneath his mask, barely hidden from Josgard's view. Before Josgard could fully process the insult, the agent moved with the swiftness that characterized CP0. In an instant, his hand clamped down on Josgard's shoulder. There was no time to react, no time to question. The world around Josgard blurred as the agent activated his devil fruit powers, and in the next instant, both vanished from the island. Chapter 237, Scorching Heaven. Admiral Hazard moved with deadly precision, his body a blur as he unleashed a devastating attack. The air around him crackled with energy as he summoned the full power of his plasma Logia devil fruit, one of the rarest and most destructive of all Logia fruits. A massive discharge of plasma erupted from his body, a searing wave of superheated energy that cut through the battlefield like a blade. The attack was so intense that it melted the dozen or so pirates surrounding him, their bodies reduced to nothing but ash in an instant. The massive ship beneath them liquefied, turning into molten waste as the plasma consumed everything in its path. The once proud galleon they had fought to protect was now nothing more than a twisted, glowing skeleton of charred wood and molten metal. Hazard barely paused to admire his handiwork. With most of the pirate powerhouses pinned down by the relentless assaults of the Marines and Cypher Pole agents, Hazard had taken it upon himself to cull their numbers, reducing the pirate ranks to nothing more than smoldering corpses. But his work was far from done. His eyes, sharp and unforgiving, turned to the other galleons, still desperately trying to flee the scene, its crew scrambling to escape the monster that Hazard had become. "TCH, pathetic," Hazard muttered under his breath, his voice laced with disdain. He raised his hand, channeling the raw energy of his devil fruit into a single point. The air around him shimmered with heat as the energy condensed, taking shape. Plasma Dragon's Wrath. Hazard roared, unleashing the pent-up energy in a cataclysmic blast. The attack morphed into a colossal dragon made entirely of plasma, its body a swirling mass of white-hot energy that radiated an intense, blinding light. The dragon shot into the sky like a massive beam of destruction, its roar echoing across the battlefield as it descended upon the fleeing pirate ships. The pirates barely had time to scream as the plasma dragon engulfed them. The ships were vaporized in an instant, the intense heat reducing wood, metal, and flesh alike to nothingness. The sea beneath them boiled and evaporated, leaving a patch of barren, steaming ocean floor where the ships had once sailed. The sheer power of the attack left no trace of the pirate fleet, not even a wisp of smoke remained as the last vestiges of their existence were erased from the world. Hazard floated above the devastation, his gaze hard and unyielding as he surveyed the scene. TCH, how did so many of these pirates get past our blockade? Where the hell are those world government ships? He growled, frustration boiling over as he scanned the horizon. The island, once a bastion of the Sorbet Kingdom's people, now lay in ruins, with more than a third of its population reduced to collateral damage in the chaos. But despite the devastation, Hazard's observation hockey detected something far more troubling. Only a dozen or so celestial dragons' life signatures still remained on the island. Though the Sorbet Kingdom was vast, Hazard's hockey could easily cover the entire island, a testament to the power he had gained from consuming the plasma fruit. And in the brief moment it had taken him to destroy the pirate ships, one more celestial dragon, located near the shore where he had been fighting, had vanished. His thoughts were interrupted by the urgent ringing of his emergency transponder snail. Hazard's brow furrowed as he picked up the call, his instincts telling him that something was wrong. Hazard! Evacuate the island now. Have all of our men retreat as far away from the island as possible. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice exploded from the other side, filled with a desperation and urgency that Hazard had never heard before. The normally composed and unflappable Sengoku sounded frantic, his words a mixture of panic and command. Fleet Admiral, we still have things under control here. There is no need. Hazard began, trying to reason with Sengoku, but he was abruptly cut off. You bastard. Do you not understand what I just said? Retreat. Just retreat. Save as many Marines as you possibly can. The world government has decided to sink the entire Sorbet Kingdom along with the island. Sengoku's voice was a mixture of fury and fear, a combination that shook Hazard to his core. The gravity of the situation finally began to sink in, and Hazard realized the terrifying truth. The world government had decided to sacrifice the entire island, along with everyone on it, Marines, pirates, and civilians alike. This wasn't just a battle, it was a massacre waiting to happen, and the order had been given to bury the island under the sea. What about the celestial dragons on the island? Hazard asked instinctively, his mind struggling to piece together the magnitude of what was about to happen. Just fucking forget them. For all I know, they're bait left there to lure all those pirates. They're planning to bury everyone. Sengoku's voice roared through the transponder snail, the urgency in his tone palpable. Fuck! What the hell are those bastards thinking? Hazard cursed under his breath, realizing that this was more than just a battle, it was a cold, calculated execution orchestrated by the world government. The implications were horrifying. The world government wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice everyone, nearly 100,000 Marines and countless others, if it meant achieving their goal. The truth of it made Hazard's blood run cold. There was no time to waste. Hazard immediately activated the emergency communication channels, barking orders for a full retreat. He had no idea what the world government was planning, but the way Sengoku had spoken, it was clear that this was a matter of life and death. Luckily, the majority of the Marine forces were positioned on the perimeter, forming a blockade on the sea, which meant only about 10,000 Marines were actually on the island itself. The rest were still at sea, but even they were in grave danger if they didn't evacuate immediately. Hazard's gaze swept over the island, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sights of the ongoing battles. Shiki was still locked in combat, his legendary power tearing through everything in his path. Zephyr was holding his ground against Big Mom, one of the most dangerous pirates in the world, while Vice Admiral Sakazuki was engaged in a fierce battle with Jack from the Golden Lion Pirates. Hazard's observation hockey didn't detect Admiral Aganya's presence, which meant she had likely already evacuated with the remaining celestial dragons. That left him with a difficult decision, who to assist first. Hazard knew that engaging Big Mom at this stage wouldn't make much of a difference, her power was immense, and even with his own strength, pushing her back would be no easy feat. Instead, he decided to first support Sakazuki. If they could defeat or at least push back Jack, they might stand a chance of aiding Zephyr and escaping the island before it was too late. But time was running out. The world government had made its move, and the looming threat of destruction hung over them all. Hazard felt the weight of his responsibility pressing down on him. He had to act quickly, or they would all be buried in the world government's ruthless purge. With a final glance at the battlefield, Hazard shot forward, plasma crackling around him as he made his way toward Sakazuki. The clock was ticking, and the fate of thousands rested on his next move. The island was a powder keg, and the fuse had already been lit. Now, all that remained was the explosion. The air was thick with tension as the Marines across the Sorbet Kingdom began to receive sudden, urgent orders for a full retreat. The confusion spread like wildfire, with whispers of uncertainty and disbelief rippling through the ranks. Men and women who had moments ago been engaged in fierce combat now found themselves frozen in place, their weapons lowered as they exchanged bewildered glances. "What the hell is going on?" one Marine demanded, his voice tinged with panic as he watched his commanding officer bark orders into a transponder snail. The officer, a grizzled veteran of many battles, looked pale and shaken as he relayed the command to fall back. "Retreat? Why are we retreating? We've got the pirates on the run!" Another Marine shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. His words were echoed by others who couldn't understand why they were being pulled back just when it seemed like they were gaining the upper hand. "I don't know," the officer snapped, his eyes wide with urgency. "The order came directly from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We're to pull back immediately and evacuate the island." But a younger Marine started, but the officer cut him off with a fierce glare. "That's an order. Do you want to question the Fleet Admiral's command? Do you want to die here?" The officer's words silenced the protests, but the fear and confusion lingered. Marines began to move, albeit hesitantly at first. Those on the front lines looked back at their comrades, unsure if they should continue fighting or follow the retreat. Some struggled to disengage from battles, with their opponents seizing the opportunity to press their attacks. The orderly ranks of the Marines dissolved into chaos as officers struggled to maintain control and lead their troops back toward the shore. "Something's wrong," muttered a Marine as he shouldered his rifle and fell back with his unit. "This doesn't feel right." "No kidding," his comrade replied, sweat beading on his brow. "It's like they know something we don't. What could be so bad that we're abandoning the island?" "Doesn't matter. We've got to get out of here, fast," the first Marine said, his voice grim as they joined the growing stream of soldiers retreating toward the coast. The ominous sense of dread hung over them like a dark cloud, and though they didn't know what was coming, they could feel it in their bones. It was something far worse than the pirates they'd been fighting. Amid the chaos, Shiki, the Golden Lion, stood on a small floating island fragment, his eyes narrowing as he observed the sudden retreat of the Marine forces. The battlefield had been a tempest of violence just moments before, but now the tides had shifted inexplicably. Marines were withdrawing en masse, and the realization struck him like a lightning bolt: this was no ordinary retreat. "Something's wrong," Shiki muttered, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. His instincts, honed by decades of combat and cunning, screamed at him that this was a trap. The Marines had them pinned down, the fight was in full swing, and yet now they were retreating? It made no sense unless... Shiki's eyes darted to the massive form of the God's Knight standing before him, an opponent who had been tenaciously keeping him in check. The warrior's imposing form, which gleamed with a bestial aura, was battered but still formidable. The Golden Lion had been pushing him back, but the knight's relentless assault had kept Shiki from breaking free. "Trying to keep me here, huh?" Shiki growled, a scowl twisting his features. He could feel it in the pit of his stomach. Something was coming, something catastrophic, and he needed to get out of here. But the God's Knight wasn't giving him the chance. "So you finally seem to understand what's going on, huh, Golden Lion Shiki? Not bad. You are not as dumb as you seem to be," the God's Knight taunted, but Shiki's gaze was set elsewhere. The knight, sensing Shiki's distraction, launched another attack, a powerful swing of his massive claws that cut through the air with lethal precision. Shiki barely had time to react, raising his dual swords to block the blow. The impact sent shockwaves through his arms, but he held firm, teeth gritted. "You're not going anywhere, Golden Lion," the god's knight said, his voice echoing with a cold, calculating authority. "You'll die here, along with the rest of these fools." Shiki's mind raced as he parried the knight's attacks, each strike pushing him further back. He needed to break free, but the knight's relentless assault was making it impossible. Shiki's observation haki flared as he tried to sense what was coming, but all he could feel was an overwhelming sense of impending doom. "Damn it!" Shiki cursed under his breath, his frustration mounting. The pieces were falling into place in his mind, but without a clear way to escape, he was trapped. "They're going to sink this whole damn island." The realization spurred Shiki into action. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. He needed to retreat, regroup, and figure out what the Marines were planning. But the god's knight was a wall he couldn't break through, at least not easily. Shiki's thoughts turned to his crew, his subordinates, who were still engaged in battle. If he couldn't escape, neither could they. "Enough!" Shiki roared, summoning the full power of his devil fruit. The floating islands around him began to tremble as he exerted his will over them, the chunks of land rising into the air. The god's knight braced himself, preparing for the onslaught. But as Shiki unleashed his attack, he couldn't shake the feeling that it might already be too late. On another part of the battlefield, Big Mom, one of the current emperors of the sea, was locked in a ferocious battle with Marine Admiral Zephyr. The clash of titans had been going on for what felt like eternity, their immense powers tearing the landscape apart. Zephyr, though outmatched in raw strength, was holding his own through sheer tenacity and experience, refusing to give Big Mom any ground. "Zephyr! You think you can hold me back?" Big Mom roared, her massive figure towering over the battlefield as she swung her blade with terrifying force. Zephyr met the attack head-on, his black-coated armament haki clashing against the Yonko's might. But even as she fought, a nagging feeling began to creep into Big Mom's mind. Something was off. The way the battle was progressing, the sudden retreat of the Marines, it didn't add up. Big Mom was no fool. She might be a brute force of nature, but she was also cunning, and her instincts were screaming at her that something was very wrong. Why would they retreat now? She muttered, her eyes narrowing as she parried another blow from Zephyr. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks. It's a trap. They're trying to lure us in. Her eyes darted around the battlefield, taking in the chaos. Pirates were still pouring into the island, oblivious to the danger they were walking into. Big Mom knew she had to act fast. If the Marines were retreating, it meant something catastrophic was about to happen, something she wanted no part of. "We need to retreat." Big Mom bellowed to her crew, who were fighting nearby. "Get out of here, now!" But Zephyr wasn't about to let her go that easily. "Leaving so soon, Charlotte?" he taunted, his voice gruff as he lunged at her, trying to keep her engaged. "What's the matter? Afraid of a real fight?" Big Mom snarled, her eyes blazing with fury. "Out of my way, Zephyr," she roared, her voice shaking the very air around them. She swung her sword with all her might, forcing Zephyr to retreat a step, but the veteran Marine was relentless. "You're not going anywhere, Big Mom," Zephyr said, his tone deadly serious. "Not until I've taken you down." But Big Mom's mind was already racing, weighing her options. She needed to get her crew out of there, but Zephyr was a formidable opponent, and disengaging from him wasn't going to be easy. But Big Mom wasn't one to be cornered. She let out a deafening scream, summoning her homies to her side. Prometheus, the living sun, flared brightly, ready to unleash hell, while Zeus was already relaying the message of retreat to the rest of the Big Mom pirates. Luckily, they had come here on one massive ship, so most of them stayed near the ship during the assault. "You dumb idiot, Zephyr, don't you see what's happening around you? The Marines are retreating in haste. Why do you think that is? And have you forgotten there are still so many Marines left behind on the island?" Big Mom roared, channeling her fury into a massive attack. But even as she engaged Zephyr with renewed ferocity, her thoughts were focused on escape. She couldn't afford to be trapped here, not when the entire island was about to be wiped out. Zephyr's focus had been razor-sharp, fully immersed in the fierce battle against Big Mom. Linlin's monstrous strength and relentless attacks demanded every ounce of his attention, and for a time, the rest of the battlefield faded away. His world had narrowed to the clash of steel, the raw power of hockey, and the searing pain of each blow exchanged. But then, something changed. A flicker of movement caught Zephyr's eye. Marines, once resolute in their positions, were now retreating in haste. It wasn't an orderly withdrawal, it was a panicked, desperate flight. Confusion rippled through him, but he didn't have the luxury to dwell on it. Linlin's enormous fist came crashing down, and he barely dodged it, the ground shattering beneath the impact. "Zephyr!" Big Mom roared, her voice like thunder. She pressed her attack, unwilling to give him a moment's respite. But even as he parried her blows, his mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Then, with a sudden surge of clarity, Zephyr stretched out his observation hockey, extending his senses far beyond the immediate battlefield. What he felt sent a chill down his spine. The scattered presence of the celestial dragons, the rapid retreat of the Marines, the fear and urgency in the air, it all pointed to one horrifying conclusion. "Damn it," Zephyr muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he fully grasped the gravity of the situation. The world government had decided to sink the entire island, burying everything and everyone on it, Marines, pirates, civilians, and even the remaining celestial dragons. The retreat wasn't a tactical maneuver, it was an evacuation before the island was obliterated. Meanwhile, deep within the island, a group of celestial dragons continued their twisted game, hunting the remaining civilians of the Sorbet Kingdom with gleeful abandon. Their laughter echoed through the streets as they watched their prey run in terror, oblivious to the true danger lurking around them. Zephyr's heart pounded as he turned his gaze toward the island. There were still thousands of Marines scattered across it, many of them unaware of the impending disaster. Every instinct in him screamed to act, to save as many of his comrades as possible before it was too late. He knew he had no time to waste. "Linlin!" Zephyr shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Big Mom paused, momentarily taken aback by the intensity in his tone. "This fight is over." Without waiting for a response, Zephyr disengaged from the battle, his powerful legs propelling him toward the island with a speed born of desperation. His observation hockey swept the landscape, pinpointing the locations of the Marines still within the island. "Look at them! Run! Ha ha ha! Pathetic worms!" One of the celestial dragons sneered, his face hidden behind the ornate helmet that marked his status. "They think they can escape us." But even as they reveled in their sadistic pleasure, a sense of unease began to creep in. The streets, once filled with the sounds of battle, had grown eerily silent. The civilians were still there, of course, but the sounds of combat between the Marines and pirates had faded away. "Where did all the noise go?" one of the celestial dragons asked, his voice tinged with confusion. He looked around, noticing for the first time that the Marines who had been so prominent were nowhere to be seen. "Where are the others?" another celestial dragon demanded, looking to his fellow nobles. "Weren't we supposed to be with the main group? Why have they left us here?" The realization that they had been left behind started to sink in. The celestial dragons, for all their arrogance and cruelty, were not accustomed to being abandoned. They had always been the ones giving orders, not the ones left in the dark. "Something's wrong," one of them muttered, his eyes narrowing as he looked around. "Why does it feel like we've been forgotten?" The thought was horrifying to them. They, the gods of this world, could not comprehend the idea that they might be considered expendable. And yet, here they were, left behind in an island now almost devoid of their kind. "Impossible," one celestial dragon hissed, his voice laced with disbelief. "They wouldn't dare leave us here. We're celestial dragons." But the creeping suspicion grew stronger. They had been told this was a hunt, a game to amuse themselves with. But now the game seemed to have ended, and they were still here, alone. "We need to contact the others," one of the dragons said, pulling out a transponder snail. "There must be some mistake. We'll demand an explanation." But even as he spoke, the first tendrils of fear began to take hold. The thought that they might have been used, that they could be bait for a trap, was unthinkable. But the more they tried to dismiss it, the more it gnawed at them. The situation of the soldiers and servants of the celestial dragons who had already evacuated was the worst, as they had no idea what was happening. These unfortunate souls, bound to serve the whims of the nobility, had been nervously observing the situation. First their masters had been taken away, then they had seen the Marines retreating, the chaos spreading across the island, and the growing confusion among their ranks. At first, they didn't understand what was happening. They had been following orders, hurting the civilians, and keeping the celestial dragons entertained. But as the minutes ticked by and the situation grew more dire, they began to realize the full extent of the danger. "Something's not right," whispered one of the soldiers, a young man who had been conscripted into service. His hands trembled as he clutched his rifle, his eyes darting around as if expecting an ambush at any moment. "Why are the Marines retreating? What's going on?" "We're being left behind," another soldier murmured, his voice heavy with dread. He had been serving the celestial dragons for years, and though he despised them, he had always believed that they were untouchable, protected by the world government's power. But now it seemed like they were being abandoned, left to fend for themselves. The servants, those who had been forced to carry out the celestial dragons' every twisted desire, began to share uneasy glances. They had seen their masters act with impunity, with the knowledge that they were above the law. But now that certainty was crumbling. "They're leaving us," one of the servants whispered, her voice barely audible. "The Marines, the world government, they're leaving us to die." The realization hit like a hammer blow. The servants and soldiers, who had lived in fear of the celestial dragons, now felt a new fear, one that was even more terrifying, being left to the mercy of whatever fate awaited the island. "They're using us as bait," one of the soldiers said, his voice shaking with anger and fear. "We're nothing to them. Just pawns in their game." As the truth sank in, panic began to spread. The soldiers and servants who had once been bound by duty and fear now found themselves questioning everything. They had always known that the celestial dragons were cruel, but now they understood just how expendable they were in the grand scheme of things. "We have to get out of here," a servant urged, her voice filled with desperation. "We can't stay here. We'll die if we do." But escaping wasn't so simple. The celestial dragons, still confused and unwilling to believe they had been abandoned, were demanding answers, forcing their servants to stay by their side. "Don't be ridiculous," one celestial dragon snapped at a trembling servant who dared to suggest retreat. "We are the celestial dragons. We're not going anywhere. Now, fetch me that civilian, I want to finish this hunt." But even as the orders were given, the fear in the eyes of the soldiers and servants grew. They knew, deep down, that this was the end of the line. The Marines were gone, the island was falling into chaos, and they were left behind with masters who still believed they were invincible. As the minutes passed and the tension continued to build, the first cracks in the celestial dragon's arrogance began to show. Their servants, no longer willing to follow orders that would lead them to certain death, started to hesitate, to look for ways out. And as the Marines continued their retreat, leading the island to its fate, the soldiers and servants realized that they had been abandoned, not just by the world government, but by the very system that had kept them in chains. The world they had known was collapsing around them, and there was no one left to save them. In that moment, the true horror of their situation became clear. They were nothing more than pawns in a game they couldn't understand, and now, as the island descended into chaos, they were being left to die along with the celestial dragons who had once ruled over them with an iron fist. Chapter 238, Punk Hazard, New World. Shirororo. It seems like I must have forgotten it again. This doesn't seem like Vegapunk's Devil Fruit facility. Why don't you tell me again why a bunch of kids like you want to know where that failed experiment is? Caesar Clown's voice was laced with genuine confusion, his face swollen and bleeding from the earlier blows. His trademark smugness was gone, replaced by a flicker of fear as he glanced at his captors. Shackled by sea-stone cuffs, Caesar was a shadow of his former self, deprived of the powers that had once made him a force to be reckoned with. Bam! A powerful strike sent Caesar sprawling across the cold, metallic floor, his body colliding with a harsh thud. Smoker, his expression a mix of anger and impatience, stood over him, his sea-stone weapon still raised. The harsh clink of the shackles echoed in the dimly lit room as Caesar groaned in pain, trying to push himself up. "We're done with your games, clown," Smoker growled, his voice low and menacing. "You've led us to the wrong facility twice now. Our patience is wearing thin, and if you keep stalling, you'll regret it." Caesar wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, glaring up at Smoker with a mixture of defiance and fear. His mind raced, trying to calculate his next move. He was stalling, hoping for some miraculous escape or a change in the tide, but he could see in their eyes that they were reaching their limit. He had no idea why they were so intent on finding Vegapunk's old facility, the one even the famed scientist had deemed a failure. There was something these kids knew, something he didn't, and that piqued his curiosity even in the face of danger. Lucci, who had been silent up until now, moved with the grace of a predator. He grabbed Caesar by the collar and hoisted him up with ease, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. "I have no time for your jokes," Lucci whispered, his voice like ice, sending a shiver down Caesar's spine. "This is your last chance. Tell us the correct location, or I won't stop at just breaking your limbs. Dead weight is of no use to me. If you think I am bluffing, try me." The menace in Lucci's tone was unmistakable, and Caesar felt his heart pound faster. He had seen that look before, the look of a killer who wouldn't hesitate to end a life if it meant achieving his goal. Caesar was a cunning scientist, a man who had danced with danger many times, but this was different. He was cornered, and he knew it. All right. Caesar spluttered, his bravado crumbling under the pressure. "I'll take you there, just stop beating me up." What kind of children beat up their elders? He attempted to inject some of his usual arrogance into the complaint, but it only served to earn him another sharp smack, this time from little Reju, whose patience had long since evaporated. "Enough with the theatrics," Reju snapped, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Her eyes, cold and calculating, bore into Caesar. "Lead us to the facility, and maybe we won't have to hurt you any further." Caesar rubbed his throbbing jaw, feeling the sting of Reju's slap. He knew better than to push his luck any further. His mind churned, weighing his options. Leading them to the facility might buy him some time, perhaps even an opportunity to turn the situation in his favor. But he also knew that whatever these kids were after, it wasn't something trivial. The fact that they were willing to go to such lengths, that they were so desperate to find Vegapunk's abandoned project, sent a chill down his spine. As he began to walk, the chains clinking with every step, Caesar's thoughts raced. What could they possibly want with a failed experiment? Was there something about it he didn't know? Something that even Vegapunk might have overlooked? The idea gnawed at him, his scientific curiosity battling with his self-preservation instincts. Lucci and the others followed closely, their eyes never leaving him, and their presence was a constant reminder of the danger he was in. Caesar could feel the weight of their expectations, the unspoken threat that hung in the air. This was no ordinary mission, and he was caught in the middle of something far larger than he had anticipated. As they moved through the facility, the corridors echoing with their footsteps, Caesar couldn't help but glance back at them every so often, his mind whirling with possibilities. What were they after? And more importantly, what did they know that he didn't? The answers to those questions could be the key to his survival or his demise. But for now, all he could do was lead them to the facility and hope that somewhere along the way, he could find a way out of this mess. Under the looming threat of death, Caesar Clown finally ceased his stalling. The fear of the relentless Lucci and his team, along with the unmistakable dread that radiated from them, broke through his last defenses. With a reluctant nod, Caesar led the group deeper into the sprawling facility, his chains clinking ominously in the silence. They moved through winding corridors, past rooms that hummed with forgotten machinery and the remnants of past experiments. Unlike the other areas of the facility where signs of activity were still apparent, this part seemed to have been long abandoned. Dust settled on every surface, and the walls bore the scars of age and neglect. Finally, they reached a secluded wing of the facility, a place that even Caesar hadn't ventured into in years. The door before them was massive, a monolithic slab of reinforced steel that seemed out of place among the other, more mundane entries. The air grew thick with tension as they approached it, Lucci at the forefront, his gaze locked on the door as if he could sense something beyond it. "Open it," Gladius demanded, roughly pushing Caesar forward. Caesar sneered, defiance flickering back into his eyes despite the situation. "Shirororo, this was one of Vegapunk's personal labs. Do you really think I have access to a place like this?" The derision in his tone only earned him a hard glare from Gladius, who was on the verge of striking him again. But before he could, Lucci stepped forward, his patience clearly at its limit. Without a word, he coated his fist with haki, the air around him crackling with power. Bam! 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 Each of Lucci's strikes landed with the force of a cannon, his haki-coated fist slamming into the steel door with relentless precision. Every punch left a deep dent, the metal groaning under the pressure. Caesar's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He had expected the door to withstand any assault, believing it to be impenetrable to devil fruit users due to its seastone infusion. But the sight of this child, no, this prodigy, tearing down the vault-like door as if it were made of paper sent a chill down his spine. Unconsciously, Caesar took a few steps back, fear rooting itself in his heart. Boom! With a final, sickening punch, the door blasted open, the steel crumpling inward as if it had been struck by a titan. The sheer force of the impact sent echoes reverberating through the abandoned wing. Lucci stepped inside without hesitation, his presence commanding, as if he had been drawn here by an invisible thread. Caesar, seeing his chance, attempted to slip away quietly, but Reiju was quick to point a seastone-loaded pistol at him, her gaze cold and unyielding. Realizing escape was impossible, Caesar fell back into line, his earlier bravado completely shattered. As Smoker and Gladius moved to explore the lab, Lucci's eyes were set in a particular direction. His steps were deliberate, as if guided by an unseen force, until he finally found himself standing before a sealed glass display. Within the display, resting on a soft cushion, was a crimson devil fruit, its surface adorned with the signature spiral patterns. The fruit seemed to pulsate with a strange energy, one that Lucci could feel resonating within him. He knew, instinctively, that this was what he had been searching for. "Lucci! Is that it? Is that the fruit you were looking for?" Smoker asked, stepping up beside him. He noticed the intense focus in Lucci's eyes, the way he seemed almost entranced by the fruit. To Smoker, the fruit looked like any other devil fruit, but he knew better than to underestimate its potential. The fact that Lucci had been so drawn to it was proof enough of its importance. "Shirororo. So that's what you kids were after, the technology to create artificial devil fruits." Caesar's voice broke the tense silence, his tone shifting back to its usual arrogance. "You could have just told me. I worked closely with Dr. Vegapunk on this particular project. It was a total failure, you know." Caesar's boasting fell on deaf ears. The kids completely disregarded him, their focus solely on the fruit. Lucci, however, took a deep breath, his mind racing with the weight of the decision before him. Master Ross had offered him a choice, one of two other mythical Zoan fruits that the family held in their possession. Yet, despite the allure of those options, Lucci had been drawn to this one, this supposed failure, because he felt a connection to it that he couldn't explain. The sound of glass shattering echoed through the lab as Lucci punched through the display case, shards scattering across the floor. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the crimson devil fruit. The fruit felt warm to the touch, as if it was alive, pulsing with a latent power that was just waiting to be unleashed. "We should quickly collect any data that's left behind," Reiju commented, her voice cutting through the tension as Lucci lifted the fruit to his mouth. Caesar, however, was angry. "Kid! Are you mad? That's a defective fruit." His voice was filled with a mix of shock and horror. He wasn't really concerned for the child's well-being, but for the secret that the crimson devil fruit held. He didn't want it to vanish into oblivion, especially if there was more to it than he had been led to believe. But his protests were in vain. Without hesitation, Lucci bit into the fruit, its bitter taste causing a grimace to cross his face, but he continued, determined to consume it entirely. "Do you feel anything? Can you tell what kind of devil fruit it is? Does it work?" Smoker bombarded Lucci with questions, but Lucci merely smiled, a knowing look in his eyes. Master Ross had advised him not to reveal his powers too soon. Doing so would undoubtedly alert the world government to the fact that Vegapunk had succeeded in his research. For now, Lucci would bide his time, waiting for the right moment to unleash the power of the fruit. The Donquxote family's acquisition of Vegapunk's research files in the future would conveniently shift any suspicion away from the possibility that the scientist had betrayed the world government. After all, if a second dragon fruit appeared in the world, the government might begin to question Vegapunk's allegiance. But Ross couldn't risk exposing Vegapunk just yet, not when the scientist played such a crucial role in their plans. As Lucci stood there, feeling the latent power of the fruit settle within him, he knew that his gamble had paid off. He had chosen this fruit for a reason, one that went beyond logic or reason. It was a connection, a calling. And soon, the world would witness the birth of a new legend, one that would shake the very foundations of power. As the battlefield trembled beneath our feet, I stood resolute, gripping my two blades firmly, their edges glowing with an ominous energy that seemed to draw the very life out of the air around us. The ground beneath me cracked and split as though the earth itself was retreating in fear of the power I was about to unleash. My gaze locked onto Kaido, the formidable azure dragon, whose mere presence had struck terror into the hearts of countless warriors. But today, even the mightiest would learn what it meant to face true power. Nitten Ichi Ryu, journey to the afterlife. I roared, my voice echoing across the desolate battlefield. My twin blades, their edges wreathed in a dark, foreboding aura, infused with haki and lightning, slashed through the air with the precision of a reaper's scythe. The ominous energy surrounding the blades intensified, casting an eerie glow that seemed to steal the color from the world around us, leaving only shades of death and despair. Across from me, Kaido's massive form rippled with raw power as he prepared to meet my attack head-on. His eyes, filled with a mix of rage and recognition, blazed with an intensity that mirrored the molten fury within him. "Kane Daiko!" Kaido roared, his entire being morphing into a terrifying visage of boiling lava. The air around him shimmered with heat as his immense dragon form surged forward, a living embodiment of wrath and destruction. His scales glowed red-hot, and flames licked at the edges of his colossal frame as he channeled every ounce of his anger and power into a single devastating charge. Despite the immense size and power of my opponent, I felt no fear, only a steely resolve and an overwhelming thrill of the battle. Kaido had come to realize the truth, that despite my youth, despite the fact that I was barely into adulthood, I possessed the strength to wound even the mightiest of creatures. The fact that I wielded Akatsuki, a blade forged in the deepest depths of darkness, only deepened his rage and fear. Behind Kaido, Raylene picked herself up from the rubble, her body battered but her spirit unyielding. She could feel the weight of the battle, the pressure of the impending clash that seemed to distort reality itself. Even though both Kaido and Raylene had consumed mythical Zoan fruits, granting them power and regenerative abilities beyond that of most beings, they had failed to gain any significant advantage over me. The scars that now marred their once invincible forms were testament to that fact. If this had been a one-on-one fight, I would have overwhelmed them already, leaving them broken and bloody far more than they are now. "Shoryu, Kane Hack!" Kaido bellowed, his voice shaking the heavens as he unleashed his ultimate attack. The sheer force of his charge sent shockwaves rippling through the air, and for those watching from afar, it was as if two colossal entities, one a massive dragon of molten fire, the other an ethereal reaper wielding a scythe of death, were about to collide in a world-ending clash. The ground beneath us buckled and shattered as Kaido's immense dragon form hurtled toward me. The heat of his approach was so intense that the very air ignited and the ground crystallized, creating an inferno that roared and crackled with unimaginable fury. But I remained unshaken, my focus unyielding. With a surge of dark lightning, I propelled myself forward to meet his charge, my blade slicing through the searing heat as if it were nothing but a light breeze. And then, the moment of impact. The world seemed to freeze for an instant as our attacks collided. My blades, wreathed in darkness, clashed against Kaido's molten form with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. The island itself seemed to groan under the pressure, as if struggling to withstand the immense power being unleashed upon it, both our conqueror's haki tearing through the very world. The ground quaked, and the sky darkened as the very atmosphere was torn apart by the sheer magnitude of the clash. For a moment, it seemed as if the world would be ripped apart. The immense dragon roared with fury, his molten body writhing and churning as he struggled to overpower me. But despite his overwhelming size and strength, he could not push me back. My blades, fueled by my overwhelming will and the dark power of Akatsuki, cut through his molten scales as if they were nothing more than paper. I could feel the resistance, the struggle, but it was futile. I was stronger, faster, and more focused, and ultimately my conqueror's haki was too overwhelming for Kaido to counter. Suddenly, there was a deafening crack, and a massive dragon horn flew through the air, severed cleanly from Kaido's head by the sheer force of my strike. The severed horn spun through the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that shook the earth and created a massive crater next to Raylene. The sight of the horn lying there, shattered and broken, was a stark reminder that the once invincible Kaido had just been humbled. A blood-curdling roar of pain and fury erupted from Kaido's throat as his massive form was sent hurtling back, crashing into the ground with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the island. The sheer impact of his fall caused the island to crack and splinter, creating fissures that radiated outwards like the spokes of a broken wheel. His colossal dragon form began to writhe and contort, the once mighty beast now reduced to a bruised and battered shadow of its former self. As the dust settled, Kaido's form began to shrink, the immense dragon slowly reverting to his hybrid state. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body heaving with the effort of trying to stand. Blood poured from the deep gash where his horn had once been, staining the ground beneath him. The mighty azure dragon, the so-called immortal Kaido, had been brought low by a mere teenager. I stood over him, my blade still humming with dark energy, my eyes locked on his. The battle had taken its toll on all of us, but I remained resolute, unshaken. Kaido, now on his hands and knees, stared up at me with a mixture of disbelief and rage. His eyes, once filled with pride and invincibility, now reflected the dawning realization that he had been bested, but that didn't break his spirit. The battle was not over, but the scales had tipped, and the world would soon know that the Azure Dragon had been humbled by a young warrior wielding the power of darkness itself. Chapter 239, Sorbet Kingdom, South Blue. The battlefield lay in ruins, a hellscape of devastation and destruction. The once lush landscape was now a torn and jagged wasteland, with deep craters gouged into the earth, and mountains shattered into dust. Fires raged unchecked, their flames devouring what little remained of the once proud island. The sky above was a swirling maelstrom of dark clouds, ominously churning as if reflecting the chaos below. Amidst this apocalyptic scene stood two figures, both barely holding on to the last vestiges of their strength. Huff! Huff! The god's knight, the once mighty protector of the celestial dragons, had reverted to his hybrid form. His armor-like scales, once gleaming and pristine, were now shattered, hanging in tatters from his battered frame. Blood oozed from a deep gash over his left eye, obscuring his vision, while his left arm hung limp at his side, a gruesome wound exposing the very bones within. His chest bore a cross-shaped scar, a brutal reminder of the vicious battle he had endured. Each breath he took was a struggle, his lungs burning as he forced himself to remain upright. He had paid dearly in blood and pain to hold back the Golden Lion, Shiki. His mission had been to keep the Overlord of the Seas here, no matter the cost, and that price had been his own life. Across from him, Golden Lion Shiki stood, his once proud posture now slumped with fatigue. Blood flowed freely from a crack in his forehead, a continuous stream that stained his face and clothes. His once bright eyes were dull with exhaustion, and his gait had become limp, though his haki remained steady. Yet, despite the grievous injuries he had sustained, there was an undeniable aura of defiance about him. The battle had taken its toll, but Shiki had emerged victorious, though at a cost that would haunt even a pirate of his legendary stature. The destruction around them was on a scale unimaginable to most. The ground was littered with the wreckage of the islands that Shiki controlled and countless bodies, the air thick with the acrid stench of smoke and blood. Entire sections of the island had been reduced to rubble, and the sea, once calm and blue, now roared angrily against the shattered coastline. It was as if the island itself was dying, crumbling under the weight of the battle that had ravaged it. Cough! Cough! The god's knight wheezed, spitting blood onto the ground as he struggled to stay on his feet. Not bad, Shiki. Not bad. This fight will be a good requiem for you, before you die, he rasped, his voice a broken whisper. Even in his weakened state, there was a glimmer of pride in his eyes. He had faced one of the greatest pirates in history and had not faltered. Shiki, his breath ragged, was about to end the battle once and for all. But just as he raised his blades, his observation haki screamed a warning. In an instant, he swung his sword, effortlessly cleaving a powerful slash aimed at his back in two. The air hummed with energy as the attack dissipated, revealing a CP0 agent appearing next to the god's knight, his expression cold and calculating. The god's knight, now on his knees, couldn't help but smirk, blood dripping from his lips. "May your soul rest in peace, Shiki," he bellowed, his voice filled with a mix of triumph and resignation as he vanished from the spot, whisked away by the CP0 agent's teleportation power. But Shiki's attention was no longer on the god's knight. His eyes were fixed on the sky, where a massive shadow loomed ominously, shrouded in dark, swirling clouds. A chill ran down his spine, a feeling he had not experienced in decades. Above him, blocking out the very light of the sun, was a colossal entity, its size rivaling that of an entire island. It was an ancient weapon, a force of destruction from a bygone era, and it had come to claim the island and everything on it. Shiki's breath caught in his throat as he instinctively channeled his devil fruit powers, his mind racing to move the massive flying island that served as his headquarters. But as powerful as he was, Shiki had sorely underestimated the sheer magnitude of the ancient weapon's power. The floating island, so formidable in its own right, was but a speck compared to the behemoth now descending upon them. The ancient weapon hung in the sky like a harbinger of doom. Its massive form was hidden behind a veil of swirling clouds, but the power it radiated was palpable, sending waves of fear even into the heart of the legendary pirate. Dark, ominous lightning crackled around its edges, illuminating glimpses of its impossible size and intricate, otherworldly design. This was a weapon that had shaped the very history of the world, a relic of an ancient era that had the power to level nations. Zephyr, who had been urgently helping the Marines to evacuate, froze in place as his eyes locked onto the monstrosity in the sky. His heart pounded in his chest as a feeling of utter helplessness washed over him. He was a warrior, an admiral of the Marines, but even he knew that they stood no chance against something of this scale. "What in the world?" he muttered, his voice trembling with disbelief. The Marines around him, hardened soldiers who had faced countless battles, now stood paralyzed with fear, their eyes wide with terror. They didn't know what the ominous thing in the sky was, but one thing was certain: death had come for them all. The atmosphere was thick with despair. Some Marines fell to their knees, unable to tear their eyes away from the sky. Others ran aimlessly, driven by the primal instinct to survive, even though they knew there was nowhere to run. The dread in the air was suffocating, as if the island itself had resigned to its fate. A few miles away from the shore, Big Mom's ship was making a hasty retreat. The sea churned violently around the massive vessel as her crew worked frantically to put as much distance between themselves and the island as possible. But deep down, Big Mom knew they wouldn't make it. The power of the ancient weapon was too great, its presence too overwhelming. Her mind raced, searching for a way to escape the inevitable doom. And then, in that moment of crisis, her eyes gleamed with a desperate idea. "Bruley. Where is Bruley? Have her create a mirror portal and take us the hell out of here," she roared, her voice filled with both command and urgency. Her crew, already on the edge of panic, scrambled to obey. They knew what was at stake: failure meant certain death. In the lower decks of the ship, Bruley was barely conscious, her body weak and drained from the earlier battle. Bringing them to this island using her devil fruit powers had pushed her to the brink of death, and she had yet to recover. But Big Mom was ruthless. She had already made up her mind. If sacrificing Bruley meant a chance at survival, then so be it. Two of Big Mom's sons roughly dragged Bruley into the main cabin, her body limp and barely responsive. "Hurry! She doesn't have much time," one of them shouted, desperation clear in his voice. Bruley, Big Mom's voice was low, almost a growl, as she leaned over her daughter. "Open a portal. Now." Bruley's eyes fluttered open, filled with pain and exhaustion. "Mama. I can't. I'm too weak." Big Mom's patience snapped. "You will do it, or you will die here," she roared, slamming her fist down next to Bruley's head, causing the entire ship to shake. The crew flinched at the display of fury, but none dared to intervene. They knew Big Mom would not hesitate to sacrifice any of them if it meant saving herself. With trembling hands, Bruley reached out and began to summon her remaining strength, focusing on creating a mirror portal. She could feel the life draining from her as she did so, but the fear of her mother's wrath was stronger than the pain. Outside, the ancient weapon continued to gather power, the dark clouds swirling around it growing more intense, more ominous. Lightning crackled across the sky, each bolt accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. The very air seemed to vibrate with the raw energy being unleashed. Even from miles away, the crew of Big Mom's ship could feel the oppressive weight of its presence, a force so overwhelming that it felt like the world itself was coming to an end. Big Mom's mind raced. The temptation to turn back, to confront the ancient weapon and try to make it her own, was almost overwhelming. She knew that whatever was hidden within those clouds, it was no living thing. If she could somehow infuse her soul into it, create a new homie of unimaginable power, she could rule the world. But even Big Mom, with all her strength and ambition, doubted whether she could control something of that magnitude. The backlash from such an attempt, if it failed, would surely kill her. For now, she had to retreat. But the thought of such a weapon existing in the world gnawed at her. The world government had always guarded their secrets closely, but she had never imagined they would deploy something like this. She would find a way to claim it, no matter the cost. Back on the island, the Marines, pirates, and civilians alike all watched in horror as the ancient weapon continued its slow descent, a bringer of destruction unlike anything they had ever seen. The island trembled under its looming presence, and for those who remained, there was no escape. They were about to witness the true terror of an ancient weapon, a force that had shaped the history of the world, and now, it had returned to remind them of the price of power. The air grew thick with anticipation and dread as the ancient weapon charged up for its full-blown attack. In that moment, as the heavens darkened and the earth quaked, all those on the island realized that they were witnessing the end. An apocalypse had come, and nothing would be left in its wake. Under the urging of Shiki's devil fruit power, the massive fortress island moved to form a shield above him. It was too late to run, and the ancient weapon was too high in the sky, and though he was a cruel pirate, he wouldn't run in the face of danger, especially abandoning his own crew. The sky above Sorbet Kingdom was a maelstrom of dark, swirling clouds, illuminated by the ominous glow of an unimaginable power. The air was charged with a terrifying energy, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath before unleashing a cataclysm upon the world. The ancient weapon, shrouded in mystery and legend, loomed high above, its massive form dwarfing the landmass below. Its very presence seemed to bend reality, casting a shadow that stretched for miles. The clouds spiraled around it, crackling with dark lightning that illuminated its massive, intricate structure. This was no mere weapon, it was a force of nature, a relic from a time when the world was shaped by powers long since forgotten. Shiki, the golden lion, stood on the shattered remains of the battle-torn island, his breath ragged as he stared up at the sky. For the first time in decades, a chill ran down his spine, his battle-hardened instincts screaming at him of the impending doom. He had faced countless foes, conquered nations, and bent the seas to his will, but what hovered above him now was something beyond even his wildest nightmares. The island, his fortress, his pride, was about to face the wrath of a weapon that had no equal in this world. Without warning, the ancient weapon began to hum, a low, resonant vibration that spread through the air and deep into the earth. The sound grew louder, a pulsating rhythm that seemed to sync with the very heartbeat of the planet. The clouds around it parted, revealing a colossal cannon-like structure at its core, glowing with a blinding light. This light wasn't natural, it was the energy of the sun itself, harnessed and concentrated into a single, devastating force. As the weapon charged, the entire ocean trembled, the ground cracking and splitting as if the very earth was trying to flee from what was to come. The sea around the island boiled and churned, massive waves rising and crashing against the shores. The sky darkened further, the clouds now tinged with a deep crimson as the weapon's energy reached its peak. This was no ordinary power, it was a force born from the dawn of time, a weapon designed to reshape continents, to erase entire civilizations with a single strike. Then, with a sound like the tearing of the fabric of reality itself, the ancient weapon fired. A beam of pure, incandescent energy erupted from the weapon, a pillar of light so intense it was almost blinding. The beam shot downward, moving with impossible speed, and struck the heart of Shiki's floating island. The moment it made contact, the entire world seemed to freeze, the air itself sucked away by the sheer power of the blast. For a fraction of a second, there was an eerie silence, as if time had stopped to witness the annihilation. Then, all hell broke loose. The floating island, once a mighty fortress in the sky, disintegrated in an instant. The beam of energy didn't just destroy, it obliterated, and the floating shield proved useless as the massive beam of energy tore through it and descended on the island below. The ground beneath it vaporized, turning to ash and dust as the force of the weapon tore through it. Buildings, mountains, and forests were consumed in a blinding flash of light, reduced to nothingness. The very atoms that made up the island were ripped apart, scattered to the winds as the energy beam continued its relentless path downward, deep into the earth's crust. The world, after countless years, welcomed the wrath of the gods. A shockwave of unimaginable power erupted from the point of impact, spreading outwards in a massive, expanding ring. The force of it was so great that the sea itself was pushed back, massive tsunamis rising thousands of feet into the air. These waves, towering and ferocious, rushed outward in all directions, engulfing everything in their path. Islands that lay miles away from Sonarbit Kingdom were caught in the blast, their shores shattered by the force of the waves. Entire lands were swallowed by the sea, their populations lost in the blink of an eye. The very earth groaned under the assault, tremors spreading out from the epicenter of the blast, felt far across the South Blue. Villages, cities, and ports, even those far from the immediate destruction, trembled as the shockwaves reached them. In distant lands, people looked to the horizon in terror, seeing the sky darken and the sea rise, knowing that something unimaginable had occurred. But the ancient weapon was not done. As the first beam faded, leaving behind nothing but a smoking, searing crater where Shiki's island had been, the weapon's massive form shifted. The cannon-like structure at its core and along the surface of the weapon glowed once more, gathering energy from the atmosphere, from the very essence of the world itself. The clouds above swirled faster, the air crackling with the raw power being drawn in. Then, in a series of rapid, devastating blasts, hundreds of beams of light shot out from the ancient weapon, each one targeting a different point in the Sorbet Kingdom. The sky lit up with the blinding fury of the attacks, each beam carving through the air like a blade of divine wrath. Every beam struck with the force of an exploding star, reducing whatever lay beneath it to ash. The sea around the island for miles was bombarded, the water vaporizing in great plumes of steam, leaving behind gaping chasms in the ocean floor. The devastation was total. The island was not just destroyed, it was erased from existence. The seas churned violently as the remnants of the landmass were swallowed by the waves, the surrounding islands shattered by the blast waves, their remains sinking into the depths. The tsunamis, fueled by the energy of the weapon, grew even larger, now towering over the horizon like walls of death. They crashed into distant shores, obliterating everything in their path, entire coastlines submerged in moments. Across the South Blue, the effects were felt. The seas churned, the skies darkened, and the earth trembled. Ships far from the site of the attack were tossed like toys in the raging seas, their crews struggling to comprehend the scale of the disaster. Coastal towns, unaware of what had occurred, were swallowed by the waves, their inhabitants caught in a nightmare from which there was no escape. And above it all, the ancient weapon hovered in the sky, its purpose fulfilled. The clouds that had swirled around it began to disperse, revealing the colossal structure in its entirety for the first time. Its surface was smooth, metallic, and covered in intricate designs that glowed with a faint, otherworldly light. This was a weapon from the Age of Legends, a force that could reshape the world with a single strike. And today, it had reminded the world of its existence in the most brutal way possible. As the last of the beams faded and the sky began to clear, a heavy silence fell over the South Blue. The once bustling sea and the island were now a graveyard, the waters littered with debris and bodies, and the air thick with the smell of salt and death. The Sorbet Kingdom and its surrounding sea were gone, wiped from the face of the earth, leaving nothing but a massive dark crater that stretched for miles and whose true depth was lost in the darkness. It was as if a massive pit to the very depths of hell had been created in the center of the sea. It would soon become a scar on the world that would never heal. In the aftermath, those who survived would tell tales of the day the heavens opened and the wrath of the gods was unleashed upon the world. But for those who had witnessed the true power of the ancient weapon, there was only one truth: the world would never be the same again. The legends of the past had returned, and the balance of power in the world had shifted irrevocably. And somewhere, far from the site of the destruction, those who controlled the weapon watched, their plans set in motion, their power absolute. Chapter 240. Bogard sat casually on the dog-shaped figurehead of the ship, his eyes half closed as he observed the distant horizon. It had been days since Garp and Whitebeard had begun their titanic clash, a battle that shook the seas themselves. The waves rippled with the aftershocks of their fierce confrontation, and the air was thick with tension. The Whitebeard pirates had been on edge the entire time, their anxiety palpable as they worried for their captain. In contrast, Bogard remained unfazed, his confidence in his mentor's strength unwavering. Garp was a man who had battled Roger, the pirate king, to a standstill in his prime. Whitebeard, formidable as he was, could not hope to best someone like Garp. Suddenly, the sea beneath the ship trembled violently, another massive tremor rippling through the waters. This had become the norm over the past few days, as Whitebeard's tremor fruit unleashed its destructive power. It was no exaggeration to say that Whitebeard had the power to destroy continents. Each quake he generated was a reminder of that terrifying potential. But then, Bogard felt something different, a second tremor, weaker yet distinct, coming from a different direction. He stood up, his eyes narrowing in shock. This tremor wasn't coming from the island where Garp and Whitebeard were locked in combat, but from a completely different direction. An ominous feeling crept up his spine as he realized the source of the tremor seemed to be coming from the direction of the Sorbet Kingdom, thousands of miles away. His instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. As if to confirm his fears, the emergency transponder snail rang out, its shrill tone piercing the tense atmosphere. Bogard's normally neutral expression shifted, his face etched with shock as he listened to the urgent report on the other end. His demeanor changed completely, his calm composure shattered by the gravity of the news. "What?" Bogard's voice, usually steady, quivered with disbelief. The words he heard left no room for doubt. The situation was dire. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped the receiver and launched himself in the direction of the island where Garp and Whitebeard were battling. If the news was true, they couldn't afford even a second of delay. On the deck of the Whitebeard pirates' ship, Marco and the others watched in shock as the previously composed Bogard suddenly sprang into action, his aura skyrocketing as he moved with unprecedented urgency towards the battlefield. The abrupt change in atmosphere sent a wave of anxiety through the crew. Something serious had happened, something that even Bogard, who had been so calm, could not ignore. "Jozu! Stay back on the ship and prepare the fleet. Vista, follow me. We need to check on Pops," Marco commanded, his voice laced with concern. He had no idea what had triggered such an adverse reaction from Bogard, but he knew it couldn't be good. Meanwhile, on the island, Garp and Whitebeard stood locked in a fierce struggle. Garp's fist, coated with black Busashoko haki, collided with Whitebeard's fist, wrapped in the destructive white halo of his devil fruit. The clash of their auras created a ripple in reality itself, the very air around them distorting under the sheer force of their blows. But then, a subtle tremor coursed through the battlefield, different from the quakes that had been caused by their ongoing battle. Both fighters, their senses heightened to superhuman levels by the relentless combat, felt the disturbance. As the remnants of the island cracked and split beneath them, Garp and Whitebeard instinctively retreated, their eyes locking onto the distant horizon. "Was that one of yours?" Garp's voice was grave, his usual bravado replaced by a deep concern. He knew Whitebeard's power well, he had been fighting against it for days now. But this tremor was different. Though it was weaker, it was unmistakably powerful, and it had traveled an incredible distance to reach them. Garp's mind raced, momentarily considering a terrifying possibility, but he quickly dismissed it. Surely, the world government wouldn't go that far, would they? Just as the thought crossed his mind, both Garp and Whitebeard detected a rapidly approaching figure. The speed and precision of the movement left no doubt, whoever it was, they were coming directly for them. It took Bogart only minutes to cross the dozens of miles separating the ship from the battlefield. As he arrived, landing with a thud next to Garp, the old Marine felt a sinking feeling in his gut. Something was very wrong. He had known Bogart for years, had trained him, and he had never seen his protégé so shaken. Garp turned to Bogart, his expression darkening. The fact that Bogart had come himself, interrupting their battle, spoke volumes. There was an ominous weight in the air, a silent dread that neither Garp nor Whitebeard could ignore. "What is it, Bogart?" Garp asked, his voice low and steady, though his heart pounded in his chest. The silence that followed was deafening, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Bogart met Garp's gaze, his eyes filled with urgency. "The Sorbet Kingdom, it's gone," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, yet the words hit like a hammer. "An entire kingdom, obliterated." For a moment, neither Garp nor Whitebeard spoke. The significance of those words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. An entire kingdom, wiped off the map. The tremor they had felt, the one that had reached them even from thousands of miles away, was the aftermath of a cataclysmic event, something far beyond the scope of any battle, even one between two of the strongest men in the world. Garp clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. There was only one thing in this world that could cause such devastation from such a distance. He had dismissed the thought earlier, but now it was impossible to ignore. The ancient weapons, had one been unleashed? What of the Marines on the island? Garp's voice, usually steady and unyielding, trembled with a mix of dread and urgency. His eyes bore into Bogart, seeking even the faintest glimmer of hope. But Bogart simply shook his head, his expression grim. The truth was unbearable, there was no way to know how many Marines had perished. The attack had just occurred, and it would take days, perhaps even weeks, to fully grasp the extent of the devastation. The silence that followed was thick with unspoken despair. A storm of rage began to brew within Garp, raw and uncontainable. His blood boiled, and his pulse thundered in his ears. He had always known the elders to be ruthless, but never had he imagined they would sink to such depths. Destroying God's Valley all those years ago had been justified under the pretense of eradicating the legacy of rocks, but this was nothing short of a power play, a demonstration of their willingness to annihilate anything or anyone that stood in their way. It was senseless, monstrous. As the realization settled in, Garp's fury reached its boiling point. A torrent of Conqueror's hockey exploded from him, surging like a tidal wave of wrath. The very air seemed to crackle with its intensity, the ground beneath his feet quaking as if in fear. Even Whitebeard, a man who had stared death in the face countless times, found himself momentarily unbalanced by the sheer force of Garp's rage. He took a few steps back, instinctively bracing himself. The fight was over, Whitebeard knew that all too well. Even he, the strongest man in the world, would think twice before confronting Garp in such a state unless he was truly prepared to wager his life. The island itself seemed to groan under the weight of Garp's anger, the skies darkening as if the world responded to his fury. Just then, Marco appeared on the horizon, his majestic phoenix form blazing as he carried Vista on his back. But as they neared the battlefield, the overwhelming force of Garp's Conqueror's hockey hit them like a sledgehammer. Marco's transformation faltered, his phoenix form flickering as if the very power of his devil fruit was being denied by the sheer willpower emanating from Garp. With a sudden lurch, Marco plummeted toward the ground, but he managed to land safely, though not without a jarring impact. Marco and Vista, both shaken but unharmed, quickly rose to their feet. They were veterans of countless battles, but the scene before them was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Garp, a man who had always been a pillar of strength and composure, now stood like a titan consumed by wrath, his fury palpable in the very air they breathed. It was a sight that made even the fiercest warriors hesitate. But as their eyes found Whitebeard, who stood tall and unharmed, their initial fear was replaced by relief. Their captain was safe, and that was all that mattered. They cautiously approached Whitebeard's side, their eyes flickering between their captain and the enraged marine hero. But before they could say anything, Bogart's emergency transponder snail rang out again, its shrill tone cutting through the tension. He picked it up immediately, his expression darkening with each passing second as more reports flooded in about the Sorbet Kingdom. The news was dire, no survivors had been confirmed, and the scale of the destruction was incomprehensible. The kingdom, once a thriving realm, had been reduced to nothing more than ash and ruin in an instant. The wrath of an ancient weapon had been unleashed, and the consequences were catastrophic. Garp's fists clenched tighter, his knuckles turning white as he listened to the grim updates. Every word was like a dagger twisting in his gut, fueling the inferno of anger within him. About 100 miles away from the Sorbet Kingdom, on a secluded, uninhabited island, a lone man stood at the shore, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The once serene sky had been marred by a monstrous mushroom cloud that towered ominously into the heavens, visible even from such a vast distance. It was as if the sky itself had been torn apart, a grim testament to the unimaginable destruction that had just unfolded. The dark plume stretched high, curling at the top, and from beneath it, the remnants of an unfathomable force continued to surge outward, a stark reminder of the devastation that had wiped the Sorbet Kingdom from existence. This man, with his long black hair swept back and his sharp, determined features, was none other than Monkey D. Dragon. The usual calm resolve in his eyes was now tinged with something more, a deep, unshakable sorrow. Earlier, he had witnessed the massive tsunami that had threatened to engulf the entire archipelago to which this island belonged. The sheer size of the wave had been enough to darken the sky, and its approach was as inevitable as death itself. Dragon had acted swiftly, his power surging as he fought against the tide. He alone had stood between the towering wall of water and the islands it sought to swallow. His hands had cut through the air, his will shaping the winds, forcing the ocean back with all the might he could muster. Even so, many islands had not been so fortunate. Those that housed more than 100,000 souls had been consumed, vanishing beneath the sea in a matter of moments. As Dragon watched the distant cloud, a silent tear slid down the side of his face. It was a tear for the lives lost, for the innocent souls he couldn't save. The normally stoic man felt the weight of his failure pressing heavily on his heart. For all his strength, for all his resolve, he had not been able to save them all. The agony of that realization cut deeper than any physical wound could, and for a moment, Dragon allowed himself to feel that pain, to acknowledge the raw, searing grief that came with knowing that despite his efforts, he had failed. But even as the tear fell, it was as if a new fire ignited within him. His sorrow gave way to something stronger, a resolve forged in the crucible of his grief. Dragon's eyes, once filled with pain, now hardened with determination. His will, unbreakable before, now seemed to have been tempered to an even sharper edge. He swore silently, on the souls of all those innocent lives lost, that he would liberate this world from the clutches of the monsters who ruled it. The world government, the elders, all those who had allowed such atrocities to occur, they would be brought to justice, no matter the cost. Taking a deep breath, Dragon composed himself. He turned to face Lydia, his most trusted subordinate, who had been standing nearby, respectfully waiting. Lydia was a tall woman with a strong, commanding presence. Her sharp eyes and firm demeanor spoke of countless battles and unyielding loyalty. In her hands, she held a specialized ink, prepared meticulously for this moment. Dragon nodded to her, and without a word, He removed the upper part of his cloak, baring his back. Lydia stepped forward, her expression solemn as she dipped the needle into the ink. This was no ordinary ink, it had been crafted with care, infused with the essence of the ashes of martyrs. It would mark him with a symbol that would forever remind him of this day, of the lives lost and the responsibility he bore. As Lydia began the process, the needle pricking his skin with each deliberate stroke, Dragon's mind remained focused on the promise he had just made to himself. The pain of the needle was nothing compared to the pain in his heart, and with each mark that Lydia etched onto his skin, that pain was transformed into resolve. The tattoo would be a reminder, a permanent, visible scar of his failure, but also a symbol of his unyielding resolve to overthrow the tyranny of the world government. "Send the revolutionaries into the surrounding seas," Dragon commanded, his voice steady but filled with underlying fury. "We must search for survivors. The world government and Marines will conduct their own search, but we cannot trust those who caused this tragedy to truly care for the people. We will find any who remain and protect them." Lydia paused briefly, her hand steady as she continued her work, but she looked up at Dragon with a mixture of respect and understanding. "As you wish, Commander. We will not rest until every corner of the seas has been searched." The exchange was brief but powerful. Lydia's hands moved with precision as she completed the tattoo, the ink now permanently embedded in Dragon's skin, symbolizing both his burden and his commitment. When she finally stepped back, the tattoo was complete, a dark, pattern mark that seemed to capture the very essence of the storm that raged within him. Dragon looked at Lydia, his eyes softened with a rare glimpse of gratitude. "This mark, it will be a constant reminder of what we've lost today, and of what we must do to ensure it never happens again." Lydia nodded, her voice steady as she replied, "We will make them pay, Commander. For every life lost today, we will make them pay tenfold." Dragon turned back to the shore, his gaze once again fixed on the distant, monstrous cloud that loomed on the horizon. The revolution had truly been born on this day, not from a desire for power, but from the ashes of a tragedy, from the loss of countless innocent lives. It was a revolution fueled by pain, by anger, and by an unwavering commitment to bring justice to a world ruled by monsters. And Dragon would lead it, with the mark on his face as both his reminder and his vow. The waves lapped gently at the shore, their soft rhythm a cruel contrast to the chaos that had swallowed the man whole. Ruji lay sprawled on the wet sand, his body broken, battered, and torn, yet, inexplicably, still alive. His ragged breaths were labored, every inhale a painful reminder that fate had denied him even the release of death. Above him, the sky was a deep, indifferent blue, stretching endlessly, as if mocking the smallness of his suffering. The island was a lush, green paradise, untouched by the devastation that had razed the Sorbet kingdom. Tall trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves whispering secrets to one another, oblivious to the man lying at their feet. The vibrant foliage, the chirping of birds, the serene beauty of it all, it felt like a joke, a twisted illusion designed to torment him further. "So even now you don't want to grant me the mercy of death, huh?" He chuckled, his voice hoarse and desperate, his cries swallowed by the vastness of the ocean and the sky. His face was caked with sand and blood, his eyes wild and unseeing, fixed on the infinite horizon. "Why? Why do you not take my life away? I have nothing more to give." Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the salt water that continued to lap at his wounds. His body was a canvas of pain, yet the agony of his flesh was nothing compared to the torment of his soul. He had watched as everything he loved was torn from him, his family slaughtered by his own hand in a desperate bid to spare them from a worse fate. The faces of his wife, his children, he had held them close, whispering apologies as he ended their lives. And then, just as he had turned the blade on himself, desperate to follow them into the void, they had come. The celestial dragons, those monstrous gods in human form, had snatched him away, denying him even the mercy of death. They had made him their plaything, a rabbit in their cruel hunt, forcing him to flee through the forests and across the cliffs, laughing as they chased him down like an animal. He had been numb then. The grief and guilt too overwhelming for any other emotion to surface. He had thought it would end when the Sorbet kingdom was obliterated, that he would finally find peace in the annihilation that swept across the land. But now, here he was, still breathing, still alive, still suffering. "Am I even unworthy of death?" he whispered, his voice breaking as he stared up at the heavens. "What more do you want from me? You stopped me when I wanted to end it all. What do you expect from a simple farmer? I'm no hero, no warrior. I have nothing left, no reason to live, no strength to fight. I'm just a man who's lost everything." The sky remained silent, offering no answers. The world had taken everything from him, leaving him hollow and broken, a shell of the man he once was. The grief that had consumed him now simmered into something darker, more dangerous. Rage. Pure, unadulterated rage. Not the fiery wrath of a warrior, but the cold, calculated fury of a man who had been stripped of all hope. He wanted to destroy everything, to raze this world to the ground so that no one would ever have to suffer as he had. This world, with all its cruelty and indifference, did not deserve to exist. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, the pain a reminder that he was still here, still alive. He loathed himself for it, loathed the weakness that kept him tethered to this miserable existence. His rage was not just for the celestial dragons or the marines who stood by and did nothing. It was for everyone, the rulers, the common folk, the bystanders. Even those who suffered, just like he did, because they were part of this world, this system that allowed such horrors to happen. And his hatred extended to himself, for not being strong enough, for not saving his family, for surviving when he should have died. As his thoughts spiraled deeper into darkness, his body trembled with the intensity of his emotions. He had wanted nothing more than to be a simple man, to live a quiet life with his family, to grow old and die in peace. But the world had taken that dream and shattered it, leaving him with nothing but his rage. He screamed again, a raw, primal sound that tore through the silence of the island. "What do you expect of me?" His voice cracked as he pounded the ground with his fists, the sand beneath him turning crimson as his wounds reopened. "I'm just a farmer. I wanted to be a swordsman once. But I wasn't good enough. I wasn't strong enough. I'm just a man, so why? Why do you keep me alive?" His scream faded into the wind, and for a moment, the island was silent again, save for the soft lapping of the waves against the shore. Then, as if in answer to his desperate cries, something brushed against his face. He blinked, his tear-streaked eyes focusing on a strange object that had washed ashore beside him. It was a fruit, unlike any he had ever seen before. Its surface was black, covered in swirling patterns and strange contours. It glistened in the sunlight, almost glowing with an otherworldly light. The man stared at it, his mind unable to process what he was seeing. It was as if fate itself was mocking him, offering him something when he had nothing left to lose. He reached out, his hand trembling as he touched the fruit. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt a surge of power, a dark, sinister energy that seemed to resonate with the fury burning within him. It was as if the fruit had been waiting for him, drawn to his hatred, to his desire for destruction. His thoughts became clearer, more focused, as if the fruit was whispering to him, urging him to take it, to claim the power it offered. "Is this what you want from me?" he whispered, his voice barely audible as he stared at the fruit. "Do you want me to destroy everything? Is that why you spared me? To turn me into a monster?" He felt a twisted sense of purpose as he lifted the fruit to his lips. He had nothing left to live for, no reason to hold back. If this world was going to deny him peace, then he would take everything from it. He would become the monster that this world deserved, the harbinger of its end. With a final, defiant glare at the sky, he bit into the fruit. Its taste was bitter, vile, but he didn't care. Power flooded his veins, filling the void within him, feeding his rage, his wrath. He could feel it changing him, reshaping him into something new, something terrible. The man who had washed ashore was gone, consumed by the darkness that now coursed through him. In his place stood a being with only one purpose, to erase this world so that no one else would ever suffer again. As the last of the fruit disappeared into his mouth, the man threw back his head and roared, a sound that echoed across the island, through the forest, and into the sea. It was the birth cry of a true monster, one born from pain, grief, and unrelenting fury. And with it, the world would soon come to know the wrath of a man who had lost everything. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 10. Peace.